Inane raw hera thester softa galaxy shimmered brilliant line mariadra sesh drive denunizan. Humanity established formidable nations through the power of their martial souls. A solemn awakening Kuramani, Su Qingfeng found himself confronted with a decision of paramount importance. On the playground of Lingzhounou. To high school, Su Qingfeng, a student from the senior class, awakened his martial soul beautiful monkey king within a hastily constructed linear. Martial soul star level unknown, declared education department official, representing Xi Nation, in a cold and detached manner. The announcement sent shockwaves through hate house and soft teachers and students present. What? Didn't Su Qingfeng activity in a start of in a martial soul? Would it see it? Heist the student representative a how could he's elect such an unremarkable martial soul? This is utterly absurd. Sigh, the fierce nine start of in a martial soul in a century has just vanished. The leaders from the neighboring know. One high school must be laughing their heads off. Look, the expression on the Roma room teacher's face is nedring. The murmur soft disbelief surged like a tidal wave, yet the white cladiouth, Su Qingfeng, remained unfazed at the center of the awakening. In this world, humanity traversed the void and compete against countless races, rallying in martial souls. Only martial soul softnen Esther Sarir could be medworthy of the tightly divine, symbolizing their strength they can off deities. Just moments prior, as the representative of Tenacomers, Su Qingfeng stepped into the awakening. Simultaneously activating gain 8 star beast martial soul, Annie Nestor divina martial soul, and an unknown martial. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Thwood Kusthanina star divina martial soul, unexpected lie relinquished it. Su Qingfeng. A furious shout pierced the RSA figured Arted from Thecrode, stopping abruptly before Su Qingfeng. It was Wu Tian, the Homirum teacher of Class 1, a tall man with thinning hair, glaring at Su Qingfeng a flame as were up from his eyes. Have you lost Ormond? Why would I willing Likustofel? Do you not consider your parents? You're dragging down Hintira school, bringing Shamato humanity. Answer. Wu Tin possessed a 4-star martial soul, the Shadow Leopard, destined never to become a powerful battle soul master. He had dedicated Mustafas Lafetta teaching, with the sole ambition of nurturing an Ina star soul master. Yet, in Thismit, his aspirations slain ruins. In the face of Wu Tian's accusations, Su Qingfeng maintained an air of tranquility. Hue securely wary to potential larboard within the known martial soul, beautiful monkey king. Wily ather swori oblivious stoits origins, he, as a traveler from earth, knew its true nature. Silently, heightened, display martial soul information. Instantly, several in off green text appeared before him, visibly in light eyes. Martial soul name beautiful monkey king. Martial soul description astonim and keyborn from the celestial stone of creation ability. Martial soul star level unknown. Fusion degree 0. 1 foot. First soul skill divine ability, heavenly low wand earthly phenomena up in activation, transforms into colossal martial soul form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Cost magical energy. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown none. Note unlock the second soul skill upon reaching 10 fusion degree. The fierce soul skill is indeed heavenly low wand earthly phenomena, and ithasna cooldown. How can Anion declareth beautiful monkey king a worthless martial soul? Su Qingfeng pondered inwardly. Moreover, in addition to the formidable soul skill, his basic attribute is physique, strength, perception, and agility had undergone a qualitative leap. Despite the fusion degree being merely 0.01, his strength had surged by several thousand pounds. Su Qingfeng ascertained that the true equality of the beautiful monkey king far surpassed that of 9 stars. Thus, he held no regrets about this choice. The choice of martial solism affair concerned Sayunat. Su Qingfeng replied coldly to Wu Tian. Fuming, Wu Tian gritted his teeth, yethated not to fit the principal sorter sand kuden Leisterm away in indignation. Returning to his class lineup, Su Qingfeng paid little heed to the jeering and avoiding of his classmates. At that moment, the class monitor and school beauty, Nangang Liyue, approached him. Hertanius Yashi inquired, why? Su Qingfeng turned slight lighter girt the girl with whom he had little prior interaction. Heifer Dacer and Esmal, Iko Swatil liked three need not bezominerations. His words solicited laughter from those around them, yet Nangang Liwe displayed look of understanding, saying, You make lid point I comprehend no. After uttering this, Nangang Liu ascended the podium to awaken her martial soul. Shortly thereafter, she successfully awakened Theet's star martial soul, nine-tailed celestial fox, becoming Ganav Teklir Frontrunner Software class. Su Qingfeng observed the resplendent Nangang Liu on stage, astonished. She actual Fox? The red-scaled giant python martial soul is clear lie stronger, isn't it? However, He did not dwell in it. At that moment, the voice of homeroom teacher Wu Tianeko Adance Marine Heezers follow Mata the principal's office. The principal has specifically requested Osayu. Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul has stirred considerable unrest among the concerned leaders, who are now rather anxious. They fear that Su Qingfeng may have been coerced or misled into making such a foolish choice. Given the gravity of the situation, a face-to-face inquiry is deemed essential. Su Qingfeng, however, is not afraid of being questioned by the school authorities. After all, he stands firm in his convictions. A few minutes later, under Wu Tian's guidance, Su Qingfeng entered the principal's office of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Principal Duan Muji, in his 50s and portly, sat behind his desk, wearing an unflattering expression. On the sofa beside him sat a middle-aged man in black, whose delicate features suggested he was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, as Wu Tian had indicated. Director Liu, will you be asking the questions, or shall I? Duan Muji inquired, casting a complex glance at Su Qingfeng before quietly consulting the man in black. Were Su Qingfeng to awaken the 9-star divine martial soul, he would stand much taller. As it stands, he could only play the subordinate role. Deputy Director Liu, visibly impatient, waved his hand, signaling Duan Muji to proceed with his inquiries while he lounged on the sofa. Resting his chin on his hand, his gaze coldly scrutinizing Su Qingfeng's reactions, Duan Muji, comprehending the unspoken cue, cleared his throat and began, Su Qingfeng, both of your parents were valiant warriors of the Salvation Army. Heroes who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield of Tianyuan. At today's awakening ceremony, you were meant to choose the 9-star divine martial soul to bring honor to their legacy. Why have you committed such a bewildering act? Bringing shame upon them? Upon hearing the tragic news, Duan Muji's first instinct was to inform Su Qingfeng's guardians. Yet, upon reviewing the records, he discovered that Su Qingfeng was an orphan, leaving him to resort to invoking the honor of his parents as a means of moral coercion. 3 millennia ago, the progenitors of humanity departed from their ancestral star, carrying with them 3 divine artifacts, traversing the starry seas to establish roots in this realm, teeming with formidable beings. The various celestial races, including dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, harbor deep-seated animosity towards humanity. For thousands of years, the flames of war have not been extinguished, were it not for humanity's discovery of the secrets of awakening martial souls during the conflicts. They would likely have faced extinction long ago. The Tianyuan battlefield stands as the front line against the myriad races, a perilous slaughterhouse. Su Qingfeng's parents first forged their bond on the Tianyuan battlefield and ultimately perished together amidst the flames of war. Epitomizing heroism, Su Qingfeng holds profound admiration and nostalgia for his heroic parents, yet he refuses to alter his decision because of them. The choice of martial soul is mine alone and is unrelated to my family. Su Qingfeng replied with calm assurance, neither servile nor arrogant. Duan Muji was taken aback, finding this young man impervious to pressure, and felt his blood pressure rise. However, with the deputy director present, he dared not express his frustration openly. Let me ask you this. Prior to your awakening, was there any individual or force that misled, coerced, or pressured you into abandoning the high-star martial soul? Duan Muji pressed on, his patience wearing thin. No, Su Qingfeng replied. Are you dissatisfied with the school, the teachers, or any policies or personnel from the Lingzhou Education Bureau? At this question, Wu Tian, who was listening, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, if Su Qingfeng harbored any ill intentions and mentioned his name, it would spell trouble for him. What troubled Wu Tian most was that Su Qingfeng, at this juncture, cast a glance in his direction. Just as Wu Tian was drenched in perspiration, Su Qingfeng shook his head, responding truthfully, no. Before the awakening ceremony, although Wu Tian had appeared somewhat self-serving, he was overall a competent teacher. Su Qingfeng had no intention of deliberately entangling him in trouble. Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's response, Duan Muji's expression soured. If Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul was indeed his own volition, then the principal would likely bear the brunt of the leadership responsibilities. Just then, the previously silent deputy director Liu spoke up, Su Qingfeng, if given the opportunity to choose anew, would you still maintain your current choice? Deputy Director Liu, originally named Liu Hui, was a six-star Soul Master. He had languished in his role as deputy director for over a decade, and if he failed to secure a promotion this year, his career would be at an end. Unfortunately for him, the rival who oversaw Lingzhou No. 1 High School had this year celebrated significant successes, awakening two 9-star Divine Martial Souls. In previous years, both schools had produced high-star Soul Masters in roughly equal measure. But now, while his opponent was reaping rewards, he was left with nothing. If it were merely a matter of poor enrollment, Liu Hui would not feel such frustration. Yet, Lingzhou No. 2 High School was clearly supposed to have produced a 9-star Soul Master, but instead faced this setback. How could Liu Hui tolerate such a situation? Su Qingfeng's reckless defiance had infringed upon Liu Hui's core interests. Nevertheless, having held a leadership position for an extended period, Liu Hui maintained a commendable level of composure. Even though he felt considerable displeasure towards Su Qingfeng, he did not overtly express it. He'll choose a martial soul anew. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by this proposition. Typically, once a martial soul has been awakened, one cannot revert their choice. The star grade of the initially awakened martial soul largely determines the fate of a soul master for their lifetime. However, exceptions do exist. If Su Qingfeng were willing to relinquish the great sage, martial soul, and accept Liu Hui's assistance, he still had a chance for a second awakening. Yet, such a decision would entail incurring a significant debt of gratitude. In addition to the heavy price of severing ties with his current martial soul, whether he could reactivate the 9-star Divine Martial Soul would be a matter of luck. Both Duan Muji and Wu Tian were astonished by Liu Hui's suggestion, fully aware of the substantial cost associated with assisting Su Qingfeng in a second awakening. The minimum expenditure could exceed 100 million. Liu Hui's willingness to make such a proposal suggested he was in dire need of the political capital that a 9-star Divine Martial Soul would provide. They both hoped this young man would not be ungrateful. Duan Muji and Wu Tian exchanged anxious glances on behalf of Su Qingfeng. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Qingfeng ultimately shook his head. He had no reason to abandon the great sage martial soul. Are you unwilling? Do you not realize that awakening a martial soul of 8 stars or above grants direct job assignments, exemption from military service, tax reductions, and guaranteed admission to the top universities such as the capital's Martial University and Starry Sky Martial University? Liu Hui frowned slightly, believing he had been more than generous towards Su Qingfeng. This young man was utterly resistant to persuasion. You need not say more. I will not change my mind, Su Qingfeng stated resolutely. Stubborn and unyielding, like mud that cannot be molded. Liu Hui's patience finally frayed, and he turned to glare at Duan Muji, coldly mocking, Principal Duan, is this the exemplary student you have nurtured? Director Liu? Duan Muji attempted to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Liu Hui shot a disdainful glance at Wu Tian before sweeping out of the room. After a long silence, the office was filled with Duan Muji's deep sigh. He felt that he had been incredibly unfortunate. Yet after the dust settled, he found little reason to continue blaming Su Qingfeng. Principal Duan, Wu Tian sought to express his concern. Leave, all of you. Just go. Duan Muji slumped in his chair, waving his hand dismissively at Wu Tian and Su Qingfeng. Seeing this, Wu Tian had no choice but to escort Su Qingfeng out. Upon exiting the administrative building, Wu Tian cast a complex glance at Su Qingfeng and said, Su Qingfeng, I do not know what prompted your decision, but I wish to convey this. When young, one often believes oneself to be special, a unique existence in the world. Perhaps the unknown martial soul you chose possesses its own distinct qualities. Yet prejudice is a towering mountain. Regardless of your future achievements, people will only remember the foolishness of your actions today. One day, you will deeply regret your choice made today. As Wu Tian concluded. He appeared to age several years in an instant, his vitality drained. He expressed this not only as a warning but also out of gratitude for Su Qingfeng's earlier mercy. Had Su Qingfeng mentioned his name in front of Deputy Director Liu, Wu Tian would have faced a plethora of troubles. Listening to his homeroom teacher's heartfelt admonition, Su Qingfeng remained unperturbed. Regret? Absolutely not. Moving mountains is no daunting task for the great sage. After bidding farewell, Su Qingfeng stepped out of the administrative building only to encounter a familiar figure approaching him. Brother Feng, news of your relinquishment of the 9-star Divine Martial Soul has gone viral online. It's all the rage. Chapter 003. Online Mockery. The young man who called out to Su Qingfeng was Luo Ping, his deskmate. Luo Ping was tall and stout, with a simple demeanor, and maintained a good relationship with Su Qingfeng. He was among the few who had not ridiculed Su Qingfeng for his perceived decline. Luo Ping appeared rather anxious and, upon meeting Su Qingfeng, eagerly thrust his phone into his hands. Su Qingfeng instinctively accepted the phone and glanced at the screen, which was playing a video. The title read, "Is the 9-star divine martial soul really impressive?" Su Qingfeng, simply refused to choose it just playing around. The video statistics displayed 1.08 million likes, 40 million views, and 3 million comments. As time passed, these figures continued to soar. Just as Luo Ping had said, someone had filmed his participation in the awakening ceremony and posted it on a short video platform, making it the hottest trending content. Su Qingfeng did not even need to open the comments section to see numerous highly upvoted remarks flashing by. Is this staged? I refuse to believe anyone would be foolish enough to forego the 9-star divine martial soul for a trash unknown martial soul. Unless he is out of his mind. I mean, really, truly insane? Totally fake. A genius who can activate the 9-star divine martial soul could never simultaneously awaken a worthless unknown martial soul. Unless that unknown martial soul is extraordinarily unique. Even so, I would never be foolish enough to choose it. Selecting the 9-star martial soul is a guaranteed path to success. Lingzhou No. 2 High School, ISNT. That just a subordinate of Lingzhou No. 1 High School? This year, not a single 9-star soul master emerged, resorting to fake videos to salvage their dignity. Huh? Hilarious. If my son dared to act so foolishly. You needn't lift a finger. I'd personally break his legs, haha. It is abundantly clear that the majority of the comments are far from friendly, causing Su Qingfeng to frown deeply. Though he possesses a decent level of mental resilience, he is not fond of being exposed online, only to face collective harassment from millions. Who could have uploaded this video to the internet? Su Qingfeng glanced at Luo Ping. I have no idea, Luo Ping replied, shaking his head, and added in a teasing tone. After this video went viral, dozens of others featuring different angles have been released, garnering significant attention. This matter cannot be suppressed in due time. It's likely that hundreds of billions of people across the Human Alliance's resource planets will be aware of it. Su Qingfeng felt rather speechless. He had never anticipated that he would suddenly become an internet sensation in such a manner. Should he find himself struggling in the future, he could always consider becoming an internet celebrity, albeit in a controversial sense. After all, a few jibes from others wouldn't cost him anything. Su Qingfeng returned his phone to Luo Ping, his demeanor remarkably nonchalant. This ISNT, just a few jabs. It's millions of them. Luo Ping admired Su Qingfeng's mental fortitude. If it were him facing such online harassment, he would undoubtedly struggle to remain composed. What are you planning to do next? Brother Feng, are you going to attempt the trials in the Tower of Heaven? I have awakened a 5-star martial soul, the Golden Bull. How about we team up and explore the battlefield of other realms? Luo Ping proposed. The Tower of Heaven is one of the 3 great artifacts brought from the ancestral star of humanity. It exists as a realm unto itself, boundless in space and filled with endless possibilities. For soul masters, the Tower of Heaven offers 3 highly practical functions. Firstly, it can scan the physical bodies of human soul masters, generating a data panel that aids them in identifying and rectifying deficiencies. Secondly, the tower generates a secret realm filled with alien enemies and monsters, assisting soul masters in honing their soul skills and enhancing their martial soul compatibility. Thirdly, the tower can directly transport soul masters to the battlefield of other realms for practical training and has the capability to urgently return them when in danger. Additionally, the tower is equipped with a quantum communication system that ensures real-time communication for humanity, and it serves as the database for the Human Alliance, documenting everyone's military achievements, household registration, financial information, and personal records, making it extraordinarily powerful. Every public high school and institution of higher learning in humanity has established an entrance to the Tower of Heaven. This is also why it is challenging for soul masters to rapidly grow beyond the traditional educational system. And Su Qingfeng is no exception. He indeed intends to enter the realm within the Tower of Heaven to examine his attribute panel and test the power of his soul skill. Heavenly law and earthly phenomena. Luo Ping's invitation to team up is a gesture of goodwill. It seems he is concerned that he may have chosen an unknown martial soul and lacks the ability to fend for himself. Wishing to accompany Su Qingfeng through the vulnerable early stages, Su Qingfeng felt a touch of gratitude but chose to decline. You are a 5-star soul master and can certainly practice alone in the secret realm to enhance your martial soul compatibility. There's no need to team up with me. I'm just worried about lacking experience on my first entry into the Tower of Heaven, so I thought we could look out for each other. Brother Feng, Luo Ping retorted playfully. I appreciate the sentiment. Su Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, departing with a carefree demeanor. I'm not as fragile as you think. I'll be on my way. Let us keep in touch. Luo Ping's expression turned slightly awkward, unsure of what to say, and could only watch as Su Qingfeng walked away. The entrance to the Tower of Heaven at Lingzhou No. 2 High School is located at the very center of the Soul Master Training Hall. Consisting of a small teleportation array approximately 10 meters in diameter, as a high school student, Su Qingfeng is granted 5 opportunities each week to enter the Tower of Heaven for free after awakening his martial soul. Once these free attempts are exhausted, entering the tower again would require a fee of 10,000 star coins. 10,000 star coins could purchase 5,000 jin of rice, which is no small sum. Su Qingfeng's assets, aside from his parents' house, consist solely of 2 compensation payments, totaling around 2 million, making him reluctant to waste money on personal teleportation. However, the 5 free attempts each week are generally sufficient. As the Tower of Heaven does not hastily expel individuals, one can linger for a bit longer each time. To access the Tower of Heaven, students must swipe their student cards and gather 100 individuals for a collective teleportation. Upon reaching the teleportation array, Su Qingfeng was halted by a patrolling administrator who directed him to the counter to swipe his card. Su Qingfeng produced his student card and swiped it on the card reader at the counter. Ding! Class 3, Year 3, Su Qingfeng, free teleportation granted. The intelligent card reader announced clearly, instantly making Su Qingfeng the center of attention. Numerous staff members, along with dozens of students waiting in line for teleportation, turned to look at him. So, that is Su Qingfeng. He is quite handsome, but it's a pity he seems a bit simple-minded, remarked a girl weighing around 200 pounds with a face full of disdain. Nearby boys, mistaking her words for the utterances of a celestial being, glanced over, nearly retching. They could not help but feel a sense of relief for Su Qingfeng. Although his hasty abandonment of the 9-star martial soul undoubtedly left him with a tarnished reputation, it also spared him from being pursued by such individuals, which could be considered a stroke of fortune. Su Qingfeng chose to ignore all the idle gossip. After all, one must maintain their dignity. And the confrontational nature of face-to-face remarks pales in comparison to the intensity of online harassment. Having witnessed the scorn of millions, Su Qingfeng had long since become indifferent to public opinion. Su Qingfeng, a gentle yet firm female voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he was met with the perfectly flawless visage of Nangong Liyue. Naturally, Nangong Liyue was a goddess-like figure, and after awakening her 9-tailed celestial fox martial soul, she exuded an additional allure, presenting a striking contrast of aloofness and charm. What a coincidence, Su Qingfeng exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. It's not mere coincidence. I specifically waited for you here. Nangong Liyue replied, shaking her head slightly before continuing. Shall we have a chat? Chapter 004. Investment or Sponsorship. Upon seeing Nangong Liyue suddenly appear and initiate a conversation with Su Qingfeng, the previously judgmental girls fell silent. The revelation that Nangong Liyue had specifically waited for Su Qingfeng left them utterly speechless. They could hardly believe that someone as stunning as Nangong Liyue, who had awakened an 8-star martial soul and possessed such beauty, would willingly engage with Su Qingfeng. These two were seemingly from entirely different worlds. Wasn't it said that dragons do not associate with snakes? Nangong Liyue had no intention of explaining her thoughts to the onlookers. To many classmates, she was known for her cool demeanor and reticence. Even Su Qingfeng held a similar impression, which piqued his curiosity about what she wished to discuss, in his memories from before his transmigration. Su Qingfeng had been a privileged young man accustomed to the attention of various beautiful models. While he found Nangong Liyue exceptionally beautiful, it did not fluster him. Are we chatting here? Su Qingfeng inquired. Returning the question, that works too. Nangong Liyue nodded slightly. All right then, let us chat. After all, I have time to kill while waiting for the teleportation. Su Qingfeng replied casually. You know, I've always found it hard to accept your superiority. Nangong Liyue began, catching Su Qingfeng off guard. Before he could inquire further, she continued, during the unified examination before the awakening ceremony, you ranked first in literature, science, physical fitness, combat, weaponry, and tactical theory. I pride myself on being exceptional and disciplined. Yet I cannot fathom how I fell short of you. Su Qingfeng remained silent. The current version of himself in this world was indeed quite remarkable, having been a top scholar before reclaiming his memories as a transmigrator. It was entirely reasonable for Nangong Liyue to feel competitive. After all, she was also a high achiever with her own pride. You are now an 8-star soul master. You have already triumphed, Su Qingfeng said with a reassuring smile. After enduring the extensive online harassment, Su Qingfeng's mindset had become increasingly resilient. Even when confronted with Nangong Liyue's direct challenge, he remained unperturbed. However, Nangong Liyue did not share his sentiment, her expression devoid of any joy. No, I am still defeated, she murmured, biting her lips softly. You activated a 9-star divine martial soul. Even if you ultimately relinquish it, I still cannot compare to you. For Nangong Liyue, failing to awaken a 9-star divine martial soul felt like a devastating defeat, significantly impacting her confidence. She finally realized the qualitative disparity between herself and Su Qingfeng. You're being a bit stubborn about this. Su Qingfeng was at a loss for words. At that moment, the required group of 100 for the teleportation had gathered, signaling his departure. Su Qingfeng, I have one request of you. Prove to everyone that you are not inferior to any 9-star soul master. Only then will my defeat to you feel less painful. Nangong Liyue earnestly pressed a black card into Su Qingfeng's hand, her tone very serious. What is this? Su Qingfeng instinctively accepted the card. But by the time he looked up, Nangong Liyue had already turned to leave. He glanced at the card and saw the front emblazoned with golden text reading Nangong Merchant Association black card alongside a snow lotus emblem, while the back bore embossed text stating free spending limit, 50 million star coins. Su Qingfeng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had heard of the Nangong Merchant Association, a large trading firm in Xia Country specializing in the production of soul master weaponry and equipment. With a trade network spanning hundreds of resource planets, thousands of foreign battlefields, and the main battlefield of Tianyuan, boasting an annual revenue exceeding 10 trillion star coins. It was understandable that Nangong Liyue had connections to the Nangong Merchant Association, given the rarity of the surname. However, the significance of this black card with a limit of 50 million star coins left Su Qingfeng perplexed. Was this an investment in advance, or was it an offer of support? Su Qingfeng felt a tangle of emotions. He had always been the one providing financial assistance to women, yet this was the first time he found himself on the receiving end. He had the intent to seek clarity from Nangong Liyue, yet he realized he didn't even possess her phone number. Never mind, there was no need to dwell on it. Her casual generosity in handing over the card indicated that she was certainly not lacking that 50 million. He could return it to her when the opportunity arose. Su Qingfeng held great confidence in the potential of the great sage martial soul, and he was not perturbed by such trivial matters. For a soul master to rapidly grow stronger, it indeed necessitated a substantial investment of resources. This included not only weaponry and armor but also scrolls, medicinal pills, vehicles, and teleportation expenses. Even for a 9-star soul master, who could avail various preferential conditions, the investment of 50 million star coins from scratch to achieve 100% fusion with their martial soul was not considered excessive. Su Qingfeng was evidently not a 9-star soul master. Yet Nangong Liyue seemed unconcerned, as she casually produced 500 million. Before Su Qingfeng could ponder further, the teleportation array illuminated with brilliance. Attention all. The teleportation is about to commence. Next destination, the personal space of the Sky Tower. Standing in the center of the teleportation array, Su Qingfeng observed the magical formation beneath his feet suddenly radiate with light, and everything within his field of vision instantaneously shattered into fragments. Countless streams of light raced past, and he felt a distinct sense of weightlessness beneath him. When everything returned to normal, Su Qingfeng found himself in a small room imbued with a metallic essence. The room was not overly spacious, measuring merely around 30 square meters. Its layout was rectangular, furnished with a bed and simple living amenities such as a bathroom. The walls were composed of a shimmering silver-blue alloy, intricately engraved with various complex runes, through which faint glimmers could be seen, elusive and enigmatic. A transparent screen extended from one side of the bed. A gentle touch summoned an array of functional options, encompassing everything from environmental adjustments to item summoning. The bed, though appearing soft, was filled with intelligent gel that could automatically adjust its shape according to the user's body contours, providing optimal support. The table beside the bed seemed to float in midair, its surface capable of altering transparency, while concealed compartments lay beneath, easily accessible with a slight waved. A massive dynamic mural adorned the wall opposite, depicting the celestial transformations of the universe, with each star marked by its respective galactic designation. In one corner, a petite intelligent robot served as the room's custodian and steward, tasked with maintaining cleanliness and order. The bathroom door was a faint blue light curtain, and upon entering, all fixtures emanated a gentle glow. The mirror not only reflected one's appearance, but also displayed the health status of the room's occupant. This was Su Qingfeng's exclusive personal space within the Sky Tower. As the foremost artifact of the Human Alliance, the Sky Tower provided each citizen with such a sanctuary. Within this room, Su Qingfeng was assured absolute safety. The Sky Tower has automatically scanned your physical condition and is generating your personal attribute panel. Your personal attribute panel has been generated. Would you like to display it now? Yes, no. Two text dialog boxes appeared sequentially before Su Qingfeng. He selected yes and soon witnessed the content displayed on the room's wall shift. Name: Su Qingfeng, Martial Soul, Great Sage Monkey King, Unknown Star Level, Fusion Degree, 0.01 First Soul Skill, Divine Power Law of Heaven and Earth Effect. Upon activation, gain a colossal martial soul form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed consumption. All mana, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, none. Basic attributes: single arm pulling force, 2,400 kilograms, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 200 kilograms, reaction rate, 20, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, perception ability, 30, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, anomaly resistance, 100, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, life, 100, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, mana, 100, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, combat power level, 60, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. After perusing his attribute panel, Su Qingfeng fell into a profound silence. He was aware of his burgeoning strength, as the sensation of power enhancement was unmistakable. However, he had not anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. The combat power level determined physical strength. The higher the quality of the martial soul, the greater the upper limit of the combat power level. My martial soul fusion degree is merely 0.01. A combat power level of 60 implies that my upper limit is 600. 0.00. Even a 9-star soul master would not exceed a level limit of 10.000, would they? This disparity pertains solely to basic attributes. Excluding soul skills, my law of heaven and earth, divine power can utterly overshadow any 9-star soul master's soul skills. The great sage martial soul is indeed fearsome. Su Qingfeng was exhilarated. This sensation resembled discovering a rare treasure among what others would discard as worthless refuse. Having endured various mockeries, Su Qingfeng no longer harbored any desire to share his joy with others. He resolved to quietly amass wealth until the day he became truly invincible. After examining the attribute panel, Su Qingfeng was eager to experience the effects of the soul skill. Initially, he had intended to test it in a relatively safe trial space, but after reviewing his attributes, he altered his mind. Given my current combat power level, I can directly enter the foreign battlefield for practical training. First, I shall venture out to acquire some Soul Master-specific equipment. Chapter 005. The First Artifact of Humanity, the Sky Tower. Su Qingfeng exited his personal space, finding himself in a vast plaza covering over 100 square kilometers. This was the number 1 central plaza of the Sky Realm. The edges of the plaza were lined with shops selling various Soul Master supplies and services. The central area featured entrances to trial spaces corresponding to different combat power levels, as well as teleportation passages leading to major resource stars, foreign battlefields, and the abyssal battlefield. The plaza was teeming with people, resembling a gathering of hundreds of thousands. Above the plaza, massive holographic screens continuously broadcasted news and battle reports. Abyssal Battlefield Report. Today, the 9th Corps of the Salvation Army successfully captured Black Mountain City, occupied by the Stone Mountain Spirits, annihilating 160,000 enemies in a resounding victory. New resource star announcement. The Nangong Chamber of Commerce has invested 20 trillion star coins, hiring numerous high-star Soul Master mercenary groups to completely occupy the 10086 foreign battlefield and develop it into the 298th resource star of the Human Alliance. Currently open for business invitations, welcoming all major chambers of commerce to settle in. The Sky Tower truly deserves its reputation as the strongest artifact. Su Qingfeng could not help but exclaim. It was worth noting that there were at least 100,000 plazas of similar scale within the Sky Realm. When operating at full capacity, the Sky Tower could accommodate billions of people moving freely within the Sky Realm. If this were reality, it would undoubtedly be a marvel of infrastructure. At this moment, Su Qingfeng noticed the holographic screen above the plaza change abruptly, displaying a news report. Human Alliance News Flash. Today marks the official awakening day for the new cohort of Soul Masters. In the Lingzhou region of the Blue Star Xia country, a student has sparked widespread debate online for abandoning a 9-star divine martial soul in favor of an unknown martial soul. Su Qingfeng felt somewhat exasperated. He hadn't anticipated that this matter would make headlines. It would be difficult for anyone not to recognize him now. What a hassle! Su Qingfeng decided to ignore it. He surveyed his surroundings and entered a shop with an exceedingly lengthy name. One-stop weapon and equipment flagship store for Soul Masters of Combat Power levels 50-100. The Heartless Chamber of Commerce welcomes you. Hello, young sir. We are delighted to assist you. A sweet-faced young lady dressed in sales attire approached with a beaming smile. May I inquire what weaponry or equipment you are in need of? Our store offers a comprehensive range of hot and cold weapons, and we can also provide personalized customization based on your martial soul. Su Qingfeng promptly disregarded the notion of customization. Weaponry tailored to this combat power level would not come without a price tag of at least 500,000 star coins. He simply could not afford such exorbitance. I would like to see blunt weapons, preferably weighing around 500 jin, with the highest possible hardness and material. Having awakened the great sage martial soul, it was only natural that his weapon of choice would be a staff or club. Presently, although Su Qingfeng's single-arm pulling force reached an impressive 2,400 kg, considering endurance issues, a weapon was not necessarily better if it was heavier. In fact, a 500 jin club was somewhat on the heavier side. A decision made with the anticipation that his strength would rapidly enhance with the improvement of his martial soul fusion degree. The use of a weapon also required a period of adaptation. It was prudent to use one for an extended duration to save time costs. A 500 jin club. That is truly formidable. The salesgirl's eyes lit up, her lips curling into a honeyed smile. Your martial soul star level must be quite high. Su Qingfeng nodded without uttering a word. What fault lay with the young lady? She was merely eager to make a sale, upon learning of Su Qingfeng's requirements. The salesgirl swiftly consulted with the shop manager. Before long, she returned, pushing a long flat cart before her. Upon the cart, adorned with red silk, lay several clubs of varying colors, black, brass, and silver. Young sir, allow me to introduce these to you. The salesgirl parked the cart, pressed down on the brake, and pointed at the black club, explaining to Su Qingfeng. This one is made from interstellar meteorite iron, weighing 630 jin. Incredibly hard, priced at 3 million star coins. Wait a moment, how much? Su Qingfeng questioned in disbelief. Though the material of this club was commendable, the price was utterly outrageous. Interstellar meteorite iron cost that much? 5,000 star coins per jin. Su Qingfeng recalled that the market price for such material should be around 200 star coins per jin. It was important to note that Su Qingfeng was not shopping at the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, a black and hard meteorite rod priced at 3 million, which he cannot afford. The original price is indeed 3 million. If the young gentleman sincerely desires it, I can offer you the most substantial discount, the saleswoman said with a smile. What is the maximum discount? Su Qingfeng, feeling a flicker of hope, wondered if he might negotiate down the price of something tagged at 3 million to 5,000. Just as he had done in other shops, my personal discount limit is 95%. The saleswoman's smile remained unwavering. However, Su Qingfeng's heart sank in dismay. This was undoubtedly a black-hearted establishment. And what about the prices of the other two weapons? Su Qingfeng could not resist asking. The bronze one is crafted from fine brass, weighs 600 pounds, and is priced at 7 million. The silver one, made from Tianqing steel, weighs 550 pounds and costs 9 million. The saleswoman's smile gradually faded. She realized that this young man seemed to lack funds. What a wasted effort! Yet, she found it puzzling. Typically, a soul master reaching such a combat level would have saved some money over a year or two of training. Although the prices seemed exorbitant, How could he afford no weapon at all? Excuse me, Su Qingfeng said curtly as he turned to leave. Not only could he not afford such an amount, but even if he could, he would not be foolish enough to be taken advantage of. No wonder they called it the Black-Hearted Merchant Association. Their methods were indeed ruthless. Following this, Su Qingfeng visited several nearby weapon shops, only to find that all the staffs of pole-type weapons he sought were severely overpriced. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired with a friendly saleswoman about the situation, questioning why it seemed like everyone was conspiring to swindle him. The saleswoman candidly replied, "Young handsome, this is because the weapons you seek are made with exceptionally high-quality materials. If they were crafted as ordinary weapons and slightly packaged to increase their markup, they could potentially yield greater profits. Thus, these heavy weapons cannot be sold cheaply." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng finally understood. Initially, he had not wanted to shop at the Nangong Merchant Association, but it seemed he had no choice but to accept the rich lady's goodwill. Su Qingfeng sighed and wandered around the square for a few more laps before ultimately locating the Nangong Merchant Association flagship store number 1 in the area with the highest foot traffic. To Su Qingfeng's surprise, the store was not particularly crowded. "Hello, esteemed guest. What are you looking for? Weapons, equipment, or consumables?" A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached with a smile. "Let me see some weapons. Wait." Su Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then pulled out the black card given to him by Nangong Liyue and handed it over, inquiring, "Can I use this card?" Su Qingfeng did not wish to select a variety of items, only to discover he could not afford them. That would be exceedingly awkward. It was indeed wise to confirm in advance. "This card." The moment the bespectacled man saw the black card in Su Qingfeng's hand, his expression shifted dramatically from relaxed to respectful and humble. "Of course. You can use it. Please follow me to the VIP room, where we can discuss over tea." Chapter 006, Lavish Spending. Huang Teng is the deputy manager of the Nangong Merchant Association flagship store No. 1. Being a 2-star Soul Master, he knew he would likely never achieve glory on the battlefield, so he aspired to make a name for himself in business. Huang Teng was clever and perceptive, which facilitated his rapid advancement. He wished to climb higher but lacked the right opportunity to outcompete the current store manager. Now, Huang Teng believed his chance had arrived. From what he knew, the black cards issued by the Nangong Merchant Association usually had numerical identifiers. However, the one in his hand did not. This did not imply that the card was counterfeit. On the contrary, it was undeniably authentic. Only the personal black cards used by the president of the Nangong Merchant Association would lack such numbers. Consequently, Huang Teng's demeanor towards Su Qingfeng transformed into one of extraordinary warmth. Huang Teng understood that regardless of whether this handsome young man acquired the black card through merit or connections, it indicated he was no ordinary individual. Su Qingfeng was not surprised by Huang Teng's swift change in attitude. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous sales personnel adept at such transformations, especially female salespeople who would go from cold to warmly welcoming the moment they spotted him pulling out car keys. Following Huang Teng, Su Qingfeng entered the opulently decorated VIP room. After inquiring about Su Qingfeng's preferences, Huang Teng poured him a glass of soda and began to discuss his shopping needs. To demonstrate his seriousness, he even took out a pen and notepad, clearly intending to jot down notes as they talked. A set of pole-type weapons weighing around 500 pounds, a 60-level Soul Master's leather armor set, and various consumables. All in one package, Su Qingfeng casually stated. He relished this feeling, reminiscent of days gone by, where he merely needed to express his needs, and the service staff would take care of everything, even delivering items to his home. Su Qingfeng was also aware that the treatment he received was courtesy of Nangong Liyue's black card. This piqued his curiosity about the relationship between Nangong Liyue and the Nangong Merchant Association. Given her substantial background, why was she residing in a place as small as Lingzhou? Understood. Huang Teng observed Su Qingfeng's lack of inquiries about pricing and felt a thrill of excitement. This was evidently a young noble with an extraordinary background. If he could cultivate a good relationship with him, securing the position of store manager would only be a matter of time. The key was to ensure that this transaction went smoothly. "Please take a seat. I will arrange for the staff to prepare your items immediately." Huang Teng promptly picked up the intercom and contacted other staff members, who soon brought in several cabinets of varying sizes. As for weapons, I personally recommend this Tianlong rod forged primarily from Tianqing steel. It nearly meets your requirements, though it is somewhat heavy at 680 pounds. However, I have prepared this set of Feitian mouse leather armor for you. which enhances agility and mitigates the burden of the heavy weapon. Huang Tong showcased the carefully selected weapon and armor to Su Qingfeng. As for the other consumables, they were not the main focus. Since weapons pertained directly to his life, Su Qingfeng could not fully trust Huang Tong's assertions. He stepped forward, grasped the Tianlong rod with one hand, and lifted it effortlessly with a hum. The Tianlong rod sliced through the air, emitting a faint tremor as if a divine dragon were humming. Su Qingfeng realized that this weapon was surprisingly well suited to him. He had underestimated his own strength. The weapon seems adequate. What is its price? Su Qingfeng asked, refusing to let go of the weapon. His curiosity piqued. The original price of the Tianlong rod is 25 million star coins. But as a black card VIP of our association, you can enjoy a 30% discount, bringing the cost down to 7 million, Huang Ting explained with a smile. Tianqing steel is an alchemical product of the dwarves, exceedingly rare and highly valued based on weight. Thus, its strong strength naturally commands a high price, a 30% discount. Su Qingfeng was astonished by the substantial benefits afforded to black card VIPs at the Nangong Merchant Association. This discount effectively negated all the markup on the weapon. The Nangong Merchant Association was essentially befriending its black card VIPs at cost. I'll take this weapon. Su Qingfeng had come to terms with the situation. Having already accepted the favor from Nangong Liyue, he saw no reason to be miserly with himself. He decided to select the top-tier equipment. Su Qingfeng set down the Tianlong rod and then turned his gaze to the leather armor, quickly shaking his head. I want a set with stronger defense. Since the weapon felt right, there was no need for lightweight armor that merely enhanced agility. Understood. Huang Tong was not only unfazed by Su Qingfeng's request but rather excited. Soon, other staff members brought in a new set of leather armor. The armor was entirely black, its surface radiating a distinct fluorescence, clearly not an ordinary item. This is the Black Dragon leather armor. In addition to its strong protective capabilities, it also possesses high magical immunity, making it the most suitable choice for you, Huang Ting explained earnestly. Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. This was no ordinary gear but rather rare armor with special effects. Adult dragons are at least level 500 legendary beings and inherently possess magical immunity, making dragon hunting exceedingly difficult. The Black Dragon leather armor was evidently hard to come by. A soul master with a combat level exceeding 500 would not appear out of place wearing this armor. This level of equipment, aside from its high price, would have no significant drawbacks. What is its price? Su Qingfeng felt concerned that his limit of 50 million star coins might not suffice. The original price of the Black Dragon leather armor is 30 million star coins. But you can also enjoy a 30% discount, bringing it down to 9 million. Huang Ting said with a smile. Su Qingfeng felt relieved. It was at least within his psychological acceptance range. All right, I'll use this gear. Excellent. Huang Tong was thrilled and proceeded to recommend various battlefield essentials such as battle rations, healing potions, and restorative elixirs. Su Qingfeng spent an additional 1 million star coins on a substantial quantity of top-tier consumables. In total, Su Qingfeng's expenses for this shopping trip amounted to 17,500,000 star coins, a lavish expenditure indeed. Huang Tong had the staff pack all of Su Qingfeng's purchases, then handed him a small jade ring. Esteemed guest, this is a complimentary elementary shumi ring from our store. The interior of the ring has a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, allowing you to carry your weapons and equipment conveniently. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the shumi ring. A space-bearing shumi ring, even the most basic one, was worth at least 10 million star coins. To simply give one away was quite astonishing. Is the Nangong Chamber of Commerce being overly indulgent towards the black card VIPs? What Su Qingfeng was unaware of was that the shumi ring was not a genuine gift. Huang Ting, in an effort to ingratiate himself with Su Qingfeng, not only wielded his highest authority but also personally contributed a substantial sum of star coins to secure this lavish reward, which could only be obtained after expenditures exceeding 100 million star coins. This was also a reason why Su Qingfeng found the situation rather unreasonable. Fortunately, he possessed some understanding of the intricacies involved. Noticing Huang Tong's somewhat awkward expression, he realized that the other party had misunderstood his identity and was intentionally trying to flatter him. I am merely an ordinary person. This card was gifted to me by someone else, so please do not misplace your reverence. Su Qingfeng proactively reminded him. He was unsure of Huang Tong's intentions, but was certain that he would likely be of no assistance. The young man left a favorable impression on him, and Su Qingfeng did not wish to see him suffer significant losses. Dear guest, you jest? This is indeed a gift. Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's explanation, the unnatural expression on Huang Teng's face vanished entirely. His earlier actions were merely a ploy to elicit gratitude from Su Qingfeng. As for Su Qingfeng's claim of being an ordinary person? Huang Teng had little faith that any ordinary individual could receive such a prestigious black card. Very well, since you insist on giving, I shall graciously accept. Su Qingfeng accepted the Xumi ring, and following Huang Teng's guidance, he summoned a thread of magical power to activate the ring, effortlessly retrieving all the items on the ground. With the Xumi ring adorning his hand, Su Qingfeng exited the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce in high spirits. At that moment, Nangong Liyue, who was soaking in her bathtub at home, suddenly received a consumption notification. Your anonymous black card account has spent 17.5 million star coins at the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, with a remaining balance of 32.5 million star coins. Chapter 007. The 17173 Exotic Battlefield. Nangong Liyue felt a surge of delight upon learning that Su Qingfeng had utilized the black card for his expenditures. She had previously worried that his pride would prevent him from accepting help. After all, in her recollections, her old classmate was quite self-assured. The only thing that puzzled Nangong Liyue was the amount Su Qingfeng had spent. 17.5 million star coins. Soaking in the bathtub, she absently played with the bubbles before her, murmuring, considering the black card's 70 discount, the total expenditure exceeds 50 million star coins. This should be the price of a complete set of high-level equipment around combat power level 200. The more extraordinary the equipment, the higher the basic attributes required from the Soul Master. Has he already acquired such advanced gear right after awakening? Or perhaps he has purchased other precious items, such as the Xumi ring or teleportation scrolls? Regardless of the scenario, it at least indicates that he possesses considerable confidence in investing in himself. I was not mistaken. Su Qingfeng's martial soul is undoubtedly extraordinary. Nangong Liyue was indeed more curious about Su Qingfeng's purchase details. If she could access the detailed list of that expenditure, she could easily uncover more of Su Qingfeng's secrets. However, she would not act on this curiosity. Firstly, the Nangong Chamber of Commerce places great importance on the privacy of its VIP users. Even as the granddaughter of the president, she could not casually access such information. Secondly, her intention behind gifting the black card was to provide timely help to Su Qingfeng, not to pry into his private affairs. Were it not for the fact that the black card was linked to her phone, she would not have even wished to see that consumption message. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Liyue deleted the message. She did not want anyone in her family to see it and inadvertently cause trouble for Su Qingfeng. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the bathroom door. The next moment, a soft female voice called out from outside. Xiao Liyue, are you done? The ritual for enhancing your martial soul's star rank is ready. Don't miss the timing. I understand, mother. Nangong Liyue replied, rising from the bathtub, her flawless form exposed to the air. She truly lived up to her name. Her skin pale yet flushed, clear as glass, radiant as the full moon, resembling the most exquisite work of art. On the other side, after leaving the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Su Qingfeng headed directly towards the teleportation passage leading to the exotic battlefield. A virtual screen popped up with a text prompt. Please enter the number of the exotic battlefield you wish to teleport to, or select conditions to filter the target location. Lacking a specific destination, Su Qingfeng selected exotic battlefield suitable for soul masters with combat power levels between 50 and 100, then chose the first available teleportation location from the list. Clicked confirm and stepped into the teleportation passage. You are being teleported to exotic battlefield number 17173. The teleportation fee is 0. With a notification, Su Qingfeng felt the previously mundane teleportation passage suddenly envelop him in a myriad of shimmering lights. When he stood on solid ground again, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body. Upon sensing, he realized that his weight had at least double gravity. It seems the mass of this planet is quite substantial. The so-called exotic battlefield is essentially a high-value planet where the human alliance is still vying for sovereignty against the myriad races of the cosmos. If a battlefield like number 10086 is entirely under human control, it becomes a resource planet. Newcomer, step out of the teleportation array and come over to register your information. A somewhat brusque male voice called out. Su Qingfeng turned to see a stern man clad in armor, wielding a heavy sword and an automatic rifle, staring at him. Judging by the armor's design, he appeared to be a soldier of the Salvation Army. This was not surprising, as the vast majority of human bases in exotic battlefields are controlled by the Salvation Army. Only a few are dominated by commercial forces. As Su Qingfeng made his way outside, he observed his surroundings. He noted that the teleportation array was situated in a highland area, surrounded by steep and desolate mountains. With a cold, dry wind blowing at the summit of each peak, concealed lookout posts and bunkers were established, creating a tense atmosphere. It was evident that the situation in exotic battlefield number 17173 was quite perilous. This suited Su Qingfeng perfectly, as he did not wish to traverse light years to this planet only to find a lack of worthy adversaries. Approaching the soldier of the Salvation Army, Su Qingfeng followed his directions and completed the identity registration on a machine. Just graduated from the awakening ceremony, huh? The soldier looked at the information displayed on the machine with a hint of confusion. Compared to the countless cave dwellers occupying the vast majority of the plains, the Human Alliance's presence in exotic battlefield number 17173 seemed rather feeble. No, that is an understatement. In reality, the Human Alliance's situation in this exotic battlefield was quite dangerous. Should a sudden offensive arise from the cave dwellers' elite, the human forces on this planet could face annihilation. Such a perilous place is not a suitable destination for a high school outing. You've come to the wrong place. It's still not too late to turn back. The soldier of the Salvation Army blocked Su Qingfeng's path. His tone impatient. Su Qingfeng was taken aback that he was to be turned away upon his arrival at the exotic battlefield. Wasn't it reasonable that any soul master meeting the combat power requirements could freely enter? No, the man hadn't even inquired about his combat level. This was somewhat dismissive. Su Qingfeng certainly would not leave without a fight. However, he also wished to avoid conflict with the official forces right after arriving. Just as he pondered how to communicate with the soldier, a voice suddenly called out from an observation post overhead. Pei Xiaojun? Yes. The soldier in front of Su Qingfeng stood at attention. The captain wants you to bring the young man who just teleported to the observation post to see him. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the soldier's demeanor softened considerably as he turned to Su Qingfeng. Although he was unaware of why the captain wanted to meet Su Qingfeng, it at least indicated that Su Qingfeng was not an ordinary high school student. My apologies, it seems I misunderstood you. Our captain wishes to see you. Please follow me. While Pei Xiaojun's tone remained authoritative, it was considerably more amiable. Su Qingfeng, however, felt puzzled. This was his first time arriving on this planet. It was unlikely he would coincidentally encounter someone familiar. He wondered who this captain might be and why he had suddenly requested to see him. When Su Qingfeng expressed his curiosity, Pei Xiaojun did not provide a direct answer. I am a member of the garrison team specifically tasked with protecting the teleportation array. The captain is a 5-star soul master named Li Fuxing, rather amicable fellow, so you need not worry about him being difficult with you. As they spoke, the two ascended the stone steps to the main observation post of the teleportation garrison. Before they could enter, a competent-looking military man in his 30s, with slightly tan skin, stepped out with a smile and addressed Su Qingfeng. You must be Su Qingfeng, right? I saw your family background in the registration system and couldn't help but call you over for a chat. We'll have a brief conversation, and then I'll promptly arrange for your teleportation back to the Tongtian Tower. It won't take long. Chapter 008. Multi-Treasure Star. Lizardman. Upon hearing Li Fuxing mention sending him back, Su Qingfeng felt somewhat speechless. You are merely members of the garrison team overseeing the teleportation array. Could you not complicate matters? However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since Li Fuxing's demeanor was relatively friendly, Su Qingfeng was curious to see what he had in store. What does Captain Li wish to discuss with me? We shouldn't be acquainted, should we? Su Qingfeng inquired with curiosity. Certainly unacquainted, you are a denizen of the Blue Star. While my origins lie in an obscure corner of an uncharted resource planet, we are worlds apart. Li Fuxing chuckled amiably as he brewed tea. As the first life-bearing planet where humanity settled after crossing the starry seas. The Blue Star serves as the capital of the Human Alliance and the spiritual home for all. In an era where our ancestral home has faded into distant legend, the Blue Star has become a sanctum of sorts. Is it because my parents were once soldiers of the Salvation Army? Su Qingfeng speculated, pondering the possibility. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing's smile faded, and he nodded. Indeed, it is precisely because your parents were martyrs that I wish to meet you. Moreover, as their sole descendant, I do not wish for you to take unnecessary risks on this unfamiliar planet, lest their bloodline be extinguished. Beside them, Pei Xiaojun's expression shifted to one of gravity upon hearing these words. He had not previously seen the detailed identity information of Su Qingfeng, and it now dawned on him why his captain placed such importance on this young man. The Salvation Army boasts a vast structure. With active and reserve forces exceeding 1 billion, its personnel hail from various planets, making the composition exceedingly complex. Yet, all members of the Salvation Army share a unified value system, to fight for the future of humanity. This profound camaraderie among soldiers means that even if two are complete strangers, upon discovering that the other's family is in distress, they will find ways to assist. For orphans of heroes like Su Qingfeng, no matter where they go on foreign battlefields, they will receive special care, such as being forcibly repatriated. After realizing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. He had come to enhance his strength, not to languish in safety due to his status as a martyr's heir. I understand, and I appreciate your kindness, Captain Li. However, I must decline your arrangements. Should you insist on sending me away, I shall simply teleport to another battlefield. And at that point, I will not register my identity to avoid complications. Su Qingfeng boldly threatened. You must not act rashly. Li Fuxing was taken aback by Su Qingfeng's resolute stance and found himself momentarily at a loss. He thought it better to keep this young man on the 17173 battlefield under his watch than to send him to another battlefield where he might perish. Very well, since you are so adamant. You may stay. However, you must not wander freely. I will assign a team member to help you acclimate. Once you have experienced a genuine battle, you shall be on your way. Li Fuxing's tone turned somewhat brusque, perhaps revealing his true nature. Pei Xiaojun, this young man is in your charge. Remember, do not let him escape. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Li Fuxing barked. Understood. Pei Xiaojun responded readily, though inwardly he cursed his fate. He had unwittingly taken on a troublesome task. Had he known, he would have sought a brother to switch shifts today. Su Qingfeng, on the other hand, was not entirely pleased with Li Fuxing's insistence on assigning him a partner. But to avoid greater conflict, he decided to acquiesce for the time being, planning to find an opportunity to extricate himself from Pei Xiaojun later. After departing from the main guard post, Pei Xiaojun no longer wore a hostile expression towards Su Qingfeng. Being relatively young, he understood that Su Qingfeng likely harbored a poor impression of both him and Li Fuxing. To prevent this young man from slipping away at the slightest provocation, Pei Xiaojun took the initiative to soften his tone. You are here all alone? In this foreign battlefield, knowing nothing about it. Having a guide familiar with the circumstances will save you a significant amount of time. What do you think? Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated Pei Xiaojun would be unwilling to engage with him and was prepared for a confrontation. To his surprise, this fellow demonstrated such adaptability. I must admit, you make a valid point. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, Su Qingfeng saw no need for hostility. This planet has yet to receive an official name. But due to its rich mineral deposits, we have dubbed it Treasure Star. Treasure Star has a much greater density than Blue Star. Although its gravity is twice that of Blue Star, its size is comparable. The planet possesses little vegetation and liquid water, rendering it less than ideal for human habitation. This is the primary reason our forces have been unable to expand here. Our main adversaries on this planet are an intelligent race known as the Lizardmen. Despite the inclusion of the character for person in their name, we perceive them as monsters. The Lizardmen dwell underground, subsisting directly on minerals and having minimal requirements for moisture and oxygen. This planet serves as their optimal habitat. Male Lizardmen, while not exceptionally powerful, can reach lengths of 8 to 10 meters. Their skin is exceedingly tough, impervious to blades. They move with remarkable speed, capable of running at 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. And their claws are terrifying, easily penetrating armored vehicles. The most repugnant aspect is that to the Lizardmen, humans are considered a delicacy. As Pei Xiaojun recounted this, a flicker of sorrow and anger crossed his gaze, evidently recalling some distressing memories. Su Qingfeng refrained from immediate commentary, waiting for Pei Xiaojun to regain his composure before inquiring. Do we have only these outposts near the teleportation array as our base on this planet? Certainly not. Pei Xiaojun gestured toward a mountain path, explaining to Su Qingfeng. Walk about 5 kilometers along this path, and you will come across a basin. Within that basin lies the first fortress city established by humanity on this planet. Approximately 30,000 souls inhabit it. Aside from the 10,000 permanent soldiers of the Salvation Army, the rest are adventurers like yourself. However, most arrive in groups. It is rare for someone like you, who knows nothing and has come unprepared, to show up alone. Su Qingfeng shot Pei Xiaojun a glare. Very well, you are not a reckless fool. You are a valiant soul. Is that acceptable? Pei Xiaojun replied with a sheepish grin. I intend to head to that fortress city now, Su Qingfeng declared. Unwilling to waste any more time, I will accompany you. Pei Xiaojun added, silently contemplating that he would need to escort this young man back to report later. No need. Su Qingfeng shook his head, activating his storage ring to produce an array of weapons and gear, donning them on the spot. A storage ring? Pei Xiaojun was taken aback by this spectacle. It was only then that he realized he had underestimated Su Qingfeng from the very beginning. Chapter 009. Fortress City. Storage rings start at a minimum value of 10 million star coins, a sum beyond the means of ordinary soul masters. Moreover, many soul masters, even if they could afford such an amount, would not wish to squander it on mere convenience. Would it not be wiser to invest in several high-grade pieces of equipment for survival? Thus, storage rings are extraordinarily rare and special artifacts. Those who possess them are certainly not ordinary individuals. This also explained why Pei Xiaojun had not discerned the presence of a storage ring on Su Qingfeng earlier. The moment Su Qingfeng revealed the storage ring, Pei Xiaojun recognized that Su Qingfeng was no ordinary person. Even if he were merely a newly awakened high school student, he must have an impressive background. The surprises did not end there for Pei Xiaojun. When Su Qingfeng donned his armor and brandished the celestial dragon staff, Pei Xiaojun felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. High-grade dragon leather armor. Long weapon forged from high-purity celestial star steel in a single piece. This equipment must be worth at least 50 million. Good heavens! Captain Li did mention this young man was a martyr's heir. But whose heir possesses such wealth? I can't shake the feeling he is an impostor masquerading as a scion of privilege. Pei Xiaojun found himself utterly perplexed. Su Qingfeng, however, was oblivious to Pei Xiaojun's internal musings. As he held the celestial dragon staff, he could distinctly feel the resurgence of his formidable martial soul within. Various staff techniques and knowledge organically surfaced in his mind. Flowery staff, thrusting staff, standing staff, cleaving staff, blocking, sweeping wind staff, inching forward, and the phoenix-piercing flower staff technique. Su Qingfeng felt as if countless iterations of himself were diligently honing their staff techniques within his mind, and he merely had to reap the benefits. This is the advantage of awakening a powerful martial soul. Such fundamental martial skills require no additional training for Su Qingfeng. He could master and use them with ease. Even if he could currently only inherit 1/10,000th of the martial insights of the great sage's martial soul, it still represented a terrifying height that many could hardly hope to reach in a lifetime. Old Pei, do you think my current attire suffices for a trial on Treasure Star? Su Qingfeng, brandishing the staff with one hand, regarded Pei Xiaojun with a spirited smile. That is more than sufficient. Pei Xiaojun replied with a wry smile, nodding. Even our brigade leader might not possess equipment as fine as yours. He is, after all, a 7-star soul master with 100% martial soul fusion. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly. Therefore, I bid you farewell. Wait. Our captain instructed me to keep an eye on you. If you simply run off like this, I shall face at least 3 days of confinement. Let me accompany you. I promise not to impose upon you any further, Pei Xiaojun implored, his tone somewhat subdued. But I do not require your protection, Su Qingfeng clarified. That is precisely why I wish to accompany you. Consider it a vacation for myself, Pei Xiaojun asserted with conviction. Damn it, he makes a compelling argument. Su Qingfeng, seeing Pei Xiaojun's unwillingness to leave, chose to set down the celestial dragon staff. The double gravity of Treasure Star rendered the weapon particularly heavy, and his arms had grown fatigued. It was quite laborious to maintain a striking pose. After the two individuals completed their briefing, they officially formed a temporary team and set off on their journey. Not long after traversing the mountain path, Su Qingfeng beheld the fortress city located in the basin, as described by Pei Xiaojun. However, the so-called basin had long ceased to exist. What Su Qingfeng observed was merely a gently rising stone mountain. This entire stone formation served as the outer wall of the fortress city. While the city's walls may lack aesthetic appeal, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. The siege weapons employed by the lizardmen posed no threat to it whatsoever. Pei Xiaojun explained to Su Qingfeng with a hint of pride. Wait, you mean the lizardmen can use siege weapons? Su Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He had previously assumed from Pei Xiaojuan's descriptions that the lizardmen were mere monsters that fought using their bodies and claws. He was astonished to learn that they could also fabricate and employ siege weaponry. Indeed, haven't I always told you? The lizardmen are an intelligent species. Although they are characterized by their brutal, bloodthirsty, and reckless nature, and their intelligence does not match that of humans, they still possess their own civilization. They leave behind murals, have even developed rudimentary language and writing, and can mimic human speech. If not for their underdeveloped physical forms hindering their technological advancement, they would have completely dominated this planet long ago. Pei Xiaojuan's tone suddenly turned serious. I know you have plenty of resources, and your soul weapon level is undoubtedly high, but remember this. On the battlefield, one must never underestimate the enemy, regardless of the circumstances. Otherwise, you may find yourself dead in the next moment. As he uttered these words, a glimmer of sorrow and anger flickered in Pei Xiaojuan's eyes, as if recalling someone from his past. Thank you. I appreciate the advice, Su Qingfeng acknowledged, understanding that these were insights born from Pei Xiaojuan's experiences with life and death, and he would certainly heed them. He had always been a diligent student. At that moment, Su Qingfeng suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. I wish to know, who discovered this treasure star first, us or the lizardmen? Do they possess interstellar travel capabilities? Or were they originally the indigenous inhabitants of this planet? As he spoke, Su Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat awkward. You just want to ask if we are the invaders, don't you? Pei Xiaojun astutely discerned Su Qingfeng's true thoughts. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the frankness of the response, but he nodded in agreement. Remember, this is a brutal war of species. There is only victory and defeat, no notions of right or wrong. If given the choice, the myriad races of the cosmos would not hesitate to eradicate the entire human race. Our stance towards hostile alien races is no different. We refrain from action now only because we are unable to. Aside from a few alien civilizations that maintain a decent relationship with humanity, the annihilation of all other alien races is inconsequential. Only by accepting this mindset can you adapt to the harsh realities of the battlefield. Now, to return to your question. Without a doubt, we were the first to discover this planet, and we have been engaged in small-scale exploitation of its various mineral resources for over 1,000 years. However, 500 years ago, a more powerful hostile alien civilization began transporting lizardmen to this planet in an effort to drive humanity out. Currently, the lizardman population has surged to tens of millions, and the enemy's strategic objectives are nearing fruition. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed Pei Xiaojuan's gaze. As a soldier, he feared not sacrifice, but rather the impending failure that was all too visible. Is it not possible to employ technological weaponry? Su Qingfeng inquired tentatively. He was aware that the human alliance possessed strategic weapons far superior to those of Earth. A single strike on the lizardman's stronghold on Treasure Star could easily annihilate hundreds of thousands of them. It cannot be used, Pei Xiaojun replied succinctly. Although the technological level of the lizardmen is lacking, they are essentially the slave species of the three-eyed god race. The utilization of such devastating weaponry would be tantamount to revealing our hand to the three-eyed god race prematurely, which does not align with our strategic planning. Furthermore, the mineral resources on this planet are of low to mid-tier quality, rendering it unworthy of a significant allocation of strategic resources. Chapter 010. The Three-Eyed God Race. The Three-Eyed God Race? Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard this term before. In his school's course on the myriad races of the cosmos, a substantial section was dedicated to describing the characteristics of the three-eyed god race. Their appearance is somewhat reminiscent of humans, albeit slightly larger, with green skin and a vertical pupil located in the center of their foreheads. This vertical pupil not only grants the members of the three-eyed god race enhanced vision, but also enables them to emit laser attacks against their foes, making it exceedingly practical. While the individual strength of the three-eyed god race is not particularly formidable, their technological prowess is extraordinarily advanced, especially in the realm of biological technology. They can effortlessly modify biological entities and breed them into slave species. The lizardmen are likely one such creation. Centuries ago, humanity engaged in a fierce interstellar war with the three-eyed god race. At that time, the technological superiority of the three-eyed god race's fleet was evident. And in order to secure victory, humanity dispatched a multitude of high-ranking soul masters to conduct suicide attacks against the three-eyed god race's fleet. Ultimately, both sides suffered heavy losses and chose to temporarily disengage. In the ensuing long years, the three-eyed god race devoted themselves to undermining humanity's various developmental plans, including supporting humanity's enemies, sending spies to sabotage human resource planets, poisoning efforts, and even direct assassinations of powerful humans. The lizardmen on this treasure star were also cultivated by the three-eyed god race. Although their actions may yield little benefit, as long as they inflict losses upon humanity, they will continue their acts of sabotage. In summary, the three-eyed god race is undoubtedly a grave threat to humanity. These lizardmen have such a significant background. No wonder we find ourselves in such a passive position. Su Qingfeng silently resolved within himself that during this expedition to the battlefield, he must slay as many lizardmen as possible. Who could disagree? Pei Xiaojun offered a wry smile. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the fortress city. After verifying their identities and passing through two security gates, Su Qingfeng and Pei Xiaojun finally entered the city. Before them loomed a vast underground fortress. The ceiling, towering over 100 meters high, was adorned with numerous spotlights, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. Below, a dense array of shops and bustling patrons lent this unique, small city a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. The air was tinged with an unpleasant odor, prompting Su Qingfeng to lightly cover his nose as he stepped into the crowd, where the sounds of various calls and conversations filled the air. Freshly produced lizardmen heart shields for sale. Knowledgeable buyers come forth. Hunting teams for lizardmen, seeking a control-type soul master. Requirements: at least 5-star soul weapon. Combat level exceeding 150. Damn it. Yesterday I stumbled upon a massive raw star steel ore in the underground mine. Just as I was about to call someone to help carry it back, a passing squad of lizardmen soldiers snatched it away. I can't wait to deal with them. The Salvation Army is recruiting soldiers. Only a month's basic training is required before deployment, with excellent benefits. Come quickly. Although the city's environment was average, the atmosphere was surprisingly vibrant. Su Qingfeng sensed a surge of life. If you merely wish to experience the thrill of battling lizardmen, you can visit the fighting arena at the city center. For a fee of 100,000 star coins, the arena will allow you to select a lizardman for a one-on-one duel. After all, you're not short on funds, are you? Pei Xiaojun suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng understood. Since they were paying, the so-called duel was likely not genuine. The arena probably provided some elderly, weak, or infirm lizardmen for wealthy patrons lacking the courage to face the battlefield to relish the thrill of bloodshed. Frankly, such behavior was quite cruel, not to mention the cost. 100,000 star coins is no trivial sum. I'll go over there and see if there are any suitable tasks for me to take on. If I find an appropriate one, I'll head out of the city directly. Su Qingfeng indicated toward the nearby bounty hall. The bounty hall, also known as the task mediation hall, allows anyone to pay to post tasks for soul masters to assist with. Those who accept tasks are referred to as bounty hunters. Su Qingfeng was currently in need of funds, so he certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity to earn some extra money. I suspect as much, Pei Xiaojun remarked, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. His earlier suggestion was merely a test to see if Su Qingfeng had a penchant for bullying the weak. It was evident that Su Qingfeng did not possess such a perverse inclination. As they entered the bounty hall, a thin man in his 30s approached them with a forced smile. Pei Xiaojun? Making such a grand entrance, do you have any instructions? The thin man was Zhang Kuei, the manager of the bounty hall, and upon seeing Pei Xiaojun fully armed, he was concerned that an unforeseen emergency had arisen. Su Qingfeng noted the thin man's address of Pei Xiaojun and, recalling Pei Xiaojun's earlier authoritative demeanor, he realized that Pei Xiaojun was no ordinary person. Don't be tense, I'm just accompanying a friend to browse around. It's his first time on Treasure Star, Pei Xiaojun explained nonchalantly. I see. Zhang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to Su Qingfeng. Young man, are you here to post a task or claim a bounty task? I am the person in charge here. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Which task has the highest bounty at present? Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. Without hesitation, Zhang Kuei responded. That would be the task to assassinate the lizardman leader Mengdu of Ghost King Valley. With a bounty exceeding 20 million star coins, as long as one returns with the heart guard plates imbued with its unique essence, a bounty awaits. Upon hearing this task, Pei Xiaojun furrowed his brow slightly before explaining to Su Qingfeng. This mission is exceedingly perilous. The Ghost King Valley is the headquarters of the Lizardmen Army, where hundreds of thousands of them congregate. Mengdu possesses a combat power level exceeding 500. Tio claimed the head of a general amidst such a multitude is no trivial feat. Yet, Su Qingfeng seemed rather intrigued by the task. How far is the Ghost King Valley from here? At this question, both Pei Xiaojun and Zhang Kuei were taken aback. Is this young man truly considering undertaking such a mission? Just as their astonishment lingered, Su Qingfeng cheerfully remarked, I don't necessarily have to complete this task, but a trip to the Ghost King Valley could broaden my horizons, couldn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei and Pei Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief. Although such an endeavor remains fraught with danger, it is certainly preferable to a direct death sentence. The Ghost King Valley is not far. Merely about 10 kilometers away. One could reach it on foot in an hour. As long as one does not charge directly into the valley, there remains a chance of survival. Zhang Kuei briefly elucidated the general circumstances of the Ghost King Valley to Su Qingfeng. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingfeng also perused other bounty tasks located in the Ghost King Valley. One particular task caught his attention, requesting bounty hunters to retrieve relics of human warriors from a designated location. Su Qingfeng noted the coordinates, intending to accomplish this as well. After bidding farewell to Zhang Kuei, he set out from the city, determined to venture towards the Ghost King Valley. Tio, think you would truly act on your words? To proclaim a journey to the Ghost King Valley and actually embark upon it? Are you truly unafraid of death? Pei Xiaojun teased, a complex tone in his voice as he followed Su Qingfeng. If you're fearful, you may return to the garrison. I have not compelled you to accompany me, Su Qingfeng replied, retrieving his celestial dragon staff with a grin. Humph! Pei Xiaojun scoffed, choosing to dismiss the topic. Remember, from this moment forth, we may encounter lurking lizardmen adventurers or even entire lizardmen battalions at any time. Do not let your guard down. As Pei Xiaojun uttered these words, he witnessed Su Qingfeng suddenly leap into the air, charging towards a massive boulder by the roadside. In the next instant, Su Qingfeng swung his staff down. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. A colossal lizard man, cleverly concealed beside the boulder, had its skull shattered in an instant. Green blood splattering across the ground. What did you just say? Su Qingfeng turned to Pei Xiaojun, a smile gracing his face. That was a lizard man assassin known as the Infiltrator, highly skilled at concealing its form. Pei Xiaojun's complexion paled. You actually detected it? And dispatched it with a single blow. Chapter 011. Most people are blind to the obvious. Just moments ago, Su Qingfeng had vaguely heard the voice of the great sage exclaiming, There's a demonic aura. Then, he noticed the unusual protrusion of that boulder. Before he could ponder further, his body instinctively reacted, leaping high, staff in hand, and striking down with all his might. With a thunderous roar, a chunk of the rock shattered, spewing forth repulsive green fluids. Only then did the Infiltrator reveal its true form, morphing from an inconspicuous gray-brown stone into a 5 to 6 meter long, massive-headed green-skinned lizard. Su Qingfeng then understood that after awakening his martial soul, he had not only acquired the foundational attributes of the great sage martial soul, but also enhanced battlefield perception and combat instinct. This overwhelming sensation bore the intoxicating thrill of effortless progression. Akin to a violent beauty. It was exhilarating. The Infiltrator is a unique type of lizardman, possessing camouflage capabilities far superior to that of a chameleon. Although its combat abilities are average, its exceptional stealth makes it a prime candidate for scouts and assassins within the lizardmen army. The creature Su Qingfeng had slain was among the smaller males of the lizardman species. My strike, delivered with full force, could easily unleash over 10,000 pounds of power. This beast's combat power level was at most around 30. Unarmored and unprepared, it was destined to be obliterated by my strike. Su Qingfeng refrained from explaining how he had detected the lizard man, fearing it might startle Pei Xiaojun. Your martial soul star rating must be extraordinarily high, Pei Xiaojun asserted with conviction. This was rather evident, as Su Qingfeng was merely a recently awakened high school student. Even with his experiences in the mystic realm of the Tower of Heaven, his current performance seemed almost absurdly powerful. If Pei Xiaojun were to learn that Su Qingfeng had never even entered the mystic realm but had merely purchased equipment before coming to the foreign battlefield, he would likely be utterly astonished. What new soul master could possibly reach such heights? Heh, you are the second person to say that. Su Qingfeng chuckled. The first to commend his martial soul star rating was a pushy saleswoman from a black market shop. Otherwise, is there anyone who believes your martial soul is weak? If so, then it would imply that many are woefully blind. Pei Xiaojun laughed as well. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to speak again, he noticed a faint green light emanating from the corpse of the lizard man, soaring towards his forehead. The green light represented the soul power of the lizard man. Under normal circumstances, only those who had inflicted lethal damage to an enemy and were in proximity to the corpse could absorb such light. Soul power enhances martial soul fusion, enabling soul masters to grow stronger rapidly. For instance, at this moment, as the green light entered his forehead, Su Qingfeng felt a marked improvement in his fusion with the great sage martial soul, and the strength in his arms surged significantly. The celestial dragon staff, which had previously felt heavy due to increased gravity, suddenly became much lighter. He instinctively glanced at his martial soul information, discovering that the fusion degree had only slightly increased, 0.015. Killing a creature only raised my martial soul fusion degree by 0.005. These lizardmen souls are rather weak. Fortunately, the great sage martial soul is formidable enough. My one-arm pulling force has increased by at least 1,000 kilograms. Today, I aim to slay 200 lizardmen, pushing the martial soul fusion degree to 1 in my one-arm pulling force to break the 200-ton barrier. Su Qingfeng set a modest goal for himself and continued onward. Aren't you going to collect materials? The leather and heart guard plates of the lizardmen are excellent raw materials, worth at least 1,000 star coins. Pei Xiaojun prompted. If you want them, take them. I am off, Su Qingfeng replied, grasping his celestial dragon staff and advancing towards the Ghost King Valley. Collecting materials is too cumbersome. It wastes time and gets one dirty. Su Qingfeng dismissed the notion of this trivial money. Now that the grass has been shaken, it is crucial to eliminate more lizardmen. You're not waiting for me. How will I collect materials? Pei Xiaojun, eager to retrieve the most valuable heart guard plates, found himself compelled to follow Su Qingfeng, who was already moving ahead, unable to abandon the task for such matters. As they continued, Pei Xiaojun soon comprehended why Su Qingfeng chose not to gather materials from the fallen lizardmen. After trailing Su Qingfeng for some time, he observed how effortlessly Su Qingfeng could detect the hidden lizardman infiltrators by the roadside, each time dispatching them with a single, swift blow. Those lizardman infiltrators had not even realized they had been exposed before meeting their demise. Including travel time, Su Qingfeng had slain 7 lizardmen in less than half an hour. Had he been collecting materials, he would likely still be attending to the first lizardman's corpse. The efficiency was vastly different. What brings you here is not training. It's akin to a battlefield sweep, Pei Xiaojun remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Su Qingfeng's combat prowess was astounding. Each strike was decisive and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. Each move seemed like a demonstration of the most expedient methods of dispatching foes. Pei Xiaojun, knowing he could never achieve such feats, could only feel a mix of admiration and jealousy. What was most alarming was that Pei Xiaojun noticed, as time passed, Su Qingfeng's combat abilities were multiplying at an alarming rate. Initially, Pei Xiaojun felt he could deliver a blow of comparable strength. But as time went on, Su Qingfeng's strikes grew more formidable, each blow like the splitting of mountains, unstoppable. For instance, during Su Qingfeng's last strike against a lizardman infiltrator, the enemy was cleaved cleanly in half by the celestial dragon staff. Such a level of prowess was beyond Pei Xiaojun's imagination. He was nothing short of a humanoid monster. Pei Xiaojun pondered Su Qingfeng's rapid growth. Lao Pei, Su Qingfeng suddenly called out. Pei Xiaojun turned to face Su Qingfeng. As a local expert, I must ask you, is it normal for so many lizardman infiltrators to be lurking by the roadside? Su Qingfeng felt an unsettling density in the distribution of the lizardman infiltrators. Although their stealth capabilities are remarkably high, this area is under human control. With so many Savior Army soldiers and Soul Master adventurers coming and going daily, how could there still be so many enemy scouts left? Something seems amiss. Now that you mention it, that does seem rather abnormal. Pei Xiaojun, not entirely a novice in military matters, had merely been astonished by Su Qingfeng's performance moments ago and had not taken the time to reflect. Now, his expression grew serious. The infiltrators are considered rare special talents among the lizardmen. They typically wouldn't be dispatched in large numbers without significant operations. The sudden deployment of so many scouts by the lizardmen likely indicates an impending large-scale offensive. Pei Xiaojun produced a specialized communication device and continued. I must report this situation to the military regiment immediately. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, indicating for Pei Xiaojun to proceed as he wished. The continuous travel and combat had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Su Qingfeng decided to consume something to recuperate. He found a clean stone to sit upon, producing a bottle of stamina recovery potion from the Nangong Merchant Association and gulping it down. The stamina recovery potion is rich in various nutrients, capable of alleviating fatigue and staving off hunger, and aside from its high price, it possesses virtually no drawbacks. However, for Su Qingfeng, who was burdened with debts amounting to tens of millions, several thousand star coins for a single bottle of stamina-restoring potion is but a trifling sum. Not long after, Pei Xiaojun contacted his superiors and returned to Su Qingfeng's side, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your timely reminder earlier. If the intelligence reported this time proves to be of significant value, I will advocate for your commendation. Just a minor issue. We are approaching Ghost King Valley. Are you certain you wish to continue accompanying me?" Su Qingfeng regarded Pei Xiaojun with a serious expression, explaining earnestly, "In the event that we are surrounded by the Lizardmen army, I will be unable to protect you." Su Qingfeng, possessing the divine ability of heavenly law and earthly phenomena, had no real concerns about being encircled by the Lizardmen. His apprehension lay in the potential chaos of battle, where he might inadvertently harm Pei Xiaojun, leading to an even more awkward situation. "Should danger arise, I can escape, provided you do not follow," Su Qingfeng said with a smile. At that moment, his soul fusion rate had already ascended to 0.05, with a single arm pulling force exceeding 10,000 kilograms and a battle power level nearing 300, and it was rising rapidly. As long as he was not surrounded by thousands of lizardmen, he could dispatch foes as easily as cutting through grass. If encircled by the Lizardmen army, it would be time to test his first soul skill, heavenly law and earthly phenomena. "I shall return first, if the Lizardmen army shows any signs of movement. The primary target of their attack will undoubtedly be the teleportation array. I must ensure my comrades safeguard our position," Pei Xiaojun stated solemnly. "Very well, take care," Su Qingfeng replied as he watched Pei Xiaojun depart, feeling a weight in his heart. Although their acquaintance was brief and their bond not deep, the thought that Pei Xiaojun might soon be killed or even devoured by lizardmen ignited a smoldering fury within Su Qingfeng. Since it was the lizardmen who had provoked this wrath, he would extinguish it with their lives. Su Qingfeng tightened his grip on the heavenly dragon staff and resolutely set forth. In a short while, he found himself traversing the front lines of battle between humanity and lizardmen. As he walked, he could hear the thunderous explosions of firearms, the clashing of cold steel, and the lamentations of wounded lizardmen echoing from various directions. In most instances, humanity dominated the lizardmen in combat, displaying an overwhelming superiority. However, when human soul masters were defeated, they often met a gruesome fate at the hands of the lizardmen, leaving no remains behind. This planet was remarkably conducive to the survival and proliferation of lizardmen, leading to an ever-expanding demographic advantage. Humanity now faced the embarrassing predicament of an increasingly large lizardmen army. Moreover, the lizardmen were learning during battle, their overall combat strength gradually improving. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. After scanning his surroundings and confirming there were no isolated humans in need of assistance, Su Qingfeng pressed onward, heading straight for the lizardmen's stronghold in Ghost King Valley. As its name suggests, Ghost King Valley is a ravine. This valley was not a natural formation. It was originally a deserted mine left by humanity after extracting precious ores on the planet Duobao. Subsequently, the lizardmen occupied the abandoned mine, voraciously consuming the minerals, expanding the mine's reach, and ultimately altering the terrain to create this massive, partially sunken valley. Within this valley resided nearly 500,000 lizardmen, resembling a den of ghosts. Hence the name Ghost King Valley. In contrast, humanity's total military presence on this planet was a mere 10,000 troops, far too small. Su Qingfeng advanced several kilometers further, dispatching any lurking lizardmen he encountered with a single strike of his staff. This reckless advance finally drew the attention of the lizardmen army. Upon emerging from a thicket, he discovered that a trap had been laid before him. Hundreds of lizardmen archers stood ready, bows drawn and aimed directly at him. Flanking him were over 300 lizardmen warriors clad in full armor, and more lizardmen were rushing in from the rear to encircle him. A pincer attack, an ambush from all sides, under normal circumstances. Even the commander of the local Salvation Army might feel a chill of apprehension in the face of such a formation. Yet, Su Qingfeng felt otherwise. In that moment, he sensed the exhilaration of his great sage martial spirit. As if it were roaring in triumph, his hands, gripping the heavenly dragon staff, trembled with excitement. Finally, a worthy adversary had arrived. Lowly humans, how dare you slaughter my divine kin's scouts? You shall pay dearly for this. Boomed a colossal lizardman leader, measuring 8 or 9 meters in length and resembling a freight truck, as he shouted in broken human common tongue. To think that a slave species, even lesser than the lowliest rat, dares to call themselves divine. How utterly absurd. A smirk of disdain curled at Su Qingfeng's lips as he forcefully thrust the heavenly dragon staff into the ground, causing the earth to crack. In the next instant, he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, charging directly at the massive lizard-man. Fire! The enormous lizard-man, taken aback by Su Qingfeng's audacity to charge while surrounded, furiously commanded his subordinates to attack. Hundreds of arrows rained down upon the airborne Su Qingfeng, enveloping him entirely. Kill! With a furious roar from Su Qingfeng, a towering apparition of the great sage, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden staff, manifested behind him. When a soul master unleashes their full power in resonance with their martial spirit, such an apparition emerges. The moment the great sage's spirit appeared, Su Qingfeng's movements became almost supernatural, effortlessly dodging through the hail of arrows, leaving the lizardmen awestruck. This human was indeed the embodiment of a celestial being. Quickly, charge! We have the numbers. Slay him! The giant lizard-man, now thoroughly panicked, commanded his troops to charge while attempting to retreat. Shielding the other lizard-men with his own body, the lizard-man warriors, evidently lacking in intelligence, misinterpreted the giant's words about their numerical superiority as a rallying cry, and they charged recklessly towards Su Qingfeng. Come on! Upon landing in the midst of the most concentrated gathering of lizardmen, Su Qingfeng unleashed a sweeping strike, the force of his staff howling as he became the epicenter of destruction. In an instant, dozens of lizardmen were severed in half by the might of the heavenly dragon staff. Green ichor sprang forth, while dying lizardmen let out horrendous wails. By the heavens! The giant lizardman cursed in terror. Losing all courage to command his subordinates to charge forward, he fell silent and turned to flee. Su Qingfeng, however, had no intention of letting him escape easily, though still heavily surrounded by hundreds of lizardmen. The demise of the first batch allowed the great sage's spirit to absorb their soul power, causing Su Qingfeng's soul fusion rate to soar to 0.2, while his single-arm pulling force surpassed 40,000 kilograms and his battle power level breached the 1,000 mark. The lizardmen were utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Such rapid growth did not faze Su Qingfeng. After all, the great sage had perfected the supreme celestial technique in just a few short years. Daring to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, this was merely normal development. You shall not escape. With a mighty thrust of his staff, Su Qingfeng carved a path through the encirclement, merging with the golden great sage apparition. And in an instant, he stood before the colossal lizard-man. I bestow upon you a strike that cleaves Mount Hua. The giant lizard-man, taken aback by Su Qingfeng's swift approach, found himself unable to even utter a plea for mercy before his skull was shattered by a single blow. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, in that instant, he contributed his strongest soul power, elevating Su Qingfeng's soul fusion rate from 0.2 to 0.3, while his single-arm pulling force surged beyond 60,000 kilograms. This outcome caught Su Qingfeng off guard. Having perceived the giant lizard-man as a coward, he had not anticipated that even a weakling could possess some utility. Observing the giant lizardman's instantaneous demise, the remaining lizardmen were paralyzed with fear. Scattering in all directions, Su Qingfeng seized the opportunity to pursue, wielding the heavenly dragon staff to annihilate the majority of fleeing lizardmen. Yet, despite his prowess, he lacked the mastery of techniques such as the doppelganger or somersault cloud, allowing some to slip through his grasp. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng's efforts resulted in the slaughter of nearly 400 lizardmen, boosting his soul fusion rate to 1.1 and single-arm pulling force beyond 220,000 kilograms, an impressive harvest. However, this result diverged from Su Qingfeng's expectations. Based on his estimation of a 0.5 increase in soul fusion per lizardman slain, he had anticipated reaching 2 directly. Yet, the reality was that after surpassing 1 in his soul fusion rate, The soul power of these lizardmen became increasingly ineffective in providing further enhancement. Witnessing this trend, Su Qingfeng recalled a gaming term. Experience decayed. As the Soul Master's soul fusion rate ascends through each stage, the required soul power increases dramatically. For instance, progressing from 0 to 1 might necessitate the defeat of 200 lizardmen, while advancing from 1 to 2 could require slaying over 2,000. Consequently, the value of each individual lizardman's soul power had diminished to a mere tenth of its original worth. When monsters are of a lower level, the experience gain diminishes, a concept that is easily comprehensible to gamers. Continuously slaying low-level lizardmen offers no chance to recapture the glory of the great sage's martial spirit. My current battle power level is estimated to have surpassed 6,000. Relentlessly preying on weak foes has indeed become quite tedious. Next, I shall boldly venture into the Valley of the Ghost King. Test my soul skills and conclude today's combat. Su Qingfeng brushed off the grime that clung to him and consumed a few bottles of stamina-restoring potions before pressing onward. Little did he know, this brief skirmish with the Lizardman forces had sent shockwaves through both the human and Lizardman realms. Time rewinds to 3 minutes prior. Duan Feng, the commander of the Vanguard Brigade of the Human Salvation Army, received a report from scouts. Large-scale traces of Lizardman troop activity detected near the Ghost Shadow Forest. Enemy numbers exceed 500. Suspected that human adventurers have unwittingly wandered into a perilous area and are now surrounded. These adventurers truly have a knack for landing us in trouble. Upon seeing the intelligence report, Duan Feng furrowed his brow immediately. The Ghost Shadow Forest is but a stone's throw from the Valley of the Ghost King. Human adventurers surrounded in that location are essentially beyond rescue. Yet, the Salvation Army has a duty to fulfill. Witnessing the plight of the human race, one cannot simply stand idly by. Though rescue seems impossible, one cannot merely watch. Reluctantly, Duan Feng ordered the nearby human scouts. Continue to investigate the situation in the Ghost Shadow Forest and rescue our endangered compatriots when the opportunity arises. Duan Feng understood that this order was essentially a gesture of doing one's best while leaving the rest to fate. The surrounded human adventurers were highly unlikely to survive. Furthermore, he did not wish for the precious scouts of the Salvation Army to perish on such a futile mission. Thus, he refrained from insisting that his subordinates must retrieve the humans. The unspoken implication was for the scouts nearby to assess the situation and, if conditions permitted, to collect any belongings left behind. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, within less than 2 minutes, the scouts returned with the latest battle report. Commander, the Lizardman forces in the Ghost Shadow Forest have been annihilated. It appears a powerful human warrior passed by and effortlessly resolved the situation. Duan Feng was taken aback. A military force of 400 to 500 elite lizardmen had been completely exterminated in such a brief span? Was this some kind of jest? He began to doubt the authenticity of the report. Yet soon, Duan Feng received corroborating intelligence from other channels, confirming that the nearly 500-strong Lizardman army had indeed been obliterated in just 2 minutes. And the enemy faced by the Lizardmen seemed to be a solitary human? Duan Feng was astonished. Which 9-star Soul Master had traversed through the Treasure Star? Realizing this, Duan Feng decisively ordered more scouts to head towards the Valley of the Ghost King. Sensing that significant changes were afoot in that direction, the humans rejoiced at the news, while the Lizardman army in the Valley of the Ghost King was far less jubilant. Leader, we have a dire situation. Our elite vanguard of 500 has been vanquished by despicable humans. In the Valley of the Ghost King, the Lizardman army's leader, Mengtuo, was dining when he suddenly heard this grim news, causing his countenance to turn ashen. What is the meaning of this? Mengtuo furiously hurled the food in his hand at a subordinate. Our forces have nearly been wiped out. According to the brother who escaped, they were attacked by a single human. The subordinate replied in trepidation. "1 human?" Mengtuo expressed disbelief. Are they all worthless? Unable to defeat a single foe? Leader, that human is exceedingly powerful. He is likely a formidable 9-star Soul Master. The subordinate stammered. Mengtuo's heart sank. If the opponent truly was a 9-star Soul Master, the situation would be troublesome. He had initially intended to mobilize troops for a surprise attack on the Salvation Army's encampment, but now that the enemy had reached the Valley of the Ghost King, those plans would have to be shelved. Relay my orders. The vanguard must mobilize completely. We shall expend lives to wear down that human Soul Master. Without a second thought, Mengtuo issued the command to sacrifice pawns for the sake of the king. The vanguard boasted nearly 200,000 elite lizardmen warriors. As long as they performed normally, overwhelming a 9-star soul master should be feasible. As for Mengtuo, being the chief strategist of the army, his priority was to avoid danger. Retreat into an underground pit and await the outcome before determining the next course of action. Upon receiving the orders, the Lizardman army sprang into action. Nearly 200,000 lizardmen surged forth from the Valley of the Ghost King like a tidal wave. Chaotically assembling, creating a breathtaking spectacle, Su Qingfeng, standing atop a high mountain overlooking the valley, beheld this terrifying scene. The term over 10,000 paled in comparison. What lay below was a gathering of 200,000 lizardmen, each larger than the last. Su Qingfeng likened the sight to a sea of writhing maggots, a truly repugnant view. With a sigh, Su Qingfeng retrieved his phone from his pocket, found the right angle, and activated the camera. Previously, when he had abandoned the 9-star martial spirit, the resulting video had gone viral, yet he had earned not a single cent from it. This time, Su Qingfeng had learned his lesson. Before testing his celestial abilities, he would film the event and anonymously upload it online for some extra cash. Once everything was set, Su Qingfeng grasped the heavenly dragon staff and leaped from the cliff's edge, diving straight into the multitude of lizardmen below. With a current martial spirit fusion degree of 1.1, a one-arm pulling force of 220 tons, and a physique as robust as a Kryptonian, his battle power level exceeding 6,000 meant that even without any cushioning, a fall from several thousand meters would not injure him. However, the situation below was far from simple. The Lizardman army quickly detected Su Qingfeng's descent and promptly commanded their ranged units to launch an assault. As Su Qingfeng plummeted, thousands of arrows and spells were already hurtling towards him from below. The sheer density of this barrage left no room for evasion. While Su Qingfeng's current physique would prevent any harm from such ranged attacks, how could he allow the majesty of the great sage to be undermined by even the slightest injury? First soul skill, celestial manipulation, activating. Su Qingfeng silently chanted, and in the next instant, the ethereal image of the great sage martial spirit manifested behind him, rapidly solidifying and expanding in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a colossal figure towering 10,000 feet, with a head reminiscent of Mount Tai, a waist akin to a steep mountain, eyes like lightning, a mouth like a blood basin, and teeth like swords. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this giant bore a striking resemblance to a stone ape. Below, countless lizardmen warriors were paralyzed with fear at the sight of this awe-inspiring spectacle. Chapter 014. First Soul Skill, Celestial Manipulation. Su Qingfeng successfully unleashed the celestial manipulation technique. The overwhelming sense of power made him feel as though he was wielding dominion over an entire world. Su Qingfeng sensed that with a single punch, he could shatter a mountain 1,000 meters high, and with a single step, he could drain a vast lake. Such unparalleled strength would compel even deities to yield. Su Qingfeng had anticipated feeling exhilarated, but unexpectedly, he found himself remarkably calm, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to make the most of this 10-minute transformation to inflict maximum damage upon the lizardmen. He bore no psychological barriers to killing. Without slaying, how could hatred be quelled? Without slaying, what difference is there between the strong and the weak? Without slaying, how could humanity rise? Without slaying, how could the myriad races know to retreat? Su Qingfeng targeted the most densely packed area of the Lizardman army and brought his foot down with authority. Boom! A thunderous roar akin to the explosion of stars erupted, shaking the earth, as smoke and green mist billowed upwards, creating a 100-meter-deep crater at the impact site. With that single strike, tens of thousands of lizardmen lost their lives in an instant. The remaining lizardmen, witnessing such a horrifying scene, were stripped of any will to resist. In a heartbeat, the sole thought permeating the minds of all lizardmen was to flee for their lives. Not just the 200,000-strong vanguard, but lizardmen from other areas of the Valley of the Ghost King also abandoned everything and scrambled for escape. They only wished to survive, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of battle. Su Qingfeng showed no mercy, commanding the formidable giant avatar to relentlessly assault the lizardman forces. Punches, kicks, and even uprooting fragments of mountains to hurl downwards. Within mere minutes, over 200,000 lizardmen had met their end. The ethereal green orbs of soul energy nearly transformed Su Qingfeng's giant into a verdant silhouette. His martial spirit fusion degree, strength, and battle power level soared as he fought, emboldening him further. However, as the duration of his celestial transformation dwindled to just 3 minutes, Su Qingfeng opted to cease his indiscriminate slaughter. He recalled the bounty task he had received prior to his departure. Assassinating the Lizardman leader, Mengtuo, would yield a reward of 2 million star coins. Below him, countless lizardmen resembling cockroaches scurried to escape. Su Qingfeng was uncertain which one was Mengtuo, but he surmised that the leader would possess the greatest strength among them. Thus, leveraging the perceptive abilities of the great sage martial spirit, he easily identified the strongest lizardmen below and proceeded to capture and crush them one by one, leaving behind fragments of their heart armor. Unfortunately for Mengtuo, he too was unearthed from his concealed underground hideout and brutally crushed. Having completed this task, Su Qingfeng reluctantly brought his rampage to a close. He returned to the mountain peak from which he had set out, carefully retrieved his prearranged phone, and saved and backed up the video he had recorded earlier. Following that, Su Qingfeng hastily departed from the Valley of the Ghost King, his figure vanishing amidst the mountains. His assault had been swift, and his exit was equally rapid. The lizardmen were left with exceedingly terrifying and painful memories, compelling them to withdraw from the Valley of the Demon King, rendering them too fearful to confront the human race again. This event ushered in years of peace across the entirety of the Duobao Star. Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, the Human Salvation Army was equally shaken by his horrific achievements. The commander of the Vanguard Battalion, Duan Feng, stationed at the front lines not far from the Valley of the Demon King, witnessed the carnage wrought by Su Qingfeng's celestial powers with his own eyes. There was no need for scouts to report back. Duan Feng had already grasped the terrifying prowess of this human powerhouse. What manner of being was this, if not a human 9-star soul master? Perhaps a 999-star soul master would be more accurate? At that moment, Duan Feng was both astonished and perplexed, questioning the emergence of such a formidable force. How had he never heard of this individual before? He promptly reported the matter to the brigade headquarters, requesting an investigation into the identity of this mysterious figure. In truth, the Salvation Army's 17173 Brigade had already detected the upheaval within the Valley of the Demon King. However, despite Brigade Commander Pei Wuji uploading the giant's celestial image from the valley for internal comparison, they could not uncover any information regarding this formidable entity. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng had returned to the fortress city of Duobao Star. The tumultuous battle at the Valley of the Demon King had stirred considerable anxiety among the human populace. Many adventurers hastily chose to evacuate Duobao Star, resulting in a once bustling fortress city becoming rather desolate. Upon arriving at the bounty hall, Su Qingfeng was surprised to find that the establishment was still operating vigorously. Due to the lack of business, manager Zhang Kuei was seated in a corner of the hall, engrossed in watching videos of the battle at the Valley of the Demon King. The footage, captured by other adventurers from a distance, lacked quality and was accompanied by the excited shouts of the videographers. Nevertheless, it vividly showcased the terrifying might of the celestial powers. Zhang Kuei was thoroughly captivated. "Old Zhang, are you still in the business?" Su Qingfeng suddenly spoke, startling Zhang Kuei. "Is that you?" Zhang Kuei recognized Su Qingfeng at once, setting his phone aside and glancing around. "Where's young Master Pei?" He encountered an emergency situation and went back to the teleportation array's defense team. Su Qingfeng replied casually, fabricating a story since the so-called emergency was of his own making. That makes sense. With such a significant incident, soldiers are bound to cancel their leave and return to a state of readiness. Zhang Kuei sighed in relief, then teasingly remarked, "I recall you boasting about wanting to visit the Valley of the Demon King for a first-hand experience. Good thing you didn't go. Now you know how formidable it is. The lizardmen must have incurred the wrath of our human race's top powerhouse. What terrible luck for them. If you had been in the valley, you might have been caught in the crossfire. What a stroke of misfortune that would have been." Su Qingfeng, observing the jovial Zhang Kuei, nodded lightly and casually replied, "I have been there." "Huh? You went there? You must be joking." Zhang Kuei was incredulous. After all, Su Qingfeng and Pei Xiaojun had only inquired about task details at his bounty hall less than 2 hours prior. Traveling at full speed to the Valley of the Demon King would take over an hour one way, not to mention the potential for battle along the route, which would extend the duration even further. Now, Su Qingfeng claimed he had gone to the valley and returned. Was he not simply boasting? Su Qingfeng made no attempt to clarify. Instead, he retrieved several pieces of lizardmen heart-protecting armor and a black card given to him by Nangong Liyue from his Shumi ring, stating, "These should include the heart-protecting armor pieces from the lizardmen leader, Minkduo, along with a few from the minor lizardman leaders. There should also be a bounty. Please load the bounty onto this card." Zhang Kuei's eyes widened in shock, staring at Su Qingfeng as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 015. "So you're not even pretending anymore?" Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's words, Zhang Kuei's mind was in turmoil. Is this a joke? How could this young lad possibly be the unparalleled powerhouse who wreaked havoc in the Valley of the Demon King? He looks like a high school student. Zhang Kuei wanted to inquire further, but ultimately abandoned the tempting thought. Regardless of whether Su Qingfeng was indeed that incredible powerhouse or merely a friend of the mysterious figure, he was not someone he could afford to provoke. All that Zhang Kuei could do now was remain silent and fulfill his duties. It was well known that the task hall had an obligation to protect client privacy. Thus, no matter how much he knew, he had to keep it to himself, better left unasked. Zhang Kuei silently began using specialized equipment to examine the pieces of lizardmen heart-protecting armor that Su Qingfeng had handed over. Soon, the combat power levels of the original owners of the armor were determined, aligning perfectly with the intelligence regarding the minor lizardman leaders and the leader, Minkduo. This confirmed that the task items were authentic. The bounties for the highest rewards in the Valley of the Demon King now had rightful owners. The items are legitimate, and the total bounty amounts to 22.5 million star coins. "Shall I transfer the entire sum to this card?" Zhang Kuei asked, suppressing his excitement as he picked up the black card that Su Qingfeng had provided. He had already noticed the label, Nangong Chamber of Commerce, on the card, feeling fortunate that he had not spoken too freely earlier. Who would have thought that Su Qingfeng not only resembled the unparalleled powerhouse who had unleashed devastation in the Valley of the Demon King, but also possessed ties to the foremost civilian chamber of commerce of the Human Alliance. Recently, the news of Nangong Chamber of Commerce spending 20 trillion star coins to hire a large number of mercenaries to seize an entire resource planet had left Zhang Kuei envious for quite some time. However, if Su Qingfeng were indeed a senior figure within Nangong Chamber of Commerce, then his unfathomable strength would find a certain explanation. A secret weapon cultivated at great expense by a top-tier chamber of commerce? Zhang Kuei believed that this was likely the truth, give or take. Unfortunately, even if he guessed the truth, he could not disclose it. He could only entertain himself with his thoughts. The feeling of possessing a significant secret that could not be shared was one that only the parties involved could truly understand the frustration of. Indeed, Su Qingfeng did not provide Zhang Kuei with any explanations. The Nangong Chamber of Commerce did have a banking system, and the anonymous black card that Nangong Liyue had given him naturally included a financial account. If Su Qingfeng were to use a bank account in his own name, it might lead to many complications. Moreover, depositing money into the black card also amounted to repaying Nangong Liyue. "All right, I will process this immediately." Zhang Kuei did not say much further and directly transferred the bounty amounts into Su Qingfeng's black card account. Once Zhang Kuei completed the transaction and returned the black card, Su Qingfeng retrieved a rusted short sword from his Shumi ring, handing it to Zhang Kuei and stating, "I previously accepted a task to recover relics from the front mountains of the Valley of the Demon King. This is the only relic that remains. Please return it to the task issuer on my behalf, and as for the bounty, you can forego it. You're not even pretending anymore, are you?" Zhang Kuei thought to himself, realizing that it was becoming increasingly difficult to feign ignorance about Su Qingfeng being the unparalleled expert himself. "You seem to have a good relationship with young Master Pei. Why not return this relic directly to him?" Zhang Kuei couldn't help but comment as he accepted the short sword. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the task to recover the relic was actually issued by Pei Xiaojun. Whose relic could this be? A family member? A brother? A lover? Perhaps it was all of those things. No wonder Pei Xiaojun had always appeared deeply wounded before. As Su Qingfeng pieced together the circumstances, he feigned difficulty and said to Zhang Kuei, "I cannot explain the origins of this item." "Understood." Zhang Kuei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Su Qingfeng's strength and background were indeed formidable. If he were not particularly acquainted with Pei Xiaojun, it would indeed be challenging to explain how he had obtained the short sword. "I will ensure it is handled properly, by the way. I heard you refer to Pei Xiaojun as young Master Pei?" Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. "Ah, you are not aware of this matter?" Zhang Kuei replied. Young Master Pei is the only son of the commander of this Salvation Army. Pei Wuji that he was originally the captain of an elite reconnaissance team, but a few months ago, he failed a reconnaissance mission in the Valley of the Demon King. Dozens of his teammates sacrificed themselves to rescue him, and after he recovered from his injuries, he seemed somewhat despondent. That is why he was reassigned to guard the teleportation array. In just a few short sentences, Zhang Kuei elucidated Pei Xiaojun's backstory to Su Qingfeng. Suddenly, Su Qingfeng understood why Pei Xiaojun had emphasized his desire to stand by his brothers in life and death during their previous farewell. Fortunately, you helped him avenge, Zhang Kuei said, casting a glance at Su Qingfeng. His expression filled with appreciation. Su Qingfeng waved his hand, said nothing further, and departed. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaojun was maintaining order near the teleportation array. The sudden outbreak of fierce conflict in the Valley of the Demon King had frightened the members of the Fortress City's chambers of commerce and adventurers into a hasty retreat. The area around the teleportation array was in disarray. Amidst his busy efforts, Pei Xiaojun felt a twinge of concern for Su Qingfeng's safety. Yet, for some reason, he could not shake the feeling that the immense stone monkey celestial manifestation from the battle at the Valley of the Demon King seemed oddly familiar. Before long, Su Qingfeng entered the teleportation array, following the bustling crowd back to the No. 1 plaza of the Tongtian realm. Concluding this practical training session, Su Qingfeng did not linger in the plaza but instead returned directly to his personal space. He was eager to discover just how much stronger he had become after slaying hundreds of thousands of lizardmen. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingfeng beheld a detailed attribute panel. Name: Su Qingfeng Martial Soul, Beautiful Monkey King, Unknown Star Level, Fusion Degree, 4 First Soul Skill, Divine Power Law of Heaven and Earth, Effect. After casting, gain the true form of the martial soul, significantly enhancing attack power and speed, consumption. All mana, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, none. Baseline attributes single arm pulling force, 900 tons, 1 fusion degree, 1 star soul master equals 200 kilograms, reaction speed, 8,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master equals 1, perception ability, 12,000, 1 fusion degree, 1 star soul master equals 1. Anomaly resistance, 40,000, 1 fusion degree, 1 star soul master equals 1. Life, 40,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master equals 1. Mana, 40,000, 1 fusion degree, 1 star soul master equals 1. Combat power level, 24,083, 1 fusion degree, 1 star soul master equals 1. With a combat power level exceeding 24,000, my physical strength should surpass that of the vast majority of fully fused 9-star soul masters. Truly, the great sage martial soul lives up to its name. Even at just 4 fusion, I am practically invincible. Su Qingfeng felt a wave of emotion. How could such a powerful martial soul still face ridicule and online harassment from so many people? It is evident that most individuals in this world, as Pei Xiaojun has said, are blind to the truth. Upon witnessing this result, Su Qingfeng found himself too weary to engage with those individuals. It was not that he had grown soft-hearted. Rather, it was akin to an elephant refusing to argue with an ant. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng planned to take a day or two to rest, update his equipment, and then return to the alien battlefield to train. However, before that, he needed to earn a little money. Su Qingfeng opened the largest short video platform of the Human Alliance, registered an account named Exclusive Scoop, and edited some previously recorded footage, adding an eye-catching title before posting it, HD Uncensored. Experience the Divine Soul skill brutally defeating the lizardmen up close. Chapter 016. Martial Soul Ascension. The responsibility of Nangong Liyue. Su Qingfeng reviewed the edited video and could only describe it with one word: phenomenal. Other individuals' uploads of the Ghost King Valley battle were all captured from low angles, distant shots, and moving footage, often hindered by obstructions and accompanied by noise. Yet this did not detract from the countless viewers who watched and praised them. After all, the giant manifestation resulting from the divine power of heaven and earth transformation was unprecedentedly powerful. Su Qingfeng's video, however, was shot from a high vantage point, with a fixed position and unparalleled clarity, ensuring it would undoubtedly become a sensation. How much star currency could such an inevitable trending video earn? If the profits were satisfactory, perhaps I could become a video producer in the future. To facilitate transactions, Su Qingfeng linked the video revenue account to the bank account of Nangong Merchant Guild's Black Card. After successfully uploading the high-definition video, Su Qingfeng chose to send it and spent 1,000 star currency to purchase promotional services. Even fine wine fears a deep alley. Purchasing promotion would hasten its rise on the trending list. It should not result in a loss. Having completed all this, Su Qingfeng closed the short video app and rested on the small bed in his personal space. He had endured many battles previously, and although he had managed to push through thanks to stamina recovery potions, mental fatigue was inevitable. Su Qingfeng soon fell asleep and, as expected, dreamt of the great sage I in his dream. The great sage acted as a strict teacher, continuously reviewing the gains and losses of Su Qingfeng's previous battles, displaying immense concern. Meanwhile, in Blue Star Lingzhou, within Nangong Liyue's home, Xiao Liyue, your martial soul ascension ceremony was a resounding success. The nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul is now temporarily in a dormant state. Once it awakens, it will become a 9-star divine martial soul. Starting tomorrow, you will be a bona fide 9-star soul master. From now on, you must work diligently to bring honor to your mother. Nangong Liyue lay in bed, listening to her mother, Qin Yusin, joyfully delivering the news, yet her face bore little expression of happiness. The reason she had initially chosen the 9-tailed celestial fox over the more potent red-scale giant python martial soul was that her family possessed a means to enhance the 9-tailed celestial fox's quality to 9 stars through the martial soul ascension ceremony. To accomplish this, Qin Yusin had expended at least 5 billion star currency, along with incurring significant debts of gratitude. Her mother's substantial investment naturally came with expectations. Qin Yusin hoped that once Nangong Liyue became a 9-star soul master, she would compete with her cousins and siblings for the position of heir to the Nangong Merchant Guild. Whether motivated by fulfilling her mother's aspirations or her own desire for strength, Nangong Liyue had no reason to refuse the martial soul ascension arrangement. Yet, after all was said and done, she found herself devoid of any genuine joy. "Mom, I understand." Nangong Liyue responded coolly, then pressed her smooth forehead, saying, "I'm tired and want to rest." "All right, I'll leave now. Make sure to rest well." Qin Yusin, without suspicion, departed, for in her eyes, Nangong Liyue had always been a well-behaved daughter, never one to lie. Once her mother exited the room, Nangong Liyue eagerly picked up her phone. She had previously heard the sound of notifications but had not checked them due to her mother's presence. With a gentle touch and fingerprint verification, she unlocked her phone. The first things Nangong Liyue noticed were several transfer notifications. Your anonymous black card account has received a transfer of 20 million star currency. Remaining balance, 52.5 million star currency. Your anonymous black card account has received a transfer of 1 million star currency. Remaining balance, 53.5 million star currency. Your anonymous black card account has received a transfer of 1.5 million star currency. Remaining balance, 55 million star currency. Is this the star currency transferred by Su Qingfeng? Nangong Liyue furrowed her delicate brows. The only individuals who knew about this black card account, aside from herself, were Su Qingfeng. Aside from him transferring money, there was virtually no other possibility. However, within just half a day, how could Su Qingfeng have earned such a substantial amount of star currency? Moreover, was he so eager to transfer it back, fearing he owed me a favor? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sense of unease washed over her. Should I ask him about it? The moment that thought emerged, Nangong Liyue dismissed it. If she were to confront Su Qingfeng about the meaning of the transfer, wouldn't he that expose her secret of being able to view the transaction records? It would be better to pretend she knew nothing. With that, Nangong Liyue deleted all the transfer notifications on her phone. Tomorrow would be the weekly class meeting. According to school regulations, students must attend class meetings every week unless they have secured a spot in a prestigious school in advance. Su Qingfeng would likely attend class then. Perhaps she could inquire then about what he had done. Yes, that is a splendid idea. Thus, a delightful resolution was made. Just as Nangong Liyue was feeling elated, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room. She instantly recognized that her mother, Qin Yusin, had returned. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Nangong Liyue's flawless face, and she laid her phone down. Quietly lying back on her bed and closing her eyes before long, she heard the door open gently, and her mother, Qin Yusin, approached with light footsteps. After a while, Nangong Liyue felt a thin blanket draped over her. This would typically be a kind gesture, had her mother not just taken the opportunity to look at her phone. "Xiao Liyue, rest well. Your mother is counting on you to help realize her dreams." Qin Yusin murmured, finally leaving. Once the room fell silent, Nangong Liyue opened her eyes, staring vacantly at the ceiling. She had previously wondered why she had impulsively given that black card to Su Qingfeng. Now, she began to understand. Engaging in acts that defied her mother's commands seemed thrilling to her. She could not fathom why she had transformed in this manner. Am I inherently a bad girl? Nangong Liyue felt a wave of confusion. Su Qingfeng did not rest for long before awakening. His current physical condition was exceptionally robust. As long as he entered deep sleep, a slight alleviation of mental fatigue would fully rejuvenate him. Su Qingfeng stretched and immediately grabbed his phone to check the data on the video he had posted earlier. Video data. Likes 110 million, views 900 million, comments 120 million. At first glance, these figures seemed astonishingly low, leading Su Qingfeng to believe that his video had not garnered any views, causing him to be momentarily startled. Upon noticing the units, he suddenly realized his video must have gone viral. Chapter 017. Can you buy the Rui Jiangu Bang? In fact, Su Qingfeng's assertion of going viral was quite conservative. His video had firmly secured the top spot on the platform's trending list. Viewers who had seen the video were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Wow, is this a soul skill? The effects are absolutely stunning. The giant manifestation is awe-inspiring. Incredible. Had I not seen the other videos first, I would have thought this was fake. This combat power level has surpassed 10,000. Right? Could it be the legendary 10-star Soul Master? Absolutely terrifying, damn. The thrill of slaughtering those disgusting lizardmen is unparalleled. To slay 100,000 is to be the best of the best. A true man should be like this. Is this a selfie? I'm curious about the identity of the uploader. Come clean. Is that you wreaking havoc? Incredible. I am determined to diligently cultivate my skills and aspire to become a formidable man of great stature. Alas, my martial soul possesses only a 2-star quality, rendering me undesirable even to the recruitment of the Salvation Army. Su Qingfeng did not specifically peruse the comments section, yet he could not help but notice a stream of highly lauded comments, each garnering over 100,000 likes. Evidently, this exhilarating video showcasing the awe-inspiring technique of annihilating lizardmen resonated deeply with countless viewers. None of those who watched the video drew a parallel between the giant manifestation depicted and Su Qingfeng, who had recently relinquished his 9-star divine martial soul. For them, these were two entirely disparate matters. It was precisely this understanding that emboldened Su Qingfeng to unabashedly post videos for profit, free from the fear of exposing his privacy. Just how much revenue could such a sensational video generate for him? With bated breath, he accessed the backend and discovered that his current net earnings after tax had already reached a staggering 9 million star coins. Converting this, it amounted to over 100 star coins for every 10,000 views, which should be the pinnacle of revenue for high-quality videos. Quite satisfactory. Su Qingfeng felt a profound sense of contentment. It was worth noting that this video had only been uploaded for a few hours, and there was likely much more traffic to come. By the time it had fully exhausted its potential reach, he conservatively estimated that he could earn around 30 million star coins. Henceforth, filming videos during his combat training sessions should easily provide him with funds for equipment. With this thought, Su Qingfeng promptly withdrew the video earnings. Including the previous bounty, his black card account should now boast a staggering 64 million star coins. Just in time to update his weaponry. It is worth mentioning that Su Qingfeng's one-arm pulling strength had already reached a fearsome 900 tons. The 600-pound Tianlong staff felt like a mere toy in his hands, always leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. How he wished to possess the Rui Jiangu Bang, the magical staff of the great sage. With a base weight of 13,500 pounds, it could be effortlessly transformed in length and girth. Alas, it seemed that such a treasured artifact could scarcely be found in this world. With a tinge of regret, Su Qingfeng rose from his seat and set out once more to the central square of Tongtian Realm No. 1. This time, he wasted no time in those small shops and headed straight for the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Inside, the deputy manager, Huang Tong, was in the midst of handing over duties to a colleague, preparing to clock out for the day. Just then, Su Qingfeng entered the store. Huang Tong, who had been eager to leave moments ago, suddenly perked up and instructed the staff member who was about to take over, "You go take a break for a while. An esteemed client has arrived. Once I finish this transaction, I'll have you take over." With that, Huang Tong approached Su Qingfeng with a beaming smile. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with this time?" Su Qingfeng recalled Huang Teng, the bespectacled young man who had previously misjudged his identity, offering him warm hospitality and even gifting him a million-star ring. Do you offer a buyback service for weapons and equipment? Su Qingfeng inquired directly. A buyback service? Huang Teng paused slightly, although Nangong also engaged in second-hand equipment buybacks and refurbishments. It was not within the flagship store's operational scope. This store, situated in the bustling central square of Tongtian Realm No. 1, bore high operational costs and primarily dealt in luxury-grade high-end weaponry and equipment sales. However, as a professional salesperson, Huang Teng understood that when faced with a distinguished black card VIP like Su Qingfeng, principles could be set aside. If you have weapons or equipment to sell, we can accommodate that, Huang Teng said with a smile, emphasizing Su Qingfeng's special treatment. Offering a buyback service for Su Qingfeng was akin to making an exception, and while the procedures would be more cumbersome, Huang Teng did not mind dedicating time to him. After all, he had pinned his hopes for promotion to store manager on Su Qingfeng. One should not underestimate the impact of such words. Although Su Qingfeng had been accustomed to various sales tactics as a small wealthy heir in his previous life, he still found this flattery particularly pleasant. It shouldn't pose a significant inconvenience. I wish to sell the Tianlong staff I purchased earlier. Su Qingfeng casually retrieved the Tianlong staff from his ring and handed it to Huang Teng. Ah, brother, this weapon is far too heavy. My slight frame cannot bear it, Huang Teng exclaimed in surprise. After apologizing, he quickly wheeled over a small cart for loading, gesturing for Su Qingfeng to place the Tianlong staff upon it. Only then did Su Qingfeng realize that what felt as light as a needle in his grip could easily crush a low-star soul master. He would need to be more cautious in the future. Huang Teng glanced at the Tianlong staff and smiled. If you are only selling this Tianlong staff, we can proceed with the free return and exchange process. Is that possible? Su Qingfeng felt a touch embarrassed as the Tianlong staff had directly been stained with the bodily fluids of hundreds of lizard men. The signs of use were quite evident, and under normal circumstances, he would feel quite awkward returning it, of course. You are a distinguished black card VIP. We have our regulations. Huang Teng maintained his cheerful demeanor. Very well, please assist me in returning this Tianlong staff, and I shall exchange it for a more suitable weapon. Su Qingfeng stated. Certainly, please follow me to the VIP room, and we can discuss further. Huang Teng replied, leading the way. Su Qingfeng followed Huang Teng into the VIP room. Huang Teng adeptly served Su Qingfeng his favorite soda before inquiring, may I ask what requirements you have for the new weapon? Our Nangong Chamber of Commerce offers a vast array of weaponry and equipment. Theoretically, we can provide you with whatever you need. Huang Teng habitually employed the exaggerated language of salesmanship, not minding Su Qingfeng's youth as he addressed him as brother. However, he was unaware of the lofty standards Su Qingfeng held for weaponry. They're a type of staff-like weapon that exceeds 10,000 pounds in weight, can be controlled by mental power to adjust its length and size, shrinking to the size of a needle and extending to become a pillar that supports the heavens. Su Qingfeng posed a challenging question based on the capabilities of the Rui Jiangu Bang. Huang Teng was momentarily taken aback. What Su Qingfeng sought was not simply a weapon. It was a divine artifact. While the Nangong Chamber of Commerce was impressive, it could not possibly procure equipment of such divine caliber. I may have spoken too freely earlier. Such divine artifacts are beyond our means even if we were to exhaust our resources, Huang Teng said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression awkward. Could you perhaps lower your parameters a bit? Su Qingfeng did not feel disheartened. After all, he understood that casually acquiring a Rui Jiangu Bang from a shop was an impossibility. Moreover, even if such a divine artifact truly existed, he likely could not afford it. Have you heard of any artifacts with similar characteristics? Su Qingfeng queried with curiosity, believing that the Nangong Chamber of Commerce might possess insights into such weaponry. If he could not buy a divine artifact, he would have to emulate the great sage's methods and acquire one for free. I have not heard of any. Huang Teng shook his head. Then added, however, if such a divine artifact exists, it would surely originate from the Tianyuan battlefield. The Tianyuan battlefield? Su Qingfeng was taken aback by this term. His school had not provided extensive information regarding the Tianyuan battlefield, and he had previously thought it merely a site of slaughter. Now, he suspected it was not that simple. In truth, when considering the entire human alliance, whether in private commerce or representing official powers like the Salvation Army, every action was driven by logic. Profit was the crux. Without sufficient profit, the human alliance would not mobilize significant resources to intervene in a complete planet like Duobao Star. which was on the verge of being occupied by lizardmen. Conversely, if there were ample incentives, even a private entity like the Nangong Chamber of Commerce could invest tens of billions of star coins to launch an interstellar war to seize an entire resource-rich planet. Thus, what kind of profit could justify the Human Alliance's annual expenditure of countless resources and manpower in the Tianyuan battlefield? Huang Tung's words had merely scratched the surface of this enigma. The Tianyuan battlefield could even yield divine artifacts, even if it did not produce a Ruri Jingu Bang. Artifacts of the caliber of the Tongtian Tower would still be remarkable. Have you been to the Tianyuan battlefield? Su Qingfeng inquired of Huang Tung. Well, brother, you jest. With my slight frame, how could I possibly qualify for the Tianyuan battlefield? The recruitment for the Salvation Army there requires a minimum of a 4-star soul master. Huang Ting's expression turned sheepish. Damn, why martial soul quality is only 2 stars. Oh. Su Qingfeng shook his head. Redirecting the conversation, let's return to discussing weapons. I require a truly heavy weapon. The heavier, the better. Upon hearing this, Huang Tung proposed, if that is the case, I would recommend using weapons infused with white dwarf materials. Have our technologies advanced to such a level that we can extract white dwarf materials? Su Qingfeng inquired, astonished. A white dwarf is a star that has reached an advanced stage of evolution, with extremely high temperature and density. In Su Qingfeng's memory, the technological development of the Human Alliance had not reached such heights. It does not require such advanced technology. We possess the divine artifact Tongtian Tower. We can simply dispatch 9-star soul masters in physical form to mine the white dwarf. Huang Ting smiled, explaining in a calm tone. 9-star soul masters. Mining in physical form? Su Qingfeng suddenly grasped the implication. Money can indeed make the world go round. Who would have thought that the exalted 9-star soul masters would willingly risk their lives to toil as miners on a white dwarf for the sake of remuneration? Does your chamber specifically employ 9-star soul masters as miners? Such extravagance. Su Qingfeng could not help but inquire, of course not. Huang Tung, startled, explained in a somewhat flustered tone, the higher-ups of the Human Alliance's soul masters are continually exploring the universe, collecting material samples from various celestial bodies. We merely invest substantial sums to purchase these materials from those explorers to craft advanced weaponry. Now I see. Let me witness the prowess of weapons infused with white dwarf materials. Su Qingfeng remarked casually, without inquiring about the price. Please hold on. White dwarf weapons are relatively rare, and I must fetch them from the warehouse, Huang Tung said apologetically. Su Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, prompting Huang Tung to hurriedly depart. After a short while, he returned to the VIP room with several Shumi rings, each adorned with tags. White dwarf weapons are generally quite heavy, and typical staff cannot transport them. They must be stored within Shumi rings. I hope you understand. The tags detailed the names, weights, and prices of the weapons. Huang Tung placed the rings on a red silk tray and presented them to Su Qingfeng. No problem, Su Qingfeng replied, casually perusing the tags. He observed that the names of the weapons infused with white dwarf materials all bore the prefix platinum, and the weight units had transformed into tons. Platinum stellar iron, weight, 20 tons, price, 200 million star coins. Platinum black dragon staff, weight, 38 tons, price, 400 million star coins. Platinum celestial mechanism staff, weight, 150 tons, price, 1.8 billion star coins. There were 3 weapons made from white dwarf materials, with the cheapest starting at 200 million star coins. Even after accounting for the Black Card VIP's threefold discount, Su Qingfeng could only afford the least expensive, platinum stellar iron. Without further deliberation, he took the stellar iron into his hand. Be careful, Huang Ting exclaimed, alarmed, fearing Su Qingfeng might injure himself or strike his leg. A weapon weighing 20 tons was no trifling matter. Yet, Su Qingfeng effortlessly wielded the grayish-white stellar iron with one hand. Even casually tossing it must be said that the white dwarf weapon exuded an exceptional texture, boasting remarkable hardness and terrifying strength, while radiating a somewhat dazzling white fluorescence. Nevertheless, it was undeniably expensive. Huang Tung's eyes widened in astonishment. He now understood why Su Qingfeng dismissed the 600-pound heavenly dragon staff, tossing around weapons weighing dozens of tons. What kind of monstrous figure was this? Somewhat light? Su Qingfeng sighed, making a remark that nearly left Huang Tung breathless. Light? Huang Tung was taken aback, about to suggest Su Qingfeng try the 38-ton black dragon staff when Su Qingfeng continued. I find the 150-ton celestial mechanism staff quite appealing. But what should I do if my credit limit is insufficient? Huang Teng was immediately startled and quickly regained his composure. As a black card VIP, our guild offers a maximum of 24 installments with no interest. For an 1.8 billion weapon, after discounts, it would be 540 million, with the first payment of 22.5 million star coins. After receiving the bounty and cashing out part of his video earnings, Su Qingfeng's black card limit stood at 64 million star coins. Returning the Heavenly Dragon Staff would yield 71.5 million. With installment payments, he could manage for 3 months, especially considering his continued video earnings. Most likely, after 3 months, Su Qingfeng would have returned the Celestial Mechanism Staff and exchanged it for a more suitable weapon. All right, let's proceed with your proposal. I will opt for installment payments, Su Qingfeng said with a relaxed tone. Soon after, Huang Teng assisted Su Qingfeng in processing the return of the Heavenly Dragon Staff and the installment purchase of the Platinum Celestial Mechanism Staff. Su Qingfeng's black card ultimately retained a payment limit of 49 million star coins, alongside a remaining installment bill of 517.5 million. Chapter 019. My combat power exceeds 20,000 levels. You want me to attend a class meeting? After updating his weaponry, Su Qingfeng departed from the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Guild. The black dragon leather armor he donned offered commendable protection, and the battle instincts of the great sage martial soul were exceptionally formidable. Under normal circumstances, he would not be touched by enemies. Thus, he saw no need for a replacement. As for consumables like potions and scrolls, his stock was still plentiful, requiring no replenishment. Just as Su Qingfeng prepared to select the next exotic battlefield to enhance his strength, he suddenly heard the alarm on his phone ring. Picking it up, he discovered it was a preset reminder notification. Friday, class meeting. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. My combat power exceeds 20,000 levels, and they want me to return to school for a class meeting. As he contemplated dismissing the alarm, a thought struck him. Nangong Liyue would likely return to school for the class meeting as well. Wouldn't she? Considering that I overdrew her black card limit by over 500 million, perhaps I should inform her and casually ask for her contact details. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng resolved to make a trip back to Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Before long, Su Qingfeng's figure appeared in the teleportation array of Lingzhou No. 2 High School Soul Master Training Hall. Stepping out of the array, he found himself surrounded by chattering classmates. The world peaceful and stable, Su Qingfeng felt a sense of oddity. He had only been away for a day, yet the disparity in strength between him and these classmates felt as vast as heaven and earth. How weak, he mused, if I were to unleash my celestial ascendance, leveling the entire Lingzhou No. 2 High School in 3 minutes should pose no challenge. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Qingfeng realized he might be indulging in a bit of arrogance. Nevertheless, it was only natural to feel inflated when one could elevate their combat power by over 20,000 levels in a single day. Su Qingfeng gently caressed the Shumi ring, dismissing his fanciful thoughts. High school was indeed a good place. Some individuals and the bonds formed were worth cherishing. Brother Feng, you're back. A familiar voice called out. Su Qingfeng turned to see his deskmate, Luo Ping, waving and smiling at him from a distance. Is it you? I thought it was a beauty calling me, Su Qingfeng teased as he approached Luo Ping. I was just worried that no one would be here to welcome Brother Feng. Lest you feel embarrassed, Luo Ping said, lightly bumping shoulders with him. Coming alone to greet me wouldn't exactly be a grand gesture. Su Qingfeng retorted without holding back. Wow, am I being too sentimental? Luo Ping chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Not quite, I'm still quite pleased, Su Qingfeng replied, shifting the topic. What's your martial soul fusion rate now? Are your soul skills useful? What's your combat level? Before awakening his martial soul, Su Qingfeng often posed such questions to help Luo Ping reflect on his progress. Brother Feng, you just got back and are already checking my stats. It's quite pressuring, Luo Ping complained, then continued, yesterday, I cleared 3 secret realms suitable for newly promoted 5-star soul masters. Now my martial soul fusion rate is up to 2. With a combat level of 11.my first soul skill is Furious Charge, which has a body enhancement effect, balancing offense and defense. Its practicality is quite decent. Upon hearing Luo Ping's rather dismal statistics, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. My good brother is far too weak. Just a single finger, no, half a finger, could easily dispatch 100 weak soul masters like Luo Ping. It was no wonder he felt inflated. It was entirely reasonable. In truth, as a newly promoted 5-star Soul Master, Luo Ping's ability to elevate his combat level above 10 in a single day was commendable. Even 9-star Soul Masters could typically only increase their combat levels by about 100 in a day. Someone like Su Qingfeng, who could surge by over 20,000 levels in a day, was indeed one of a kind. Achieving such results required not only an exceptionally high potential from the great sage martial soul, but also the celestial ascendance, a supreme ability that allowed him to slaughter on the battlefield and rapidly absorb the soul power of countless lizard men. Other soul masters could hardly hope to replicate such feats. Next time, I'll take you along, Su Qingfeng said, patting Luo Ping on the shoulder earnestly. Sure, Brother Feng. When? Luo Ping responded eagerly. I have plenty of time. Luo Ping misunderstood, thinking Su Qingfeng needed him to lead the way into the secret realms just for the sake of appearances. I meant I'll take you, Su Qingfeng replied, feeling a bit exasperated. His brother was great in many ways, but sometimes he could be quite dense and unable to discern between literal and figurative speech. Did he truly need Luo Ping to lead him? Luo Ping blinked and nodded. That is exactly what I meant. Sighing inwardly, Luo Ping thought, Brother Feng really cares about his image. Let us just head to class. Su Qingfeng decided. Unbeknownst to him, his occasional acts of kindness were misinterpreted by his good brother, and he could hardly be bothered to explain. Luo Ping's lower combat power was inconsequential. After all, he didn't need to attend the live events and could gradually hone his skills in the secret realms of the celestial realm. Seeing Su Qingfeng stride away, Luo Ping mistakenly believed his acting skills were insufficient, leading to his deskmate's wounded pride, and he felt a pang of regret. Brother Feng, a few events transpired at school after you left yesterday. All related to you, Luo Ping insisted, trying to shift the topic and ease the awkwardness. What happened? Su Qingfeng did not turn back, distracted by the passing beautiful female classmates. While the majority of them could not compare to Nangong Liyue, each possessed a unique inner beauty that Su Qingfeng would not overlook. The admissions officers from the Capital Martial University and the Starry Sky Martial University visited the school yesterday afternoon. They were quite astonished by your situation. Later, both admissions officers reviewed your profile and expressed their willingness for you to apply to their institutions. The Capital Martial University specifically announced that as long as your martial arts examination score places you in the top 10 of Lingzhou, they will lower their admission requirements. Even if your martial soul rank does not reach 6 stars, you will be directly accepted. Oh, Su Qingfeng responded nonchalantly, entirely unfazed. Originally, all admissions to higher martial arts institutions should adhere to a unified standard and select the best candidates. The Beijing Martial Arts University's practice of discriminating based on martial spirits is fundamentally unjust. They slightly relaxed their requirements, and I should be grateful to them. I have no interest in the Beijing Martial Arts University at all. Feng Ge, pull yourself together. Do not succumb to despair. Luo Ping was deeply pained by Su Qingfeng's demeanor. Where did you see me giving up? Su Qingfeng replied, somewhat speechless, jesting. Spare me your nonsense. Is there anything relevant to me? Luo Ping, unfazed, continued. The principal of our second high school has been ordered by the Education Bureau to take a leave of absence for reflection, and it's all because of that incident involving you. Feng Ge now, Vice Principal Lu is in charge. Su Qingfeng paused momentarily at this news. It seems unfair that Principal Duanmu should bear such a burden. Although he had been reprimanded by Principal Duanmu before, Su Qingfeng could still distinguish between good and bad people. Principal Duanmu is quite decent. It's rather tragic that he faces such severe consequences. Chapter 020. Nangong Liyue has become more beautiful. Does the principal have no backing? Why has all the blame fallen upon him? Su Qingfeng felt indignant for Principal Duanmu but did not feel guilty for it. He had awakened his saint martial spirit merely a day ago and had already wreaked havoc on the battlefield of another realm. This was sufficient proof of his correctness. The 9-star divine martial spirit? What a trivial matter. I cannot comment on that. Luo Ping shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Is there anything else relevant to me? Su Qingfeng inquired once more. There is, Luo Ping cautiously remarked, observing Su Qingfeng's expression. The Beijing Martial Arts University and the Starry Sky Martial Arts University both extended invitations for guaranteed admission to the Nangong Schoolflower upon learning that she had awakened an 8-star martial spirit. Luo Ping sensed that this news might unsettle Su Qingfeng. If Su Qingfeng had chosen the 9-star divine martial spirit, then 2 prestigious institutions would be competing for her admission. Oh, that's typical. Su Qingfeng was now aware of Nangong Liyue's connections to the Nangong Merchant Association. regardless of her being an 8-star spirit master, even if she had only awakened a 3-star martial spirit. The two esteemed universities would likely find some talent to highlight and shamelessly admit her, perhaps her prowess in aerobics, for instance. Additionally, it is said that teacher Wu is contemplating transferring to Lingzhou No. 1 High School. I wonder if that will be successful? Luo Ping mentioned their homeroom teacher, Wu Tian. Su Qingfeng felt a chuckle rising in him. Old Wu is looking to change jobs? Has he lost his mind? He is on the verge of becoming the grade director here. If he goes to number 1 high school, he'll probably just be an ordinary teacher. What is he after? He is likely attracted by the better student pool at No. 1 high school, Luo Ping teased, grinning. This year, number 1 high school has produced 2 9-star divine martial spirits simultaneously. The martial arts examination 3 months from now is bound to be spectacular. At that time, the benefits of an ordinary teacher at number 1 high school might even surpass those of the grade director at our school. Su Qingfeng chuckled. Then I wish him success. Subsequently, Luo Ping shifted to another topic. Feng Gu. I saw an incredibly impressive video online yesterday. The video featured a legendary 10-star spirit master summoning their martial spirit's true form and wreaking havoc on the battlefield of another realm. I must tell you that martial spirit manifestation was astonishingly massive, towering above the heavens and stepping upon the underworld. I've saved the video to share with you. No need. I've seen that video you mentioned. It truly is dazzling, Su Qingfeng, with an unflustered demeanor, boasted internally. I edited that video myself. Of course I know how impressive it is. Feng Gu, do you think that person is truly a 10-star spirit master? I doubt it. 10-star spirit masters can't be that formidable. Yet the 10-star divine martial spirit is the highest rank. That's not necessarily the case. The two exchanged banter. And before long, they arrived outside the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3. Su Qingfeng peered through the window and noticed that many seats had been cleared, and several students seemed to have already dropped out. This is quite typical. Those who awaken low-star martial spirits realize they possess little potential and that participating in the martial arts examination would be a waste of time, so they have sought alternative paths early. By common logic, Su Qingfeng should have withdrawn as well. After all, an unknown martial spirit offers benefits equivalent to a 1-star martial spirit. Because of this, many self-proclaimed outstanding students were surprised to see Su Qingfeng. Why is Su Qingfeng still at school? Does he still intend to register for the martial arts examination? Isn't that a waste of time? Exactly. A worthless 1-star martial spirit still dreaming of a comeback. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the abundance of frogs at the bottom of the well among his classmates. Their croaking was quite bothersome. What are you all chattering about? Do you want to fight? Su Qingfeng couldn't be bothered to engage with them, but Luo Ping could not tolerate their insolence. He was only docile before Su Qingfeng. When faced with others, he displayed considerable aggression. Those boys were all cowards. Despite possessing martial spirits of higher quality than Luo Ping, they fell silent at his shout. Unwilling to speak further, they were all newly minted spirit masters. If they didn't train as diligently as Luo Ping, their combat levels would indeed be inferior. If a fight were to break out, losing would be too embarrassing. Su Qingfeng was about to commend Luo Ping for his impressive display when unexpectedly, Luo Ping turned to comfort him. Feng Gu, don't let them get to you. The school will always be your home, and you can return whenever you wish. Su Qingfeng was speechless. So you think I should drop out early too, huh? This guy's vision is definitely questionable. He needs glasses. At this point, Su Qingfeng did not feel like engaging with Luo Ping anymore. Just then, a tall boy suddenly blocked Su Qingfeng's path. Raising a hand to obstruct him, Su Qingfeng, please keep your distance from the class monitor. You no longer deserve her. Do not entangle yourself with her any longer. It's simply a laughingstock. Su Qingfeng glanced at the boy blocking his way, whose face he did not recognize, then turned to Luo Ping. Who is this fool? Luo Ping looked at Su Qingfeng with a somewhat strange expression. Feng Gu, you don't even know Yang Wei? He is our class's vice monitor, a newly promoted 7-star spirit master. After you gave up the 9-star divine martial spirit, he feels entitled to pursue the class monitor. Although Luo Ping's tone was somewhat sardonic, Yang Wei stood tall with pride, his posture even more erect. Previously, Su Qingfeng had been the paragon among the boys of Class 1, Senior 3, and Yang Wei had never dared to challenge him. Now, Yang Wei simply wished to proclaim, times have changed. In his presence, Su Qingfeng, the former genius, the has-been academic, ought to kneel in submission. Impotent. Su Qingfeng glanced down at the boy's lower half, feeling a twinge of pity for him at such a young age. "You bastard!" Yang Wei was incensed by Su Qingfeng's brazen provocation and couldn't he help but curse. Yang Wei despised having his name mocked, especially by the Su Qingfeng he loathed. He rolled up his sleeves, unable to resist wanting to teach Su Qingfeng a lesson. But Su Qingfeng was quicker. With a swift kick, Su Qingfeng sent Yang Wei flying backward for 5 or 6 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, eliciting gasps from the surrounding students. "What is this? So weak." Su Qingfeng wore a look of disdain. He had used less than 1% of his strength to avoid directly killing Yang Wei. Yet Yang Wei still nearly suffered a fatal blow. Had it not been for Yang Wei having awakened his martial spirit, allowing him to harness its power for healing, he would have been bedridden for a month. Luo Ping was left dumbfounded by the scene. He could not fathom how Su Qingfeng dared to lay a hand on Yang Wei. The most bizarre aspect was that Su Qingfeng had instantly defeated Yang Wei. Could it be that Yang Wei had been slacking off yesterday, leaving his combat level unenhanced? Only in this way could it explain why his physical strength fell short of Su Qingfeng's. With the help of a few classmates, Yang Wei managed to stand, casting a complex glance at Su Qingfeng before leaving silently. He didn't know where Su Qingfeng had acquired such formidable physical capability. But a loss was a loss. Yang Wei had initiated the confrontation, so he felt too embarrassed to report it. Su Qingfeng disregarded the astonished gazes of others and turned to enter the classroom. Inside, Nangong Liyue was diligently reading at her desk, exuding an air of tranquility as if detached from the world outside. The morning sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a sacred glow upon her. Su Qingfeng walked straight over and sat beside her in the vacant seat, casually greeting her. "Hi." Yang Wei had warned him to keep his distance from Nangong Liyue, yet he insisted on sitting right next to her. It was simply his inherent contrariness. The classmates present, including Luo Ping, were left dumbstruck by Su Qingfeng's audacious act. It was well known that Nangong Liyue was notoriously aloof, and very few boys dared to engage her in conversation, let alone sit beside her, as that could be perilous. Nangong Liyue noticed someone had taken a seat beside her and was initially startled. Upon realizing it was Su Qingfeng, she relaxed. "Oh, it's you." Nangong Liyue gently patted her ample chest, her face slightly flushed as she asked, "Is there something you need?" In truth, Nangong Liyue likely had an inkling of what Su Qingfeng wanted to discuss, considering she had thoroughly perused the notifications regarding the changes in the account linked to the black card. However, she had to feign ignorance. "How peculiar. Why do I sense that you seem to have grown stronger?" Su Qingfeng scrutinized Nangong Liyue's exquisite face, voicing his curiosity. His perceptive abilities were extraordinary. He truly sensed a difference. "Huh?" Nangong Liyue was momentarily taken aback. Her martial spirit's elevation had not yet been made public. Yet Su Qingfeng had already noticed. Has she perhaps become even more beautiful? Has her martial spirit undergone a transformation? Su Qingfeng found himself perplexed. It has only been a day since we last met, and one would expect that a person's appearance and aura would not undergo any significant changes. However, it is evident that Nangong Liyue's demeanor has indeed transformed. It is as if she has experienced a profound elevation from within. This sensation resembles a qualitative change in Nangong Liyue's martial soul. Nangong Liyue was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Qingfeng's perceptive abilities could be so formidable. Her secrets were on the verge of being laid bare. "Thank you for your compliment." Nangong Liyue slightly lowered her head, evading Su Qingfeng's inquiry. "What did you mean when you suddenly handed me that card last time?" Su Qingfeng, sensing Nangong Liyue's deliberate avoidance of the topic regarding martial souls, tactfully shifted the conversation to his purpose. "Well, consider it a loan." Nangong Liyue's expression instantly became flustered, her speech faltering. She could not delve too deeply into Su Qingfeng's intentions. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. "What if I can't repay such a substantial amount of star coins?" Su Qingfeng deliberately pressed on, testing her reaction. Nangong Liyue dared not meet Su Qingfeng's gaze, biting her lips slightly as she softly replied, "Then it needn't be repaid." The exchange between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue unfolded as if they were oblivious to the onlookers, leaving their classmates nearby in a state of astonishment. "What? So Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue have been involved in a secret relationship all along? And there are financial transactions involved? Su Qingfeng is being supported. How could Nangong Liyue be so blind? What does she see in him?" Su Qingfeng, having awakened such a mediocre martial soul, What future could he possibly have? Shouldn't she quickly sever ties with him? Supporting me would be just fine. Chapter 021. The second artifact of humanity, the Moon Palace. The noise of the weak shall not influence the thoughts of the strong. Su Qingfeng disregarded the gossip, and Nangong Liue likewise remained unconcerned. It is not my style to leave debts unpaid. Provide me with your phone number, and I will contact you for repayment in the future. Su Qingfeng stated in a tone that bordered on commanding. All right. Nangong Liue readily agreed, picking up a pen and writing down a string of numbers that many boys would dream of, tearing the paper and handing it to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of his interaction with Nangong Liue. It seemed she was quite aware of his situation and intentions, showing no signs of doubt or denial. At least in this moment, Su Qingfeng found his rapport with Nangong Liue to be quite enjoyable. He accepted the note amidst the envious and resentful gazes of many boys, noted the number, and returned the paper to Nangong Liue, inquiring, I heard you received guaranteed admissions from 2 prestigious schools. Have you decided which one to choose? Nangong Liue did not respond directly but instead gazed at Su Qingfeng. Countering with a question, what about you? Which martial university do you wish to attend? Typically, students awaken their martial souls in their 3rd year of high school. Thus, the education they receive during their secondary education largely comprises tactical theory, knowledge of various races, and scientific subjects. However, what truly enables soul masters to undergo qualitative changes and create disparities is higher education, specifically the specialized combat training at martial universities. The curriculum at martial universities is purely focused on guiding students to rapidly enhance their martial soul fusion and explore the limits of soul skill applications, as well as practical training in various scenarios. Therefore, even for someone like Su Qingfeng, who possesses an unrivaled martial soul, these courses are of considerable value. Furthermore, Su Qingfeng lives in a modern society where being affiliated with a top-tier martial school serves as a passport within the community, alleviating numerous inconveniences and allowing him to effectively counter those who incessantly mock him. Thus, he simply needed to choose the most prestigious martial school, the truly foremost martial university, the Astral Martial University. Perhaps, its campus is located at the Moon Palace, one of the 3 artifacts, offering various space combat training grounds, which is somewhat superior to the capital's martial university, Su Qingfeng casually remarked. While many might compare the capital martial university with the Astral Martial University, those truly knowledgeable would recognize that the latter possesses a slight edge. The Moon Palace is one of the 3 artifacts of the Human Alliance, tasked with monitoring deep space and safeguarding the capital star. Situated at the Moon Palace, the Astral Martial University can conveniently arrange for students to engage in practical training in a space environment. This alone surpasses the ground-based Capital Martial University. One must consider that the enemies of the Human Alliance are the myriad races of the cosmos. Space combat is indispensable. Great. I choose the Astral Martial University as well. Nangong Liue expressed her unwavering confidence in Su Qingfeng and straightforwardly conveyed her desire to attend the same martial university as him. This revelation genuinely astonished Su Qingfeng. He had not expected Nangong Liue to be so forthright in openly wishing to continue as his classmate. Su Qingfeng had assumed she would be somewhat more reserved. Additionally, he found it peculiar that Nangong Liue seemed entirely unconcerned about the possibility of him failing to gain admission. It should be noted that nearly 1 billion high school graduates from the Human Alliance each year compete for fewer than 10,000 spots at the Astral Martial University. This number must also account for those fortunate individuals with high-star martial souls who are guaranteed admission, as well as those with peculiar connections to essence. The number of students who gain admission solely based on merit could be as low as 5,000. The difficulty of entrance is thus evident. While others might express surprise or skepticism upon hearing his intentions to apply to the Astral Martial University, Nangong Liue exhibited none of this. Did she trust him so blindly? Su Qingfeng instinctively felt something was amiss. He quickly recounted their brief exchanges and deduced a possibility. She must be able to see the purchase records from that black card, deducing my combat prowess from the equipment I bought. If that is the case, her reaction becomes understandable. After coming to this realization, Su Qingfeng did not feel displeased about his privacy being breached. After all, the black card belonged to Nangong Liue. It was entirely reasonable for her to have access to the records. However, one thought left Su Qingfeng feeling somewhat disheartened. So, her favorable attitude towards me is merely due to the strength of my martial soul, rather than any genuine affection? Is this merely a matter of personal investment? Well, that is acceptable. Su Qingfeng, having been accustomed to the tumult of life, did not overly concern himself with such trivial matters. He decided to view it as a mutually beneficial collaboration. All right, I understand. Let's keep in touch. Su Qingfeng waved goodbye to Nangong Liyue and returned to his seat. Luo Ping immediately approached, wearing a cheerful expression as he inquired, "Brother Feng, please teach me, how did you manage to win the heart of the campus belle? First, let me clarify that Nangong Liyue and I are merely ordinary friends. Do not spread unfounded rumors." Su Qingfeng shot Luo Ping a sidelong glance, firmly asserting, "Ordinary friends?" Luo Ping chuckled awkwardly, feeling that Su Qingfeng was clearly fibbing. He had never seen Nangong Liyue engage in such prolonged conversation with any other boy. Moreover, he had heard that the campus belle had even lent money to Su Qingfeng. "If you say so, I won't argue." Luo Ping continued, "Then Brother Feng, teach me the secrets of being ordinary friends with girls." "That's quite simple. As long as you are handsome, achieve good grades, possess strong abilities, and have wealth, befriending any girl will be effortless." Su Qingfeng imparted the true secret to Luo Ping. However, Luo Ping was somewhat unconvinced. "Brother Feng, I acknowledge that you are handsome and your academic performance is commendable, but your strength is not particularly impressive, is it? Moreover, you are not as wealthy as the campus belle." Su Qingfeng presented four arguments. And Luo Ping promptly refuted too. "You may call me poor, and I accept that, but to say my strength is lacking? I suggest you take some time to visit an eye specialist," Su Qingfeng said earnestly. "Am I mistaken?" Luo Ping began to protest, but before he could continue, a graceful figure hurriedly entered the classroom and ascended the podium. She was a stranger, appearing to be around 21 or 2 years old. With bright eyes, pearly teeth, and flowing hair, she was exceedingly beautiful. Who is she? Before Luo Ping could ponder further, the woman at the podium took up chalk and wrote 3 elegant characters on the blackboard: Pei Qingyu. "Your original class teacher, Mr. Wu, has resigned. From today onwards, I will serve as your acting homeroom teacher until the martial examination concludes." Su Qingfeng and Luo Ping exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions reflecting the surprise of discovering that Wu Tian had acted with such swiftness, successfully changing jobs in a single day. Furthermore, leaving without informing the students was rather abrupt. "Brother Feng, you must have hurt Mr. Wu deeply," Luo Ping teased, playfully nudging Su Qingfeng. He was well aware that the primary reason for Wu Tian's resignation was Su Qingfeng's abandonment of the 9-star divine martial soul. "Get lost. Why speak such disgusting words?" Su Qingfeng pushed Luo Ping away, suddenly feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. Mr. Wu's swift departure would surely lead to regret when he learned of the true strength of the great sage martial soul. At that moment, the new homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, called out, "Who is Su Qingfeng?" Before Su Qingfeng could respond, all the classmates turned their attention towards him. Many displayed expressions of malicious glee, believing that the new homeroom teacher intended to reprimand Su Qingfeng upon her arrival. "Su Qingfeng, is it? Please come with me to the office." Pei Qingyu's tone was crisp and decisive. "The rest of you, please study on your own for now." With that, Pei Qingyu hurriedly left the classroom. "This teacher has a straightforward personality." Luo Ping's face displayed concern. "Brother Feng, do you think you will get scolded? I shouldn't, right?" Su Qingfeng shook his head and then stood up to follow Pei Qingyu to the office. As she was new and had not exhibited any obvious signs of discontent, he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. However, if she were to overstep her bounds, he would not hesitate to respond accordingly. Chapter 022. Have you deceived everyone? Pei Qingyu had recently graduated from Tiannan Martial University and was now an intern teacher. In terms of qualifications, abilities, and connections, it was illogical for her to assume the role of acting head teacher for Class 1 of the 3rd year. However, due to the chaotic selection of a worthless martial spirit by Su Qingfeng, the original head teacher resigned hastily, leading to the principal's suspension for reflection. What was once a coveted position had turned into a veritable pit that other teachers avoided at all costs. Nevertheless, Class 1 of the 3rd year was a key class at Lingzhou No. 2 High School, and it could not possibly be left without a head teacher. The grade director, with no other options, reluctantly handed this troublesome task to the newly arrived Pei Qingyu. The senior teachers expressed their sympathy for her predicament, yet none were willing to lend a helping hand. Upon returning to her office, Pei Qingyu was greeted by a few idle colleagues who greeted her with smiles. "Teacher Pei, have you met those students? How do you feel? They didn't bully you, did they? Being the head teacher of a key class is quite manageable." The students hardly cause any trouble, well, except for Su Qingfeng. Faced with such trivial pleasantries, Pei Qingyu merely offered perfunctory responses before returning to her seat. These colleagues, overly enthusiastic, were merely intent on solidifying her position as head teacher, ensuring she wouldn't consider stepping down. If she even hinted at relinquishing her responsibilities, they would undoubtedly resort to moral coercion and veiled mockery, belittling her. Although young, Pei Qingyu was not naive. Fortunately, she genuinely enjoyed teaching and had no aversion to the role of acting head teacher. Moreover, the chaos brought about by Su Qingfeng had already fallen on the shoulders of the former head teacher and the principal. As a newcomer, her culpability was inherently limited. Furthermore, after diligently studying Su Qingfeng's background and academic records, she discovered a rather intriguing fact. Utilizing her knowledge of educational psychology, Pei Qingyu conducted a personality profile of Su Qingfeng. She perceived him as exceptionally intelligent, diligent, and possessing exceedingly high self-expectations, a veritable academic prodigy. How could such an individual suddenly choose to sabotage himself at such a pivotal moment as awakening his martial spirit? This led Pei Qingyu to speculate that the unknown martial spirit chosen by Su Qingfeng must hold great significance. However, most people regarded his rejection of the nine-star divine martial spirit as a grave error, showing no interest in understanding him at all. Of course, this was merely Pei Qingyu's conjecture. To validate her hypothesis, she planned to converse with Su Qingfeng privately. At that moment, Su Qingfeng had arrived at the office door. He gently knocked. The previously warm-hearted teachers who had been consoling Pei Qingyu turned their heads, their expressions instantly frosty. Su Qingfeng, what brings you here? Li Daqian, the martial arts teacher, spoke with unmistakable rudeness. I thought you had already dropped out. I can't believe you're still hanging around. Li Daqian's disdain for Su Qingfeng was nearly rivaled only by that of Wu Tian. Had Su Qingfeng chosen to awaken the nine-star divine martial spirit, it would have significantly enhanced Li Daqian's professional record. Now, however, he viewed having taught Su Qingfeng as a disgrace. Before Su Qingfeng could respond, Pei Qingyu interjected, Teacher Li, please remain calm. Su Qingfeng is here at my request for a conversation. I understand your feelings, but at present, you are merely the martial arts instructor, while I am the head teacher. If you are unwilling, would you like to take on this role instead? Li Daqian was momentarily silenced. He had not anticipated that the intern teacher Pei Qingyu would possess such a resolute demeanor. Showing him no respect as a senior teacher, there was no way he would take on such a hot potato. Teacher Pei is right. I have overstepped. Please, continue your discussion, Li Daqian remarked sarcastically before picking up a cup of water from the table and leaving. He preferred to be out of sight and out of mind. The other teachers, who had also found Su Qingfeng unappealing, found it difficult to continue their disdain upon witnessing Pei Qingyu's willingness to confront a colleague on behalf of Su Qingfeng. They exchanged peculiar glances at Pei Qingyu before muttering to themselves and exiting the office. They were not specifically making room for Pei Qingyu and Su Qingfeng. Rather, they sought a secluded spot to gossip. I apologize, Su Qingfeng. I hadn't anticipated that these teachers would harbor such biases against you. Inviting you here for a conversation was perhaps a misjudgment on my part. Pei Qingyu sincerely apologized to Su Qingfeng. It is quite all right, Teacher Pei, Su Qingfeng replied, his demeanor remarkably composed, unaffected by the harsh words. Malicious remarks could not wound. The truth was the sharp blade. What truly surprised Su Qingfeng was Pei Qingyu's response. This young teacher had the audacity to stand up for him, even willing to clash with her colleagues. Such courage indicated she was no ordinary teacher. Shall we sit down to talk? Pei Qingyu gestured toward the nearby sofa. Inviting him, Su Qingfeng nodded and settled into the most comfortable seat. You must know what I wish to discuss with you, right? Pei Qingyu took a seat beside Su Qingfeng, slightly tilting her head to observe him. Her hair cascaded naturally, and a subtle fragrance enveloped the air. Su Qingfeng shook his head. I do not. Had it been another teacher, Su Qingfeng might have assumed they would reiterate their criticisms regarding his reckless choice of martial spirit. But Pei Qingyu's demeanor suggested otherwise. Su Qingfeng, you need not be so guarded around me. I am aware that you have some conflicts with the previous head teacher, Mr. Wu, but he is he, and I am I. I merely wish to inquire about your academic life and future aspirations. With the martial examination only 3 months away, which martial university do you intend to apply to? I would like to hear your plans. Pei Qingyu observed Su Qingfeng's reactions intently. She sensed that this young man maintained an unshakable tranquility throughout their interaction. this was a manifestation of absolute confidence. If he truly had resigned himself to despair, he would not appear this way. Shinkong Martial University, Su Qingfeng casually stated his established goal. Upon hearing Pei Qingyu's earnest expression, he was willing to place a degree of trust in her character. After all, this was not a secret, and sharing it with her posed no harm. Although she had her suspicions, Pei Qingyu was still taken aback when she heard Su Qingfeng utter the name of the foremost institution of the Human Alliance. She could see that he was not jesting. He genuinely intended to apply to Shinkong Martial University and seemed quite confident about it. So I was right? Pei Qingyu murmured to herself. What? Su Qingfeng did not catch her words. So, Su Qingfeng, your martial spirit is not truly worthless. You have deceived everyone, Haven Tu. Pei Qingyu gazed intently at Su Qingfeng, her expression a mixture of inquiry and amusement in the face of Pei Qingyu's eager gaze. Su Qingfeng smiled gently and countered. Teacher Pei, when have I ever explicitly admitted that my martial spirit is weak? Or rather, which teacher has ever cared about the strength of my martial spirit? They only concern themselves with the star rating of the martial spirit. Instead of saying I deceive them, it is more accurate to say they are solely focused on their own interests. Although Su Qingfeng's words seemed to accuse certain teachers, his demeanor remained calm, as if he had long accepted reality. Pei Qingyu fell silent for a moment before continuing. I am still young, and I differ from them. If you are willing to trust me, I can offer you the necessary guidance and support until you successfully enroll in your desired higher martial school. Would that be agreeable? Chapter 023. A slight increase in quota. Shinkong Martial University is no easy institution to gain admission to. As the undisputed premier academy of the Human Alliance, the admission criteria for Shinkong Martial University are notoriously stringent. Aside from those granted direct admission, candidates whose martial spirit quality is below 7 stars must meet the following conditions. First, they must achieve top grades in all subjects during the unified examination prior to the awakening ceremony. Second, before submitting their application, their combat power must exceed 200. Third, candidates must challenge a secret realm known as the Ascension Steps within the Tongtian realm, achieving a clearance level of at least 70. Each of these conditions is increasingly demanding, and only those who can satisfy all three are considered the C-Army de la C-Army. However, even this is insufficient. An additional rigid requirement for admission to Shinkong Martial University is that candidates must rank in the top 3 at the martial examination competition held within the Lingzhou region. This is due to the fact that there are only 3 regular admission slots for this prestigious institution within this city of millions. And this is still a result of additional slots allocated by the capital. Pei Qingyu had no doubts about Su Qingfeng's determination to challenge Shinkong Martial University, and she was willing to offer her assistance. However, Su Qingfeng did not require her help. Thank you for your kind offer, Teacher Pei, but I can manage the matter of applying to a martial university on my own. Su Qingfeng decisively declined. He feared that Pei Qingyu's assistance might hinder his progress. This was no jest. Su Qingfeng's current combat power level stood at 24083, allowing him to dominate in both the Tongtian secret realm and the foreign battlefields. Even on the Tianyuan battlefield, he could venture forth and make a name for himself. Aside from having a slightly limited number of soul skills and a lesser-known martial spirit, Su Qingfeng had virtually no shortcomings, and a mere martial examination was hardly a concern. Pei Qingyu, unaware of the specifics, would only create a training plan based on her intuition, which could lead to mismatches. Very well. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I will be here to help. Pei Qingyu replied, somewhat disappointed, feeling that Su Qingfeng did not trust her. All right, thank you, teacher. Su Qingfeng expressed his gratitude before departing. When conversation fails to resonate, it can only end there. Until Su Qingfeng walked far away, Pei Qingyu only then remembered that she had forgotten to inquire about Su Qingfeng's martial soul information. He had already departed, so she decided to ask him next time. Pei Qingyu was concerned that she might upset Su Qingfeng. Upon returning to the classroom, Luo Ping approached, grinning mischievously as he inquired, Brother Feng, so how was it? Were you thoroughly trampled by the new beautiful homeroom teacher? You should watch fewer sordid materials and indulge in some world-renowned literature instead. Su Qingfeng, upon seeing Luo Ping's expression, immediately discerned that the latter's thoughts were rather unsavory. Brother Feng, what do you mean? I'm just showing concern for you. Luo Ping feigned innocence. I'm heading home now. Su Qingfeng, disinterested, gathered his belongings swiftly and departed with a casual remark. His purpose for returning to school had been fulfilled, and he saw no need to attend the upcoming class meeting. Ultimately, whether one aspired to enter a prestigious institution or to stand out on the battlefield. It all hinged on raw strength. Luo Ping hadn't expected Su Qingfeng to leave in such a manner. What surprised him even more was that shortly after Su Qingfeng's departure, Nangong Liyue also stood up and exited the classroom. As Su Qingfeng strolled through the campus, he heard Nangong Liyue calling out to him from behind. Su Qingfeng, classmate? Su Qingfeng turned around, gazing at the stunning girl standing in the spring breeze. Raising an eyebrow slightly, "Aren't you going to class?" Nangong Liyue approached, her curiosity evident. "I've already attended a session in the office. The new homeroom teacher held a private lesson for me." Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. He recalled that Nangong Liyue had already secured a recommendation, so she didn't need to attend classes as he did at IC. Nangong Liyue's lips curled into a slight smile as she clasped her hands behind her back and spoke softly. "There's something I must apologize to you for." "Why?" Su Qingfeng inquired with genuine interest. "Did you do something to wrong me?" Nangong Liyue nodded. "The black card from before. I forgot to unlink my phone number. Your shopping information from the past 2 days was automatically sent to my phone, and I accidentally saw it." As she gazed into Su Qingfeng's eyes, she spoke cautiously. She could have continued to feign ignorance, but Nangong Liyue understood that persisting in her deception might genuinely offend Su Qingfeng. To prevent any rift in their relationship, she decided to clarify matters. Upon hearing her explanation, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. One had to admit that Nangong Liyue had a bit of cunning. He believed her initial forgetfulness regarding the unlinking, but her claim of accidentally viewing the messages felt somewhat fabricated. Clearly, this was a case of subtle manipulation. Nonetheless, Su Qingfeng was not overly concerned. "I understand. And then what?" He replied casually. "I previously contacted the staff to change the identity information of the black card to yours, but they mentioned that it would reduce certain privileges." Nangong Liyue said tentatively, "That's unnecessary. As long as the account works, it's fine." Su Qingfeng firmly rejected. "Anyone who dares to cut off my 3 full discount on the black card is my enemy. I agree with that perspective. As a gesture of compensation, I had the staff slightly increase the limit. You should receive a notification shortly." After saying this, Nangong Liyue waved goodbye and left. "She applied for an increase in my credit limit? That black card originally had a limit of 50 million star coins. How much more could it possibly be raised?" Su Qingfeng pondered. Just as he felt his phone vibrate slightly, he picked it up to see a message reading, "Dear Black Card VIP, hello? The limit on your account ending in 8888 has changed. The current available limit is 1,490,000,000 star coins. Thank you for choosing Nangong Commerce, and we wish you a pleasant experience with your card." They directly raised it to 1 billion? Is that what they call a slight increase? Su Qingfeng was somewhat astonished. He was aware that Nangong Liyue was wealthy, but he hadn't anticipated her to be extravagantly affluent to such an extent. Marrying her could save him 300 years of hard work. So, she must have seen my installment purchase for the Platinum Tianji staff and felt embarrassed by the record of installments. That's why she increased my limit by 1 billion. Su Qingfeng considered this possibility quite plausible. After all, the wealthy are often concerned about appearances. How embarrassing it would be to mention installment payments. Of course, he was joking. Su Qingfeng believed that the only reason Nangong Liyue was investing more in him was that he had demonstrated the potential for greater investment. True geniuses never fret over cultivation resources. This is a truth understood by all. The difference between Su Qingfeng and other geniuses was that his sole investor was Nangong Liyue. This was leading me into a debt trap. What could she possibly want from me? Is she after my body? If that were the case, should I yield or not? Su Qingfeng fell into deep thought. Chapter 024. Nangong Liyue's first act of resistance. Nangong Liyue's return to Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School had a purpose similar to Su Qingfeng's. Her primary aim was to see Su Qingfeng.as for other individuals and matters. They were not on Nangong Liyue's radar. Previously, she had noticed that Su Qingfeng's last expenditure astonishingly reached 540 million star coins, and her curiosity couldn't be contained, prompting her to check the spending list. Upon discovering that Su Qingfeng had purchased a 150-ton white dwarf material weapon, she was utterly stunned. Some matters can be inferred from the details. The fact that Su Qingfeng could wield such a formidable weapon indicated that his physical strength was undoubtedly monstrous. After a brief estimation, Nangong Liyue concluded that Su Qingfeng's combat power level would not be below 5,000. Even more alarming than this combat power level was his rate of growth. Su Qingfeng had only awakened his martial soul a day ago. Nangong Liyue suddenly realized that Su Qingfeng's strength far exceeded her expectations. Faced with such a top-tier genius, coupled with her pre-existing fondness for Su Qingfeng, she naturally had no qualms about offering her full support. The reason Nangong Liyue only increased the black card limit by 1 billion was that it was the limit of her capabilities. At that moment, she genuinely yearned to become the master of Nangong commerce. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly utilize endless resources to bind Su Qingfeng and herself together. This binding was not meant in a romantic sense. Given Su Qingfeng's immense potential, any goodwill he might show her in the future could greatly benefit her. Nangong Liyue trusted Su Qingfeng's character and was unwavering in her investment. A boy who can remain composed in adversity, even when ridiculed by millions, surely possesses commendable character. It was precisely for this reason that when Su Qingfeng proactively asked her for contact details, Nangong Liyue felt no aversion. In fact, she was quite pleased. Her joy persisted until the moment she returned home and encountered her mother, Qin Yusen. "Little Liyue, where have you been today?" Qin Yusen's tone was gentle, yet her expression was unusually frosty, as if Nangong Liyue had committed a grave mistake. "I returned to school to handle some matters," Nangong Liyue responded softly, slightly biting her lip. "If I recall correctly, you have already obtained a recommendation to Shinkong Martial University?" Qin Yusen raised her gaze, her tone indifferent. "Yes," Nangong Liyue nodded. "I went to great lengths to help you elevate the quality of your martial soul from 8 stars to 9 stars. Shouldn't you be diligently training in the heavenly realm to enhance your soul skill and improve your martial soul's fusion rate? For newly ascended soul masters, possessing a powerful martial soul is one thing. If the fusion rate does not keep pace, not only will their strength be diminished, but they may even face the risk of premature demise. You surely understand such a simple principle, right?" Qin Yusen's frustration was evident. "Moreover, what are you doing back at Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School? That worthless institution is a quagmire for you. Had it not been for your father's insistence on arranging your return to the family ancestral grounds for studies, you would have entered Shinkong Martial University much sooner. Once you mature, none of the current teachers or classmates will be worthy of your friendship. You should not waste your precious time on such futile social engagements." Nangong Liyue listened quietly, refraining from retorting. She understood that arguing would only provoke her mother further. Ever since her father fell in battle at Tianyuan, her mother had transformed into a creature purely driven by self-interest. Often, Nangong Liyue did not concur with her mother's views. She even constantly reminded herself not to become as extreme as her mother. As for what Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School represented, Nangong Liyue had her own answers. Perhaps others were destined to be mere passers-by in her life, but there would always be one boy who stood apart. Qin Yusen continued to ramble on, and as she noticed Nangong Liyue growing increasingly silent, she finally paused. With a deep sigh, she stated, "Little Liyue, you must understand that your mother only wants what is best for you. Would your mother ever wish you harm?" Nangong Liyue shook her head. Her mother certainly did not wish to harm her. Her mother needed her to grow rapidly to help vie for control of Nangong commerce. However, in the process, Nangong Liyue felt more like a tool than a person. Yet she was indeed a person, which made her unable to suppress her urge to resist. Generously supporting Su Qingfeng became Nangong Liyue's most significant act of defiance. It was worth noting that her mother strictly forbade her from engaging closely with any boys. Nangong Liyue believed her actions were discreet, but soon she realized she was mistaken. "I've received news that you've increased the credit limit on an anonymous black card to 1,500,000,000 star coins. What valuable items do you intend to purchase? Why do you require such a considerable sum of money?" Qin Yusen inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. She clenched her teeth and replied in a low voice, "That is my personal privacy. Personal privacy is not a justification for wantonly squandering resources." Qin Yusen's tone was cold. "Provide me with a reason for not revoking your credit limit. A limit of 1 billion star coins is not an insignificant sum, yet I cannot tolerate you exercising shareholder privileges without informing me. I possess shares in the Merchant Association," Nangong Liyue stated in a somber yet resolute tone. As the legitimate daughter of the main branch, although her shares were limited, she was nonetheless a shareholder of the Nangong Merchant Association. "You've grown wings and dare to engage me in a mathematical debate." A smirk of mockery appeared on Qin Yusen's face. "Do not forget, you have yet to turn 18. According to family regulations, your shares are still under my guardianship. In any case, the credit limit cannot be revoked." Nangong Liyue gazed at Qin Yusen with a gentle yet firm expression. At this moment, She felt as though she was truly risking everything to invest in Su Qingfeng for the first time. Qin Yusin sensed that Nangong Liyue possessed such strong opinions. Previously, Nangong Liyue had been exceedingly obedient, doing whatever she was told without ever rebutting. Qin Yusin felt somewhat at a loss, but soon, an uncontrollable anger surged within her. "You should not provoke me, my precious daughter." A cold smile graced Qin Yusin's face as she prepared to pick up her phone. "If you proceed with that, I will publicly announce that I shall forever relinquish my claim to the Merchant Association's inheritance." Nangong Liyue spoke calmly, her words rendering Qin Yusin momentarily speechless. Qin Yusin's husband had already perished on the battlefield. Her sole hope of ascending to the pinnacle of power rested upon Nangong Liyue. This was also the reason Qin Yusin was so determined to sculpt a perfect masterpiece. Yet, she never anticipated that this perfect creation would defy her, and that this day would arrive so swiftly. In an instant, Qin Yusin realized one crucial fact. Her ambition required her daughter's cooperation to have any chance of realization. Chapter 025. The oppressive presence of two major shareholders. You wouldn't dare do that, would you? If you successfully inherit the Merchant Association, it would be immensely beneficial for you. Qin Yusin steadied her emotions and began to present facts and reason to Nangong Liyue. However, despite her attempts at intimidation, Nangong Liyue did not appear particularly pleased. She had long been aware that her mother, Qin Yusin, valued interests far more than her personal feelings. Previously, Nangong Liyue could deceive herself, but now the stark truth stood before her. And she could only accept reality. "I will indeed proceed with that," Nangong Liyue stated earnestly. "If my mother believes I am too selfish, I would willingly return my life to her." Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin furrowed her brow. Initially, she was merely curious about where Nangong Liyue was spending her money and intended to impose stricter controls. Now, witnessing her daughter's willingness to risk everything in defiance, Qin Yusin sensed something was amiss. This matter was likely not as straightforward as it appeared. Was this girl perhaps concealing something? Had she spent her money on herself or someone else? If there was indeed another, what was their relationship with her daughter? A romantic interest? That was absolutely unacceptable. How could her daughter, so exceptional, succumb to romantic entanglements at such a time? Qin Yusin vowed to uncover the truth of this matter. Yet at that moment, Nangong Liyue had already lost her rationality, and Qin Yusin had to stabilize her first. "Xiao Liyue, you have won. I shall not revoke that black card, but remember, this is a one-time concession. Not to be repeated," Qin Yusin conceded reluctantly. Nangong Liyue found it hard to believe. She had not expected to win so easily. Had her mother suddenly become so accommodating? Or was she merely placating her temporarily, with ulterior motives in mind? Based on her understanding of her mother, Nangong Liyue leaned towards the latter. "Understood. There will not be a next time, mother. I shall return to my room now," Nangong Liyue respectfully stated before turning to leave. The seemingly impeccable phrase struck Qin Yusin's ears as somewhat grating. After pondering for a moment, she understood the reason. In the past, she would have considered this the norm in Nangong Liyue's manner of speaking. Now, however, Qin Yusin realized that Nangong Liyue was clearly performing. Was there still discontent in her heart? Upon realizing this, Qin Yusin's gaze became somewhat conflicted. Yet, that inner turmoil quickly vanished. The influence of the Nangong Merchant Association spanned hundreds of resource planets, with total assets exceeding trillions of star coins. The allure of controlling such a colossal entity was a perilous trap for Qin Yusin. She could not escape. Her daughter must become the new ruler of the Nangong Merchant Association. For this, she would spare no expense. With this thought in mind, Qin Yusin took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello. Is this the market department of the Nangong Merchant Association? I am the 9th-ranked shareholder of the association, and I request access to the spending records of an unnamed black card account. I do not care about customer privacy. I only require results. Provide me with a response within half an hour." At the central plaza of Tongtianji No. 1, the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association, Deputy Manager Huang Teng was idly attending to his duties. Although there were many customers in the store, most of them were ordinary passers-by, failing to capture Huang Teng's attention. He loathed such mundane days. If all he received were ordinary guests, his aspirations of succeeding the current manager would have to wait until the incumbent was promoted or transferred. That would be a tremendous waste of life. "I desire a more exhilarating life," Huang Teng mused. Just then, His work phone suddenly rang. Huang Ting glanced at the caller ID. Nangong Merchant Association Market Department. Oh. A significant figure. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Ting answered the call. Hello. This is the flagship store at Central Plaza of the Nangong Merchant Association. I am Deputy Manager Huang Ting. May I ask who is calling? The business departments of the Nangong Merchant Association were primarily divided into three segments. The Execution Department, which focused on resource planet expansion. The Market Department, which handled procurement and sales, and financial services. The thousands of flagship stores established by the Nangong Merchant Association in Tongtianji all fell under the jurisdiction of the Market Department. If Huang Ting could be promoted from the store to the headquarters, it was highly likely he would end up in the Market Department. I am Li Sansi, the Deputy Director of the Market Department, acting on behalf of the ninth-ranked major shareholder of the association to investigate the spending records of an unnamed black card from your store. A serious voice transmitted from the other end of the line. Huang Ting was taken aback. A shareholder substantial enough to warrant personal investigation by the Deputy Director of the Market Department was certainly someone of considerable influence. Understood. May I ask which black card spending record you require? Huang Ting's tone shifted to one of utmost respect. Faced with the dual pressure of a shareholder and his immediate superior, he was naturally inclined to comply obediently. As for respecting customer privacy, internal corporate communication does not count as a breach of confidentiality, Huang Ting reassured himself. However, to his astonishment, Li Sansi did not immediately disclose the card number but instead added a significant remark. I have also received another commission requesting that you thoroughly erase the spending records of that card, leaving no trace behind. This commission was issued by the 12th-ranked major shareholder of the association. Upon hearing this, both Huang Ting and Li Sansi fell into a brief silence. What does this mean? Are the two major shareholders at odds with one another? Both Huang Ting and Li Sansi understood that they were merely employees and could not afford to offend any shareholder. However, when faced with two contradictory orders, they could only find a way to choose sides. Manager Li, I find this situation a bit perplexing. Could you provide me with some guidance? Huang Ting felt as though he were a tiny ant caught between two massive elephants. At risk of being crushed at any moment, he dared not act hastily. Li Sansi was quite satisfied with Huang Ting's attitude. At least this young man understood that he should align with him during such a time. The issue was that Li Sansi had been so explicit with Huang Ting precisely because he wished to avoid responsibility. Huang Ting, I can only advise you to make your own decision regarding this matter. Additionally, do not entertain the notion of being a fence-sitter. Otherwise, you will truly find yourself without any assistance. The two shareholders were concerned about this black card account, which you should note down. Huang Ting hung up the phone with a complex expression, still feeling frustrated about encountering such a situation. Forced to choose sides between two shareholders. If he had to select, he should naturally side with the shareholder holding more shares. Right? With such thoughts, Huang Ting input the newly recorded account number into the store system to check the sales records. Soon, he found himself stunned. The account displayed was the one used by Su Qingfeng. So, the black card account that concerned the two major shareholders was this one. Huang Ting's mind recalled the striking, enigmatic, and formidable young man, and he suddenly felt resolute. If he were to choose between the 9th-ranked and 12th-ranked shareholders, he would side with the 9th-ranked one. However, if the 12th-ranked shareholder's stance aligned with that of the mysterious guest, then he had no choice. Huang Ting decisively deleted all records of that black card's transactions from the store system and then called Li Sansi. Manager Li, I apologize, but the system does not have any records of that black card's transactions. How is that possible? Li Sansi was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that Huang Ting was actively choosing sides and did not wish to implicate him. This young man was quite brave indeed. He had resolutely chosen to offend the more powerful shareholder. Li Sansi was somewhat taken aback, yet he did not hesitate and swiftly continued, I understand. Please carry on with your matters. Chapter 26. The neighboring sister, Enruo Qin Yusin, was in a rather foul mood. She had not anticipated that her request to the marketing department, utilizing her shareholder privileges within the Chamber of Commerce to review the consumption records of an anonymous black card, would end in failure. The marketing department's response was astonishingly that no transaction records could be found for that account. Was this not an absurdity? If that black card had never been used, how could her daughter have specifically sought to increase its spending limit? The marketing department had undoubtedly provided false information. Upon realizing this, Qin Yusin was filled with indignation. After all, she was a shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Although her share constituted a mere 2, it was certainly not something that the employees of the marketing department could casually disregard. Just as Chin Yusin was about to erupt, she quickly sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, how could the marketing department dare to engage in such deceitful practices? The only possible explanation was that her daughter, Nangong Liyue, another shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, had anticipated her actions and prepared in advance. That wretched girl, truly, a daughter is not to be kept. Chin Yusin's face paled with rage, yet she found herself at a loss for a better course of action. It was impossible for her to storm into Nangong Liyue's room and confront her about this matter. Chin Yusin did not even dare to broach the subject, fearing it would provoke a fierce backlash from Nangong Liyue. However, just because Chin Yusin refrained from targeting Nangong Liyue did not mean she would let this slide. Chin Yusin had always been fiercely competitive and harbored a strong desire for revenge. She vowed to uncover who was utilizing that black card and ensure that the perpetrator faced the consequences they deserved. As for how she would go about it, Chin Yusin planned to delve into Nangong Liyue's rather uncomplicated social circle, by investigating with whom she associated closely at school and conducting a slight filtration. She should be able to arrive at a conclusion. While Chin Yusin was actively plotting her next move, Nangong Liyue sat in her room, troubled. The feedback from Li Sansi, the deputy manager of the marketing department, confirmed her suspicion that her mother, Chin Yusin, was indeed conducting a clandestine investigation into Su Qingfeng. This revelation filled Nangong Liyue with both anger and shame. She felt that she had brought trouble upon Su Qingfeng. However, just as Chin Yusin dared not confront her directly, Nangong Liyue was equally at a loss for how to persuade her mother to abandon the pursuit of this matter. The relationship between the two had grown increasingly complex. On the other hand, after leaving school, Su Qingfeng returned home directly. It was a modest 3-bedroom apartment, situated on a street close to Lingzhou No. 2 High School, qualifying as a desirable school district residence. In this world, such properties not only facilitated children's education but also served as a safety guarantee. Should the Blue Star be suddenly invaded by a formidable foreign force, residents living near the school could swiftly evacuate to the Artifact Tower through the teleportation array set up on campus. Seeking emergency refuge. The Artifact Tower, as the foremost artifact of humanity, could ensure the survival of billions for over a year under the most extreme circumstances. If resources were continuously replenished, the entire human population could reside within the tower indefinitely, albeit with a rather monotonous and tedious existence. Conversely, those residing far from the school would likely find themselves trapped in a catastrophic situation without any means of escape. Yet, some believed that the strength of the human alliance was sufficiently robust to withstand an invasion from the myriad races of the cosmos, while others, by nature, were optimistically dismissive of such nebulous dangers and reluctant to incur additional housing costs. Opinions varied widely. Su Qingfeng's school district apartment was purchased by his parents over a decade ago. In this regard, his parents truly loved him. Living alone, Su Qingfeng generally lacked the motivation to cook. Fortunately, numerous restaurants offering a variety of cuisines were conveniently located downstairs, alleviating his concerns about meals. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by a cozy living room adorned with warmth. On the wall beside the dining table hung a large photograph. In the picture was a vibrant young couple standing side by side, the woman cradling a child, with their backs turned to the corpse of a colossal dragon lying on the ground. The photograph bore an inscription: Su Xiang and Lin Fengming slay a dragon to capture a commemorative photo for their adorable baby under the starry sky on his first birthday. Though it was not the first time Su Qingfeng had seen this photograph, he still felt an overwhelming sense of love and boundless confidence wash over him as he read the accompanying text. His parents were both 7-star soul masters, undoubtedly elite members of the Salvation Army, even amidst the harshest conditions on the Abyss battlefield. Su Qingfeng had heard the story behind this photograph when he was younger. Recounted by his mother, they had been vacationing in a nearby town to celebrate their child's first birthday when an ill-fated dragon unexpectedly attacked the town. Su Qingfeng's parents had no choice but to take risks and confront the creature to protect their child, ultimately slaying the dragon without injury. Friends who arrived afterward captured this moment in the photograph. The inscription was penned by Su Qingfeng's mother, Lin Fengming. This dragon attack had made Su Qingfeng's parents acutely aware of the instability of the Abyss battlefield, prompting them to send Su Qingfeng back to Blue Star for his education when he was merely 6 years old. Just a year later, his parents had both gone missing during a calamitous battle that had yet to be declassified. The Salvation Army had not provided Su Qingfeng with details about the conflict, only dispatching personnel to inform him that his parents were heroes of humanity. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng became taciturn, rejecting the military and government's offers of guardianship. Choosing instead to live independently until now, Su Qingfeng had initially believed that his parents' disappearance was a mere accident. However, he later learned through online channels that a divine conflict had erupted on the Abyss battlefield over a decade ago, inflicting catastrophic losses on human forces. Not only had they lost over 1 million elite soldiers from the Salvation Army, but nearly 1 million skilled adventurers and members of various chambers of commerce had perished in the turmoil. It was then that Su Qingfeng understood why the Salvation Army had concealed the battle's details from him. After all, involving divine entities, revealing the truth would only serve to amplify the suffering of ordinary individuals without offering any recourse. Unless Su Qingfeng acquired the strength to overpower all divine beings of the cosmos, the Salvation Army's intelligence would remain closed to him. At that time, he would finally learn the true reason behind his parents' disappearance and exact his vengeance. Mom and Dad, rest assured, that day will come soon. Su Qingfeng softly uttered this vow to the photograph before preparing to head out for a meal. Just as he stepped outside, he heard someone calling out to him, "Xiao Feng, you're back? I just made dinner. Come and eat." The voice was sweet, filled with joy and sincerity. The speaker was a beautiful young woman in her 20s, slender and fair-skinned, with eyes as bright as a lake. Her name was Enruosu, Su Qingfeng's neighbor and the social worker responsible for ensuring his well-being. Chapter 27. 18th Birthday. Su Qingfeng was only 7 years old when his parents went missing. The Welfare Department of the Salvation Army and the Civil Affairs Department of the Human Alliance, concerned that Su Qingfeng lacked the means to live independently, had reached out to him, attempting to arrange for adoptive parents or placement in a welfare institution. However, Su Qingfeng had firmly rejected such arrangements. The Salvation Army and Civil Affairs Department respected his wishes and assigned him a dedicated social worker. Until Su Qingfeng turned 18, the social worker would handle all administrative matters on his behalf and regularly check in on his well-being. Enruosu was Su Qingfeng's second social worker. She had been working for over 2 years, primarily focusing on his care. Including her experiences before graduating from university, Enruosu had actually been looking after Su Qingfeng for nearly a decade. Enruosu's family background was similar to Su Qingfeng's, with both of her parents being retired soldiers of the Salvation Army. For this reason, she had always treated Su Qingfeng with great care, frequently inviting him over for meals without expecting anything in return. Even when Su Qingfeng occasionally wanted to gift her something in return, she would refuse. Over time, Su Qingfeng began to feel somewhat embarrassed about accepting her invitations. "And yeah, I have to run some errands." Su Qingfeng was not inclined to accept Enruosu's invitation this time either. "Don't try to fool me. It's mealtime now. The only reason you'd head out at this hour is to grab some noodles from the little restaurant downstairs. Does the food made by your sister contain poison? You would rather eat something from a dingy place than come over for a meal," Enruosu insisted, grabbing Su Qingfeng's arm and pulling him toward her home. Though Enruosu was merely a weak 5-star soul master, escaping her grasp would have been a simple matter for Su Qingfeng. However, he refrained from doing so, fearing he might injure her and not wanting to hurt her feelings. This would be rather embarrassing. Su Qingfeng feigned politeness but found himself naturally stepping into Enruosu's home. Compared to the dingy little restaurant, her culinary skills were far more enticing. Enruosu lived alone in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment. At that moment, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes, both hot and cold, accompanied by a nourishing soup. Evidencing the effort she had put into preparing this lunch, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of doubt. This hardly seemed like a casual home-cooked meal. Wasn't Jia about to share something of great significance with him? "Please, have a seat. Xiao Feng. Try my braised ribs. I made them just for you." Having arrived, Su Qingfeng felt no need to be polite any longer. He picked up his chopsticks, selecting a rib that Enruosu had placed in his bowl, taking a hearty bite. The ribs were rich in flavor, tender and succulent, cooked to perfection. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Enruosu inquired, somewhat nervously. "Perfect," Su Qingfeng sighed. "And Jia's culinary skills have truly improved." "I'm glad to hear that. Spending the entire day indulging in fast food at the little diner below, I cannot help but feel the absence of your company. Dining alone becomes quite tedious," Enruosu remarked, half in jest, half in complaint. "Hee hee." Su Qingfeng smiled in silence, pondering the burden of a beauty's affection. With a solitary man and woman sharing a meal, one could easily find themselves in perilous situations. Sisterin, why have you prepared such an abundance of dishes today? Is there a special occasion? Su Qingfeng inquired, seeking to steer the conversation in a different direction. Upon hearing this, Enruo Su paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she gazed at Su Qingfeng and said, Xiaofeng, have you forgotten? Today is the 9th of March, 3018 in the Starseed calendar, your 18th birthday. It is also the last day I can care for you in my capacity as a social worker. Witnessing Su Qingfeng grow day by day, reaching adulthood, Enruo Su felt as though she had nurtured a child to maturity. Alongside her sense of pride, she could not help but reflect on how swiftly time passes. Upon hearing Enruo Su's words, Su Qingfeng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Ever since he had merged with the memories of a transmigrator and awakened his martial soul, he had devoted his attention to enhancing his strength, completely oblivious to the significance of this day. However, a man's birthday is often a modest affair. Having a beautiful elder sister from the neighborhood treat him to a meal was quite a privilege. Moreover, he had already received a substantial spending limit of 1 billion from a wealthy benefactor. If every birthday were to bestow such treatment, Su Qingfeng would find it rather delightful. Why does Sisterin seem somewhat discontent? Even if you are no longer my social worker in the future, you will forever remain my sister. Su Qingfeng offered in a cheerful attempt to console her. You are right. Today is a day of joy, and I should not have expressed such sentiments, Enruo Su replied, her radiant smile returning as she poured Su Qingfeng a drink. Sisterin apologizes. Su Qingfeng felt that Enruo Su's words were somewhat excessive. Yet he thought nothing of sharing a drink. Setting down his cup, he noticed a flicker of complexity in Enruo Su's gaze. Xiaofeng, I came across a video about you online. Su Qingfeng immediately understood that Enruo Su was referring to his audacious decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul in favor of an unknown martial soul. It seemed he had indeed gained notoriety. Enough for those around him to be aware of it. Those who recklessly disseminated videos without his consent truly deserved reprimand. Su Qingfeng felt compelled to investigate who was behind this mischief. Monetary concerns were secondary. He needed to make those individuals understand the meaning of suffering. So, what did Sisterin wish to convey? Su Qingfeng asked curiously, wanting to know her thoughts on his controversial decision. What I wish to express is that the quality of one's martial soul does not define one's worth. Each individual has the right to choose their own path. Your parents are heroes of the human alliance. And you could easily apply for an exemption from military service. As long as you find happiness and fulfillment in your life, I shall always support you. Enruo Su gazed earnestly at Su Qingfeng. Her tone serious. Her feelings for him, having watched him grow since childhood, were indeed complex. Su Qingfeng excelled academically, possessed unwavering resolve, and maintained emotional stability, not to mention he was quite handsome. Had their age difference been smaller, Enruo Su would undoubtedly have chosen Su Qingfeng as her romantic partner. Despite the age gap, she found herself harboring feelings for him. Even if he had made an astonishingly unconventional choice, she believed there must be a compelling reason behind it. Perhaps Xiaofeng feels overwhelmed by the pressure of being a hero and simply wishes to lead an ordinary life. Enruo Su found herself somewhat exhilarated by Su Qingfeng's decision. She thought that his choice of a relatively mundane, unknown martial soul might bridge the distance between them. Enruo Su recognized that such sentiments were selfish, but is anyone not selfish in their own way? For some reason, Su Qingfeng sensed an oddity in Enruo Su's gaze. Regardless, compared to the multitude of skeptics and mockers, Enruo Su's support genuinely touched him. Thank you, Sisterin. I will fulfill my responsibilities if the human alliance requires me to serve in the military. Besides, I am not as weak as you might think. In the presence of those he trusted, Su Qingfeng did not feel the need to be overly modest. He understood that even if Enruo Su were to learn of his secret, she would not bring harm upon him. Chapter 028. If you wish to leave a legacy, sister can assist. Xiaofeng, do not act so impulsively. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Enruo Su's expression grew anxious. She feared for Su Qingfeng's safety on the battlefield, knowing that the Su family line could be obliterated. If he insisted on fulfilling his military duties, Enruo Su believed he should at least ensure the continuation of his lineage. In this regard, Enruo Su felt she could offer her assistance. As for Su Qingfeng's claim of strength, she chose to overlook it. Certainly, he could assert himself with the 9-star divine martial soul. But the unknown martial soul? and Ruo Su believed that Su Qingfeng's potential for future growth might not even rival her own as a civil service soul master. Upon joining the Salvation Army, he would face formidable adversaries from all corners of the universe. The limitations of his martial soul were evident. No matter how hard he tried, how much stronger could he realistically become? For this reason, Ruo Su would rather see Su Qingfeng lead a simple life, finding stability by her side. Faced with Ruo Su's almost blind concern, Su Qingfeng felt both amused and deeply touched. At the very least, Ruo Su was among the few who mistakenly believed he was merely succumbing to despair yet still willing to support him. Sister, let us eat. Su Qingfeng did not wish to squander any more words. He knew what he needed to do. All right, and Ruo Su nodded, then quietly accompanied Su Qingfeng as they dined. After their meal, Ruo Su presented Su Qingfeng with a birthday gift. As he unwrapped it, he discovered an exquisite mechanical watch. While not from an exceptionally luxurious brand, its quality was undeniably good. This watch serves not only as a beautiful accessory but also as a reliable tool in extreme situations. I hope you like it, Ruo Su said with a cheerful smile. Su Qingfeng initially hesitated to accept it, knowing the watch was worth at least 5,000 star coins, a significant portion of Ruo Su's salary for half a month. However, he quickly realized that since the gift had already been unwrapped, even if he declined to accept it, Ruo Su might not be able to return it would be better to accept it and subsequently offer her some cash as compensation. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng gladly accepted the gift, and while Ruo Su was momentarily distracted, he discreetly transferred 50,000 star coins to her account. For Su Qingfeng, 50,000 star coins was a trifling sum, and he hoped this gesture would somewhat repay Ruo Su's kindness. As for a larger amount, that would be inappropriate. He was certain that Ruo Su would refuse. Su Qingfeng deemed 50,000 a reasonable figure. After completing this transaction, he took his leave. He needed to return to the celestial realm to train, hastening to elevate his martial soul integration to 10 and activate his second soul skill. Su Qingfeng was eager to discover what the second skill of the great sage martial soul entailed. Not long after, he noticed Ruo Su repeatedly attempting to contact him via phone. However, Su Qingfeng promptly hung up, denying her any opportunity to speak. He genuinely wished to express his gratitude to Ruo Su without engaging in any arguments. Later, Ruo Su sent numerous messages, insisting that as a public servant, she could not accept bribes and urging Su Qingfeng to reclaim the 50,000 star coins. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Could a gift given without any ulterior motives be deemed a bribe? Su Qingfeng understood that this was merely Ruo Su's way of trying to intimidate him, using threats about his future to compel him to return the money. He would not fall for such tactics. Soon enough, Su Qingfeng found himself back at Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School. He made his way directly to the Soul Master Training Center, preparing to swipe his card in queue for the teleportation array. Just then, a deep male voice suddenly called out from behind, Su Qingfeng, you brat finally decided to show up. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Turning around, Su Qingfeng saw a portly middle-aged man standing under a tree. Wearing a sardonic smile. It was none other than the suspended principal, Duan Muji. Su Qingfeng's feelings were mixed upon seeing Duan Muji. What does the principal want with me? Does he believe I am responsible for his suspension and seek revenge? This thought quickly dissipated as Su Qingfeng dismissed it. He felt that Principal Duan Mu was not that petty. Besides, he had no fear of any retaliation in Su Qingfeng's eyes. The principal's 5-star soul master prowess was no more formidable than that of a robust insect. What business do you have with me? Principal? Su Qingfeng asked casually. His immense strength granted him sufficient confidence to engage with anyone on equal terms. Should others prove ungrateful, they would have only themselves to blame for his youthful arrogance. You still call me principal, even though I am no longer one. Duan Muji approached Su Qingfeng, shaking his head self-deprecatingly with a smile. Compared to their last encounter, Duan Muji's spirit seemed considerably diminished. This was only natural. Who would feel good about being thrust into early retirement after happily serving as a principal? Yet, Su Qingfeng had no intention of offering comfort to Duan Muji. I am pressed for time. Principal, let us get straight to the point. Su Qingfeng urged with a smile, his tone bordering on indifference. He would not waste time out of sympathy for Duan Muji. It was best to speak plainly. Cough, cough. Duan Muji cleared his throat awkwardly. He had not anticipated Su Qingfeng's rather unapproachable demeanor. Had this been in the past, Duan Muji would likely have been driven to a frenzy. Yet now, he displayed a remarkable sense of openness. I heard from teacher Pei Qingyu that you have made up your mind to apply to Xingkong Wuda. I wish to convey to you that recognizing one's missteps and returning to the right path is indeed a commendable act. From this point forward, you must dedicate yourself to your studies and training and refrain from any further folly. When did you become so concerned about me, principal? Su Qingfeng found Duan Muji's behavior rather perplexing. What did he mean by saying that recognizing one's missteps is a good thing? He had not strayed from the path. Moreover, Su Qingfeng thought it odd that Duan Muji, who had little personal connection with him, would come to offer such words of encouragement. To be frank, these words were entrusted to me by teacher Pei. She hopes you can approach the examination with a light heart and not feel burdened by any past entanglements with me. Duan Muji revealed the truth. Su Qingfeng suddenly understood. It was Pei Qingyu working behind the scenes, which made sense. Su Qingfeng felt that Pei Qingyu might be overreaching, for he had not felt any guilt over Duan Muji's predicament. So, does this mean the principal harbors some grievances against me? Su Qingfeng inquired with a smile, unbothered by the potential to unearth Duan Muji's hidden wounds. A hint of dissatisfaction may linger, but it does not amount to resentment. Duan Muji sighed. I have been compelled to take a back seat, primarily due to offending certain individuals. However, had you chosen the 9-star divine martial soul back then, I might not have had to step down so soon. Su Qingfeng merely smiled in response, remaining silent. In fact, if you truly manage to enroll in Xingkong Wuda, I might very well regain my former position, Duan Muji added. Then I shall do my utmost. Su Qingfeng nodded. Indeed, doing your best is all that matters. Duan Muji's tone was casual, clearly not taking the matter seriously. Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul was of such inferior standing that applying to Xingkong Wuda seemed an insurmountable challenge. Duan Muji held little hope that in truth, had it not been for Pei Qingyu's earnest request, he would not have bothered to meet with Su Qingfeng at all. Su Qingfeng, perceiving Duan Muji's true sentiments, chuckled softly before turning to leave. Chapter 029. A Surge in Profits. Not long after, Su Qingfeng once again utilized the teleportation array to arrive at his personal space within the Tongtian realm. The walls of the small room faithfully displayed Su Qingfeng's current attribute panel. Name: Su Qingfeng Martial Soul. King of the Monkeys, Unknown Star Level, Fusion Degree. 4 First Soul Skill, Divine Ability, Law of Heaven and Earth Effect. Upon activation, gains a towering martial soul true form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed consumption. All mana. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: none. Basic attributes: Single Arm Pulling Force, 900 tons. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 200 kilograms. Reaction rate: 8,000. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 1. Perception Ability: 12,000. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 1. Abnormal Resistance: 40,000. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 1. Life: 40,000. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 1. Mana: 40,000. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 1. Combat Power Level: 24,083. 1 Fusion Degree. 1-star Soul Master equals 1. Though this was not his first encounter with this attribute panel, Su Qingfeng was still astonished by the sheer power of his physique. His attributes were astonishingly formidable. Those fully fused 9-star Soul Masters likely could not compare with him. The strength of the great sage martial soul was so overwhelming. Yet so many still questioned his choice. Should they be deemed short-sighted or merely stubborn? Once I elevate my martial soul's fusion degree to 100% and unlock all soul skills, I shall demonstrate to them what absolute power truly means. Su Qingfeng felt a twisted exhilaration akin to parading in splendid attire while concealing a tiger's might. Subsequently, he opened the back end of his short video account to review the data of his previously released videos. Perhaps due to his previous dazzling performance, his videos had received significant promotion from the platform, resulting in an explosive surge in all metrics: video data, likes, 1.2 billion, views, 11 billion, comments, 1.5 billion, net earnings after tax, 110 million star coins, withdrawable balance, 101 million star coins. His total earnings had astonishingly exceeded 100 million. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the earnings data. However, upon observing the view count, he found it entirely reasonable. With the entire human alliance numbering around 1 billion, it was equivalent to 1 in 9 individuals having watched his video. Considering the high quality of his content, Earning 100 million was hardly excessive. What truly delighted Su Qingfeng was the prospect of continuing his lucrative endeavors as a content creator. Given that his black card account still held over 1 billion in spending capacity, Su Qingfeng was in no rush to withdraw the video earnings. He would spend it first. After contemplating the content for his next video shoot, he exited his personal space and returned to the central square of Tongtian realm. Nangong Liyue had assisted him in increasing his black card overdraft limit by another billion. This time, he was determined to explore the flagship store of the Nangong Commerce Association. Previously, he had only exchanged his weapon, leaving his equipment and consumables untouched. With such thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng re-entered the flagship store of the Nangong Commerce Association's central square. At that moment, the deputy manager, Huang Teng, happened to be on duty. Upon seeing Su Qingfeng enter, a smile broke across his face that he could hardly suppress. Previously, he had chosen to offend the ninth-ranked shareholder of the association to help Su Qingfeng keep his information confidential. Now it was time to demonstrate his loyalty and perhaps claim some credit. Huang Ting felt compelled to do so. If Su Qingfeng and that mysterious shareholder were displeased, he could very well lose his job. Greetings, esteemed guest. Shall we follow our usual custom and head to the VIP room? Huang Ting approached Su Qingfeng with palpable enthusiasm. Su Qingfeng glanced at Huang Ting, immediately perceiving that the young man had something to say, and nodded in agreement as they made their way to the inner VIP room. Huang Ting poured Su Qingfeng a soda before standing before him, a serious expression on his face as he spoke. Rest assured, esteemed guest, protecting our clients' privacy at all costs is our store's guiding principle. Even if the one seeking to pry into your privacy is a major shareholder of our association, I would never yield to them. I have completely deleted your previous shopping records. This has fundamentally eliminated any possibility of a leak. Tell me, esteemed guest, was my action correct? As he concluded his statement, Huang Ting slightly bowed, his smile dripping with flattery. As a low-level soul master, Huang Ting had long understood the ways of survival. He was now firmly convinced that Su Qingfeng was a substantial golden opportunity. To show disdain towards such a benefactor while clinging to his own status would be sheer folly. Huang Ting sought to make it clear to Su Qingfeng that he was ready to fully commit, even at the risk of offending shareholders of the Nangong Commerce Association. Initially, Su Qingfeng was unsure of the situation. But after hearing Huang Ting's words, he could not help but furrow his brow. Was a major shareholder of the Nangong Commerce Association attempting to investigate the usage of Nangong Liyue's black card? Who could be behind this? Were they her parents? Or perhaps it was the risk control department of the financial institution within the association, suspecting irregularities with the black card account. If it were the latter, it would not make sense for a shareholder to order an investigation. Moreover, Huang Ting had no need to shoulder such pressure to assist him in deleting information. Thus, it was highly likely that Nangong Liyue's parents were the ones seeking to investigate. With this realization, Su Qingfeng cast a strange glance at Huang Ting and asked, the top 10 shareholders of the Nangong Commerce Association each possess a fortune exceeding 1 billion star coins. Aren't you afraid of retaliation for directly offending them? Su Qingfeng was not averse to Huang Ting's allegiance, but he found the young man's actions rather reckless. He was willing to risk his job to follow him into the fray? That could work. Su Qingfeng acknowledged that Huang Ting's abilities held some value for him, but it was essential to clarify matters first. Huang Ting was more astute than Su Qingfeng had anticipated. Esteemed guest, perhaps you are unaware. The mysterious shareholder who gifted you the black card has also taken action. My deletion of your shopping information was in direct accordance with her wishes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Ting felt compelled to be forthright with Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated that Nangong Liyue possessed substantial shares in the Nangong Commerce Association. This meant she was not merely a wealthy girl but a true top-tier heiress. No wonder she could elevate the black card's spending limit by a whopping 1 billion star coins with just a phone call. Upon grasping this information, Su Qingfeng understood the unfolding events. Nangong Liyue's parents had learned of the increase in the black card limit and sought to investigate his spending records, pressuring Huang Ting in the process. Meanwhile, Nangong Liyue had borne the pressure and utilized her shareholder status to demand the deletion of records from Huang Ting. In this crucial moment of allegiance, Huang Ting had chosen to side with him and Nangong Liyue. Although Su Qingfeng was not intimately familiar with Nangong Liyue's family background, he had pieced together the situation quite well. You have done excellently. Su Qingfeng praised Huang Ting, then proceeded to paint a grand vision. A young man with such ambition as you deserves more than to be merely a store clerk. When I embark on my entrepreneurial journey, you shall work for me. Huang Teng was eager to clarify that he was, in fact, the store manager, and the deputy manager title was merely a formality. However, Su Qingfeng had already offered him one of the promises he longed for, and Huang Teng dared not contradict him. If he were to offend Su Qingfeng and cause displeasure, what would happen to him in the future? Upon reaching this point, Huang Ting nodded enthusiastically and said with a bow, "Allow me to express my gratitude to the esteemed guest right here." Su Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. He believed that his promise was worth at least several tens of millions of star coins. Huang Teng was a discerning individual and would undoubtedly make the right choice when the time came. However, due to the troublesome issue of shareholder audits, Su Qingfeng's interest in shopping had significantly waned. He felt it was necessary to have a conversation with Nangong Liu first. Chapter 030. Mother-daughter conflict. Before long, Su Qingfeng took out his phone and sent a message to Nangong Liu. "Are you free? Can we chat? I'm at the flagship store of Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Plaza No. 1. Shortly after sending the message, Su Qingfeng received a reply from Nangong Liu. "Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be there soon." Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the promptness of her response. He had merely intended to give her a call, yet she seemed so eager to meet in person. Nevertheless, he had no objections. Given that Nangong Liu was a wealthy heiress, he was more than willing to wait a few extra minutes for her. Su Qingfeng replied with a simple okay and then set his phone aside, resuming his enjoyment of the soda. Noticing Su Qingfeng's apparent boredom, Huang Teng approached him with a smile, suggesting, "Are you feeling a bit dull, my friend? Would you like me to arrange for a few performers from the dance troupe to come and keep you company? Does your Chamber of Commerce also support a dance troupe?" Su Qingfeng asked, somewhat surprised. "Oh no, not at all. They are friends of mine from personal connections. It has nothing to do with the chamber." Huang Ting hastily clarified, as for whether those performers were indeed funded by the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. "That remained uncertain. There's no need for that. I've made an appointment with someone. Just bring her to me when she arrives." Su Qingfeng waved his hand nonchalantly. "Understood." Huang Teng did not dare to pry further and took his leave. A few minutes later, Huang Ting returned, accompanying a graceful young woman clad in a flowing black gown, her face obscured by a mask, revealing only her bright, lake-like eyes. Although her face was hidden, Su Qingfeng immediately recognized her as Nangong Liu. He was somewhat astonished by her swift arrival, almost suspecting that her family had a teleportation array connecting directly to the Celestial Tower. Although establishing such an array was prohibitively expensive and required stringent qualifications, these concerns were trivial for Nangong Liu's family. "Esteemed guest, the person you were waiting for has arrived," Huang Ting announced with a smile, secretly thinking that it was no wonder the esteemed guest had no interest in the performers. He had his own exceptional beauty. Indeed, wildflowers may be splendid, but a cultivated flower is pure and pristine. Clearly, Huang Teng was unaware of Nangong Liu's true identity, mistakenly believing that Su Qingfeng held a higher status. Nangong Liu did not disclose her identity, and Su Qingfeng, of course, had no intention of making unnecessary inquiries. He glanced at Huang Teng, signaling him to leave. Huang Teng bowed his head and exited, locking the door of the VIP room behind him with an understanding nod. Su Qingfeng noticed that Nangong Liu was staring at him in a daze, not making any move. He couldn't help but tease, "Do you enjoy standing there so much? And why keep the mask on? Are you afraid I might look at you too intently?" No." Nangong Liu finally snapped back to reality, flustered as she hastily removed her mask. She then sat down with poise on the sofa diagonally opposite Su Qingfeng, legs neatly together. "I just haven't figured out how to face you yet," she said, lowering her head slightly, her tone tinged with embarrassment. "Why the guilty look? You haven't wronged me," Su Qingfeng replied casually. "As for what happened, even if you choose to remain silent, I can piece it together. Is it that your family discovered that you lent me money in secret, and your parents are worried I might be a bad influence?" "Yes, you're quite clever." Nangong Liu's eyes sparkled as she nodded, quickly correcting herself. "However, you are not a bad influence, and I do not have a father. My father has been missing for many years. Just like your parents, due to the incident on the Tianyuan battlefield 11 years ago." Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu understood that the term missing was merely a euphemism for having no remains to be found. Su Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar. He had been unaware of this fact until now. It was no wonder that Nangong Liu occasionally revealed a unique sympathy and concern for him. they shared a mutual experience of loss. Without a father, it seemed that only her mother was pursuing the truth behind Su Qingfeng. If my presence has caused you any trouble, you can simply reclaim that black card, Su Qingfeng suggested. He did not wish for Nangong Liyue to face undue friction with her mother due to him. Even without her assistance, he believed he could sustain himself by diligently creating videos as a bounty hunter. No, Nangong Liyue reacted strongly, nearly springing from the sofa like a startled kitten. Then, with an apologetic expression, she said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to target you. It's just that you must continue using that black card. All right, consider it a favor I'm asking of you. I will handle matters with my mother." Nangong Liyue displayed an unusual level of insistence, almost to a point of obsession. Supporting Su Qingfeng was her desperate form of resistance. She did not wish to abandon this course of action, which required Su Qingfeng's cooperation. Observing her demeanor, Su Qingfeng realized that significant issues had likely existed between Nangong Liyue and her mother even before the incident with the black card. Such situations were not uncommon. Although both Nangong Liyue and her mother were financially stable, they were part of a single-parent household prone to conflicts, compounded by the complexities of high society. It was entirely normal for mother and daughter to have disagreements. "If you trust me, you could share your issues with your mother," Su Qingfeng offered, preparing to temporarily play the role of a psychological counselor, hoping to provide some insight for Nangong Liyue. Nangong Liyue was taken aback. Surprised that Su Qingfeng would express such sentiments, his maturity and steadiness were somewhat beyond her expectations. After a few moments of contemplation, she seemed to weigh the possibility of fully trusting Su Qingfeng. He did not rush her, simply sipping his soda in silence while he waited. After a brief pause, Nangong Liyue suddenly spoke up, "Could I have a sip of that? I've never tried this drink before." Su Qingfeng looked at her in astonishment, noticing her intense gaze fixated on the half-filled cup of cola in his hand, her expression serious and earnest. "I'll pour you another glass," Su Qingfeng thought to himself, mildly scolding Huang Tong for not paying attention to details in hospitality. "No, I want a drink from the one you have," Nangong Liyue insisted, exhibiting a rather unreasonable and unhygienic demeanor, completely at odds with her usual dignified and aloof self. It was as if sharing a soda with Su Qingfeng held profound significance for her. Su Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed her the soda, saying, "If this brings you some comfort, then go ahead." "Thank you." Nangong Liyue accepted the soda and took a large gulp, leaning back against the sofa, savoring the experience. "This feels wonderful," she exclaimed, reveling in the sensation of carbonation rising within her. Her smile bright and genuine. In that moment, Nangong Liyue appeared far from the demure lady she usually presented. Instead, she seemed refreshingly authentic. Chapter 031. Angel Investor. The previous incarnation of Nangong Liyue resembled a star perpetually under the spotlight, always glamorous yet exuding an aura of unreality. This simple act revealed that her interactions with her mother must have been exceedingly stifling. Perhaps this was the root of her discontent. In contrast, Su Qingfeng bore no such burdens in his past life. He had been a carefree rich heir, raised without constraints by his parents. In this life, he relied solely on himself. Having discerned the crux of the problem, Su Qingfeng fell into brief contemplation before stating, "I believe I understand your predicament. You are not fond of your mother's excessive care. It's quite simple. You just need to become powerful enough. Not only in terms of strength but also in social standing. For instance, if you were to join the Human Alliance government and become the governor of a resource planet, then your mother would have no leverage over you." Nangong Liyue regarded Su Qingfeng with surprise, holding her soda, her eyes wide with astonishment. He had deduced all her issues without her uttering a word, even coming close to unearthing her deeply hidden aspirations. However, her true ambition was slightly different from Su Qingfeng's assumptions. She yearned to join the Salvation Army, accumulate merits on the Tianyuan battlefield, and ultimately become a female commander of a large battalion. As for competing with her relatives for the inheritance of the Chamber of Commerce, she held no interest whatsoever. "Su Qingfeng, you're truly remarkable. I've never realized how impressive you are," Nangong Liyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Of course, I now possess the memories of 2 lifetimes and have awakened the great sage martial soul. It's only natural." Su Qingfeng mused inwardly, "By the way, do you really not need me to explain anything to your mother?" Su Qingfeng inquired. If Nangong Liyue's mother was difficult to deal with, he was prepared to persuade her through more direct means. Really? It's not necessary. Thank you for discussing so much with me. Nangong Liu'e diverted the topic. So, are you planning to go to the secret realm to cultivate next? Could we go together? The Nangong Chamber of Commerce is affluent and influential, enjoying numerous privileges even in the celestial realm. For instance, the secret training grounds utilized by Nangong Liu'e are exclusively reserved for her. Within these secret realms, the abundance of monsters presents a moderate challenge. Therefore, having an additional companion would not hinder her training efficacy. That's unnecessary, Su Qingfeng replied, shaking his head. Ordinary secret realms are not suited for me. It was then that Nangong Liu'e recalled that Su Qingfeng wielded weapons made from white dwarf materials, each weighing a staggering 150 tons. His combat prowess was truly celestial. Forcing Su Qingfeng to enter the same secret realm for training would be a sheer waste of life. I apologize for my oversight, Nangong Liu'e said, expressing her regret once more. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. This girl held herself to excessively high standards, continually apologizing without a hint of annoyance. I'm leaving now. Feel free to reach out if you require assistance. Su Qingfeng teased, you are my angel investor, and I shall not allow anyone to mistreat you. All right. Nangong Liu'e's cheeks flushed crimson. With those words, all her previous grievances evaporated. Brother, you finished so quickly? Huang Ting remarked. Surprised by Su Qingfeng's abrupt departure, the stunning beauty in the VIP room possessed both an exquisite figure and unparalleled beauty. Why did the esteemed guest not linger a moment longer? Focus on selling your wares and stop rambling. Su Qingfeng thought Huang Tong was a tad insufferable. After leaving the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Su Qingfeng intended to continue his journey to the otherworldly battlefield for practical training. However, as he approached various secret realm entrances, he suddenly halted. Before him stood a secret realm entrance that resembled a celestial ladder. Above this entrance, the 4 golden characters Ascend to Divinity shimmered in the air. The Ascend to Divinity secret realm is remarkably unique. It comprises 100 secret realms of varying difficulty, serving as a battleground for soul masters training. Each realm generates formidable foes based on the challenger's strength. A soul master must vanquish all adversaries to progress to the next level. It is said that upon completely conquering the Ascend to Divinity secret realm, one may attain godlike power and glory. Yet, to date, no individual from the Human Alliance has fully cleared the Ascend to Divinity realm. The record for the highest number of levels cleared is held by the current commander of the Salvation Army. Known as the God of War, Luo Pinghai. At the age of 20, he spent an entire year relentlessly challenging the Ascend to Divinity, ultimately achieving a record of 99 levels. In contrast, even those who can clear 90 levels are exceedingly rare prodigies. Luo Pinghai once stated that to conquer the 100th level of the Ascend to Divinity, one must master powers that surpass those of deities. He has yet to achieve this, hence his failure to succeed in that challenge. Of course, this was 30 years ago. The current Luo Pinghai may very well be capable of conquering the 100 levels of the Ascend to Divinity. However, for reasons unknown, after turning 20, he has not set foot in the Ascend to Divinity realm again. For the new generation of young soul master prodigies, clearing the 100 levels of Ascend to Divinity and surpassing the God of War Luo Pinghai is undoubtedly a formidable goal worth pursuing. Countless young individuals strive relentlessly to surpass the God of War. Yet, they will soon discover that the difficulty of the Ascend to Divinity realm is astonishingly high. Each level is teeming with powerful monsters. Even the slightest misstep by an ordinary soul master could result in being overwhelmed and devoured in an instant. Let alone the 100th level. Even the first level could eliminate 90 of the self-proclaimed talented young soul masters. Furthermore, the Starry Sky Martial University mandates that all candidates must clear at least the first 70 levels of the Ascend to Divinity to swiftly filter out the unworthy. Su Qingfeng, having opted not to choose the 9-star Divine Martial Soul, lost his automatic admission eligibility to the Starry Sky Martial University and could only proceed like an ordinary candidate. Thus, he too decided to brave the Ascend to Divinity realm. Moreover, he aimed to clear the 70th level before the martial examination commenced. Seizing the day, since he had encountered it, he might as well explore it now. I am eager to see if the Ascend to Divinity realm is truly as challenging as the legends suggest. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng stepped directly towards the secret realm entrance. In an instant, he was transported to the first level of the Ascend to Divinity realm. Su Qingfeng found himself in a circular arena, approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. resembling a colossal stage. Beyond the arena lay a chaotic void. Just then, a line of text appeared before him. Esteemed Challenger, due to your exceptionally high combat level, far exceeding the requirements for the first 50 levels of the Ascend to Divinity realm, we are prepared to assist you in skipping directly to the 51st level. Do you accept? Yes, no? Upon seeing this prompt, Su Qingfeng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Presumably, the entity communicating with him was the artifact spirit of the Celestial Tower. The intelligence of the artifact spirit is remarkably advanced. In fact, the entirety of the celestial realm is managed with its assistance. The spirit, having detected Su Qingfeng's extraordinary combat level, likely wished to conserve energy by reaching out to him. It is worth noting that the monsters in all secret realms of the celestial realm are simulated using the energy of the Celestial Tower. Given Su Qingfeng's current combat prowess, it would be futile to waste time tackling lower difficulty challenges when skipping levels directly would be more efficient. Su Qingfeng had no objections to the proposal to skip levels. However, he was concerned about how the results for the first 50 levels would be calculated. As if sensing Su Qingfeng's thoughts, a new text prompt appeared before him. Your scores for the first 50 levels of the secret realm will be recorded as SSS level and documented. Upon reading this, Su Qingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since all were rated SSS level, he felt assured. He certainly did not wish to discover that he had no achievements in the first 50 levels of the Ascend to Divinity when it came time to apply to the Starry Sky Martial University. That would be utterly absurd. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng agreed to the level skipped. In the next moment, he noticed the environment around him transforming. The arena beneath his feet expanded instantly, evolving into a vast map with a radius of several dozen kilometers. Moreover, the terrain morphed into a complex and varied mountainous landscape, complete with numerous canyons and caves. Su Qingfeng barely had time to take in the surroundings before another text prompt appeared. You have entered the 51st level of the Ascend to Divinity realm, Disaster of the Insect Sea. Enemies will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Before the swarm of insects descended upon him, a background text description materialized before Su Qingfeng. Secret realm name, Disaster of the Insect Sea. Difficulty level, Hellish. Combat level, 500-1000. Monster count, infinite reproduction. Background description. In the year 2500 of the Star Sea era, the 158th resource planet was invaded by the Starry Sky Insect Clan. An insectoid queen lies hidden in a pit 1 kilometer underground, continuously breeding the Starry Sky Insect Clan. The insectoid queen has resided in this territory for 3 days, currently laying 1,000 eggs per hour. As the Challenger, you must swiftly locate and eliminate the insectoid queen, guarded by insectoid warriors. Failure will be deemed if the Challenger dies or fails to eliminate the insectoid queen within 7 days. Current fastest completion record, 6 hours 03 minutes. Record holder, Luo Pinghai. After reading the background description of the secret realm, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Although this secret realm was generated automatically by the Celestial Tower, the events depicted within its background were indeed real. For humanity, the insect clan represents one of the most terrifying existences among the myriad races of the cosmos. While their individual capabilities may not be particularly formidable, their astonishing reproductive abilities and insatiable appetite make them a considerable threat. The insect disaster that occurred 500 years ago on the 158th resource planet must have been utterly horrific. This can be inferred from the completion records of the secret realm. The commander of the Salvation Army, a 10-star soul master, and the god of war of humanity, Luo Pinghai, took a full 6 hours to conquer this secret realm. The difficulty is evident, and this was merely the 51st level of the Ascend to Divinity realm. How did others manage to clear such a daunting secret realm? Su Qingfeng found it puzzling. Could other high school graduates truly navigate the first 70 levels seamlessly and subsequently apply to the Starry Sky Martial University? At that moment, the artifact spirit of the Celestial Tower seemed to anticipate Su Qingfeng's thoughts and displayed another text prompt. The hellish difficulty secret realms are specially prepared for challengers with an SSS level rating. The difficulty for ordinary soul masters will be significantly reduced in comparison. Now it made sense. Su Qingfeng realized that this was likely the price he paid for choosing to skip levels. His ratings for the first 50 levels were all SSS level, thus the 51st level naturally presented the highest difficulty. As for the fairness of having different difficulty secret realms share a common scoring standard? Well, if Su Qingfeng could skip the first 50 levels, That too would be a form of unfairness. With this understanding, Su Qingfeng donned his black dragon leather armor and brandished the white dwarf material weapon he had purchased at great expense. The platinum, heavenly mechanism staff. The staff was slightly thicker than the dragon staff Su Qingfeng had previously wielded. Due to the infusion of additional white dwarf material, the Tianji staff itself emanates an exceedingly high temperature, resembling steel that has been scorched to a molten state, continuously ejecting sparks. Were it not for Su Qingfeng's extraordinary physical constitution, merely touching this staff would have resulted in him being seared instantly. Weighing 150 tons, it is perfectly suited for Su Qingfeng. Next, he must locate the Zerg Queen and eliminate her. Originally, Su Qingfeng could have effortlessly obliterated everything using the law of heaven and earth technique. However, he was still unaware of the Zerg Queen's precise hiding location or her strength. Moreover, prior to that, Su Qingfeng wished to familiarize himself with the combat strategies of the Cosmic Zerg. Holding the Tianji staff, he advanced forward, and shortly thereafter, a pungent, fishy odor assaulted his senses. From the surrounding pits, one enormous cosmic Zerg after another surged forth like a tidal wave. Each Zerg exceeded 30 meters in length. Their bodies enveloped in a metallic carapace, with limbs glinting like blades, capable of effortlessly shredding through rocks and cliffs along their path. These Zerg possess formidable strength, Su Qingfeng assessed. The cosmic Zerg that appeared before him displayed a variety of forms, some resembling beetles, others like spiders. Regardless of their appearance, they all exhibited an appalling capacity for destruction. Mountains, rocks, and even the very earth posed no obstacle to them. Upon sensing Su Qingfeng's presence, the Zerg immediately surrounded him from all directions, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. Each of these colossal creatures boasted a minimum combat power level exceeding 500. When it comes to physical strength, they are at least equivalent to a fully merged 5-star Soul Master. Ordinary Soul Masters would find themselves easily torn apart and devoured, even in a one-on-one confrontation with a single Zerg. Under normal circumstances, even the most elite of the Savior Army would require powerful technological weaponry to bombard such a scenario. Fortunately, Su Qingfeng is not an ordinary individual. Buzz boom. When confronted by an onrushing giant Zerg, Su Qingfeng executed a gentle leap, the immensely heavy Tianji staff slicing through the air, landing effortlessly atop the giant's head. With a muffled thud, the enormous creature's head, akin to a small house, exploded, showering the ground with green bodily fluids. During this encounter, Su Qingfeng barely felt any resistance. The Tianji staff was utterly exhilarating. Alas, if it could stretch and contract like the Rui Jingu Bang, it would have been even more perfect. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of delight. The only downside was that, as he was in the secret realm of the celestial realm, the monsters he defeated would not yield any soul energy to absorb. Fortunately, as long as Su Qingfeng successfully completed the challenge, he could still gain various rewards. Chapter 033. An astonishing completion record. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng slightly regulated his strength and continued to massacre the cosmic Zerg with an increasingly relaxed demeanor. Regardless, each strike resulted in a head explosion, rendering the speed of his attacks inconsequential. In less than a minute, over 100 cosmic Zerg had perished at his hands. Within a radius of 100 meters around him lay a multitude of stacked Zerg corpses. Su Qingfeng had anticipated that these gigantic insects would exhibit some trepidation towards him. However, the Zerg displayed astonishing bravery. It was unclear whether the cosmic Zerg lacked independent thought or simply did not comprehend fear. Even witnessing Su Qingfeng's rampage, they continued to charge forward with unwavering resolve. The spider-like Zerg were evidently more adept at close combat, lacking any ranged attack capabilities, and they swarmed towards Su Qingfeng with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the beetle-like Zerg, sensing Su Qingfeng's extraordinary power, began to employ spells. Great beetles, stationed kilometers away, opened their massive jaws, targeting Su Qingfeng from a distance. In the next instant, terrifying pillars of fire, radiating immense heat, descended upon Su Qingfeng like a legion of fire dragons, engulfing everything in their vicinity. The flames, produced by an unknown substance, burned at an outrageous temperature. Moreover, the corpses of the fallen Zerg ignited upon contact with the flames, in the blink of an eye. The area within a few kilometers around Su Qingfeng transformed into a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed. The skies were obscured. Those Zerg caught in the crossfire had no time to struggle before being completely consumed by the ferocious flames. Yet, even so, they continued to charge at Su Qingfeng without a hint of remorse, utterly indifferent to life and death. Such an assault would undoubtedly be lethal for ordinary Soul Masters. Even a fully merged 9-star Soul Master would hesitate to endure such fiery devastation without employing their soul skills. However, Su Qingfeng was an exception. Firstly, the black dragon skin armor he donned could absorb a substantial amount of spell damage. Coupled with his formidable physical strength, he remained unharmed despite being enveloped in flames. The only thing that irked Su Qingfeng was that the raging inferno and thick smoke obscured his vision. At that moment, he longed for another ability of the Great Sage, the fiery eyes of insight. I wonder if the next soul skill of the Great Sage's martial spirit will allow me to choose freely. Exclamation point. Su Qingfeng mused with anticipation. For other newly emerged Soul Masters, the Zerg's offensive methods would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Yet, with a combat power level exceeding 20,000 and a physique strong enough to completely disregard their attacks, Su Qingfeng felt no fear of the Zerg siege. Having enjoyed the encounter sufficiently, it was time to conclude the battle. Su Qingfeng had thoroughly experienced the Zerg's attack methods, and during the fight, he had also sensed the general location of the Zerg Queen, prompting him to activate his trump card, First Soul Skill, Law of Heaven and Earth, Initiate. The familiar sensation of power surged through him. The Great Sage's martial spirit erupted from within Su Qingfeng, swiftly transforming into a colossal giant. At that moment, Su Qingfeng resembled a deity walking the mortal realm. The numerous massive cosmic Zerg appeared as mere ants beneath his feet. No, even the secret realm itself, evolved from the celestial tower, seemed as fragile as paper in the face of Su Qingfeng's overwhelming force. The Zerg had never encountered such a sight before. The enemy's size had suddenly magnified tens of thousands of times. Who truly was the monster here? In an instant, the cosmic Zerg, who had never known fear, were left dumbfounded. Before officially engaging the enemy, Su Qingfeng leisurely set up several mobile devices to record the scene, carefully positioning them to capture the best angle of the giant form. Next, utilizing both hands and feet, Su Qingfeng obliterated everything beneath him within mere minutes. Shortly thereafter, he reached down and extracted the Zerg Queen, who had been hiding deep within the earth. It was a pale, plump giant insect resembling a sow. Its length even exceeded 100 meters, appearing devoid of any combat prowess. Yet, in just a few short years, this Zerg Queen could reproduce millions of Zerg, conquering an entire planet. Before delivering the fatal blow, Su Qingfeng took a moment to examine the details closely. The creatures in the celestial realm's secret space are all simulations of real-world monsters. Now that Su Qingfeng had encountered the Zerg Queen, he would not mistake his target in future battles against the cosmic Zerg. This is one of the practical significances of newly emerged Soul Masters training in simulated spaces, allowing them to learn about the biological characteristics of the cosmic myriad races. After Su Qingfeng dispatched the Zerg Queen, the surrounding scenery momentarily froze. He understood this to be an indication of completing the secret realm challenge, and the subsequent battle settlement interface appeared before him. Indeed, just as Su Qingfeng had anticipated, the details of his completion emerged. Esteemed Challenger, congratulations on successfully completing the Hell-level difficulty secret realm, the Zerg Plague. Your completion time is 6 minutes and 3 seconds. You have shattered the record for the highest difficulty level of this secret realm. Your rating level is SSS. You have earned a cash reward of 10 million star coins. You may choose to announce this news or remain anonymous. If you choose anonymity, the news of the record being broken will only be communicated to the previous record holder. After a brief contemplation, Su Qingfeng decided to remain anonymous. He intended to monetize the completion video he had filmed and did not wish to prematurely reveal that he was a 10-star Soul Master. This decision also served as a form of self-protection, as the human society harbored numerous spies from the cosmic myriad races, and attracting their attention could lead to numerous troubles. He himself might not fear danger, but his friends and family could be affected. Following Su Qingfeng's decision, the previous record holder, Commander Luo Pinghai of the Savior Army, who was currently inspecting the front lines at the Tianyuan battlefield, soon received news that someone had broken his record. Upon reading the message, Luo Pinghai was taken aback. He had believed that his completion record would be exceedingly difficult to surpass. To think that the new generation was so formidable? Moreover, The completion time for the Hell-level difficulty Secret Realm on the 51st floor of the Ascension Tower was merely 6 minutes and 03 seconds. This time was precisely 1/60th of Luo Pinghai's previous record. Quite impressive. Stunned for a moment, Luo Pinghai contemplated a possibility. Recently, the garrison troops of the 17173 foreign battlefield reported the emergence of a suspected 10-star Soul Master, a super-powerful individual who had slaughtered nearly 300,000 lizardmen in just a few minutes. Initially, when Luo Pinghai saw this report, he could hardly believe it. The 10-star Soul Masters of the Human Alliance were few and far between, and they served as strategic weapons for humanity. Who would waste their soul power slaughtering lowly troops in such a remote area? It wasn't until he later viewed the high-definition video that Luo Pinghai realized the report was indeed true. The bad news was that the individual responsible was likely not a 10-star Soul Master. The good news was that this person's soul skill strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 10-star Soul Master. Thus, that fellow has begun to set his sights on the Ascension Long Stage Secret Realm, intent on striking at my venerable visage? Very well. Upon this realization, Luo Pinghai felt no anger. Instead, a gratifying smile graced his resolute and upright countenance. In recent years, the myriad races of the starry sky have grown increasingly audacious. It is high time that a peerless prodigy emerges among the human race. What constitutes a peerless prodigy, you may ask? It is one who possesses the ability to dominate an era. Chapter 034. The Nest-level Secret Realm. The Chaos of the Sea Demons. An SSS rating, accompanied by record-breaking completion rewards, yet only a meager 10 million star coins? This is utterly insufficient. Within the Ascension Long Stage Secret Realm, Su Qingfeng was lamenting the stinginess of the Tower of Heaven. For the average person, 10 million star coins is indeed a substantial sum. Moreover, Su Qingfeng had only taken 6 minutes to conquer the 51st level. Such efficiency in earning is truly formidable. Yet, Su Qingfeng remained dissatisfied. Firstly, his expenditures were exorbitant. Furthermore, during his previous exploits in the 17,173rd foreign battlefield, he had earned a bounty of 22.5 million star coins for slaying lizardmen with a single use of the Celestial Transformation ability, in addition to enhancing his martial soul fusion rate by 4. In contrast, while battling monsters in this Ascension Long Stage Secret Realm, he could not absorb the power of souls. This represented a significant loss, if the earning potential here was inferior to that of the foreign battlefield. Why should Su Qingfeng continue to squander time challenging the Ascension Long Stage Secret Realm? He would be better off participating in practical combat in the foreign battlefield, amassing soul power to elevate his martial soul fusion rate. Once his fusion rate reached 10 and he unlocked his second soul skill, a transformative leap in his power would ensue. At that point, he could allocate time to complete the first 70 levels of the Ascension Long Stage Secret Realm. However, reality proved that the intelligence of the Tower of Heaven far exceeded Su Qingfeng's expectations. In the very moment he finished his lamentations, 2 lines of new text materialized before his eyes. Esteemed challenger, if you are unafraid of peril and wish to confront true monsters, this spirit can elevate the difficulty of the Secret Realm from Hell level to Nest level. Please note, all creatures in the Nest-level Secret Realm are real entities. Failure in this challenge may endanger your life. Do you wish to increase the difficulty of the Secret Realm? Yes, no? Nest-level Secret Realm. Such an option exists. Su Qingfeng's heart brimmed with delight. While other soul masters might hesitate at this choice, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Without a moment's pause, Su Qingfeng consented to adjust the difficulty of the forthcoming Secret Realm to the Nest level. This decision meant he would no longer face simulated monsters, but rather authentic creatures transported into the Secret Realm by the Tower of Heaven. Or perhaps he himself would be directly teleported to the monster's lair to engage in battle. Regardless of the scenario, the ability to absorb soul power was a boon. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng consumed several bottles of restorative potions, patiently awaiting the replenishment of his mana. Although the Celestial Transformation ability had no cooldown period, it did not imply that Su Qingfeng could utilize this soul skill without limit. Each application of the Celestial Transformation would completely deplete his mana reserves, in the absence of any mana foundation. Even if he could successfully transform, the combat prowess of the giant manifestation would be severely diminished. Therefore, waiting to restore his mana before employing the Celestial Transformation was the more prudent strategy. However, Su Qingfeng's current mana total of 40,000 made swift replenishment no easy task. He needed to maintain his rest, continuously consuming high-level mana restoration potions produced by the Nangong Merchant Guild. Thus, Su Qingfeng rested for a full 10 minutes before his mana was restored to its peak. Only then did he communicate with the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Please initiate the challenge for the 52nd level of the Ascension Long Stage. Esteemed challenger, please be advised that you are about to transition to the 52nd level of the Ascension Long Stage, Secret Realm, the Chaos of the Sea Demons. A line of text materialized in Su Qingfeng's field of vision. In the next instant, he beheld a dramatic transformation of his surroundings. Mountains vanished, the earth receded. The area morphed into an endless expanse of ocean. Beneath him lay a small island with a diameter of less than 100 meters. Observing this environment, and considering the name of the secret realm, Su Qingfeng understood that his forthcoming adversaries would be the notoriously formidable sea demon race. For humanity, the sea demons represent an exceedingly troublesome foe. The sea demons resemble the legendary mermaids, yet their appearances are grotesque. Upon witnessing their true forms, humans are often left in disappointment. Consequently, the sea demons harbor a profound disdain for humanity. When encountering humans at sea, they employ their enchanting abilities to lure them into the depths and devour them. The innate talents of the sea demon race are extraordinarily formidable, in addition to their allure. They possess the capability to establish interstellar teleportation arrays deep beneath the ocean. Essentially, wherever humanity has ventured on habitable planets, sea demons lurk within the oceans. They are akin to parasites of humanity, ever present, perpetually occupying the seas of major human planets, proving to be a considerable nuisance. The strife between humanity and the sea demons has persisted for thousands of years, with both sides as bitter enemies. At this moment, the text before Su Qingfeng shifted to present a brief introduction to the Nest-level Secret Realm. Secret Realm name: The Chaos of the Sea Demons. Difficulty level: Nest level. Combat power level: 800-1500. Monster quantity: countless. Background information: in the year 2800 of the Star Sea era, the Human Alliance's 007th foreign battlefield was suddenly besieged by apocalyptic floods, consuming 90 of the surface and ocean, allowing the sea demon race to flourish and completely seize this planet. Your objective is to destroy the interstellar teleportation array located 50 kilometers beneath the sea, preparing to reclaim this planet for humanity. Secret Realm reward: 1 class, a military merit, cash reward of 20 million star coins. The challenger's death or failure to destroy the interstellar teleportation array within 7 days will be deemed a failure. Current fastest completion record: none. Record holder: none. Note: this is the actual 007th foreign battlefield, and challengers will face authentic sea demons. Please value your life. Should you require urgent return, call upon the spirit of the Tower of Heaven in your heart. Just as the Insect Sea Calamity Secret Realm was historically grounded, the background of this Chaos of the Sea Demons Secret Realm is also factual. The events of 200 years ago, when the 007th foreign battlefield fell victim to apocalyptic floods, ultimately leading to its complete occupation by the sea demons, remain a significant chapter in the history textbooks of the myriad races of the starry sky. Reclaiming this planet is a shared aspiration of the human Salvation Army and the countless billions of humanity. The spirit of the Tower of Heaven must have been provoked by my words, as it directly teleported me to the foreign battlefield. Is this truly an open battlefield? Can it still be considered a secret realm? Su Qingfeng mused in exasperation. However, since the Tower of Heaven spirit deemed it so, then so be it. Su Qingfeng noted that the rewards for completing the current secret realm actually included military merit. Even soul masters within the Human Alliance, lacking military status, can accumulate military merit. Military merit can be exchanged for currency or opportunities for promotion and salary increases. Of course, the most advantageous use is to achieve military rank through military merit after enlisting. 1 class of military merit can elevate a recruit directly to the rank of lieutenant, which is quite significant. Moreover, the entity responsible for assisting civilian soul masters in tallying military merit is none other than the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Delving into the sea demon's lair to sabotage an interstellar teleportation array would normally require at least a legion of 10,000 soldiers from the Salvation Army to have any chance of success. Such a daunting task, yet the reward is merely 1 class of military merit. That is indeed quite miserly. Su Qingfeng grumbled internally. Before the spirit of the Tower of Heaven could respond, Su Qingfeng sensed a disturbance in the waters below, as if multiple colossal beings were leisurely rising from the depths of the sea. At this moment, Su Qingfeng was still unaware of the precise location of the interstellar teleportation array. He intended to wait for a fortuitous sea demon to appear, then use a hefty club to physically persuade it, attempting to ascertain directions. Chapter 035. Playing with a lure. You cannot control it. Su Qingfeng did not wait long before he spotted 3 sea demons, each over 10 meters in length, surfacing in the waters less than 100 meters away from him. The upper bodies of the 3 sea demons resembled humans, while their lower halves were fish tails. Their skin a pallid gray. Each brandished a harpoon, their grotesque visages and robust physiques exuding an intimidating presence. They quickly detected Su Qingfeng and began chattering excitedly in their native tongue. Su Qingfeng, possessing exceptional hearing and having studied the sea demon language during his schooling, understood their conversation perfectly. There is indeed a human on this island? I sensed a spatial fluctuation just now and thought it was merely an illusion. Fortunately, I brought my brothers to take a look, or we would have missed out on this delicious feast. Ever since the god of the sea unleashed divine powers to transform this planet into our sea demon territory 200 years ago, we have not seen a human. Finally, we can feast again. How delightful! This little human child has no idea how he ended up here. He is simply unfortunate. Do not frighten him. I have heard from the elders that humans who are terrified tend to have bitter meat. Quite sensible. It would be a shame if this rare encounter affected the taste. How about this? Let us use our alluring talents on him, lulling him into a state of blissful unconsciousness. That way, the meat will surely be delectable. A most ingenious plan. Su Qingfeng, suppressing his fury, listened in and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over his vision. When he regained his senses, the 3 sea demons had transformed into 3 stunning beauties gliding across the waves. Coincidentally, the 3 enchanting figures were all familiar to Su Qingfeng: Nangong Liue and Ruosu, and the newly arrived homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. At that moment, the 3 beauties donned rather revealing attire and were casting flirtatious glances at Su Qingfeng, playfully inviting him, as if extending a warm invitation. In that instant, Su Qingfeng's anger could no longer be contained. The sea demons truly deserved their fate. Su Qingfeng let out a cold snort, brandishing the heavenly mechanism staff with a swift motion. And in the blink of an eye, his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The 3-headed sea demon, having just been ensnared by enchantment, leaped into the water, reveling in their triumph. They were convinced, oh, how gullible this human lad was. He had walked into their trap so effortlessly. Just as the sea demons believed victory was theirs, Su Qingfeng's silhouette suddenly accelerated, descending upon them like a cannonball. The heavenly mechanism staff raised high. Without a doubt, this was a powerful strike that had been charged for some time. The sea demons were struck with panic. They had not anticipated that Su Qingfeng would be immune to their enchantment. Take this! The staff shimmered with blinding brilliance as Su Qingfeng unleashed all his might, striking one sea demon who was unable to evade, shattering its form and revealing its true nature as it sank to the ocean floor. Following its demise, a wisp of green light emanated from its body, drifting towards Su Qingfeng, who effortlessly absorbed it. That was the essence of the sea demon soul. The other 2 sea demons, witnessing this, were filled with terror and fury. How dare this human deceive them? They opened their gaping jaws, unleashing a barrage of black water arrows aimed at Su Qingfeng. The sea demons' innate abilities, aside from enchantment, included various water-based spells. As children of the ocean, they could easily harness the water for attacks. Su Qingfeng remained unfazed, twirling the heavenly mechanism staff into a barrier to deflect the water arrows. Then, leveraging the momentum, he leaped high into the air, delivering another devastating strike towards one of the sea demons. The creature attempted to flee but was met with a crushing stomp from Su Qingfeng. Letting out a painful wail, the remaining sea demon, sensing the impending doom, turned to plunge into the depths, but Su Qingfeng bellowed, trying to escape. Too late. With that, he released the heavenly mechanism staff, which instantly pierced through the final sea demon's body. Thus, all 3 sea demons met their end. Standing atop the massive corpse of the sea demon, Su Qingfeng retrieved the staff, now tainted with its blood, and washed it in the ocean, meanwhile checking the updated information of his martial soul. Martial soul name: Beauty Monkey. Martial soul description: a stone monkey birthed from the primordial chaos, nurtured by celestial stones. Its abilities remain unknown. Martial Soul Star Level, Unknown Fusion Degree. 4.3 First Soul Skill, Divine Power, Law of Heaven and Earth Effect. Upon activation, gain a towering martial soul form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Cost: all mana. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: none. Note: unlock the second soul skill when the fusion degree reaches 10. Although these sea demons were of average strength, their soul power was exceptionally potent. Merely slaying 3 such weak sea demons had raised my martial soul's fusion degree by 0.3. The value of a sea demon's life is far greater than that of a lizard man. Initially, I intended to rapidly complete the task and return to the celestial realm. Now that I think about it, isn't this planet the perfect place for me to enhance my martial soul's fusion degree? With this thought, Su Qingfeng decided to remain in place, quietly waiting for other sea demons to come for the hunt. After all, the interstellar teleportation array beneath the sea was immobile. As long as he could eliminate all the approaching sea demons, he could destroy the array later. As for the possibility of being overpowered, he would simply retreat. Su Qingfeng merely sought to bolster his strength and earn some rewards. He had no intention of sacrificing his life in the process. Su Qingfeng had assumed that the commotion from his previous battle with the 3 sea demons, along with the scent of blood from their demise, would attract a swarm of sea demons swiftly. However, the outcome was contrary to his expectations. He waited for over 10 minutes without any new sea demons surfacing, let alone a horde coming to surround him. The sea around the island, centered on his position, was eerily calm, devoid of any signs of life. Such silence was evidently unusual. Were the sea demons deliberating on strategies, or were they concocting some nefarious scheme? The strange stillness stirred a sense of unease within Su Qingfeng. Though he had complete confidence in his physical strength, unafraid even in underwater combat, that assurance was limited to the surface and the pitch-black depths of the ocean, he would be at a disadvantage, with immense underwater resistance diminishing the power of his strikes. Furthermore, he was unaware of the true scale of the sea demon population, even with the divine power, law of heaven and earth as a safeguard. It could only guarantee invincibility for 10 minutes. After that, if the enemies did not retreat, he would have to temporarily withdraw to the celestial realm. Rather than face a hasty retreat, it was prudent to be cautious now. Little did Su Qingfeng anticipate that the Sea Demon clan possessed a modicum of intelligence, resorting to psychological tactics against him. Or did they know that he was strongest on land, deliberately avoiding confrontation by not surfacing? This possibility made Su Qingfeng furrow his brow slightly. If that were the case, the situation would be quite tricky. He regretted not sparing a single sea demon to interrogate. Feeling somewhat vexed over his earlier decisiveness, Su Qingfeng resolved to take the initiative. Relying on his formidable physical prowess, he began to traverse the waves, using the island as a base to scan the surrounding waters for any solitary sea demon to capture and interrogate. Unfortunately, his efforts bore no fruit. To his surprise, shortly after he departed, hundreds of black magical water pillars suddenly erupted from the ocean, crashing towards the small island that spanned 100 meters in an instant. The island was obliterated, swallowed whole by the assault of the black water pillars. Chapter 036, Turning the Seas Upside Down. It is worth noting that the planet Su Qingfeng inhabited was covered by oceans for at least 99% of its surface area, with landmass being exceedingly scarce. The island he had just occupied was the only land within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Now that the island had vanished, it meant that from this moment forth, Su Qingfeng would be forced to engage in underwater combat with the sea demons, unable to return to shore for respite. Should he falter or exhaust his strength, he could very well be devoured by the sea demons in the blink of an eye. It was a straightforward yet effective strategy to cut off the ground beneath him. A clever sea demon lurking in the shadows. Witnessing the disappearance of the island, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of surprise but remained unperturbed. Given his current physical strength, even fighting underwater against the sea demons posed little issue. These mere sea demons could not breach his formidable defenses. At worst, he could always contact the Celestial Tower as spirit and swiftly retreat to the Celestial Realm. Su Qingfeng was acutely aware that with the island gone, the sea demons would undoubtedly take action, so he calmly awaited their next move. As anticipated, not long after, he sensed thousands of massive beings rapidly surfacing from the depths. The Sea Demon army was upon him, perhaps due to the blood of the sea demons already staining his hands. This time, the army wasted no time with words. From several kilometers away, they began their assault on Su Qingfeng. A tremendous wave of magical energy surged forth from the deep sea, causing the waters within a radius of several dozen kilometers to roil violently, as if boiling. In the next moment, the waters surrounding Su Qingfeng swelled dramatically, forming a circular mountain of towering black waves around him. It was a sight to behold, akin to turning the seas upside down. Observing the colossal, oppressive ring of black waves rising over 1,000 meters high, Su Qingfeng remained unfazed. He was eager to discover what peculiarities lay within the joint spell of the sea demons. Soon, the sea demons unleashed their spell. The surging waves crashed down like the hand of a colossal deity, converging upon him with thunderous force. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the unavoidable onslaught of the massive wave spell, Su Qingfeng chose to endure, gauging the attack's potency. It became evident that these seemingly formidable strikes posed no real threat to him. By merely expelling a fraction of his mana, he could create a powerful water-repelling space around his body, completely isolating the waves and rendering them incapable of disturbing him. At that moment, a harpoon suddenly shot forth from the midst of the waves, hurtling towards Su Qingfeng at breakneck speed. He evaded effortlessly, countering with a punch that displaced the surrounding water, creating a vacuum that shattered the seemingly ordinary yet actually advanced weapon. The other sea demons, witnessing this, were not deterred. Instead, they charged at him with greater fervor. Su Qingfeng unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blast of energy striking true against a sea demon. Yet, the sheer number of sea demons gradually encircled him. Just then, a brilliant light erupted from Su Qingfeng as he began to channel the power of the great sage's martial soul. With the martial soul's force activated, Su Qingfeng's speed intensified, and his attacks grew even more formidable. His figure darted into the throng of sea demons, wielding the heavenly mechanism staff with wild abandon, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In an instant, the surface of the sea was awash with carnage. The sea demons' formation collapsing into disarray as they began to flee. The sea demons had executed a commendable strategy, knowing to annihilate Su Qingfeng's only foothold on land before engaging him. Yet, no matter how brilliant their tactics, they proved futile in the face of absolute power. As Su Qingfeng wreaked havoc upon the sea demons, his martial soul's fusion degree surged ever higher. Simultaneously, the strength in his arms continued to grow. His single-arm pulling power escalated from 900 tons to 1,000 tons, then to 1,200 tons, and finally to 1,400 tons. When Su Qingfeng's martial soul fusion degree surpassed the critical threshold of 7, his single-arm pulling force reached a terrifying 1,600 tons. At this moment, however, the soul power he could extract from the sea demon had significantly diminished. Cursed experience decay mechanism, Su Qingfeng muttered in frustration. Initially, each sea demon provided a considerable amount of soul power, and he had believed he would soon break through the 10 barrier, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Given the reduced soul power from the sea demons and the fact that many had already retreated, Su Qingfeng decided to alter his strategy. In a swift motion, he propelled himself deeper into the ocean. Surely there existed more powerful sea demons in the depths, from whom he might acquire even greater soul power. Before long, Su Qingfeng encountered a colossal sea demon, resembling a small mountain. This sea demon emanated a formidable aura, darkening the surrounding waters, clearly a potent being among its kind. Su Qingfeng showed no signs of fear and charged forward. The sea demon, upon seeing Su Qingfeng, displayed little fear. Its body shimmered with light, and in the next moment, the previously calm sea erupted into towering waves. Soon, those monstrous waves transformed into black giants, each over 100 meters tall. Surging towards Su Qingfeng to attack, the spell was indeed flamboyant, but alas, its offensive power was woefully inadequate, proving utterly futile. Su Qingfeng chuckled, effortlessly sidestepping, and swiftly dispatched the mountain-like sea demon. A surge of even more potent soul power coursed through him. Su Qingfeng felt his physical strength and martial soul fusion degree noticeably enhancing. Delightful. He thought to himself that if he could annihilate the main forces of the Sea Demon clan and unleash his formidable powers, he might indeed break through the 10 barrier today. However, unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, his infamous reputation had already spread among the Sea Demon tribe. The Sea Demons, being relatively intelligent beings with above-average IQs, realized that even in the face of countless sea demons, they could not inflict harm upon Su Qingfeng, causing them to cower in fear. Thus, the sea demons adopted a strategy of retreat. They all concealed themselves. Even as the surface of the sea turned crimson with blood, littered with the fallen bodies of their kin, no sea demon dared to confront Su Qingfeng again. His strategy of fishing for trouble had thus become ineffective. Could it be that I have eradicated the sea demons entirely? This is inconceivable. Su Qingfeng gazed at the tranquil ocean, finding it hard to believe. Unwilling to concede defeat, he resolved to take the initiative and seek out the hiding places of the sea demons. Soon, Su Qingfeng dove into the deep sea, using his keen senses to search for the silhouettes of the sea demons. Suddenly, he detected a powerful presence emanating from a concealed underwater cave. This aura was formidable. It was the strongest he had sensed thus far. Yet, the location of the source was so unremarkable that Su Qingfeng doubted his perception. At that moment, a lithe, spiked blue sea demon suddenly burst forth from the cave. Its stature was modest, possessing a complete set of human-like limbs, yet it radiated a formidable magical brilliance. Clearly, it was a general-level warrior among the sea demons. Chapter 037. Sea Demon Artifact, Despicable Human, we have no enmity with you. Why have you intruded into our territory and unleashed a massacre? The spiked sea demon glared at Su Qingfeng, speaking in standard human language with a tone of deep indignation. No enmity, you say? Su Qingfeng's lips curled into a cold smile upon hearing this. This planet was seized from humanity by the sea demons. How can there be no enmity? The spiked sea demon, far from feeling ashamed, responded with utmost seriousness. That was over 200 planetary years ago. What's past is past. This planet is now recognized as the territory of the sea demons by all races of the starry sky. I do not acknowledge that. Su Qingfeng chuckled at the mention of the acknowledgement by the myriad races of the starry sky. From a human perspective, the myriad races were nothing but a band of thieves. They had conspired to wrest numerous territories from humanity, then pompously recognized each other's achievements under the guise of justice. When the human alliance was in a position of weakness, they had no recourse. Yet, once humanity grew stronger, they would not let these ruffians off easily. The human alliance would strive to reclaim every territory seized by the myriad races. Su Qingfeng's current mission to destroy the teleportation array was merely the first step in reclaiming this planet from the sea demons. Su Qingfeng tightened his grip on the Tiangue staff, his aura suddenly surging. Do you think you can hold on to this planet indefinitely just because you have occupied it for so many years? Humanity has not forgotten, nor will we relent. Taste my staff. With that, Su Qingfeng darted forward like lightning, charging at the spiked sea demon with the Tiangue staff, which bore the weight of invincibility, descending upon it. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a striking bell. A dazzling golden shield materialized beside the sea demon. Su Qingfeng's seemingly certain strike failed to vanquish the sea demon. What is this advanced energy equipment of the sea demon clan? Su Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, but instead of fear, he felt elation. Among the myriad races of the starry sky capable of interstellar travel, any intelligent species possessed unique weaponry. The sea demons, too, had special equipment akin to human artifacts, known as treasures. Clearly, this spiked sea demon was equipped with a treasure. Otherwise, it would never withstand Su Qingfeng's strike. If he could eliminate this extraordinary sea demon, he might obtain the treasure. At that point, even if he could not directly use the treasure, he could send it to the Nangong Merchant Association for modification. With this thought, Su Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement. In contrast, the spiked sea demon was nearly paralyzed with fear. As a warrior of the sea demon clan, it indeed possessed a treasure. However, each treasure contained a finite amount of energy. Just now, Su Qingfeng's strike nearly shattered its protective bell. What did this signify? It indicated that Su Qingfeng's true combat power far exceeded its expectations. Even if it unleashed all its might, it was no match for Su Qingfeng. Realizing this, the sea demon dared not linger any longer. Seizing the fleeting moment of Su Qingfeng's distraction, it unleashed its full strength, casting water-based spells to bombard Su Qingfeng while retreating into the depths of the underwater cave, attempting to escape amid the chaos. But how could Su Qingfeng allow this treasure-laden sea demon to flee right before his eyes? Relying on his sheer physical prowess, he absorbed the sea demon's formidable spells and relentlessly pursued the spiked sea demon. shouting, "Leave the treasure, and I shall spare your life." The sea demon was not inclined to trust him. After all, leaving the treasure was akin to handing its life to Su Qingfeng. Thus, one chased and one fled. As Su Qingfeng quickly pursued the sea demon, circling through the seabed several times. Along the way, he encountered numerous sea demon congregations, effortlessly dispatching any that obstructed his path, driven by an insatiable desire for the treasure. Faced with Su Qingfeng's overwhelming pressure, the spiked sea demon began to panic, desperately seeking an escape route. It repeatedly led Su Qingfeng towards areas where other sea demons were hiding, hoping to use the lives of its kin to divert Su Qingfeng's attention and preserve its own life. Yet, Su Qingfeng remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing from behind. The spiked sea demon was out of tricks, and no matter whether it employed water-based spells or enchantments, none could halt Su Qingfeng's pursuit. Ultimately, with nowhere left to run, the spiked sea demon contemplated one last resort. It intended to utilize the sea demon clan's interstellar teleportation array to flee to another planet. The teleportation array of the sea demon clan had been established with bloodline restrictions from the outset. Non-sea demons could never leverage the teleportation array for interstellar travel. As long as the spiked sea demon escaped this planet, Su Qingfeng would have no chance of finding it anytime soon. Why hadn't the spiked sea demon done this earlier? At that time, it had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing it could rely on the sea demon clan's overwhelming numbers and its own treasure to eliminate Su Qingfeng. Moreover, the interstellar teleportation array was the most vital strategic asset of the sea demon clan. Under normal circumstances, the spiked sea demon would not wish to expose such a secret carelessly, but now? This was no ordinary situation. To keep the secret would mean death. It had no intention of dying. With that thought, the spiked sea demon immediately dashed toward a certain area of the deep sea. Although Su Qingfeng noticed the sudden change in direction, he was unaware that the target was the interstellar teleportation array. He merely continued his relentless pursuit. Soon, Su Qingfeng discovered that the fleeing sea demon had plunged headlong into a section of the seabed. Digging into the ground? No, it must be that there is something hidden beneath the seabed. Su Qingfeng quickly sensed that after the sea demon had burrowed into the seabed, its speed of movement had hardly diminished. It turned out that the seabed below resembled a honeycomb, filled with various underwater caves. Most would likely have recoiled at such a sight, but Su Qingfeng, being bold and skilled, was unacquainted with fear and dove right in. Su Qingfeng pursued through the intricate network of underwater caves, the deep sea's pressure compressing his body, yet failing to harm him. After a full half-hour, Su Qingfeng found his vision suddenly brightening, revealing a vast underwater cavern. In the center stood a gigantic structure radiating an eerie blue light. The entire edifice was a perfect hexagon, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. This was none other than the interstellar teleportation array of the Sea Demon Clan. Countless mysterious runes shimmered on the surface of the foundational stones, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. Su Qingfeng momentarily froze. He had initially pursued the spiked sea demon solely to seize its treasure and had not intended to rush here to destroy the teleportation array. Who would have thought that the spiked sea demon would bring him here? Isn't this forcing me to complete the task ahead of schedule? Su Qingfeng felt somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, the spiked sea demon, upon noticing Su Qingfeng's swift pursuit, displayed a look of despair. In the next moment, it surprisingly did not give up, attempting to rush into the still incomplete interstellar teleportation array to escape. Still trying to flee, Su Qingfeng let out a cold snort, his figure darting forward like lightning, instantly closing the distance between himself and the sea demon. Just as the spiked sea demon was about to step into the teleportation array, Su Qingfeng struck with his Tiangong rod, accurately hitting the demon's hind leg. Initially, the creature had a protective barrier from its magical artifact, but Su Qingfeng exhibited remarkable patience, continuously attacking until he eventually broke through the artifact's defenses. Leaving a wound on the spiked sea demon's leg, a gaping hole appeared in its hind leg, severely hampering its mobility. Su Qingfeng then unleashed a series of strikes that left the spiked sea demon gravely injured. At this moment, Su Qingfeng took a closer look at the interstellar teleportation array before him, marveling at the demon's astonishing talent. Despite its lack of advanced technology, it managed to construct such an intricate teleportation array. It was truly remarkable. Chapter 038. The second video, Spare My Life. The magical artifacts on my person can be yours, if only you spare me, the incapacitated spiked sea demon pleaded loudly. Yet, Su Qingfeng remained unmoved. When he initially proposed this condition, the spiked sea demon had been unwilling to surrender its artifacts. Now, with its life hanging in the balance, why waste words on it? Perhaps sensing Su Qingfeng's murderous intent, fear flickered across the demon's face as it continued. If you do not spare me, I will destroy the artifacts on my body. You will gain nothing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Although uncertain of the truth behind the demon's words, he did not wish to take any chances. Place your magical artifacts down, and I will allow you to use the teleportation array. Su Qingfeng spoke calmly, adding, I keep my promises. Really? The spiked sea demon, which had believed itself doomed, was taken aback by these words. Its eyes flashing with surprise, as long as it could survive, it was willing to pay any price. While this human was formidable and terrifying, not all humans were alike. The spiked sea demon silently vowed that once it escaped, it would slaughter 1,000, even 10,000 humans, to avenge this day. Despite the malice brewing within, the spiked sea demon maintained a facade of submission. Step back 100 meters as a show of sincerity, and then I will trust you. Otherwise, I will still destroy my artifacts. The spiked sea demon threatened Su Qingfeng, holding a small bronze bell in its hand. It was not overly foolish, understanding that the artifacts were its only lifeline and could not be handed over directly to Su Qingfeng. In the demon's plan, after Su Qingfeng retreated a distance, it would throw the artifact in the opposite direction, at which point Su Qingfeng would surely check on the artifact. Meanwhile, it could activate the interstellar teleportation array and flee this planet. Even though the spiked sea demon knew Su Qingfeng might still attack, it had to take the gamble. After all, the protective energy of its artifact had already been completely exhausted, with death imminent. It was better to take a chance. 100 meters was but a mere step for Su Qingfeng. Regardless, the spiked sea demon could not escape his grasp. He simply wanted to see if the demon would honestly surrender the artifacts. If it complied, he might consider leaving it with a whole corpse. Su Qingfeng complied and retreated 100 meters. Seeing this, the spiked sea demon revealed a cunning glint in its eyes as it forcefully hurled the artifact towards a distant location. Su Qingfeng, noticing this, swiftly dashed towards the direction of the artifact. Seizing the opportunity, the spiked sea demon hurriedly rushed towards the teleportation array, quickly chanting the incantation to activate it. Unbeknownst to the spiked sea demon, what Su Qingfeng desired most was the very incantation to activate the interstellar teleportation array. Just as the array emitted radiant light and began to activate, a figure suddenly appeared before the spiked sea demon. It was none other than the returning Su Qingfeng. He had merely pretended to chase after the artifact. There was no way he would let the spiked sea demon escape. The spiked sea demon stared in horror, its eyes widening. How could you possibly return so quickly? Su Qingfeng chuckled coldly. After all, the artifact was over there, and he could retrieve it at any time. However, it was far more important to capture you. With that, Su Qingfeng swept his Tiangong rod, severing the spiked sea demon in half. Instantly, the demon collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the next moment, a powerful soul force was effortlessly absorbed by Su Qingfeng, becoming nourishment for his rapid ascension. Meanwhile, the interstellar teleportation array continued its activation. Just as its brilliance peaked, Su Qingfeng created distance and hurled his Tiangong rod like a javelin. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the heavy Tiangong rod shattered a large portion of the array's foundational stones. The interstellar teleportation array collapsed in an instant, chaotic energy surging forth, illuminating the entire underwater cave. Thus, Su Qingfeng successfully completed the task of destroying the interstellar teleportation array. After the task was completed, Su Qingfeng noticed that the surrounding environment did not come to a complete standstill as it did after the Insect Sea Calamity. Secret Realm. This was likely the distinction between the real world and the secret realm. However, details of his accomplishment still popped up in his vision. Esteemed Challenger, congratulations on clearing the Nest-level difficulty Secret Realm, Sea Demon Chaos. Your completion time is 1 hour and 1 minute. You have set a new record for this Nest Secret Realm. Your rating is SSS level. You have received a first-class military merit and a cash reward of 20 million star coins. You may choose to make this news public or remain anonymous. Over an hour. This is somewhat disappointing. However, I did not employ the divine abilities of heaven and earth to slay my enemies. A lower efficiency is to be expected. After choosing to remain anonymous, Su Qingfeng set off to retrieve the small bronze bell artifact that the spiked sea demon had discarded, and collected some seemingly precious components from the ruins of the interstellar teleportation array to store in his Shumi ring before contacting the spirit of the Tongtian Tower to request his return. Before long, Su Qingfeng's figure was teleported back to his personal space in the Tongtian realm. Surprisingly, he was not returned to the Ascension Ladder. Secret Realm. Observing the familiar room decor, Su Qingfeng felt a slight sense of relief. After consecutively challenging 2 high-difficulty secret realms, his spirit was beginning to wear thin. A moment of rest would be beneficial. Lying on the bed, Su Qingfeng took out his phone to review the footage he had previously recorded. He planned to edit the video slightly before uploading it online for profit. The footage of clearing the Insect Sea Calamity Secret Realm was quite comprehensive. As for Sea Demon Chaos, only a portion of the battle on the island was recorded, and the underwater combat could not be filmed. Moreover, having cleared it without employing the divine abilities, he feared he could not produce an appealing video. Therefore, this time he would only release 1 video. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng edited the footage of clearing the Insect Sea Calamity Secret Realm, added a title, and uploaded it to the short video platform. 6-minute speedrun of Ascension Ladder Secret Realm Level 51, Purgatory Difficulty. Just after Su Qingfeng completed the upload, several comments appeared almost instantly. The boss finally released a new video. Front row seat, advertising space for rent. Haha, I arrived just in time. So happy. Huh. Can you choose the difficulty for the Ascension Ladder? Aren't they all normal difficulty? 6-minute speedrun of level 51. This is a bit absurd, right? I remember the world record for this level was over 6 hours. Set by the military god Luo Pinghai. Wow. I just watched it, and the record for clearing level 51 of the Ascension Ladder has indeed been broken. The new record is 6 minutes and 3 seconds. The blogger is truly skilled. I'll watch the video first, then chat. Chapter 039. Creating a Sensation. Su Qingfeng's second video was not lengthy, even quite brief. However, the quality of the video remained exceptionally high. In the first half of the video, as gigantic interstellar insectoids exceeding 30 meters in length surged forth from the underground cave like a tide, viewers felt their scalps tingle in terror. Is this really the 51st level of the Ascension Ladder Secret Realm? How can it be so terrifying? Ordinary soul masters have no hope of clearing it, right? I have cleared the 51st level of the Ascension Ladder Secret Realm. It was nothing like this. The starry insectoids I encountered were at most 5 meters long, and there were far fewer monsters. Oh my, I'm nearly scared to death just watching through the screen. These giant insects are too frightening. Just a few seconds of the opening scene allowed Su Qingfeng's video to convey what it meant to face purgatory level difficulty. Following this, Su Qingfeng showcased his individual prowess on the battlefield. No matter how powerful the interstellar insectoids were, they could not withstand a single strike from Su Qingfeng. The flames spewed forth by the starry insectoids, forming a sea of fire, could not obstruct Su Qingfeng's advance. When Su Qingfeng unleashed his signature divine abilities, the battle concluded with a swift and overwhelming force. Nearing the end of the video, a close-up of the plump starry insectoid queen left an indelible impression on countless viewers. Wow! I finished watching. This video was so exhilarating. A relentless massacre throughout, utterly captivating. This is even more thrilling than watching a movie. Truly deserving of being an exclusive informant, just like the previous video? It did not disappoint me at all. Boss, what weapon are you using? Why is it so powerful? You can effortlessly eliminate the starry insectoids. By heavens! If my eyes do not deceive me. The staff held by the blogger appears to be a weapon composed of white dwarf material. Such an extraordinary treasure easily surpasses several tons in weight. No wonder it possesses such remarkable power. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and the view count of Su Qingfeng's new video had already exceeded 1 million, with comments surpassing 10,000. Given this upward trend, Su Qingfeng surmised that even without spending on promotions, the traffic for his new video would remain substantial. Thus, he set his phone aside and decided to take a well-deserved rest in the Tianyuan battlefield, at the headquarters of the Salvation Army's front lines. Commander-in-Chief Luo Pinghai was idly scrolling through videos on his phone, a rare occurrence indeed. It is well known that Luo Pinghai regarded time wastage as a crime. He consistently held himself to rigorous standards, ensuring every moment counted. However, at this moment, he found himself distracted, waiting for a mysterious soul master to break his records in the Ascension Steps secret realm. Luo Pinghai had silently resolved that should this enigmatic powerhouse shatter his record for the second secret realm, he would have his secretary bring the individual before him and bestow upon them significant responsibilities. Regrettably, after waiting for over an hour, he had yet to receive news of any new records being broken. Could it be that this individual merely relied on their formidable soul techniques to breeze through the 51st layer? Once their soul techniques entered cooldown, would their true form be revealed? Or perhaps they deemed the Ascension Steps secret realm too simplistic and chose to forego further attempts. Luo Pinghai pondered these possibilities, feeling a twinge of disappointment regardless of the outcome. Just then, a knock resonated at the office door. "Come in." Luo Pinghai set his phone down and succinctly commanded. As the door swung open, a strikingly handsome young man entered and remarked, "Commander, the video blogger you asked me to monitor has released a new video." The title of his second video is 6-Minute Speedrun of the 51st Layer of the Ascension Steps Secret Realm, Purgatory Difficulty. The young man was none other than Luo Pinghai's personal secretary, Li Yin. After delivering his message, Li Yin regarded Luo Pinghai with an expression tinged with curiosity. As the secretary, Li Yin was well aware that Luo Pinghai held the highest record for many layers of the Ascension Steps secret realm. Now, someone had managed to reduce Luo Pinghai's record for the 51st layer to merely 1/16 of its original time. Li Yin was left wondering about Luo Pinghai's reaction. Would he be angry or resentful? Regardless, Li Yin was prepared to shoulder his responsibilities and engage with Luo Pinghai directly. Is it truly him? Upon hearing Li Yin's report, Luo Pinghai exhibited neither anger nor resentment. Instead, he was filled with excitement. "Let me see the video." Luo Pinghai's reaction took Li Yin entirely by surprise. Yet, without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and displayed the video for Luo Pinghai to view. After only a few seconds, Luo Pinghai nodded. "Indeed, it is the purgatory difficulty of the Plague of Insects, secret realm." As time passed, Luo Pinghai observed Su Qingfeng executing the divine transformation technique, momentarily breathless. Although this was not his first encounter with such a display, he could not help but exclaim, "This soul technique is truly exhilarating." Luo Pinghai's candid remark prompted Li Yin to frown. Such unrestrained expressions from the commander-in-chief, if overheard, could spark a considerable uproar. As a secretary, Li Yin was wary of negative public opinion, yet he could not restrict his superior's behavior and was left feeling anxious. A few minutes later, the video concluded, leaving Luo Pinghai still yearning for more. "This individual's soul technique is so powerful. No wonder they could surpass my record from years past. Commander, should I seek a way to contact him?" Li Yin had come to recognize the immense potential of the person in the video. It would be prudent to recruit such talent into the Salvation Army as soon as possible, but they must refrain from using public authority to investigate the individual's identity to avoid causing offense. Having been proud and ambitious in his youth, Luo Pinghai understood the nuances of interpersonal relations, thus advising Li Yin accordingly. Li Yin nodded, acknowledging, "Understood, Commander." In the celestial realm, when Su Qingfeng awoke in his personal space, 2 hours had already passed. Instinctively, he picked up his phone to check the statistics of his newly released video. Video statistics: likes, 100 million, views, 1 billion, comments, 100 million. Current video earnings, 10 million star coins. Total account earnings after tax, 130 million star coins. Available balance, 121 million star coins. Not bad. Having only been released for 2 hours, he had already earned 10 million star coins. The growth momentum was commendable. Coupled with ongoing earnings from older videos, he was feeling quite pleased. At that moment, he noticed a special message notification in the backend. "You have received a private message from an officially certified super account." Chapter 040. The invitation from the Salvation Army headquarters. Su Qingfeng had heard of super accounts, which are granted to those who spend over 100 million star coins on the platform or are certified high-level official accounts. Super accounts possess numerous special privileges, this private message notification being one of them. Given that Su Qingfeng's video account had surpassed 1 billion followers, it was entirely feasible that he had missed countless messages. As even if just 1 in 1,000 fans sent him a private message, he could hardly keep track. In truth, Su Qingfeng had never even seen the private messages. Had it not been for this special notification, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that a super account had messaged him. Following the prompt, Su Qingfeng opened the private message, first glancing at the sender. Official account of the Commander-in-Chief's Office of the Human Alliance Salvation Army, certified, by heavens. Even though Su Qingfeng was typically quite composed, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise upon seeing the name of the account. He had simply posted a couple of videos to earn some traffic fees. Yet it had attracted the attention of the Commander-in-Chief's office. He wondered what they wished to discuss with him. Opening the details of the private message, he found it to be an invitation letter. The gist was that a staff member from the commander's office had recognized him as a high-level talent and was inviting him to join the Salvation Army to serve the human race. The content was rather formulaic and did not present any special conditions, giving off a sense of moderate sincerity. After reading the message, Su Qingfeng fell into brief contemplation. Generally speaking, he was not opposed to military service. However, for him, the timing was not ideal. Joining the military now would be akin to a high school graduate enlisting. Even with an invitation from the Commander-in-Chief's office, he would not receive any special treatment. Conversely, if he were to gain admission to the Starry Sky Marshall University, the most prestigious institution of the Human Alliance, and then enlist, the benefits and promotion opportunities would be incomparable to the present situation. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng replied with a private message, "I will consider it, but the timing is not yet ripe." Su Qingfeng anticipated a lengthy wait for a reply. However, much to his surprise, only a few minutes later, he received a new message, "Understood. The doors of the Human Alliance Salvation Army will always be open to you." They did not even make an effort to pursue further. It seemed to be a casually sent invitation, lacking gravity. After reading this reply, Su Qingfeng felt a sense of relief that he had not acted too impulsively. Otherwise, rushing to accept the invitation would have been quite embarrassing. Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, this seemingly simple reply was the result of urgent deliberations between Commander Luo Pinghai and Secretary Li Yan had initially intended to capitalize on the momentum, offering generous conditions to entice Su Qingfeng into military service. However, Luo Pinghai believed such an approach would alter the nature of the situation. A talent like Su Qingfeng would undoubtedly possess strong autonomy. His statement about the timing not being ripe indicated just that. Even if they offered high conditions to bring him into the military, it could lead to conflicts. In light of this, it was wiser to maintain a steady course and wait for a more opportune moment. After that brief interlude, Su Qingfeng began to examine his attribute panel. Name: Su Qingfeng Soul Spirit, Beautiful Monkey King, Unknown Star Level, Fusion Degree, 8.1 First Soul Technique, Divine Transformation, Law of Heaven and Earth, Effect. Upon activation, gains a towering soul spirit form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed, consumption. All mana, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, none. Basic attributes: single arm lifting power, 1,845 tons, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 200 kilograms, reaction rate, 16,400, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, perception ability, 24,600, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, anomaly resistance, 82,000, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, life, 82,000, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, mana, 82,000, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, combat power level, 49,370, 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Within the chaos of the Sea Demons, Secret Realm, the total number of Sea Demons Su Qingfeng had slain was not particularly high. Even though each Sea Demon offered substantial soul power, his soul spirit fusion degree had barely surpassed the 8 threshold. Despite only achieving an 8.1 fusion degree, Su Qingfeng's combat power level was already approaching 50,000. This signifies that his physical prowess alone rivals that of a deity. Alas, those Sea Demons are each more cunning than the last, with exceptional abilities to flee, making it impossible to slay as many as desired. I aspire to achieve a 10 fusion degree to unlock my second soul skill, but I must venture to accomplish this. Su Qingfeng felt a tinge of regret in his heart. Fortunately, the destruction of the starry teleportation array of the Sea Demon clan yielded substantial rewards, not to mention the cash and military merit granted by the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. The bronze bell artifact he acquired from that spiked Sea Demon is also a treasure. Additionally, the core components of the starry teleportation array stored within the could fetch a considerable sum as well. Furthermore, He had noted the incantation used by the Sea Demon clan to activate the starry teleportation array. This could be deemed a strategic secret, and submitting it to the intelligence department of the Salvation Army should secure him a few first-class military merits without a doubt. Su Qingfeng took out the bronze bell artifact. Observing it in his hand, it appeared that this artifact had exhausted its energy. No wonder that spiked Sea Demon consented to trade with me before its demise. It was not foolish. Had the artifact still possessed energy, it likely would not have chosen to trust me. Regarding the final ambush on the spiked Sea Demon, Su Qingfeng felt no pangs of guilt. After all, he had merely permitted the other party to utilize the starry teleportation array, without promising not to interrupt it or destroy the array. In summary, Su Qingfeng remained a trustworthy young man. He decided to visit the flagship store of the Nangong Commercial Association to seek out Huang Teng, hoping he could assist in re-energizing this bronze bell and help him decipher its usage. With this thought, Su Qingfeng stepped out. Upon arriving at Central Square No. 1, he immediately noticed the large screen above broadcasting the second video he had released not long ago. Countless passers-by, including shop assistants, paused to watch. On the screen, the mysterious and powerful 10-star Soul Master was manipulating the giant avatar conjured by the divine ability, ruthlessly slaughtering the starry insectoid race, executing each movement with grace and fluidity. Captivating the hearts of many who wished to take his place, Su Qingfeng himself was somewhat entranced. Indeed, is an exceptional divine ability, truly magnificent. After a while, the video concluded, and the square gradually returned to its usual bustle and liveliness. Many began to chatter. That Soul Master is so formidable, yet we have no clue what he looks like. The video does not reveal much. Indeed, I can only vaguely sense he is a dashing and charming figure. But the specifics elude me. If only I were a woman, I would undoubtedly pursue him. Bro, could you shave your chest hair before making such comments? It's rather unsettling. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng instinctively followed the sound and spotted a burly man with his chest exposed. Fondling his dense chest hair, his face adorned with a smitten expression, nearly causing Su Qingfeng to burst into laughter. Best to avoid confrontation. Time to slip away. Chapter 041. Huang Teng's plea for help. Not long after, Su Qingfeng re-entered the flagship store of the Nangong Commercial Association. The deputy manager, Huang Teng, was present, his expression somewhat grim. Upon Su Qingfeng's sudden appearance, a glimmer of surprise crossed his face. Big brother, you have finally shown yourself. Huang Teng approached Su Qingfeng, his voice tinged with anxiety. I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with. Su Qingfeng was taken aback to hear Huang Teng, usually astute in social affairs, utter such words. It seemed he was genuinely pressed for help. Shall we discuss this here? Su Qingfeng glanced around. The store was bustling with customers. Certainly not. Huang Teng quickly denied. Leading Su Qingfeng into the VIP room. After habitually pouring Su Qingfeng his preferred soda, Huang Teng's face contorted with distress as he began. I've run afoul of the association's supervisory department. They obtained a small piece of evidence regarding my previous misconduct and imposed a fine of 20 million star coins on me. If I cannot settle this fine within a week, not only must I resign from the Nangong Commercial Association, but I will also face imprisonment. What happened? Su Qingfeng sat up straight, his tone turning serious. 20 million star coins was not a significant sum for him at present. However, Su Qingfeng was unwilling to simply part with such money without cause. Moreover, Huang Teng bore an expression of being wronged. Even if he could produce the sum, it was unlikely he would willingly pay. After listening to Huang Teng's account, Su Qingfeng began to understand the situation. The supervisory department of the Nangong Commercial Association was responsible for investigating internal corruption. Typically, this department targets those in charge of high-level trade across several planets. Paying little heed to someone like Huang Teng, however, if Huang Teng had offended a significant shareholder, the scenario would differ. The lackeys of the supervisory department would scrutinize Huang Teng's past with a magnifying glass. As an ambitious salesman, Huang Teng did not always adhere to the rules. This was evident in his interactions with Su Qingfeng. Some non-compliant gifts, under his manipulation, could be offered to Su Qingfeng to maintain client relations. For instance, assisting Su Qingfeng with unconditional return policies was a violation of the sales personnel management regulations of the Nangong Commercial Association. Usually, the higher-ups only focused on Huang Teng's performance, neglecting such details. But this time was different. The supervisory department had uncovered various issues regarding Huang Teng, ultimately imposing a fine of 20 million star coins. This penalty was calculated to ensure that if Huang Tong were willing to risk everything to retain his job, he could just about manage to pay it off. The supervisory department and that influential shareholder behind the scenes were not genuinely concerned about the 20 million star coins. Their true aim was to set an example and intimidate employees who lacked respect for shareholders. Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow after hearing Huang Teng's account. He now understood that the ninth-ranked shareholder of the Nangong Commercial Association was, in fact, the mother of Nangong Liyue. He had not anticipated her to be this type of person. After her daughter faced a minor grievance, she sought to trouble an employee who was merely doing his job. Such narrow-mindedness. Fortunately, Nangong Liyue's character does not mirror that of her mother. How do you wish for me to assist you? Su Qingfeng looked at Huang Tong, his tone calm. I could readily provide the 20 million star coins. Are you willing to pay this unreasonable fine? Of course not. Huang Tong shook his head vehemently. Lowering his voice, I do not wish to pay a single penny of that fine. Those imbeciles in the supervisory department feign ignorance, targeting only me while all the other salespeople engage in similar practices. I would rather throw my money away than give them a cent. Su Qingfeng nodded. Huang Tong's reaction did not surprise him. Despite being merely a second-star soulmaster, his character was anything but timid. What do you hope I will do? Eliminate those incompetent fools in the supervisory department. Su Qingfeng half-joked. Not to that extent, Huang Tong, startled by Su Qingfeng's words, quickly denied. Actually, when the supervisory department issued the fine, they mentioned something, if you would be willing to meet with the ninth-ranked shareholder for a chat, the fine could be revoked. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that Nangong Liyue's mother would stir up such a commotion just to meet him. Wait! Su Qingfeng quickly realized that what Nangong Liyue's mother truly desired to ascertain was likely his identity and the genuine relationship he shared with Nangong Liyue. Does she consider me easy to intimidate? Seeking to leverage money to deter me from continuing my association with Nangong Liyue? Su Qingfeng recalled numerous classic scenarios. In truth, had it not been for considering Nangong Liyue's feelings, he would not have hesitated to confront her mother openly. Potentially becoming adversaries, with Nangong Liyue in the equation now, Su Qingfeng found himself compelled to contemplate further. The other party had no other demands. She merely wished to see me? Su Qingfeng countered Huang Tong. None. Huang Tong looked at Su Qingfeng, his expression somewhat apprehensive. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? Su Qingfeng shook his head, addressing Huang Tong. Respond to them, stating that I am willing to meet with that individual and request they arrange a suitable time and place. Well, all right. Huang Tong hesitated to say more but ultimately acquiesced. Soon after, Huang Tong received a response from the supervisory department, his expression complex. Those fellows have canceled my fine, and as for the meeting's time and place, it will be here. That mysterious esteemed guest will arrive in half an hour. Su Qingfeng nodded upon hearing this. Since we still have time, let us first attend to business. Huang Tong was slightly taken aback by Su Qingfeng's calmness. With trouble looming, Su Qingfeng still had the composure to handle business. However, Huang Tong quickly tapped into his professional skills, entering the zone to assist Su Qingfeng with his business needs. Big brother, what do you require? I will take care of it right away. Are you familiar with this? Su Qingfeng produced the bronze bell artifact he had seized from the sea demon and presented it to Huang Tong. This is an artifact? Huang Tong's expression shifted to one of surprise. This was indeed a remarkable item. Once embedded with spirit stones, it could unleash astonishing power. Huang Tong's curiosity about where Su Qingfeng had acquired such a treasure surged. Yet he refrained from asking. It was a matter of professional ethics, so it requires spirit stones. Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow and inquired, are spirit stones expensive? The valuation of the spirit stone depends on its grade. Huang Tong fiddled with the bronze bell and quickly discovered a groove for the spirit stone. Based on the remnants of the spirit stone fragments, he promptly assessed the grade of the spirit stone used by the bell. This should be a mid-tier magical artifact, utilizing a mid-grade spirit stone. The market price for a mid-grade spirit stone is approximately 20 million star coins. Our guild has stock. At this juncture, Huang Tong glanced at Su Qingfeng. A smile gracing his face. As a black card VIP, you can enjoy a 30% discount on the purchase of spirit stones. Chapter 042. A treasure of inestimable value. Resource planets controlled by the human race generally do not produce spirit stones. These spirit stones are spoils of war, thus their prices are exorbitant. However, as a black card VIP, Su Qingfeng can permanently enjoy a 30% discount, making the effective price for a mid-grade spirit stone a mere 6 million star coins. Su Qingfeng had already witnessed the formidable power of the bronze bell once activated. Spending 6 million star coins to secure an additional life is undoubtedly a bargain. However, Su Qingfeng's combat power level was already approaching 50,000, with an exceptionally high physical strength, rendering the bronze bell merely a supplementary artifact. Any attack the artifact could withstand, he could easily endure himself. If he were to evade an attack, the artifact would serve little purpose in defense. Even with its high cost-effectiveness, Su Qingfeng was reluctant to squander his money. If I wish to sell it, could you assist in estimating its value? Su Qingfeng inquired. Sell it? Huang Tang was taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Qingfeng would entertain such a notion. Out of loyalty, Huang Tang urged him. Brother, this type of magical artifact is exceedingly rare. With current human technology, it cannot be replicated. Selling it may be easy, but acquiring it back would be challenging, I understand. Just provide a rough estimate. Su Qingfeng replied casually. This is difficult to appraise. Huang Tang shook his head, explaining, such highly rare equipment rarely trades privately. They are typically sold at auctions. The transaction price for mid-tier magical artifacts can range from 500 million to 5 billion. The exact price depends on the auction specifications and whether any super-rich individuals are interested. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng grasped the approximate value of the bronze bell, a minimum of 500 million star coins. If a wealthy individual were to take an interest, it could even sell for 4 to 5 billion star coins. Truly a treasure. At that moment, Su Qingfeng suddenly recalled that Nangong Liyue might be an excellent buyer. The young heiress, awakened with the nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul, appeared to have rather average close combat abilities. With this artifact to protect her, her survival capacity would significantly increase. Additionally, as a shareholder in the Nangong Guild, she was not lacking in funds. It was decided he would sell this artifact to her. As for the selling price, we are good friends, so let us offer a friendly price of 5 billion. With that thought, Su Qingfeng stowed the bronze bell back into his shumi ring. Bring me 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Qingfeng instructed Huang Tang casually. Certainly, Huang Tang was elated, believing that his persuasion had succeeded in convincing Su Qingfeng not to consider selling the bronze bell any longer. He greatly appreciated having such an open-minded elder brother like Su Qingfeng. Before long, Huang Tang returned with a tray bearing 10 gleaming mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones were a deep azure, reminiscent of translucent light blue sapphires. Su Qingfeng examined one stone, noting that Huang Tang was indeed accurate. The specifications of this mid-grade spirit stone matched the gemstone groove on the bronze bell. As for testing the artifact, Su Qingfeng couldn't be bothered. Let the young heiress explore it herself. Su Qingfeng secured the spirit stones and presented his black card to Huang Tang, instructing him to complete the transaction. Soon, the transaction was successfully concluded, with 60 million star coins deducted from the black card spending limit. Huang Tang respectfully returned the black card to Su Qingfeng and inquired, Do you have any other needs? Brother. Su Qingfeng had initially intended to exchange for weaponry and equipment, but considering he would soon meet Nangong Liyue's mother, he decided to hold off for now. I have some broken components that I need you to help find a channel to dispose of. Su Qingfeng said, directly releasing a fragment of an interstellar teleportation array's foundational stone from his shumi ring for Huang Tang to see. Huang Tang glanced at the square, gleaming stone, its surface adorned with intricate inscriptions. His brow furrowing slightly. This stone seems rather familiar. Is it from a teleportation array? But wait, the inscriptions aren't from our human script. Su Qingfeng reminded him. It's from the Sea Demon tribe. Upon this realization, Huang Tang suddenly appeared astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at the array foundation stone before him, and recalling the mid-tier magical artifact belonging to Su Qingfeng that was not of human origin, Huang Tang suddenly comprehended what had transpired. Could it be that this gentleman had directly laid waste to a Sea Demon tribe's stronghold, dismantling their interstellar teleportation array in the process? How terrifying. Is there an issue, or is this item unsellable? Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. No. There's no problem. Rather, there's good news, Huang Tang swiftly denied, explaining. Any materials related to the construction of teleportation arrays are considered crucial strategic resources registered by the Human Alliance. The government of the Human Alliance will consistently buy them back at high prices, so you need not worry about the market for these essential components, and the acquisition price will certainly not be low. If you can provide these in large quantities over time, you may even earn military merit. Su Qingfeng understood the rationale behind this. To protect a resource planet, the human race must establish multiple teleportation arrays to ensure troop deployment. The key materials for constructing interstellar teleportation arrays are always in short supply, hence the prices remain elevated. Su Qingfeng shook his head. I cannot provide these materials in large quantities consistently. This acquisition was purely coincidental. For now, just hold on to the materials for me and help me dispose of them when you have the opportunity. With that, Su Qingfeng unloaded all the array materials for Huang Teng to handle. My goodness, this could easily fetch 2 billion, Huang Teng exclaimed in astonishment, then promptly utilized his Shumi ring to secure all the materials. At this moment, less than 3 minutes remained until Su Qingfeng's scheduled meeting with Nangong Liyue's mother. Uncertain if she would arrive early, Su Qingfeng decided to send Huang Teng away from the VIP room to avoid drawing attention. Before long, rhythmic footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of high heels striking the smooth floor resonated. For some inexplicable reason, Su Qingfeng found this sound oddly enchanting. Soon, the footsteps halted at the door. Click. The door was gently turned and slowly opened. Su Qingfeng caught sight of a delicate, pale hand gripping the doorknob. The person outside did not immediately step into the room. Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely observing. A few seconds later, a mature woman, appearing to be in her late 20s or early 30s, gracefully entered. Her exquisite face bore no concealment. The oval face, strikingly similar to Nangong Liyue's, exuded an air of charm. A cascade of glossy black hair flowed down to her waist, swaying gently as she walked, akin to dancing black satin. Her starry eyes, clear as lake water, concealed an authoritative demeanor that deterred direct gazes. Around her slender swan-like neck hung a necklace of deep blue gemstones, accentuating her smooth complexion. With each movement, she radiated the intellectual beauty of a mature woman, poised and composed. Yet brimming with allure, Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. Nangong Liyue's mother appeared remarkably young and beautiful. So it was you, the little thief who deceived Liyue. I should have realized it sooner. Qin Yusin regarded Su Qingfeng with a gaze that blended mockery, resentment, and a hint of helplessness. Chapter 043. A Fractured Relationship. Contrary to the anticipated tempest, Qin Yusin's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Su Qingfeng. As it turned out, Qin Yusin had long been aware of Su Qingfeng's existence. If any of Nangong Liyue's classmates deserved her respect, it would only be Su Qingfeng. Both of his parents were 7-star soul masters, and his lineage was commendable. Moreover, his academic performance consistently ranked at the top, leaving Nangong Liyue in perennial defeat, regardless of how Qin Yusin had urged her. Naturally, it was reasonable for Nangong Liyue to develop some unusual feelings towards Su Qingfeng, especially given his striking appearance. As for Su Qingfeng's abandonment of the 9-star divine martial soul, Qin Yusin had heard a whisper or two. Unlike others, she did not concern herself with the choices Su Qingfeng made. She was only interested in the fact that he could activate the 9-star divine martial soul. This indicated his boundless potential. Therefore, upon learning that Su Qingfeng was the mysterious benefactor assisting Nangong Liyue, Qin Yusin's anger dissipated significantly. Coupled with her inherently graceful demeanor, engaging in direct confrontation was not in her character. I am not a thief. Su Qingfeng observed that Qin Yusin's demeanor was not overly aggressive, and thus he tempered his own hostility. A heart thief is still a thief. Qin Yusin rolled her eyes, retorting, My daughter has turned against me for you, and you still refuse to admit it? Su Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words. The accusation of being a heart thief was indeed difficult to refute. After all, he has no idea whether Nangong Liyue truly has feelings for him. There is nothing more to say, is there? Qin Yusin gracefully settled onto the sofa opposite Su Qingfeng, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him without reservation. The unfolding situation took Su Qingfeng somewhat by surprise. He had anticipated a confrontation. In this scenario, he found himself at a disadvantage. She was indeed quite attractive, suitable enough for my daughter. Qin Yusin casually retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her waist, cast a glance at Su Qingfeng, and inquired, Care for a smoke? Su Qingfeng shook his head. You don't mind if I have one, do you? Qin Yusin pressed on. Su Qingfeng shook his head again. Finally, Qin Yusin took a cigarette from the pack and placed it between her lips. With a snap of her fingers, a flame appeared from thin air, igniting the cigarette. This was a basic application of soul power. Typically, a soul master of 7 stars or above could perform such minor spells if their soul power was sufficiently potent. The ease with which Qin Yusin accomplished this indicated that she was at least a 7-star soul master. This served as a display of her strength. After lighting her cigarette, Qin Yusin took a casual puff before setting it down. A wisp of fragrant smoke quickly filled the entire VIP room. I never smoke in front of my daughter. Do you know why? Qin Yusin suddenly spoke, her tone casual, as though chatting with an old friend. Secondhand smoke only bothers strangers? Su Qingfeng retorted seriously. He felt that he couldn't allow her to dominate the conversation entirely and needed to counterattack occasionally. Qin Yusin paused for a few seconds, then silently extinguished her cigarette. Are you so eager to expose your thoughts? She shot a sidelong glance at Su Qingfeng, her expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. She had been enjoying the previous atmosphere. Setting aside the complexities of their relationship, Su Qingfeng was undeniably handsome and youthful, which made her feel relaxed and at ease. Just a moment ago, she had even been reluctant to discuss serious matters with him. However, unbeknownst to Qin Yusin, Su Qingfeng was deliberately attempting to shatter the peculiar ambience due to his sense that something was off with her. Time is of the essence. It would be prudent for us to conclude our business sooner rather than later. Su Qingfeng calmly stated. Very well, since you insist, let's proceed with business. Qin Yusin straightened herself, her demeanor suddenly shifting to one of sharpness and seriousness. She fixed her gaze on Su Qingfeng. What exactly is your relationship with Liyue? Don't tell me you are just ordinary friends. My daughter wouldn't risk a falling out with me over a mere acquaintance, nor would she spend billions of star coins on one. We are indeed not ordinary friends. Su Qingfeng's response caught Qin Yusin off guard. Did this young man just admit to dating her daughter? Yet, to Qin Yusin's astonishment, Su Qingfeng quickly amended, we are merely classmates. Not even friends. Qin Yusin had lost count of how many times Su Qingfeng had left her speechless. This young man's audacity was entirely unexpected. Logically, she, as the mother of Nangong Liyue, a major shareholder of the Nangong Merchant Association, and a formidable 7-star soul master, should have instilled some apprehension in him. Yet, this young man seemed to disregard her entirely. He joked casually, displaying little respect. Realizing this, Qin Yusin felt a surge of anger. With a soft huff, she unleashed her aura as a 7-star soul master. In an instant, the room seemed to be enveloped in a dense, oppressive weight. She was directly resorting to coercive force. Qin Yusin knew that Su Qingfeng had abandoned his 9-star divine martial soul upon awakening. And given that he had only been cultivating for a few days, his strength should be mediocre. Thus, she felt no hesitation in showcasing her might before him. Young man, do you know who you are speaking to? Is this how you address your elders? Qin Yusin's tone turned icy. Su Qingfeng, however, remained calm and composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. The formidable presence Qin Yusin projected appeared intimidating, yet to Su Qingfeng, it was no more than a gentle breeze. She remained oblivious to this fact. Auntie, you should be grateful that you are Nangong Liyue's mother. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here in peace. As Qin Yusin tore off the facade, Su Qingfeng felt markedly more relaxed. He was far less comfortable with her initial coyness. Now that they were speaking with fists, he found it much more agreeable. After all, Qin Yusin's coercive tactics against Huang Teng, indirectly forcing him to reveal himself, had already encroached upon Su Qingfeng's bottom line. Qin Yusin could hardly believe that Su Qingfeng had the audacity to threaten her in return. What gave this young man such confidence? Did he genuinely believe that my daughter would only marry him? Even if Liyue was indeed being foolish, he ought to be more cautious. As this thought crossed her mind, Qin Yusin gradually regained her composure. She believed that Su Qingfeng must possess some other leverage to dare speak so boldly. Chapter 044. What is your leverage in being so arrogant? What is Su Qingfeng's true advantage? Could it be that his background is not as simple as it appears? Qin Yusin pondered deeply. This was because, no matter how she considered it, she never once thought to speculate about Su Qingfeng's own strength. After all, in Qin Yusin's relatively fixed mindset, Su Qingfeng was merely a weak, newly minted soul master. Just as Qin Yusin was lost in thought, Su Qingfeng smiled and asked, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" Qin Yusin looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "I was contemplating what leverage you possess. What gives you the audacity to speak to me like this?" Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. "It's quite simple. My advantage is myself." "You? You are merely a newly minted soul master. Your awakened soul is still unknown. What capabilities do you possess? Qin Yusin's face was one of disbelief. Su Qingfeng, upon hearing this, chuckled and retorted, I thought you might have uncovered the truth. But it appears you are just like the others, unable to see the forest for the trees. Auntie, you have disappointed me. What do you mean? Qin Yusin's brows furrowed. She felt as though Su Qingfeng was looking down on her. I want to elaborate further. You must know your daughter quite well, right? Let me ask you one question. If I were truly a useless individual, do you think your daughter would invest so much effort in me? Su Qingfeng inquired with a grin. Qin Yusin instinctively wanted to answer in the affirmative, but upon deeper reflection, she realized that Nangong Liyue would likely not behave in such a manner. Women are naturally drawn to strength. Nangong Liyue was no exception. If Su Qingfeng possessed no merits whatsoever, she would not have valued him so highly. Therefore, this young man was not merely boasting. He genuinely possessed extraordinary strength. Su Qingfeng offered no further explanation. Retrieving a 150-ton Tianji staff from his sumi ring, effortlessly grasping it with one hand and presenting it before Qin Yusin. Surely you can recognize what weapon this is? As a major shareholder of the Nangong Merchant Association, and having dealt with various commercial matters for years, Qin Yusin's discernment was certainly sharp. She quickly recognized the staff in Su Qingfeng's hand as a platinum weapon intermingled with white dwarf material, weighing at least several dozen tons, a weapon of such weight, and he was handling it with such ease. Just how formidable was his combat strength? Qin Yusin's eyes widened in astonishment as she examined Su Qingfeng's not particularly muscular physique. Her face a mask of shock. How is this possible? Have you been concealing your strength all along? You never inquired about my capabilities, did you? Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. Auntie, as a distinguished 7-star soul master, I wonder how you would fare if I were to strike you with this staff from such close proximity? Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin's complexion turned pale. Although Su Qingfeng's words were laced with humor, they undeniably conveyed a threat of death. Despite being a fully integrated 7-star soul master with a relatively powerful soul, the Taotai descendant, she rarely engaged in combat and possessed mediocre practical skills. The white dwarf weapon in Su Qingfeng's grasp was immensely heavy. At such close range, a full-force strike could indeed be lethal. Even with various life-saving equipment, survival was not guaranteed. At this moment, as Qin Yusin recalled Su Qingfeng's earlier words, he had said that she was fortunate to be Nangong Liyue's mother, or else she would not be sitting here in peace. She realized that he was not merely boasting. In recognizing the genuine threat of death, Qin Yusin finally understood that she could no longer regard Su Qingfeng as a mere child, but rather as an equally formidable opponent, deserving of serious negotiation. Though numerous questions still lingered in her mind, Qin Yusin finally adopted a serious demeanor. So, you abandoned your 9-star divine martial soul merely as a smokescreen? You are actually a powerful 9-star soul master. My daughter lending you money is purely a philanthropic act, devoid of personal feelings. Your relationship with her is strictly professional. Qin Yusin seemed to have suddenly gained clarity, piecing together the preceding events. Aside from misjudging Su Qingfeng's soul quality, she had essentially grasped the truth. Auntie, you are quite astute. You truly live up to being Nangong Liyue's mother. Su Qingfeng lightly twirled the Tianji staff in his hand. Teasingly remarking, Su Qingfeng's demeanor reassured Qin Yusin that he indeed harbored no special intentions towards Nangong Liyue. Otherwise, Su Qingfeng's demeanor towards her would certainly not be so carefree. I understand now. Qin Yusin suddenly felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. She believed that all her efforts had been in vain. With her relationship with her daughter so strained and having offended Su Qingfeng, how could it culminate in such a result? If she had known Su Qingfeng possessed such immense potential, she would have never obstructed Nangong Liyue from supporting him. No. Even if Nangong Liyue had not assisted Su Qingfeng, Qin Yusin might have extended her own help, for in her aspiration to ultimately take charge of the Nangong Merchants Association, she required a diverse array of talents to aid her. An infinitely promising 9-star soul master was undoubtedly a worthy investment. I apologize for my recklessness today. As for Huang Tung, I shall provide him with generous compensation. Furthermore, to atone for my misstep, I will adjust the spending limit on your black card to 2 billion star coins. I hope you enjoy using the card. Upon realizing her error, Qin Yusin promptly offered her apologies and made a sincerely generous compensation. After hearing her words, Su Qingfeng's dissatisfaction towards Qin Yusin dissipated significantly. It is indeed peculiar how wealth can alleviate 99% of troubles, and the remaining troubles can simply be resolved with a bit more expenditure. Clearly, Qin Yusin had spent quite a sum on Su Qingfeng, thereby alleviating most of his concerns. If that is the case, perhaps we can indeed forge a friendship. Su Qingfeng regarded Qin Yusin with sincerity. Heh, Qin Yusin managed to smile. Even though she felt considerable displeasure towards Su Qingfeng, his remarkable value was undeniable. She held her tongue. After their discussion concluded, Qin Yusin did not linger any longer and soon took her leave. Shortly thereafter, Huang Ting hurriedly entered the VIP room, his face alight with surprise as he exclaimed to Su Qingfeng, "Brother, the regulatory department just called and informed me that they had previously made an error in their procedures and mistakenly wronged me. They now wish to compensate me with 10 million star coins for my mental anguish." Huang Ting was no fool. He understood that this so-called wrongful accusation and apology was ultimately a decision stemming from Su Qingfeng's influence. Otherwise, the regulatory department would not have engaged in such self-deprecating behavior. This meant that the 10 million star coins were rightfully Su Qingfeng's gain. Su Qingfeng waved his hand after hearing Huang Ting's words and casually remarked, "If the regulatory department is willing to give you money, then take it. Since you have assisted me, it is only fair that you are rewarded." Su Qingfeng, possessing the soul of an adult, understood the necessity of ensuring that one could both ride the horse and feed it. Huang Ting was quite capable, and employing him could help manage numerous trivial matters, making things easier and more worry-free. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." Huang Ting expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. He realized that after accepting this sum, he would be firmly on the same ship as Su Qingfeng. He had no aversion to this outcome, especially given Su Qingfeng's formidable prowess, faced with the intimidation of the ninth largest shareholder of the Nangong Merchants Association. He had effortlessly withstood the pressure and compelled the regulatory department to retract their commands, making them a laughingstock. This level of influence far exceeded Huang Ting's imagination. After leaving the flagship store of the Nangong Merchants Association, Qin Yusin quickly utilized a teleportation array to depart from the Tongtian realm and return to her home in Lingzhou. Her emotions were in disarray, and she wished to have a serious discussion with her daughter, Nangong Liyue, regarding Su Qingfeng. However, as she approached the door to Nangong Liyue's room, poised to knock, she suddenly hesitated. Qin Yusin realized that she was utterly incapable of mentioning Su Qingfeng to Nangong Liyue. Otherwise, she would be unable to explain how she had located him. Should Nangong Liyue discover that she had employed such methods to forcibly arrange a meeting with Su Qingfeng, their already fragile mother-daughter relationship would likely shatter even further. "I cannot say anything, not a word." Qin Yusin sighed inwardly, preparing to turn away. Just then, the door swung open. Nangong Liyue stood behind it, her expression indifferent as she gazed at Qin Yusin. Qin Yusin's hand, still raised to knock, lingered awkwardly in the air. "Mother, you're looking for me?" Nangong Liyue inquired with a frosty tone. Upon hearing her tone, Qin Yusin's heart ached. She discerned the distance lurking beneath Nangong Liyue's polite faade. In the past, she would have dismissed this as trivial, believing that as long as Nangong Liyue achieved success, their minor disagreements were inconsequential. But now, after enduring multiple verbal provocations from Su Qingfeng, Qin Yusin suddenly recognized a crucial truth. Her current status and glory were intrinsically linked to her outstanding daughter, Nangong Liyue. She should not perceive Nangong Liyue as an adversary or enemy. They should be united as one. With this realization, Qin Yusin softened her tone. "Little Liyue, mother wishes to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue exhibited no surprise. Instead, she frowned, her gaze laced with caution and confusion. "Apologize? Why would you apologize?" Perhaps having grown accustomed to Qin Yusin's manipulative tactics, Nangong Liyue instinctively sensed that this was merely the prelude to another round of psychological control. Thus, she felt quite uneasy at this moment. "Little Liyue, would you allow mother to come in and talk?" Qin Yusin spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. After a few moments of silence, Nangong Liyue finally released her grip on the door. She was curious to see what new tricks her mother had in store for her. Some matters arose from her mother's flawed approach, yet ultimately, mother was acting in her best interest. "Little Liyue, can you forgive mother?" Once inside the room, Qin Yusin continued her apology. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue's eyes widened in disbelief. As if she had been stepped on. "You found him? What?" Qin Yusin was momentarily taken aback. You found him, didn't you? You even spoke with him, didn't you? If not, you would never have said such things to me. Nangong Liyue's complexion paled, and she appeared somewhat frantic. She knew her mother, Qin Yusin, intimately. Observing her demeanor and recalling recent events, Nangong Liyue quickly pieced together the truth. Qin Yusin must have sought out Su Qingfeng. Otherwise, she would not have come to apologize specifically. I didn't. Qin Yusin had not anticipated such an intense reaction from Nangong Liyue. She had intended to confess, but instinctively chose to lie instead. Nangong Liyue ceased to respond. She recognized that Qin Yusin was lying. For Qin Yusin not only denied having met him but also refrained from inquiring about his identity. This was evidently illogical. It wasn't until Nangong Liyue fell silent that Qin Yusin realized her words contained inconsistencies. However, it was now too late to mend the situation. The mother-daughter relationship that Qin Yusin desperately sought to repair ultimately spiraled into a more disastrous outcome. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng did not wait long before receiving a message indicating that the spending limit on his black card had been adjusted to 20 billion, originally in no rush to upgrade his equipment. Upon seeing this unexpected windfall, he decided to abandon his low profile. Huang Tong, do you have any heavier weapons in your association's inventory? Su Qingfeng inquired. His current single-arm pulling strength had reached a terrifying 1845 tons. The 150-ton Tianji staff could only be considered serviceable. However, if there were heavier weaponry available, Su Qingfeng would not hesitate to acquire something new. Huang Tong was somewhat taken aback by Su Qingfeng. The last time Su Qingfeng took the 150-ton Tianji staff, he had already been astonished. How long had it been since then? And now he wanted to change weapons again. His elder brother's combat prowess was rising at an alarming rate. What's wrong? Is there no heavier weapon? Su Qingfeng pressed. There are indeed, Huang Tong, sensing Su Qingfeng's impatience, quickly clarified. We have weapons made from white dwarf materials weighing several hundred tons, and even neutron star materials weighing thousands or tens of thousands of tons. However, those weapons are exceedingly rare. Typical flagship stores seldom have customers interested in testing or purchasing them, as they are usually stored in the association's important warehouses as treasured items. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow. So, if I wish to purchase a weapon, I must wait for you to arrange a transfer? Yes, but this process won't take long. A day will suffice. Su Qingfeng sighed. How troublesome. Then please arrange for the transfer, and while you're at it, take care of those teleportation array materials. I shall return tomorrow. All right, brother. Huang Ting dared not raise his voice. By the way, please return that Tianji staff to me. Su Qingfeng instructed. An overly lightweight weapon was less useful to him than his own fists. Rather than carry it as a burden, it was better to return it now. Of course, no problem. Huang Tong perked up immediately. When Su Qingfeng initially purchased the Tianji staff, due to insufficient funds on the black card, Huang Tong had arranged for an installment payment. Now, returning the item would involve some complicated procedures. However, Huang Tong was not afraid of Su Qingfeng's hassle. He feared that Su Qingfeng would be dissatisfied and choose not to engage him for assistance, rendering all his efforts to please Su Qingfeng futile. After several minutes, Huang Ting finally completed the return process. Brother, the total amount of 540 million for the weapons purchase has been refunded to your black card account. Is there anything else you need? Not for now. Su Qingfeng waved his hand and strode out of the flagship store of the Nangong Merchants Association. Before he could acquire the new weapon, he decided to indulge in a day of relaxation. As for how to unwind, Su Qingfeng believed that engaging in a transaction with the affluent lady, Nangong Liyue, would serve as an excellent means of alleviating stress. Just as he took out his phone, preparing to reach out to Nangong Liyue, he noticed a message from her. Where are you? I would like to meet and discuss. Su Qingfeng was uncertain why Nangong Liyue suddenly wished to see him, yet this was precisely what he had hoped for. Initially, he intended to suggest a meeting at the Tongtian realm, but upon reflection, he realized that there were no entertainment facilities there. A stroll through Lingzhou would be far more enjoyable. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng replied to Nangong Liyue. Let us meet at Lingzhou Silver Moon Square in half an hour. Silver Moon Square, located near Lingzhou No. 2 High School, was a newly constructed commercial plaza, brimming with various entertainment options, making it an ideal locale for young people. Previously, due to financial constraints and a lack of leisure, Su Qingfeng had circumvented such places. However, now that he lacked for nothing, he was more than willing to embrace the experience. Soon enough, Su Qingfeng received a response from Nangang Liyue. All right. He swiftly utilized the teleportation array to depart from the Tongtian realm. Returning to the Soul Master training grounds of Lingzhou No. 2 High School.as, he exited the training facility. He encountered a familiar face, his homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. Pei Qingyu, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, possessed long, flowing hair that accentuated her beauty. She exuded a refined aura, enhanced by a rare literary charm that set her apart from other girls. Pei Qingyu immediately spotted Su Qingfeng and waved at him with a cheerful greeting. Hello? Su Qingfeng, Teacher Pei, were you waiting specifically for me? Su Qingfeng, preoccupied with his upcoming rendezvous with Nangang Liyue, was not particularly inclined to engage in lengthy conversation with Pei Qingyu. Not at all. I just happened to run into you and thought we could chat for a moment. Pei Qingyu inquired. Last time I had the old principal speak with you, did you feel any better? She assumed Su Qingfeng might feel guilty for involving Principal Duan Muji in his troubles. Hence her suggestion for the principal to offer some words of comfort. However, in truth, Su Qingfeng was indifferent to Duan Muji's fate, rendering Pei Qingyu's efforts somewhat futile. Naturally, he could not express his true sentiments to Pei Qingyu, as it would only dishearten the young teacher. Thank you, Teacher Pei. I feel much better. Su Qingfeng replied politely. That's wonderful. Pei Qingyu beamed, then asked, do you have time now? I was about to head to the Soul Master Training Hall to test a new soul skill. Would you like to join? I could also explain various aspects of the martial examination. Pei Qingyu spoke with utmost confidence, believing her knowledge would be valuable to Su Qingfeng. Moreover, her striking beauty and charm would surely make it difficult for any male student to decline her invitation. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. Su Qingfeng unhesitatingly declined her offer. I'm sorry, Teacher Pei, but I have other matters to attend to, perhaps next time. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu's expression froze, her gaze sharpening. Declined? He actually turned me down without a second thought? Why? Chapter 045. And Ruosu was astonished, in such a hurry. Was he meeting a beautiful woman? Pei Qingyu looked at Su Qingfeng with a half-smile, playfully asking. Based on her understanding of male students, she quickly deduced that Su Qingfeng must have a date. Otherwise, as a beautiful woman herself, how could he so readily disregard her? Su Qingfeng had no intention of divulging too much personal information, but considering her perceptiveness, he decided to be forthright. You guessed correctly. I indeed have a date with a beautiful lady, a little affluent one at that. Su Qingfeng responded with a smile. Exuding calmness, in most cases, he would not allow others' jests or doubts to disturb his peace of mind, choosing instead to embrace a carefree attitude. Since Pei Qingyu was curious, he saw no harm in being honest. After all, he had nothing to feel guilty about. Pei Qingyu was left speechless. She thought to herself, am I not beautiful enough? Is that why this boy would rather offend me to go on a date with someone else? Does he think I'm not wealthy enough? The boy was clearly materialistic. How despicable! You are quite candid. Very well, carry on with your plans, and do come find me when you have time. Pei Qingyu waved her hand, her tones somewhat forlorn. Once a student formally awakened their martial soul, they essentially became half-free individuals. The school and teachers would no longer impose the same restrictions on Su Qingfeng's behavior as before. In truth, apart from attending a weekly class meeting to stay updated on changes to the martial examination policy, Su Qingfeng had become largely independent. Unless Pei Qingyu had special arrangements, Su Qingfeng could inform her in advance and even skip the class meeting as long as Su Qingfeng did not openly pursue romantic interests at school, potentially influencing younger students. Pei Qingyu had no grounds to object. All right, goodbye, teacher, Su Qingfeng said without hesitation as he departed, leaving Pei Qingyu in a state of confusion. Before long, Su Qingfeng arrived at Silver Moon Square, located near Lingzhou No. 2 High School. True to its reputation as one of the most vibrant commercial centers in Lingzhou City, the plaza was adorned with luxurious decor and cutting-edge technological features. At the entrance stood two towering mechs, each over 10 meters tall, tasked with surveillance and security duties. These mechs had been repurposed from military models decommissioned by the Salvation Army, their weapon systems dismantled. Yet they retained combat capabilities comparable to a fully integrated 4-star Soul Master. For the shoppers, however, these mechs served more as iconic decorations, with many visitors stopping to take photos alongside them. As Su Qingfeng stepped into the plaza, the ground was paved with a unique luminescent material that emitted colorful halos with each step. Above him, a transparent dome adjusted its light intensity according to the weather, simulating various starry skies. Additionally, Random holographic projections appeared, guiding visitors to different shops and promoting high-quality products favored by the youth. Since he had yet to reach the agreed meeting time with Nangong Liyue, Su Qingfeng strolled through the plaza, taking in the sights. Suddenly, a delighted voice called out from behind him, "Xiao Feng!" Turning around, Su Qingfeng was surprised to see his neighbor, and Ruosu, approaching him with light, graceful steps. Her long, lustrous black hair swayed gently as she walked, resembling silky ebony. Her lips, akin to the vibrant petals of a rose, curved upward to reveal a dazzling smile, while her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the most beautiful clouds at dusk. As Ruosu drew near, she grabbed Su Qingfeng's arm, refusing to let go, as if afraid he might escape. "You little rascal, I've caught you," Ruosu exclaimed, her face alight with joy.ang. "Please don't be so excited. It makes me feel like a criminal," Su Qingfeng teased, yet he made no effort to free himself from her grasp. He understood the reason behind her exuberance. During their last encounter, he had transferred her a substantial sum of 50,000 star coins as a token of gratitude for her care. Since then, Ruosu had persistently tried to return the money, but he had ignored her calls. It was no wonder she felt so agitated upon unexpectedly meeting him. "You are a veritable criminal. Transferring such a large amount of money to bribe a public servant of the Human Alliance government is quite the scandal." Ruosu leaned closer to Su Qingfeng, lowering her voice in jest. Her words flowed like a melodious stream, captivating to the ear. Su Qingfeng was enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance, the unmistakable scent of her youthful allure. "Cough, and Jia, what brings you here to shop?" Su Qingfeng cleared his throat, casually shifting the topic. He recalled his upcoming meeting with Nangong Liyue and wondered if the two beautiful women would cross paths, potentially causing tension. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He acted with integrity and had nothing to hide. "I'm not here to shop. There's a young girl living in this building, just like you, who is a military orphan. She is only 14 and lives alone. So I visit her daily." An Ruosu worked as a social worker, dedicated to caring for orphans with military affiliations. Su Qingfeng had once been one of her focus cases. "Thank you for your hard work. And Jia, it must be disheartening to pass through such a lively plaza without the chance to enjoy it." Su Qingfeng expressed admiration for her dedication and professional attitude. "Not really. I don't particularly enjoy shopping. How about you? Why are you wandering around here? Don't you have class today? Are you waiting for a girlfriend?" Ruosu asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of mischief, accompanied by a tinge of unease. "No, just waiting for a friend," Su Qingfeng replied candidly. Although he had shared many experiences with Nangong Liyue, they were not yet in a romantic relationship. "A friend? Is it a guy or a girl? Attractive?" Ruosu pressed on, instinctively sensing that Su Qingfeng was awaiting a female companion. After all, it would be quite unusual for him to be out with a male classmate in a commercial plaza. "A girl, well, that's..." Su Qingfeng hesitated, contemplating how to describe Nangong Liyue's beauty when he suddenly spotted her approaching in a delicate white dress, shyly making her way towards him. If Ruosu was a mountain flower, then Nangong Liyue was the radiant moon, gentle and serene, dignified and pure, her beauty ethereal and otherworldly. As she walked gracefully, the hem of her white dress fluttered in the breeze, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Her exquisite visage resembled a meticulously carved jade, with eyes as clear and bright as twinkling stars. Her elegant nose stood straight, and her cherry-like lips bloomed without the need for rouge. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be encompassed by a single hand. Her figure tall and graceful, exuding an aura of coolness that rendered her somewhat unapproachable, yet irresistibly captivating. Most subtly, the nine-tailed fox martial spirit bestowed upon Nangong Liyue an air of elusive charm, endowing her with a sanctity that was tinged with a bewitching sensuality. Hyo put it plainly, she embodied an exquisite allure of pure desire, and Ruosu gazed in awe at the approaching Nangong Liyue, her heart unable to suppress its admiration for such beauty. "How lovely!" she exclaimed, then turned to Su Qingfeng, asking, "Xiao Feng, is she your classmate?" "Yes, and Jia, she is my class monitor. Nangong Liyue, I have a matter to discuss with her," Su Qingfeng replied, offering a brief introduction of Ruosu's identity to Nangong Liyue. Initially perplexed by the close relationship Su Qingfeng shared with the girl, Nangong Liyue felt relief upon learning that Ruosu had been caring for him for many years, and she greeted her with a polite hello. And Ruosu smiled in return, her gaze flitting between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue, stirring a complex emotion within her. It is worth noting that Ruosu had always possessed great confidence in her appearance. Yet in the presence of the breathtaking Nangong Liyue, she could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. She mused that Su Qingfeng was perhaps a bit less than honest. After all, a young lady willing to accompany him on a shopping trip surely harbored feelings for him. Just moments ago, he had been arguing that they were merely friends, however, and Ruosu was aware that she held neither the standing nor the authority to chastise Su Qingfeng. Observing such an exceptional female friend by his side, she felt it more appropriate to respect and wish him well. Quickly regaining her composure, she smiled at Su Qingfeng, saying, "Xiao Feng, I have matters to attend to. You should spend time with your classmate. I'll find you later. Goodbye." With that, and Ruosu gracefully turned and departed, leaving Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue exchanging glances, the air thick with a delicate tension. "Did I interrupt something?" Nangong Liyue inquired with a hint of unease. She could sense that Ruosu and Su Qingfeng had more to discuss, and her arrival had prompted Ruosu to leave. Concerned that there might be a misunderstanding, she added, "It's nothing. My matters with Jia are not of great importance." Su Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings and noticed several passers-by discreetly admiring Nangong Liyue's beauty, some even daring to attempt covert photographs. This was a bit excessive, Su Qingfeng thought to himself. I haven't even taken any pictures yet, so how could they? With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng stepped protectively in front of Nangong Liyue and suggested, "Let's find a quiet place to talk. I have something important to discuss with you." Although Nangong Liyue was unsure why Su Qingfeng suddenly drew so close, she did not mind and replied, "All right, I'll follow your lead." She did not question what this important matter was, for in her eyes, anything Su Qingfeng had to say held significance. As Su Qingfeng walked ahead, Nangong Liyue followed closely behind, quietly trailing him. The Silver Moon Commercial Plaza, known for its technological ambience, was situated near Lingzhou No. 2 High School, where a significant number of students filled the shopping crowds. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue blended seamlessly into the throng. But once their striking appearances were noted, they inevitably drew the attention of many. The reason was simple. Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue possessed astonishing looks. What was even more remarkable was their similar demeanor, aloof, proud and distant from strangers. As Nangong Liyue observed Su Qingfeng's back, she inexplicably felt her previously heavy heart lighten somewhat. Just before stepping out, her mother, Qin Yusen, had chastised her for wasting her life on such trivial pursuits and had subjected her to a moral dilemma. Ultimately, it was only by steadfastly engaging in a cold war with Qin Yusen that Nangong Liyue had managed to leave. Chapter 046. I Excel in Persuasion. Su Qingfeng led Nangong Liyue around Silver Moon Plaza before choosing a tea house adorned in a vintage style, where they settled into a window-side private room. Soon, they were seated, and a server brought steaming tea and exquisite pastries to their small table. "Please enjoy," the server said, closing the door behind them with thoughtful consideration. Su Qingfeng observed Nangong Liyue, noticing a hint of emptiness in her gaze and a lack of joy on her face. She seemed rather downcast. "What troubles you? Is meeting me such a burden?" Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. Nangong Liyue was momentarily taken aback, then regained her composure, blushing as she shook her head in explanation. "No, it's just that I'm feeling a bit down. It has nothing to do with you." Upon learning that her mother had pressured Su Qingfeng to meet her as a shareholder, she felt utterly defeated. She despised her own impotence, even unable to protect Su Qingfeng's privacy. The thought of her mother possibly uttering hurtful words to Su Qingfeng during their meeting only deepened her guilt and anxiety. Her initial intent in seeking to meet Su Qingfeng was to apologize. Yet, upon their meeting, she found herself at a loss for words. The tumult of emotions swirling within her contributed to her lack of enthusiasm. However, after meeting Su Qingfeng, she felt a noticeable alleviation of her mood. In contrast, the presence of such an accomplished female friend beside Su Qingfeng seemed trivial in comparison. "Did you have another argument with your mother?" Su Qingfeng casually inquired while pouring her tea. "Thank you," Nangong Liyue replied habitually, then slightly pursed her lips to answer, "Yes." Had her mother not met Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue might have avoided discussing it altogether. But now, their rapport had reached a point where they could openly share such matters. "I believe I understand the reason," Su Qingfeng remarked with a smile. "You know she approached me, which is why you're upset?" "Yes." Nangong Liyue nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she studied Su Qingfeng. She had expected him to be angry about the situation, yet he appeared unfazed. Could it be that her mother had not made things difficult for him? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. She understood her mother well. Given her personality, it was unlikely she would treat Su Qingfeng with courtesy. There must have been some form of confrontation between them. Su Qingfeng's current relaxed demeanor might merely be a fade to console himself. Su Qingfeng, she gently began, her tone sincere. If my mother has said anything hurtful or done something inappropriate, I apologize on her behalf. Why should I be the one to take responsibility for her actions? Su Qingfeng interrupted, countering, she made mistakes. Why should you bear the burden of her apology? Don't let the moral shackles weigh so heavily on you. She is herself, and you are you. It's crucial to distinguish between the two. Nangong Liyue initially wanted to argue that she was her mother, but upon reflection, she recognized that Su Qingfeng's intent was to alleviate her burden. Nevertheless, as a child from a single-parent family, her emotional entanglement with Qin Yusin was exceedingly intricate. It was not something Su Qingfeng's words could easily untangle. I understand. I will do my best, Nangong Liyue replied obediently. It's not about doing your best. You must succeed. Otherwise, you will continue to suffer. Su Qingfeng spoke with a tone of professionalism. All right. Nangong Liyue acquiesced, her curiosity ignited. Despite being of similar age, how could Su Qingfeng exhibit such maturity? He had grown up without his parents, suggesting he had faced a harsher environment. Yet here she was, relying on him for comfort. How utterly useless of her. A flicker of self-reproach sparked within her. At that moment, Su Qingfeng shifted the conversation to Qin Yusin. In truth, you needn't be overly concerned about that incident. Your mother is quite agreeable. Our communication was very pleasant, and she even increased the spending limit on that black card for me. Ah? Nangong Liyue's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if she had just heard an absurd tale. She found it hard to believe that her mother was an easy person to deal with, let alone that she could have a pleasant interaction with Su Qingfeng. Was there something amiss? Are you trying to cheer me up with a lie? Nangong Liyue inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Qingfeng. Of course not. I merely presented some reasoning to your mother, and she was persuaded, Su Qingfeng asserted. I excel in logical persuasion. Physics is also about reason. Watching Nangong Liyue's incredulous expression, Su Qingfeng demonstrated with a fist what he meant by physical persuasion. Now I understand, Nangong Liyue exclaimed, her confusion dissipating. Unable to resist, she rolled her eyes playfully and teased. I knew my mother couldn't have suddenly changed her nature. It turns out she was intimidated by your strength. That makes sense. Nangong Liyue was fully aware of Su Qingfeng's remarkable physical prowess. Even though her mother was a 7-star soul master, in close combat, she would not stand a chance against Su Qingfeng. If he chose to reveal his true abilities, her mother would undoubtedly be easily subdued. Su Qingfeng had awakened only a few days prior, yet his strength was already formidable, a clear testament to his limitless potential. While her mother may possess numerous character flaws, she would undoubtedly respect a soul master with immense potential. However, if that were the case, wouldn't your privacy be prematurely exposed? Nangong Liyue felt a pang of guilt, believing that Su Qingfeng had sacrificed much for her. Just by exposing a sliver of privacy, he could secure a staggering expenditure limit of nearly 1 billion star coins. Such a business, if encountered again, she would undoubtedly pursue. Su Qingfeng explained with a light-hearted tone. However, Nangong Liyue remained unconvinced, thinking that 1 billion star coins was hardly a sum worth lamenting, especially compared to the grievances he had endured. Those could never be redeemed with money. You won't blame me, will you? Su Qingfeng asked with a smile, recalling that she was, after all, his mother, and he had startled her considerably. Nangong Liyue's expression revealed her inner conflict before she shook her head. It was her relentless pursuit. You were merely protecting yourself. How could I possibly blame you? That's good to hear. Su Qingfeng, sensing the conversation had taken a turn for the better, finally revealed his true intentions. I've come to discuss a business deal with you. A business deal? Nangong Liyue's countenance shifted slightly. She suspected Su Qingfeng was in need of funds again. I only have 20 billion star coins left in my personal account. Will that suffice if I lend it to you? If it's not enough, I'll figure something out. Originally, Nangong Liyue could tap into more liquid assets, but her relationship with her mother had plummeted to an all-time low, making it awkward for her to approach her mother for assistance at this time. What are you talking about? I'm genuinely here to discuss business, not to borrow money from you. Su Qingfeng felt somewhat insulted. Was discussing business synonymous with asking her for a loan in her eyes? What a preposterous stereotype. Besides, he had never actively sought a loan from her, had he? Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Nangong Liu quickly apologized, her demeanor flustered. No need to be so formal. Just take a look at this, Su Qingfeng said as he retrieved a small bronze bell artifact from his Shumi ring, handing it to Nangong Liu. Do you recognize what this is? Nangong Liu accepted the small bell, examined it briefly, and nodded. I recognize the inscriptions on it. This small bell is called the Guardian Bell, and it should belong to the Sea Demon clan, right? Being an academic prodigy, she had a good grasp of the Sea Demon language. You guessed correctly. Where did you acquire such a rare artifact? Nangong Liu inquired, her curiosity piqued. I happened upon a spiked sea demon in the secret realm of the Heavenly Tower and obtained it from the creature's remains. Su Qingfeng vaguely explained, omitting the details of his reckless escapades in the God Ascension Staircase's secret realm. Spiked sea demon? That must be a thorn sea demon. Nangong Liu's expression turned peculiar. The thorn sea demon was of royal lineage within the Sea Demon clan, a descendant of their sea god. The title of sea god belonged to the most powerful among the sea demons. It was the sea god of their clan who, during the battle of the exotic realm 007, unleashed an expansive spell that summoned a cataclysmic flood, engulfing 99% of the land and transforming the entire planet into an ocean. The sea god could effortlessly alter a planet's geography, a power that should not be underestimated. Among human warriors, only the legendary Tin-Star Soul Master, who had achieved complete fusion, could rival such strength. As descendants of the sea god, thorn sea demons were certainly not weak. However, Nangong Liu found herself perplexed by another matter. Logically, all monsters in the secret realm of the Heavenly Tower were generated by the tower's spirit. How could a precious artifact drop from them? She suspected Su Qingfeng might be mistaken. Nevertheless, since it was his personal matter, she refrained from probing too deeply. It's all the same. Whether it's a spiked sea demon or a thorn sea demon, they're essentially one and the same. With that, Su Qingfeng casually shifted the topic. Do you want this artifact? Special price for friends, 50 billion, special price? What on earth is that? It's supposed to be a friendship price. Nangong Liu couldn't help but laugh at Su Qingfeng's words. Given her understanding of the market for such rare artifacts, she knew that his quote of 50 billion star coins was not outrageous. Artifacts from the Sea Demon clan were indeed rare. As long as they possessed formidable abilities, wealthy individuals would be eager to purchase them. Moreover, since Su Qingfeng was proactively offering her something, even if Nangong Liu had no need for this artifact, she would find a way to acquire it. Unfortunately, her current cash flow was insufficient. I don't have that much money on me right now. Nangong Liu furrowed her brows, her tone somewhat awkward. She had just revealed that she only had 20 billion star coins left, and at 17 years old, it was her first experience feeling the embarrassment of lacking funds. So this was what poverty felt like, truly awkward. Chapter 047, Nangong Liu's Gift. Nangong Liu awakened her martial soul, the nine-tailed celestial fox, with an initial quality of 8-star martial soul. With her mother Qin Yusin's unwavering support, she completed the legendary soul ascension ceremony, elevating the nine-tailed celestial fox to a 9-star divine martial soul. Not all martial souls could ascend, which was why Nangong Liu had initially chosen to forego the seemingly stronger crimson-scaled giant python martial soul. The 9-tailed celestial fox martial soul already had distinctions between 8-star and 9-star tiers, thus providing her with the opportunity for ascension. Prior to awakening her martial soul, Nangong Liu had been well-versed in related knowledge. Having been thoroughly prepared for the soul ascension mentally, this exemplified the advantages of wealth. While ordinary individuals were still trying to comprehend the strengths and weaknesses of martial souls, Nangong Liu had already utilized her financial prowess to elevate her martial soul's tier. The greatest feature of the nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul was its extraordinary charm ability. This charm was not a mere mental disruption. It could penetrate the soul's core, influencing the enemy's cognition in an instant. Even those with formidable willpower could not fully resist it. As for the soul skills, the first skill of the nine-tailed celestial fox was called Demon Fox Flame. When wielding this skill, Nangong Liu could unleash flames of extremely high temperature. These flames carried a spiritual assault. Once they made contact, even high-level soul masters could not defend against them. The agony of the burning flames would persist until Nangong Liu chose to cease her attack. Her second soul skill was named Celestial Fox Charm Domain. When activated, she would create a small domain centered around herself. Within this domain, all enemies would be subjected to a powerful charm effect and soul power suppression, effectively serving as both offense and defense. Undoubtedly, the nine-tailed Celestial Fox Martial Soul boasted exceptionally strong innate abilities and soul skills. However, these skills were evidently skewed towards the magical aspect. Moreover, the enhancements the nine-tailed Celestial Fox Martial Soul conferred upon Nangong Liyue's physical body were not particularly significant. Currently, her Martial Soul fusion rate had surpassed 10, yet her combat power level was merely 500. In other words, Nangong Liyue's self-defense capabilities were not exceedingly robust. The small bronze bell artifact was precisely the life-saving equipment she required. Although Nangong Liyue could not produce cash, it did not imply she lacked the means to acquire this artifact. After all, she was a major shareholder in the Nangong Commerce Association, ranked 12th in the hierarchy. By merely pledging some shares, she could easily access hundreds of billions of star coins. It was just a somewhat cumbersome process. Su Qingfeng, such a fine artifact, aren't you keeping it for yourself? Nangong Liyue worried that Su Qingfeng was parting with it reluctantly. Or are you in urgent need of cash? I'm not in need of money at the moment. I have no use for this artifact. Selling it to you is merely a means of repurposing it. Su Qingfeng spoke casually. Between us, there's no need for such meticulous calculations. Just take it for now. You can pay me back when you have the funds. The 20 billion consumption limit on this black card would serve as a prepayment from her. Su Qingfeng did not wish to scrutinize the details with Nangong Liyue, yet he knew that without framing it this way, she would surely refuse to accept the artifact. This won't do. Nangong Liyue protested vehemently, feeling that accepting credit was far too humiliating. When I say it's fine, Su Qingfeng interjected, producing the medium-grade spirit stones he had purchased earlier and placing them before Nangong Liyue. Try the artifact. Perceiving Su Qingfeng's slight discontent, Nangong Liyue chose to remain silent. She picked up a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it inside the small bronze bell. Soon, Nangong Liyue could distinctly sense an invisible energy shield forming around her, centered on her body. It seemed to have activated. Overwhelmed with joy, her eyes sparkled as if they contained a galaxy of stars. This method of use is quite simple. Su Qingfeng attempted to touch Nangong Liyue's face. As he approached within half a meter, he felt a gel-like force field blocking his hand. The protective ability was quite formidable. Take your time to explore and master its usage. It will bolster your life-preserving capabilities in the future. Su Qingfeng recalled how the previous spiked sea demon had managed to withstand several of his full-force attacks thanks to this small bronze bell, which was quite remarkable. Thank you, Nangong Liyue said, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she took off a delicate storage ring from her finger and handed it to Su Qingfeng, shyly stating, I have a gift for you. You giving me a ring? Isn't that a bit too fast? Su Qingfeng accepted the ring, his expression somewhat bemused. Generally, exchanging rings between individuals of different genders implied romantic intentions. That's not what I meant. Nangong Liyue's face turned bright red, and she hastily explained in a flustered tone, the gift is contained within this storage ring. It's just too heavy for me to take out. Upon hearing Nangong Liyue's explanation, Su Qingfeng realized that she was aware of his rapidly increasing physical strength and had prepared a weapon made from white dwarf material, weighing over 300 tons, specifically for him. With Nangong Liyue's physical strength, she could not possibly move such a heavy weapon. She could only place her belongings in the storage ring, allowing him to retrieve them at his leisure. Am I overthinking this? Su Qingfeng, holding the ring, deliberately feigned a look of deep hurt. Although Nangong Liyue appeared to be an aloof goddess, at her core, she remained an innocent girl, untouched by the complexities of love. Engaging in conversation with such a girl, regardless of the topic, proved to be quite delightful. Nangong Liyue found herself at a loss due to Su Qingfeng's remark. While she indeed harbored some feelings for him, they were still merely ordinary friends, and she was unsure what she had said wrong. Did he truly desire this storage ring? Lost in thought, she contemplated whether to gift this ring, which contained most of her wealth, to Su Qingfeng. Just kidding, could you introduce the weapon you prepared? Su Qingfeng noticed Nangong Liyue's increasingly serious expression and decided it best not to tease her further. The weapon is called the Meteor Staff. Its design is more intricate than that of a simple baton, and it is slightly shorter in length. I wonder if that will affect your usage. Nangong Liyue inquired curiously. No worries. Even if I were to wield a mere stone, I could still crush my enemies. Su Qingfeng dismissed the concern entirely. That's a relief. This meteor staff contains a high proportion of white dwarf material, and the weapon itself emits a strong high-energy radiation, necessitating it to be encased in a lead box. It is said that to wield it effectively, one must possess a battle power level of at least 5,000. Nangong Liue looked at Su Qingfeng with a hint of trepidation. An ordinary soul master would need to be a fully integrated 8-star soul master to achieve such a level. Had Su Qingfeng truly awakened to such formidable power in just a few days? It is known that men are particularly susceptible to the effects of high-energy radiation on their reproductive capabilities. Nangong Liue certainly did not wish to inadvertently turn Su Qingfeng into a eunuch. As luck would have it, I fully meet the usage requirements. Su Qingfeng's battle power of nearly 50,000 was no exaggeration. Not only could he withstand this trivial high-energy radiation, but even if thrown into a nuclear reactor, he would emerge unscathed, as if he had merely taken a sauna, without even a hint of reddening skin. This was also the reason Su Qingfeng had no need for the Guardian Bell artifact. It simply wasn't necessary. After finishing his words, Su Qingfeng began examining the contents of Nangong Liue's storage ring. Soon, he was astounded by the vast space within it. The capacity of Nangong Liue's storage ring exceeded 1 million cubic meters. In contrast, the elementary Shumi ring Su Qingfeng used only had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Moreover, such a spacious storage area was evidently filled with various treasures. Weapons shimmering with extraordinary brilliance were neatly arranged. Some blades adorned with patterns reminiscent of twinkling stars, unmistakably divine artifacts. There were also armors radiating a chilling metallic luster, with runes etched upon them, seemingly narrating ancient and mysterious powers, in addition to the weaponry. Many rare materials were piled in a corner, their alluring glow difficult to conceal even within this storage space, betraying their precious nature. Deeper within, numerous vials and jars contained potions of various colors, presumably for healing or enhancing strength. As for consumables, they were countless. This was no ordinary storage ring. It was akin to a treasure vault of the Nangong Merchant Guild. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how much trust this girl had in him. The treasures within this ring must be worth hundreds of billions of star coins, and yet she had carelessly placed it in his hands. Not everyone could withstand such temptation. Haven't you found it yet? The meteor staff is in that gray rectangular box in the corner, or are you unable to retrieve it? Nangong Liue assumed Su Qingfeng was encountering difficulties and prompted him. I've seen it long ago. Su Qingfeng teased, I was merely restraining my impulse to rob you. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liue's cheeks flushed crimson. She understood Su Qingfeng was joking, yet a playful thought crossed her mind. Did he wish to rob her of wealth or of something more intimate? This notion left her feeling quite bashful. She did not wish to admit that this was indeed a thought originating from the depths of her heart. Is it true that I am so wicked? Nangong Liue bit her lips slightly. Silently reflecting, Su Qingfeng remained oblivious to her demeanor. In the midst of their conversation, he successfully retrieved the lead box that Nangong Liue had mentioned. As soon as he grasped the box, the high-strength alloy chair beneath him emitted a cracking sound. He had forgotten that the chair's weight capacity was insufficient. Su Qingfeng quickly stood up while cradling the box, preventing himself from accidentally collapsing onto the floor. Chapter 048. The Crimes of the Human Race's Degenerates. Just as Nangong Liue had described, the lead box in Su Qingfeng's hands was incredibly heavy. Simply holding the box while standing caused the floor beneath him to tremble slightly. It is noteworthy that the Silver Moon Commercial Plaza's building was a newly constructed high-end structure, designed to bear immense weight. However, with Su Qingfeng's 300 to 400 tons pressing down on just 2 points, the pressure felt akin to that of a working hydraulic pile driver. Had he not made an effort to increase the area of weight distribution, his feet might have easily pierced through the floor. You managed to lift it so effortlessly. You are remarkable, Nangong Liue exclaimed in astonishment. Although she had already learned through shopping information that Su Qingfeng's physique was extraordinarily strong, witnessing him casually lift a weapon weighing several hundred tons left her utterly astounded. In the entire human alliance, those capable of wielding such heavy weaponry were truly rare. What secret lay behind Su Qingfeng's awakened Monkey King martial spirit that bestowed upon him such strength? Nangong Liue began to question her previous assumptions. The Martial Arts University's severe discrimination against martial spirit quality primarily aimed to rapidly filter talent. This did not imply that unknown martial spirits were inherently weak. Perhaps there were other soul masters who had awakened unknown martial spirits, possessing terrifying battle power comparable to Su Qingfeng's. What's this? Just standard procedure. Su Qingfeng opened the lead box slightly, casting a glance at the weapon inside. There lay the meteor staff, quietly resting within the lead box, as if it had captured the starlight of the entire universe. It radiated an intensely bright light, each inch of its surface seemingly embedded with countless tiny yet dazzling diamonds. With flames flickering as the light shifted, emanating a searing heat. Its material appeared indestructible, akin to an eternal object impervious to the ravages of time. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of cold, powerful solidity that was delightfully gratifying. To prevent excessive high-energy radiation leakage, Su Qingfeng promptly closed the lead box. For an ordinary person without awakening, the meteor staff was akin to a high-risk poison that must not be approached. Even for Nangong Liyue, a newly awakened soul master with a high-tier martial spirit, it was not advisable to casually touch the meteor staff. This weapon must be quite expensive, am I correct? Su Qingfeng asked knowingly. The heavenly machine staff he had previously used, also made of white dwarf material, weighed 150 tons and had an original price of 1.8 billion star coins. The meteor staff, weighing over 300 tons, was estimated to sell for at least 4 billion star coins. Even with his black card VIP status, which granted a 30% discount, the final price would still be 1.2 billion star coins. It's nothing. I simply retrieved it from the warehouse. Nangong Liyue spoke nonchalantly, as if it required no cost at all. Su Qingfeng knew this was impossible. The Nangong Merchant Guild was a colossal enterprise with an exceptionally well-structured management system. Even though Nangong Liyue was a shareholder, she could not simply withdraw such a valuable item without payment. If she were to act so recklessly, her shares would likely be entirely forfeited. How about this? You take the Guardian Bell, and I will use this meteor staff as a gift exchange, and we'll call it even, Su Qingfeng proposed. But that would be unfair to you. Nangong Liyue calculated that if Su Qingfeng purchased this weapon at the discounted price, he would not need to spend nearly as much. It's all relative, Su Qingfeng chuckled. Who says the Guardian Bell is necessarily worth that much? Well, if you insist. Nangong Liyue felt a flicker of delight in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly thought that ambiguity could be a good thing. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to secure the weapon and enjoy his tea and snacks, he suddenly furrowed his brows. He sensed a distinct aura of blood and death. It emanated from a certain location within the Silver Moon Commercial Plaza. Moreover, that strange aura caused Su Qingfeng to feel an intense discomfort, stirring his blood and inciting an uncontrollable urge to unleash his pent-up energy. What's wrong? Nangong Liyue noticed the change in Su Qingfeng's expression and couldn't help but inquired. A murder has occurred nearby, and not just any murder. Su Qingfeng spoke with grave seriousness, cautioning Nangong Liyue. It may be the followers of the celestial races conducting a blood sacrifice ritual. A blood sacrifice ritual is an evil ceremony intentionally spread by the celestial races to disrupt humanity. Within the human race, there are many degenerates who view being human as a disgrace. They worship the deities of the celestial races, dreaming of shedding their human identities to evolve into members of the celestial races. These followers of the celestial races, by adhering to specific rituals and completing acts of slaughter and sacrifice, can gain divine protection and become immensely powerful. It is far easier than arduous training. What is most unimaginable is that those who gain power through blood sacrifice can easily transcend the limits of their martial spirits, becoming unfathomably strong. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Liyue's face revealed a look of concern. What shall we do now? Should I join you in devising a plan to locate those villains and thwart their schemes? No, you must contact the Law Enforcement Bureau immediately and report this. I will seek them out alone. After ending the call, you must leave this square without delay. Su Qingfeng rejected Nangong Liyue's suggestion. It is important to note that those who dare to betray humanity are by no means weak. Given that Nangong Liyue has only recently awakened, her combat prowess is insufficient for such a high-stakes confrontation. Nangong Liyue grasped Su Qingfeng's sleeve, her eyes filled with trepidation. It is far too perilous for you to go alone. Those zealots are utterly insane. Ultimately, she is but a 17-year-old girl. Even though she possesses a fragment of the power of the 9-star divine martial soul, she has never engaged in actual combat nor witnessed bloodshed. For her to directly confront the believers of the celestial races would indeed be exceedingly daunting. Su Qingfeng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I will be fine. Do you still doubt my strength? Just follow my instructions and leave promptly." With that, Su Qingfeng quietly departed from the private room. Without hesitation, Nangong Liyue took out her phone to contact the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau, reporting the potential blood sacrifice incident involving the followers of the celestial races at Silver Moon Commercial Plaza and requesting reinforcements before resolutely heading out. Perhaps she was not particularly bold, but there are always certain matters in this world that compel her to act without regard for her own safety. As a 9-star Soul Master, although her perception ability may not match Su Qingfeng's, she is certainly not weak. While she may not be able to track down those committing evil deeds, she can easily lock onto Su Qingfeng's figure through her sensing abilities. Just as Nangong Liyue exited the tea house, she spotted Su Qingfeng ascending the escalator to the top floor of Silver Moon Plaza. That location is the cinema, isn't it? Could it be that the villains are conducting the blood sacrifice ritual in the screening room? Upon realizing this, her expression shifted slightly. A typical film lasts around 2 hours. During the premiere of a new movie, a large screening room can accommodate 200 to 300 people, perfectly meeting the requirements for a blood sacrifice. If the staff were eliminated beforehand, the average person would likely remain oblivious to the criminal activities occurring within the screening room. 2 hours would be ample time for those malevolent zealots to complete their sacrificial rites and depart unscathed. Having pieced together the sequence of events, a sense of relief washed over Nangong Liyue. Thankfully, Su Qingfeng's perceptive abilities are remarkably potent. She surmised that the enemy's audacity to carry out the blood sacrifice ritual so openly in the commercial plaza likely means that numerous accomplices are lying in wait. Therefore, her subsequent actions must not be too conspicuous, lest they alert the enemy. It is vital to remember that those traitors to humanity are capable of the most heinous acts. Should they realize their crimes are exposed, they might resort to indiscriminately attacking other patrons in the plaza before making their escape amidst the chaos. Feigning nonchalance, Nangong Liyue approached the private elevator while discreetly observing her surroundings for suspicious individuals. Once inside the elevator, she pressed the button for the top floor, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Upon reaching the top floor, the entrance to the cinema appeared deceptively calm, with only a few individuals who resembled staff members standing idly nearby. As her gaze swept across the scene, she keenly detected an unsettling aura emanating from these individuals, their presence far from that of ordinary people. At that moment, Su Qingfeng emerged from seemingly nowhere, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and smiling as he said, "Darling, what took you so long to arrive? The movie has already begun." With that, he ostentatiously waved 2 tickets, the source of which was unknown. Su Qingfeng's demeanor was akin to that of a young man in a romantic relationship with Nangong Liyue, his tone relaxed and devoid of any awkwardness. Moreover, his hand was firmly encircling her waist. Without any hesitation, caught off guard by such intimate contact with a boy for the first time, Nangong Liyue felt her body stiffen momentarily, her ears flushed with warmth. She had not anticipated Su Qingfeng's boldness, especially without prior indication. However, she quickly recalled that she had stealthily followed him, not informing him of her presence. Could it be that the enemies have already noticed something amiss with my appearance alongside Su Qingfeng? Is Su Qingfeng pretending to be my boyfriend to facilitate our infiltration? If that is the case, I must cooperate with him. I cannot allow my shyness to jeopardize his mission. Such actions could endanger many lives. Perhaps even Su Qingfeng could suffer because of me. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Nangong Liyue understood that she must not betray their pretense. After all, playing this role should not be too difficult. She merely needed to be herself. Resolving this in her mind, she felt her cheeks heat up, her heart racing. She glanced up at Su Qingfeng's handsome face, then leaned against his shoulder, softly saying, "I'm sorry. I lost track of time. You're not angry with me, are you?" Su Qingfeng chuckled, responding with a double entendre. "I'll let you off this time, but next time, it may not be so easy. I do have my principles." Su Qingfeng's words referred to Nangong Liyue's unannounced arrival. Hearing this, Nangong Liyue felt a pang of anxiety, yet also warmth. Indeed, it won't happen again. She grasped Su Qingfeng's sleeve, lifting her head to glance towards the cinema, gently asking, "It seems the movie just started. We should still be able to enter, right?" Chapter 049. The Enchantment of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Su Qingfeng was not merely taking advantage of the moment. He had arrived at the cinema a few minutes earlier and quickly discerned that the scene of the incident was located in the largest screening room, Room 1. Outside the screening room, several formidable enemies were on watch. Su Qingfeng had initially hesitated about whether to force his way in to rescue those inside, but was taken aback when he noticed that Nangong Liyue had followed him. On one hand, he was concerned for her safety. On the other, he hoped she could help provide cover and create a diversion, allowing for a surprise attack. This strategy would enable them to rescue even more people. While Su Qingfeng had been somewhat worried that Nangong Liyue might struggle to keep up, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this young heiress was more astute than he had anticipated. Quickly grasping his intentions and cooperating seamlessly. Together, they walked closely, resembling a genuine couple. Meanwhile, outside Screening Room 1, several followers of the celestial races, disguised as staff, noticed the arrival of Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. Observing the striking pair of youthful, attractive individuals, they harbored no suspicions regarding their identities. The primary task of these followers was to guard the entrance and prevent passers-by from noticing anything unusual within Screening Room 1. Their concern for the fate of this young couple was non-existent. If only their tickets had been for Screening Room 1. Such an enchanting couple deserved to be ushered in for a blood sacrifice. The followers of the celestial races darkly contemplated this in their minds. The high priest presiding over the blood sacrifice in Screening Room 1 was an invincible entity. Should Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue dare to intrude, it would be tantamount to courting death, with no possibility of escape. Whether it was their prayers that had taken effect or sheer misfortune for the young couple, the followers were astonished to see the pair indeed making their way towards Screening Room 1. Truly, they had chosen the path of folly, entering through the gates of hell. A cruel smile spread across the faces of the followers. At that moment, Nangong Liyue took the tickets from Su Qingfeng's hand and politely inquired, "Gentlemen, our tickets are for this screening room, and the movie has only just begun. We should still be able to enter, correct?" Even as they stood at the entrance of Screening Room 1, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue could only hear the film score emanating from within. With almost no other sounds, however, as a 9-star soul master, Nangong Liyue possessed formidable perception abilities, and at such close proximity, she could sense the bloody aura that Su Qingfeng had mentioned. Clearly, something was amiss within Screening Room 1. The followers exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, feigning to check Nangong Liyue's ticket. "It is indeed for Screening Room 1. You may enter quietly, but do not disturb the others." The ticket checker tore a portion of the ticket and offered a disingenuous warning. Nangong Liyue recognized the ill intentions behind this charade, yet to avoid alarming the enemy, she feigned delight and expressed her gratitude. Fortunately, her acting skills were commendable, and she managed to maintain the ruse without revealing any hints. Thus, the followers of the celestial races, caught off guard, allowed Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue to pass by them and approach the entrance of Screening Room 1. Suddenly, each of them felt a disorienting haze envelop their vision. Witnessing the most splendid scenes of their lives, their deepest desires, and the most coveted beauties, they stood frozen in place, clearly under the influence of Nangong Liyue's abilities. She had unleashed her second soul skill, Enchantment Domain of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Upon activation, this skill created a small mental domain centered around her, within which all enemies would succumb to a powerful charm effect and soul energy suppression. As long as the enemies were caught off guard and she approached closely, she could easily exert control over them. The duration of this control would depend on the strength of the enemy's resistance. However, as long as Nangong Liyue did not actively attack her targets, maintaining control for 1 or 2 minutes was certainly feasible. During this time, as long as the enemies were not harmed, they would typically remain unaware of their predicament. Such an extensive duration has afforded her ample time to resolve the internal turmoil within the screening room alongside Su Qingfeng. Success. As Nangong Liyue observed the several followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans standing vacantly, eyes devoid of life, she hastily reminded Su Qingfeng. This was a simple stratagem they had devised together. By leveraging her enchanting soul technique, Nangong Liyue would control the sentinels outside, preventing any disturbance to their target within. Thus, when they ventured in to rescue, they could avert a massacre by these followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans. Su Qingfeng nodded approvingly, then resolutely pushed open the grand door of Screening Room 1. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit corridor. These expansive screening rooms are equipped with tiered seating, and to preserve the viewing experience by minimizing door openings, the entrance does not face the screen. Moreover, the lights are extinguished once the film commences. Consequently, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue could discern no anomalies as they stood at the threshold. This very factor emboldened the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans to permit their entry. Once Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue traversed the corridor and entered the screening room, their fates would be irrevocably entwined. Of course, this scenario would only unfold if both were entirely unaware and possessed meager strength. At this moment, Su Qingfeng grasped Nangong Liyue's delicate hand and stepped inside. As he released her hand, the heavy soundproof door of the screening room gradually closed, plunging the interior into deeper darkness. A sense of anxiety washed over Nangong Liyue. She was uncertain of what scene awaited her in the next moment, instinctively drawing closer to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng, appearing nonchalant as he advanced, was in fact meticulously discerning the identities of every living being within the screening room with his formidable perception. Presently, approximately 140 ordinary patrons occupied the space. All were ensnared in a peculiar state of paralysis. They could hear sounds and perceive their surroundings, yet were utterly immobilized and unable to utter a word. Akin to captives ensnared by a binding spell, devoid of any ability to act. Among these viewers, the weaker among them were merely 2 or 3-star soul masters, while the more formidable boasted strengths of 5 or 6 stars. Regardless of their prowess, they were utterly powerless against even if he has only just awakened a few days ago, right? I must have mistaken him for someone else. In contrast, Yun Xinyao's thoughts were far more straightforward. She cared not for the identities of the man and woman rescuing her. Upon witnessing the wicked high priest's head explode, she felt an overwhelming sense of salvation. Cold Ichin, despite losing his head, did not perish immediately. He indeed possessed divine protection, and even with his head shattered, he survived. Yet, Cold Ichin could not fathom how he had lost his head. His heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. In the next moment, a mass of writhing flesh and blood vessels appeared on his neck, and soon, a blood-colored head devoid of skin emerged. Who are you people? Why must you thwart my offering to the great existence? You are truly damned, Cold Ichin cursed furiously, his hands glowing as a black magic wand materialized from thin air. Su Qingfeng had not anticipated that after delivering a powerful punch to this individual, he could still regrow a head. These believers of the myriad races of the Starry Sky certainly possessed some capabilities. However, Su Qingfeng was unfazed. If he could not kill him in one strike, he would simply strike again. He was eager to see how many times his opponent could resurrect. Cold Ichin was oblivious to why Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue could resist the force field of that divine statue. Yet, at this moment, he made what he believed to be the most prudent choice. After brandishing his wand, Cold Ichin wasted no time and swiftly retreated behind the statue. The three-eyed statue. What kind of traitorous follower are you? We bestowed upon you the ability of immortality, and in a critical moment, instead of fighting, you choose to use us as a shield. This three-eyed statue was no mere object. It served as a seed to collect flesh and blood. Worshipped by the three-eyed divine race, aptly named the Divine Seed. The Divine Seed possessed sentience. Moreover, Cold Ichin's will was primarily under the control of the Divine Seed. Go eliminate those 2 enemies. The three-eyed statue issued an irresistible command to Cold Ichin. In the next instant, Cold Ichin moved like an oblivious puppet, wielding his wand, his body radiating blood-colored soul power, preparing to unleash soul techniques against Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qingfeng did not hesitate for a moment. He dashed forward and shattered the magic wand in Cold Ichin's hand with a single punch. He could withstand 100 of his opponent's soul techniques without issue. Yet, the over 100 hostages in this screening room could not endure the aftermath of a battle at the 8-star soul master level. So reckless and unafraid of death, are you? Unaware of the danger? Are you? Let us see how many times you can revive. Su Qingfeng found himself incensed by Cold Ichin's audacity. This fool, knowing full well he was outmatched, still sought to bring them down with him, truly testing his patience. Thus, he continued to pummel Cold Ichin, reducing him to a mass of quivering flesh. Cold Ichin, now utterly speechless, wished to protest that he hadn't been the one to initiate a counterattack. But alas, no one cared for his thoughts anymore. At that moment, Su Qingfeng turned his gaze towards the peculiar three-eyed statue. It was important to note that Su Qingfeng's apparent freedom of movement was the result of considerable effort to counteract the divine power binding him. Had his combat level been lowered by over 40,000, say to just 1,000, he might have been suppressed by that strange force field. How should this be dealt with? Su Qingfeng glanced at the audience. The hostages rendered completely immobile and felt a pang of worry on one hand. He feared that shattering the statue might inflict irreversible harm on the hostages. On the other hand, he was concerned about the prolonged suppression of the audience by the external divine power, which could lead to significant problems. Just as Su Qingfeng contemplated whether to destroy the statue, it suddenly moved. It appeared to come to life, its metallic neck swiveling to fixate intently on Su Qingfeng. In the next instant, its body erupted with a surge of blood-colored divine light. Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue felt a terrifying mental shock comparable to a 9-star soul technique. Ordinary individuals could not withstand such a powerful divine force. In an instant, over 100 hostages in the audience lost consciousness. If the statue's divine power output was not interrupted in time, it would soon render these individuals into mindless puppets in comparison to the ordinary people. Nangong Liyue fared much better. After all, she was a 9-star soul master, and her martial soul was the 9-tailed celestial fox, adept in the realm of mental prowess. The moment she encountered the divine power shock, she felt as if her entire body had been weighed down 1,000-fold, her eyelids heavy as lead, unable to lift. Her martial soul fusion degree was simply too low. Had her fusion reached 50, she might have retained some capacity for action against such a powerful divine force. But now, all she could do was hope for Su Qingfeng to turn the tide. The outcome proved that Su Qingfeng did not disappoint Nangong Liyue. Although he was the primary target of that peculiar statue, enveloped entirely in blood-colored divine light, his form remained agile, seemingly unrestrained. This was due to Su Qingfeng's extraordinary resistance attribute, which soared to 82,000. With such resilience, unless the true deity of the three-eyed race personally descended, these divine seeds could not control him. It was truly astonishing. A mere inanimate object could unleash such potent divine brilliance. It was evident that it must have consumed a considerable amount of human flesh and blood. You are truly damned. Su Qingfeng glared at the statue, thoughts racing through his mind, his fists unyielding. Bang, bang, bang. With a flurry of heavy punches, the extraordinarily resilient three-eyed statue was forcefully shattered by him. Unforgivable. Remember this, you human brat. We shall not let you escape. In the moment the statue shattered, Su Qingfeng vaguely heard an ancient voice cursing within his mind. Clearly, this voice belonged to the essence of the statue, the mightiest deity of the three-eyed race. Most individuals would be startled by a warning from a deity. Yet, Su Qingfeng merely smiled dismissively. Given his current rate of growth, by the day they would meet, the stronger and weaker would be a matter of debate. What was there to fear? At that moment, Su Qingfeng turned to glance at the unconscious and Ruosu in the audience. Unable to suppress a frown. I hope nothing happens to Sister An. Chapter 051. The third divine artifact of humanity, the Tower of Reincarnation, meanwhile, at the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Emergency Response Center. A few moments prior, after receiving a distress call from Nangong Liyue, the operator did not take it lightly and immediately initiated the verification protocol. This was to ensure that criminals could not falsely report emergencies to waste police resources. Thus, the Law Enforcement Bureau would verify at least two aspects before dispatching patrol personnel to the scene. First, they needed to confirm the identity of the caller. Second, the caller mentioned that the criminals might be believers of the myriad races of the starry sky. Conducting a blood sacrifice ritual. Any case involving external divine faith would result in peculiar divine energy fluctuations in the vicinity. The Law Enforcement Bureau possessed specialized equipment to monitor such divine energy fluctuations. They needed to confirm that the blood sacrifice event was genuine before dispatching a significant number of enforcement personnel to manage the situation. The operator quickly verified the identity of the caller, Nangong Liyue, the granddaughter of Nangong Changye, president of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, a newly registered 8-star soul master, and an outstanding student who had received early admission notices from both the Capital Martial Arts University and the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Undoubtedly, the credibility of this caller's information was at least 90 reliable. Therefore, without hesitation, the operator activated a first-level combat alert. In the next moment, the piercing alarm of the first-level combat alert awakened the entire Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. In the Lingzhou cafeteria, Pan Wujiao, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau and a fully fused 7-star Soul Master, was having lunch when the alarm rang. Upon discerning the meaning of the alarm, he immediately tossed aside his bowl. A first-level combat alert indicated the emergence of a threat capable of endangering the safety of the entire city. He would not only abandon his meal but would even return to his combat post at a moment's notice, regardless of the circumstances. This was the responsibility of law enforcement personnel. Soon, Pan Wujiao learned of the emergency report through his personal device. Upon discovering that believers of the myriad races of the Starry Sky might be conducting a blood sacrifice in a bustling area like Silvermoon Square, he was momentarily stunned. This was a serious matter. Pan Wujiao took a deep breath to steady himself and quickly retrieved the specialized equipment for monitoring external divine power, the third divine artifact of humanity. The Tower of Reincarnation, replica. The third divine artifact, the Tower of Reincarnation, possesses remarkably profound and powerful functions. Firstly, the Tower of Reincarnation can monitor and suppress external divine power, serving as both a radar and shackles against external deities for the human alliance. Secondly, the tower itself can directly seal external deities, absorbing them to become martial souls that humans can awaken. In fact, many powerful martial souls above the 7-star level have been captured and subdued over thousands of years using the Tower of Reincarnation. Thirdly, the Tower of Reincarnation can assist ordinary humans in awakening as soul masters. The awakening array utilized in middle school campuses to help students awaken their martial souls is constructed with the power of the Tower of Reincarnation. The aforementioned 3 applications are merely the conventional uses of the tower. It is rumored that the tower possesses a highly mysterious and powerful ability, known only to the high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance government. Some speculate that the tower can grant life to the dead, though ordinary individuals cannot verify this. The replica of the Tower of Reincarnation used by the Special Operations Team of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau naturally lacks the powerful capabilities of the original artifact. In truth, the small silver spire in Pan Wujiao's hand possesses only one function: to swiftly detect whether there are fluctuations of external divine power within a small area. If it exists, it would indicate the corresponding threat level. Due to the significant limitations on the use of this small silver tower, which also consumes a considerable amount of soul power, it is typically not employed casually unless there is a clear emergency. However, this moment was evidently an exception. Pan Wujiao, without hesitation, exerted his full strength to activate his martial soul, channeling soul power into the petite silver tower in his hand, aiming it several kilometers away at the Silvermoon Square for scanning. Soon, he heard the emotionless electronic voice of the tiny silver tower alerting him. Detected power fluctuations from a 3-eyed divine being of the Starry Sky 10,000 races, threat level 8. A threat level of 8 signifies that the enemy's strength is at least comparable to a fully fused 8-star Soul Master. For the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau, this represents an exceedingly formidable adversary, one that the Bureau alone cannot handle. Fortunately, the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau is not without allies. In addition to seeking assistance from the local Salvation Army, Pan Wujiao had another option. Very few were aware that Lingzhou was actually the ancestral home of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce's chairman. The Nangong Chamber of Commerce is a dominant force in Lingzhou, with more than a couple of 9-star patrons at their disposal. Moreover, given that the reporter of this incident was Nangong Liue, Pan Wujiao had ample reason to seek aid from the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Thus, after ordering all on-duty agents of the Special Operations Team to swiftly proceed to Silvermoon Square to address the situation, Pan Wujiao unhesitatingly picked up his phone and dialed a number saved under Mrs. Nangong. He sincerely believed that seeking assistance from the Mrs. Nangong, whom he had met once, would yield better results than notifying the Salvation Army. The call connected shortly. Pan Wujiao? I know you. Why are you calling me? The voice of Qin Yusin came through, cold and impatient. It was evident that Mrs. Nangong was in a less than pleasant mood at that moment. However, given the gravity of the situation, Pan Wujiao set aside any concerns about her mood. Mrs. Nangong, there is chaos at Silvermoon Square caused by the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Your daughter is near the incident scene. Please send your high-ranking patrons to assist us in combating the threat and rescuing people. Pan Wujiao succinctly conveyed the situation and directly requested assistance. What? My daughter is at the incident scene. Qin Yusin's voice rose several octaves, but she quickly regained her composure. Hold on, I will personally bring people over immediately, thank you. Just as Pan Wujiao felt a slight sense of relief, Qin Yusin spoke in a grave tone. Captain Pan, you must ensure my daughter's safety. If anything happens to her, I cannot guarantee anything else, but you will certainly lose your job. Pan Wujiao felt somewhat speechless. He had no doubt about Qin Yusin's capabilities, yet he found her anger to be rather unwarranted. Even if something were to happen to Nangong Liyue, he was already doing everything in his power to rush to the scene to save her. It seemed unreasonable for all the blame to fall solely on him. However, Pan Wujiao understood that reasoning with Qin Yusin at this moment would be futile. She was not only a major shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, but also a distressed single mother. All he could do was ensure that Nangong Liyue remained safe. If something were indeed to happen to her, he would have to accept his misfortune and bear the consequences. After all, he had chosen to trust in the power of private capital over the Salvation Army. Soon, a dozen law enforcement vehicles from the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau arrived rapidly at the outskirts of Silver Moon Square. Nearby patrolling agents approached Pan Wujiao to report the situation. Captain Pan? The situation is dire. The Silver Moon Commercial Square has recently opened, and with its advanced entertainment facilities, it is experiencing peak business hours. Currently, there are at least 20,000 guests inside the commercial square. We still do not know the specific locations where the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races are operating. If we evacuate the crowd prematurely, we might inadvertently alert them, potentially leading to even more terrifying consequences. After hearing the report from the patrol agent, Pan Wujiao furrowed his brow but quickly issued an order. First, take control of the property management office of Silver Moon Commercial Square. Notify the first-floor businesses that there will be a temporary power outage in 10 minutes, allowing them to discreetly assist in evacuating the crowd. Pan Wujiao could not allow tens of thousands of people to remain in a place poised to erupt into a battle involving high-ranking soul masters. Even if it risked alerting the enemy, he had to do his utmost to disperse more visitors. Meanwhile, Pan Wujiao continued to manipulate the silver tower in his hand, striving to accurately pinpoint the specific location of the external divine power. Before long, he felt a surge of joy. He discerned that the strongest fluctuations of divine power were emanating from the top floor of Silver Moon Square, which was precisely where the cinema was located. The cinema's enclosed environment indeed posed a high risk, making it a vulnerable target for the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Pan Wujiao understood that this was perhaps a stroke of good fortune amidst the misfortune. The followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races still harbored some fear, even contemplating covering their tracks and retreating without resorting to indiscriminate slaughter. Upon receiving this information, Pan Wujiao immediately commanded his subordinates to expedite the evacuation of the crowd and to head to the Property Management Surveillance Center to retrieve all video footage from outside the cinema. Shortly after issuing the orders, Pan Wujiao sensed several powerful figures suddenly materializing beside him. The newcomers were the 7-star Soul Master Qin Yusin and 2 battle patrons of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Both clad in black robes, both battle patrons were 8-star Soul Masters. Qin Yusin had wished to summon a 9-star patron for assistance, but due to the high degree of freedom enjoyed by 9-star patrons, they were currently engaged in other activities and could not return promptly. Consequently, she was left with no choice but to rely on the 2 8-star patrons. Captain Pan, what is the current situation? Where is my daughter? Qin Yusin, upon seeing Pan Wujiao, directly inquired without preamble. Pan Wujiao inwardly lamented. How could he possibly know the precise whereabouts of Nangong Liyue? Nevertheless, he speculated that since Nangong Liyue had detected the wrongdoing of the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races early on, she should have already evacuated in advance, right? It was unlikely that the precious young lady would recklessly rush into battle against the followers to rescue hostages. Just then, an agent approached Pan Wujiao, holding a tablet computer, and spoke. Captain Pan, there is indeed a situation at the cinema. Through the surveillance, we discovered that all the cinema staff have been replaced. The followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races are likely hiding in the cinema screening room to conduct their ritual. Meanwhile, Qin Yusin's face had turned pale. She saw her daughter Nangong Liyue's figure on the screen of the tablet. The video footage revealed Nangong Liyue and Su Qingfeng nestled closely together, laughing and chatting as they walked into the cinema, which had been seemingly seized by the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. In that instant, Qin Yusin felt as though the sky had fallen. Liyue, my little Liyue, you absolutely cannot come to harm. Chapter 052. Why did the alarm suddenly deactivate? Pan Wujiao noticed that Qin Yusin's expression was not right, and he quickly realized what was happening. Pointing at the beautiful figure that appeared on the tablet, he asked, Mrs. Nangong, Is this lovely young lady your daughter? Of course. What else could it be? What are you law enforcement agents doing? Knowing my daughter has entered the incident scene, why aren't you charging in and rescuing her? Pan Wujiao, if you lack the ability to command, let my two patrons assist you. They have all served as officers in the Salvation Army and possess command skills that are no less than yours. Qin Yusin's composure had completely shattered, leaving no room for Pan Wujiao to save face. She was indifferent to the potential consequences of her actions, disregarding how many innocent lives might be lost or whether she would offend Pan Wujiao or even the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. All she cared about was ensuring Nangong Liyue's survival. For that, she was willing to pay any price. Although Pan Wujiao felt quite displeased by Qin Yusin's confrontation, he could understand her emotional state. After all, even within the entire Human Alliance government, a person of Qin Yusin's immense wealth was undoubtedly a figure of great stature. Let alone in a small place like Lingzhou, it would be strange for him to be treated with any respect. As for the two 8-star patrons, upon hearing Qin Yusin's words, they exchanged helpless glances with Pan Wujiao. While they genuinely possessed command experience, they understood that the battlefield was not the same as urban law enforcement, and they dared not overstep their bounds. Moreover, precisely because they had all served as commanders, they knew that changing commanders at the last minute was a grave mistake. Both patrons viewed Qin Yusin's frantic outburst as a desperate plea and did not intend to heed her. Naturally, they were also genuinely concerned about Nangong Liyue's safety. If Pan Wujiao had permitted them to directly storm the cinema, they would have unquestionably acted without hesitation to rescue their young lady. However, Pan Wujiao did not take such action in his eyes. Ensuring the evacuation of the majority of ordinary people from the other floors of Silver Moon Square took precedence over eliminating the enemy and rescuing Nangong Liyue. For this, he had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of resigning afterward. If something were to happen to Nangong Liyue, Pan Wujiao believed that merely resigning would not suffice to quell Mrs. Nangong's fury. Yet, he remained resolute in his decisions. At this moment, Pan Wujiao found himself grappling with a perplexing thought. How could it be that Miss Nangong was the first to detect the wrongdoing of the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races and report it, yet still chose to enter the incident scene with her friend? Could it be that Miss Nangong was indeed recklessly attempting to save someone? With this thought, Pan Wujiao's feelings grew even more complicated. If this were the truth, he would find it even harder to forgive himself. At that moment, the replica of the reincarnation tower in Pan Wujiao's hand suddenly emitted a piercing warning. Attention! Attention! The divine power intensity of the target location has significantly increased. Threat level raised to level 9. Upon hearing this ominous voice, Pan Wujiao's heart sank. A level 9 threat indicated that the enemy's combat prowess was comparable to that of a fully integrated 9-star Soul Master. Such formidable beings could effortlessly obliterate the entire Silver Moon commercial plaza with a mere soul skill. This presence was powerful enough to sweep away all forces of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. Beside him, Qin Yusin and two 8-star Soul Masters also reacted to the warning from the replica of the Reincarnation Tower, their faces paling in unison. Earlier, Qin Yusin had seen in the video footage that Nangong Liyue was acting in concert with Su Qingfeng. While she harbored an urgent recognition of Su Qingfeng's strength, her fear had not yet spiraled into despair. However, at this moment, upon hearing the warning of the external divine power's intensity escalating, she was truly panicked. Like a drowning child instinctively grasping for a lifeline, she turned to the strongest among the 8-star Soul Masters. Mr. Long, you will help me rescue Liyue, won't you? Please, act now. I want my daughter. Just as Qin Yusin was engulfed in despair, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The replica of the Reincarnation Tower in Pan Wujiao's hand emitted another notification. External divine power has completely dissipated. Alarm lifted. Stunned by this sudden twist, Pan Wujiao, Qin Yusin, and the two 8-star masters stood frozen in place. What do you mean the alarm has been lifted? Could it be that the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races have completed their blood sacrifice and fled? Or perhaps, the warning system of this silver tower has malfunctioned? Ultimately, Pan Wujiao chose to trust the judgment of the artifact replica in his hand. Madam Nangong, I shall go assist you in finding your daughter at once. Pan Wujiao declared resolutely. In the next moment, he activated his evasion soul skill, transforming into a streak of black light as he dashed forward. Before Qin Yusin could utter a word, the two 8-star Soul Masters immediately followed suit. Regardless of what had transpired, They needed to reach their young lady's side without delay. Soon, Pan Wujiao and the two 8-star Soul Masters arrived at the entrance of the screening room where the incident had occurred. They quickly noticed that the 4 individuals dressed as cinema staff at the entrance were behaving suspiciously. These individuals not only exuded an evil aura, completely lacking the demeanor of good people, but they were also deeply enchanted, standing motionless in place while Lady's martial spirit is the 9-tailed celestial fox. She must have bewitched these individuals. One of the 8-star masters, Mr. Long, explained. Pan Wujiao nodded, having deduced from the surveillance footage that these individuals were likely the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Please assist me in restraining these suspects while I investigate the situation inside, Pan Wujiao stated, gazing at the heavy door of screening room 1. I'll accompany you. Old Lu can easily handle these individuals alone. Mr. Long replied, stepping closer to Pan Wujiao. Pan Wujiao nodded and pushed open the heavy door. Inside, they discovered that all the lights were already illuminated. The air was tinged with the scent of blood, though not overwhelmingly so. Cautiously, they proceeded down the corridor, soon arriving before the screen of the screening room. There, they beheld an extraordinarily attractive young couple standing by a bizarre statue that had been dismantled into disarray, seemingly inspecting something. The floor was littered with several bodies, drained of their essence, alongside a mass of what appeared to be putrid flesh. As for the over 100 audience members seated in the screening room, they were all in a state of unconsciousness, none awake. Miss, are you unharmed? Mr. Long exclaimed upon seeing that Nangong Liu bore no signs of battle wounds and was uninjured, a mix of relief and unease flooding his heart. Was this still the same young lady from the Nangong family? At that moment, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu turned simultaneously, glancing at the righteous Pan Wujiao and the robed Mr. Long, both exhaling in relief. This elder brother is from the Law Enforcement Bureau, isn't he? The subsequent cleanup will be entrusted to you. The mass of putrid flesh was the high priest who initiated this blood sacrifice. I am uncertain of his true identity, but his accomplices await outside. You may interrogate them. As for the shattered pieces of the statue on the ground, they were originally artifacts used by that high priest. After his demise, they attempted to unleash their power to devour the essence of all present. I inadvertently dismantled it in the process. The Law Enforcement Bureau should take the fragments back for appraisal. They may yield some insights. Su Qingfeng recounted the events succinctly, while Nangong Liu nodded obediently beside him. The sequence of events was straightforward. Aside from initially helping to control the accomplices outside, she had mostly been a bystander. Su Qingfeng had been the one to shine throughout the ordeal. If one were to liken this rescue to a secret realm, the details of completion would be as follows. Su Qingfeng had output 100, with damage absorption at 100 and control at 90. Nangong Liu had merely contributed 10 in control, at that moment. She felt a blend of fear in the face of the external divine followers and powerful divine entities, along with the joy of having successfully rescued someone. Yet, what thrilled her most was witnessing Su Qingfeng's terrifying combat prowess firsthand. The high priest, comparable to an 8-star soul master, and the peculiar statue that had suddenly unleashed near 9-star spiritual power had both been shattered by Su Qingfeng's sheer fists. He was incredibly strong. Indeed, earlier, Su Qingfeng had refrained from using the meteor staff, fearing it might cause irreversible damage to the hostages and the building itself, deliberately opting to engage with only his fists and feet. Even so, he had effortlessly overwhelmed all his opponents. How could Nangong Liu not be excited, not revere him? After hearing Su Qingfeng's account, Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long felt as though they had been struck dumb. Compared to Su Qingfeng's effortless defeat of the high priest and the statue, they were more inclined to suspect that Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu might have been possessed by an external divine entity. Both fell into a brief silence, secretly employing detection-type soul skills to probe for any traces of external divine presence on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. Ultimately, they found nothing. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu were entirely clean, simply ordinary humans. Furthermore, with no warnings from the replica of the reincarnation tower in Pan Wujiao's possession, they finally accepted the reality that the disruptive followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races had been eliminated by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. I am Pan Wujiao, captain of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Special Operations Team. May I ask how this young brother is addressed? Pan Wujiao inquired, smiling as he approached Su Qingfeng. Were it not for the youthful appearance of Su Qingfeng, Resembling a somewhat naive student, he might have even offered him a cigarette. Where had this savior emerged from? Initially, Pan Wujiao had feared that his career was at an end, and that he would face ruthless retribution from Qin Yusin for Nangong Liue's presumed death, potentially losing his own life in the process. Yet, here he was, witnessing a remarkable turnaround. Although several unfortunate victims had still perished in this blood sacrifice incident, Pan Wujiao felt that the current situation was already a stroke of luck in comparison to the unbearable and terrifying consequences that could have unfolded. Thus, he was filled with profound gratitude and curiosity towards Su Qingfeng, almost eager to forge a brotherly bond with him. Chapter 053. Please acknowledge the merit. Official commendation. Su Qingfeng was unaware of what Pan Wujiao had previously experienced. He simply felt that the captain's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. They were merely meeting for the first time, and he was not a beautiful woman. What ulterior motives did Captain Pan have with such fervent eyes? Su Qingfeng discreetly took a half-step back and cleared his throat before speaking. I am Su Qingfeng, a student of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Su Qingfeng proactively mentioned his student status, signaling Pan Wujiao to temper his enthusiasm. He held no prejudice against certain special individuals, provided they did not harass him. Should they overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to respond with force, upon noticing the guarded and disdainful expression on Su Qingfeng's face. Pan Wujiao was initially taken aback before realizing the implication. What did this young man take him for? Did he not have a wife and children? Pan Wujiao felt a pang of annoyance. However, he would not hold a grudge against Su Qingfeng over such a minor misunderstanding. That moment, even if his own father appeared before him, and he was forced to choose between delivering a beating to his father or Su Qingfeng, his first instinct would be to hope his father would restrain himself. Of course, another reason Pan Wujiao was reluctant to strike Su Qingfeng was that he knew he could not win. Su Qingfeng, you and Miss Nangong's selfless act has indirectly saved the lives of tens of thousands, earning you immense credit. Upon my return, I will promptly document the situation in my report and seek recognition for your contributions. Would you like us to notify your school about your commendation? Pan Wujiao inquired, glancing at Nangong Liue. I don't require any notification. Su Qingfeng casually declined Pan Wujiao's commendation proposal. However, he did not refuse the request for recognition, as awards from the Law Enforcement Bureau held the same weight as military merit. Military merit was always valuable. At the very least, it could be exchanged for money. Moreover, this was his rightful due, so there was no reason to refuse. Nangong Liue, however, decisively rejected Pan Wujiao's suggestion. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Pan, but I do not need any commendation or recognition, as all the credit belongs to Su Qingfeng. I nearly hindered him, Nangong Liue said earnestly as she looked at Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing those words, both Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long could not help but display a knowing smile. Their gazes towards Nangong Liue and the tone of her speech indicated that the young girl had indeed fallen under Su Qingfeng's spell. The budding affection between the youth and the young lady was a pleasant development. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were a match made in heaven, particularly with Su Qingfeng's formidable power capable of astonishing the world. They complemented each other splendidly. If the two were ultimately destined to be together, it would surely be a source of delight for bystanders like Pan Wujiao and M.R. Longed. To Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue's declaration came as a surprise. He had intended to advocate on her behalf, but recalling that this girl despised being coerced, he chose to respect her wishes. Naturally, Pan Wujiao's report would not be fabricated without basis. Whether Nangong Liue had contributed or what merits she had earned was not for her to assert arbitrarily. The personnel responsible for managing contributions would meticulously verify and corroborate the details of her accomplishments, providing appropriate recognition. At that moment, Pan Wujiao, wishing not to dampen Nangong Liue's spirits, feigned respect for her preferences. Su Qingfeng then pointed towards the unconscious hostages in the audience, addressing Pan Wujiao. Captain Pan, those hostages are in critical condition. I urge you to arrange for medical personnel to administer aid promptly. I am aware of this. I have already informed the professionals to handle the emergency. Pan Wujiao responded with a smile. If Su Qingfeng had been sufficiently observant, he would have noted that he referred to professionals rather than mere medical staff. Survivors of traumatic events such as blood sacrifices required not only physical treatment but also measures to heal their psychological wounds, alongside techniques to obscure their memories of the external deities to prevent future disruptions in their lives. Su Qingfeng, however, did not catch the nuances in Pan Wujiao's response and posed another question. Among those hostages, there is a relative of mine. May I take her away alone to the hospital for treatment? No. Before Pan Wujiao could respond, a cool, feminine voice suddenly emanated from the entrance of the screening room. Everyone turned to see a poised young woman clad in a white lab coat entering. She moved with a light yet resolute stride, her coat billowing as if radiating a sacred glow. Her long, lustrous black hair was pulled back into a neat ponytail, with a few strands framing her porcelain-like face. Adding a touch of grace, tall and well-proportioned, her figure exuded both elegance and strength, radiating an aura of intellect and authority that compelled others to acknowledge her capabilities. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yilan, the chief military doctor stationed at the Salvation Army in Lingzhou, an 8-star soul master. After delivering her introduction, the military doctor cast a displeased glance at Pan Wujiao and stated in a stern voice, "Captain Pan? Although this blood sacrifice incident did not yield severe consequences and you managed to evade accountability by sheer luck, your excessive confidence in handling the case without promptly seeking assistance from the Salvation Army nearly led to disastrous repercussions. You cannot escape responsibility for this oversight. When the higher-ups evaluate your contributions and failures in this case, I will provide an honest account." Upon hearing this, Pan Wujiao couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was not his first encounter with Yilan. He was well aware of her assertive nature and mysterious background, making her a formidable person. Moreover, her criticism was not unfounded. He had nearly been frightened out of his wits when he detected a powerful energy fluctuation comparable to an 8-star soul skill from the target's location via the Reincarnation Tower replica. Should the higher-ups choose to hold him accountable for his negligence, he would indeed find himself at a loss for words. Thus, Pan Wujiao opted not to respond to Yilan's rebuke. Since the chief of the Salvation Army, Yi, had arrived, he would leave the handling of the victims to her. I will conduct another search nearby, then return to write my report. After making this statement, Pan Wujiao left with a scowl. Before Yilan, the previously spirited Captain Pan appeared as timid as a mouse encountering a cat. Only then did Yilan turn her attention to Su Qingfeng, her tone softening as she explained, "This young man, your relative requires not only medical treatment but also an understanding of the impact of the external deity's powers. I am the most qualified person in Lingzhou to attend to her needs. Please entrust her to me, if you will." Although Yilan exuded an air of authority, she displayed a gentler demeanor when addressing the civilian hero who had indirectly saved countless lives, the extraordinary Su Qingfeng. With Yilan's assurance, Su Qingfeng naturally ceased his insistence on taking the person away. "Can we leave now?" Su Qingfeng inquired, gesturing towards himself and Nangong Liyue. "Your minds are clearly unaffected. That is not my concern." Yilan shook her head casually, responding, "However, the Law Enforcement Bureau may require you to give a statement. It would be best to inform Pan Wujiao when you go down." "All right, thank you." Su Qingfeng glanced back at Enruosu to confirm her steady breathing before departing the screening room alongside Nangong Liyue and Mr. Long. Sure enough, they had not ventured far when they encountered Pan Wujiao again. "Young man, I need to ask you a few questions. As for Miss Nangong, your mother has been waiting for you downstairs for quite some time. You ought to return home with her first," Pan Wujiao said with a cheerful air, believing he had made a most appropriate arrangement. However, he immediately noticed the change in Nangong Liyue's expression. She glanced at Mr. Long beside her, her voice laden with complexity as she asked, "Uncle Long, why didn't you inform me that my mother was downstairs?" Mr. Long, caught off guard, coughed lightly. "Well, miss, you never asked. I assumed you were aware. After all, I have always been responsible for Madam's personal security." Nangong Liyue fell silent, her mood plummeting. Previously, she had clashed with her mother, Qin Yusin, over her desire to go out. Now, with such a serious incident occurring at Silvermoon Square, she feared that upon returning home, she would surely face her mother's reprimands and criticisms. She wished to avoid confronting such matters while her spirits were still relatively high. Pan Wujiao, sensing the sudden shift in Nangong Liyue's mood, cast a desperate glance at Su Qingfeng, hoping for some guidance or assistance. As it turned out, Pan Wujiao's gesture proved effective. Su Qingfeng, after a moment of contemplation, discerned Nangong Liyue's current thoughts. He then suggested to Pan Wujiao, "Captain Pan, perhaps you should allow her to join me in giving a statement. Yes, the longer the better, perhaps until tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue's eyes brightened. She thought Su Qingfeng was remarkably astute, having grasped her unvoiced desires so swiftly. Pan Wujiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, I nearly made a blunder with good intentions. Had I known you two were this close, I would have simply driven you both together. Thankfully, it was not too late. Pan Wujiao glanced at Mr. Long, cleared his throat and said, "Well, Miss Nangong should also remain to give her statement. As for Madam, I kindly ask Uncle Long to speak a few good words on her behalf." Mr. Long looked rather exasperated. "So it turns out you both are playing the good cop, and in the end, I bear the brunt? Huh?" Nevertheless, Mr. Long, being a man of character with military experience, was well accustomed to shouldering blame. "All right, miss, you may proceed to give your statement. However, it would be best not to stay out overnight. Otherwise, Madam may become furious." Mr. Long delivered this warning candidly, as he wished to prevent Nangong Liyue from actually spending the night outside. What if something terrible were to happen? Nangong Liyue's cheeks flushed, and after a nod, she expressed, "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Long." Chapter 54. Pure as water lily, naturally unadorned. "What did you say?" Pan Wujiao forcibly took my daughter back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for a statement. How dare he? At the foot of Silvermoon Square, having finally awaited Mr. Long's return to report the situation, Qin Yusin found her daughter absent and erupted in fury. Witnessing Qin Yusin's fluctuating soul power, resembling someone who had consumed gunpowder, Mr. Long felt fortunate to have modified his explanation at the last moment, shifting the blame entirely onto Pan Wujiao. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand such wrath. "My apologies, Captain Pan. It's not that I lack loyalty. It's just that I cannot afford to lose this job." Mr. Long silently mourned for Pan Wujiao, while also lamenting his own fate. He was an esteemed 8-star soul master. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, he would not have become a mere worker for the Nangong Merchant Association. Luckily, the compensation provided by the Nangong Merchant Association was decent. And given their ages, Mr. Long and old Liu had not yet departed from the Nangong family. After pacing back and forth in frustration for quite a while, Qin Yusin finally managed to suppress her impulse to call someone to retaliate against Pan Wujiao. After all, from her perspective, Pan Wujiao had demonstrated considerable effort to save Nangong Liyue. Though he bore no merit, he had endured hardship, and with Mr. Long confirming that Nangong Liyue had sustained no injuries, Qin Yusin felt that Pan Wujiao's actions did not warrant severe punishment, allowing her to restrain her anger. Little Liyue must have been terrified. Never mind. I shall return home to brew some calming soup. She can drink it upon her return. After muttering this to herself, Qin Yusin turned on her heel and departed. Mr. Long sighed upon hearing this. As Qin Yusin's personal security, he was somewhat privy to the dynamics between the mother and daughter. Qin Yusin undoubtedly loves her exceptional daughter, Nangong Liyue. However, as an ordinary person, it is inevitable that she harbors some selfishness. Furthermore, having lost her husband at an early age, there is no buffer within the family to ease the tension in her relationship with Nangong Liyue, resulting in an increasingly sharp conflict between them. This situation cannot continue. Fortunately, Miss Liyue will soon be heading to Shinkong Martial University for her studies. Perhaps the temporary separation will allow their relationship to ease somewhat? Mr. Long mused to himself. Meanwhile, Pan Wujiao personally drove Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue from another exit of the Silver Moon Plaza back to the headquarters of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. What was initially just a simple inquiry turned into a more formal procedure since they were willing to accompany him to record a statement. Pan Wujiao found an empty room and, after inviting Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue to take a seat, somewhat reluctantly began to speak. Before long, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue experienced Pan Wujiao's formal approach. He activated the recording function on his phone and, adopting a casual tone, asked about the details of the incident, such as how they first realized the blood sacrifice event had occurred, how they managed to infiltrate the crime scene, and the process by which Su Qingfeng defeated his opponent. Thanks to the detailed surveillance footage available to the law and thirdly, even if the poet remains obscure, such exquisite classic verses will undoubtedly be cherished and celebrated for generations, in light of these arguments. Nangong Liyue has ample reason to suspect that Li Qinglian is merely a pseudonym for Su Qingfeng. As for why Su Qingfeng does not admit this directly, Nangong Liyue speculates that he is simply accustomed to humility, much like his extraordinary prowess that surpasses that of a 9-star soul master, yet he refrains from boasting. This is simply his understated nature. With this thought in mind, Nangong Liyue intentionally probes Su Qingfeng. So that's it? I actually quite enjoy poetry. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to be introduced to your friend, Li Qinglian. Ah? Su Qingfeng is taken aback by her words. This wish, he fears, cannot be fulfilled. They do not even belong to the same world. Even if he possesses the ability to summon souls, he cannot possibly call forth the spirit of Li Bai. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly changes the subject. I made some noodles. Shall we have a bite? Observing Su Qingfeng's reaction, Nangong Liue can't help but feel a sense of triumph. He has been unmasked, and yet he insists he is not Li Qinglian, believing she has uncovered another of Su Qingfeng's little secrets. Her heart swells with joy, and the sight of the egg noodles he prepared only heightens her appetite. As they continue, Nangong Liue eats the noodles with remarkable ease, displaying no discomfort whatsoever. Though she was raised in luxury, she is not the kind of aloof heiress who is disconnected from the common folk. Aside from having little concept of wealth, she is genuinely approachable. Once familiar, Su Qingfeng will discover that Nangong Liue is not truly as cold as she seems. Her demeanor might be aloof, but when she chooses to open her heart, she can be quite warm and enthusiastic. For a young man, such a girlfriend is simply perfect, cool towards outsiders, yet revealing her full warmth and affection only in the presence of her beloved. After finishing a simple bowl of noodles, Nangong Liue even drinks the broth. While gently wiping her mouth with a tissue, she remarks, "The flavor is delightful. Thank you for your hospitality. There's no need for such formality." Su Qingfeng replies, preparing to take the bowls to wash them. However, Nangong Liue stops him with a hand. "Wait, let me wash." Her expression is earnest, her tone resolute. "You cooked the noodles. I cannot let you do the dishes. Why bother with such things? You are the guest." Su Qingfeng retorts nonchalantly, "I must insist." Nangong Liue remains obstinate. "Very well, you wash and I shall take a shower." Since it is a trivial matter, Su Qingfeng decides not to press the issue. "All right." A radiant smile graces Nangong Liue's face. Su Qingfeng is somewhat perplexed. Just how much does this girl enjoy doing chores? She seems to have found a treasure in claiming the dishwashing duty. Yet, he muses, where else could he find a girl who, after enjoying a simple meal worth just a few coins, would so eagerly volunteer to wash the dishes? After showering, Su Qingfeng discovers that Nangong Liue is still busy in the kitchen. Just as he wonders if she might not know how to wash dishes, he sees that the entire kitchen is nearly spotless. She has not only washed the dishes but also scrubbed the pot, wiped down the stove, and mopped the floor. "I noticed your kitchen seemed to have been neglected for some time, so I thought I would tidy up a bit," Nangong Liue explains, feeling a bit guilty as she catches Su Qingfeng's astonished gaze. She is unsure if he will mind her overstepping. Su Qingfeng chuckles, teasing, "You are quite impressive. Why not help me clean the entire house while you're at it?" Nangong Liue's cheeks flush slightly at his remark. "That might take a couple of hours." Su Qingfeng finds himself at a loss. He had not anticipated that the seemingly cold goddess, Nangong Liue, could be so adorably earnest. If he were to relent, would she truly finish cleaning the entire house? No way. If his parents found out she was doing this on her first visit, they would likely haunt him in his dreams. Su Qingfeng genuinely feels a bit apprehensive. He pulls Nangong Liue away from the kitchen and into the living room, steering the conversation back to serious matters. "Earlier, you were affected by the divine brilliance of that external god statue. Did you feel any discomfort?" Su Qingfeng is aware that Nangong Liue has not sustained any physical injuries, but the statue's attacks are aimed at the spiritual level, and any mental trauma she might have suffered would not be immediately visible. "I'm perfectly fine," Nangong Liue responds, producing the guardian bell artifact she had received from Su Qingfeng earlier. Showing him the groove where the spirit stone is housed, Su Qingfeng notices that the medium-grade spirit stone, which had only recently been inserted, has already dimmed significantly, having lost at least half of its spiritual energy. "This guardian bell helped me withstand the majority of the divine brilliance's impact, and with my 9-star martial soul compatibility having surpassed 10, my resistance attributes are quite high, so I sustained minimal damage." Nangong Liue explains earnestly, "From what you've said, that statue's lethal force is indeed considerable." Wait a moment, 9-star martial soul. Su Qingfeng suddenly seizes upon the key point. If he recalls correctly, Nangong Liue had awakened an 8-star martial soul. "Yes, I successfully completed the martial soul ascension ritual, elevating my soul's quality to 9-star. You guessed it last time." Nangong Liue winks playfully. Su Qingfeng remembers their previous encounter and realizes that her vitality has indeed undergone a qualitative change. However, he had been unaware of the existence of the martial soul ascension ritual. It seems that, in any world, wealth can open doors, If one believes otherwise, it may simply be a matter of insufficient funds. I see. Congratulations are in order, esteemed class leader. You are the first 9-star Soul Master in a century at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. What a pity that Teacher Wu transferred so hastily. If he had known about this, he would surely regret it. Su Qingfeng teases with a grin. Nangong Liyue's eyes sparkle with excitement as she playfully retorts, by the time Teacher Wu witnesses your true strength, he will understand what genuine regret feels like. Not quite, after all. My awakening is still an unknown martial soul. He would only feel embarrassed. Su Qingfeng counters with utmost seriousness. Nangong Liyue falls into a brief silence. She believes that Teacher Wu's decision to transfer to Lingzhou No. 1 High School the day after the awakening ceremony is what truly warrants embarrassment. However, her upbringing and decorum prevent her from voicing her thoughts too harshly. After all, Wu Tian had once been her teacher. The two continue to chat about various topics, and before they know it, the sky outside has turned dark. Nangong Liyue feels no concern about returning home. She has completely forgotten about it, but a knock at the door interrupts their conversation. Miss, Madam has sent me to escort you, comes the sonorous voice of Mr. Long, the 8-star patron of the Nangong Merchant Guild. With his connections and capabilities, locating Nangong Liyue in the small town of Lingzhou poses no challenge for him. At this moment, Mr. Long feels somewhat displeased. He had not anticipated that Nangong Liyue would go home with Su Qingfeng directly. Just how swiftly is their relationship progressing? Until today, he had not even noticed that his young lady had an admirer. Mr. Long suspects that if Madam learns of this, she will likely erupt with displeasure. He may very well need to take a leave of absence, leaving all the storms to his partner, Old Lu. Inside the house, both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue are taken aback by the knocking. They had been so engrossed in conversation that they failed to notice the unexpected visitor outside. Mr. Long's personal arrival means that Nangong Liyue must now face her mother, Qin Yusin. Although she still feels a degree of psychological pressure, it is not the same overwhelming urge to flee as before. Spending just this brief afternoon with Su Qingfeng has granted her newfound confidence and resolve. I must be off. Shall we continue our conversation next time? Nangong Liyue says, pursing her lips slightly as she addresses Su Qingfeng. All right, feel free to call me if anything comes up. Su Qingfeng ponders for a moment and adds, what I mean is, if you encounter any trouble or face any adversaries, you can always reach out to me. I won't be returning to the heavenly realm before tomorrow afternoon. Nangong Liyue is startled by Su Qingfeng's assertive tone. After all, she is not embarking on a perilous adventure. Regardless, it is her mother they are discussing. There remains a possibility of a peaceful exchange. With this thought, she quickly responds, thank you. But it shouldn't be that serious. I'll give you a call later. Outside, Mr. Long hears every word of Su Qingfeng's declaration. He feels a surge of irritation. This young man truly does not grasp the gravity of the situation. Even if he possesses some abilities, how could he possibly take on the dozen or so 8-star and higher soul masters within the Nangong Merchant Guild's ancestral grounds alone? Among them, there are even 2 fully compatible 9-star soul masters. However, Mr. Long quickly dismisses the thought. As someone who has been through it all, he knows that youthful arrogance is normal. Once this young man has seen broader horizons, he will learn that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals in the world. And at that point, he will understand the meaning of insignificance. I hope that by then, you will still carry this same confidence and audacity. Mr. Long muses to himself. Chapter 056. Have you chosen the wrong unit? Nangong Liyue departs, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the room. There was once a time when Su Qingfeng believed he would not succumb to the allure of feminine charms. However, at this moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of being ensnared. It wasn't that his brother was incompetent. Rather, the adversary was exceedingly cunning. How could she manage to render every detail and reaction so impeccably alluring? Su Qingfeng sensed an overwhelming presence of Nangong Liyue within the confines of his home, making it increasingly unbearable. He recalled that his homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, had previously suggested he seek her out when he had the time to learn about the martial arts examination. Initially, Su Qingfeng had considered delving into such studies a waste of time, but since he was reluctant to remain at home, a conversation with teacher Pei seemed rather appealing. Thus, he picked up his phone. On the other end, Pei Qingyu had just finished her shower when Su Qingfeng's call came through. Glancing at the dusk outside, she incredulously questioned through the phone, Su Qingfeng, do you want to check what time it is now? After a long day of work, I finally have a moment to myself. And you expect me to work overtime? She sighed. Forget it. I also feel that this course is somewhat superfluous. Teacher Pei, do take a good rest. Upon hearing Pei Qingyu's reluctance to go out, Su Qingfeng prepared to conclude the topic. After all, he had previously stated that he could handle the application to Xingkong Martial University on his own. Had it not been for Pei Qingyu's prior invitation, he wouldn't have bothered making this call. Wait, what do you mean by that? The course that I have meticulously prepared for you is superfluous? Pei Qingyu retorted. Su Qingfeng, you may choose to disregard me as a person, but you must not disrespect my expertise. I will head downstairs now. Let us meet at the entrance of the Soul Master training ground. With that, she angrily hung up the phone. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Pei's temperament was rather fiery. He hadn't intended to provoke her. Why had she erupted so suddenly? Nevertheless, with the great sage martial spirit at his side, he wasn't concerned about any threats from Pei Qingyu. Since she was willing to venture out, he decided to join her. Before long, Su Qingfeng arrived outside the entrance of the Soul Master training ground at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. This training ground not only served as a teleportation array but was also a vital location for students to familiarize themselves with soul techniques and strengthen their physical prowess. Equipped with a variety of facilities and staffed by numerous teachers on duty day and night, it was an excellent place for ordinary students to enhance their combat capabilities. Shortly after, Su Qingfeng spotted Pei Qingyu hurrying towards him. She was dressed in simple athletic wear, her hair casually tied up, and without a trace of makeup, yet she exuded a unique charm. Oh, you arrived quite swiftly. It's commendable that you took the initiative to wait for me. Demonstrating good manners, Pei Qingyu teased with a smile. Su Qingfeng's response, however, was rather blunt. Teacher, you misinterpret me. I merely didn't anticipate that you lived in the school dormitory. I rushed here from outside the campus. And yet I should be the one waiting for you. Pei Qingyu felt a wave of embarrassment at his words. Could she honestly admit that after receiving Su Qingfeng's call, she had taken the time to apply a facial mask? Wasn't it common knowledge that a girl saying she would leave immediately equated to at least a half-hour of delay? This boy was so oblivious. No wonder he didn't have a girlfriend. Wait, what had he previously mentioned about meeting a little wealthy lady? Recalling Su Qingfeng's grandiose claims and observing his forlorn expression, she suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over her. I see. So, you called me late at night because you've been abandoned by that little wealthy lady, and now you're feeling down, seeking guidance from your teacher. Su Qingfeng was perplexed, unsure of the logic behind Pei Qingyu's thoughts. Had he ever mentioned anything about Nangong Liyue? Moreover, when had he ever been abandoned? That was absurd. My romantic affairs are of no concern to you. Teacher, I get along splendidly with her. Su Qingfeng casually retorted. T.H. stubborn, Pei Qingyu was unconvinced. By the way, Teacher Pei, you graduated from university yet have no boyfriend. How can you presume to advise me? Su Qingfeng decided to retaliate. Oh, so you're here to pick a fight with me late at night? Are you? Pei Qingyu replied with a cold smile, playfully shaking her small fist at him. Be careful, or I might just give you a good thrashing. Su Qingfeng merely smiled, too indifferent to engage further. Pei Qingyu was a 5-star soul master in Su Qingfeng's eyes. The difference between a 5-star soul master and an ordinary person who had yet to awaken their spirit was negligible. With her level of combat prowess, did she truly believe she could pose a threat to him? What a joke. Let us not undermine each other any further. Let us establish 3 ground rules and cherish the precious teacher-student bond we share. Pei Qingyu, concerned about provoking Su Qingfeng's rebellious streak, chose to yield. Su Qingfeng was indifferent. His reason for meeting Pei Qingyu was simply his disdain for remaining at home. Let us get down to business. Regarding your application to Xingkong Martial University, I have several questions I wish to ask. Pei Qingyu's tone grew serious. She perceived Su Qingfeng's initiative to seek her out as a sign of uncertainty regarding his application to Xingkong Martial University, indicating he required assistance. Thus, she resolved to demonstrate her professionalism. What is your current spirit fusion degree? Pei Qingyu inquired casually. Generally speaking, the higher the star rating of a martial spirit, the slower its fusion degree increased. However, an exception existed in the form of Nangong Liyue, who possessed a unique mastery over core technological abilities. As a 9-star soul master, she had managed to elevate her spirit fusion degree to 10 within merely a few days, activating her second soul skill at an astonishing rate. Even Su Qingfeng, who had wreaked havoc on the battlefield multiple times, could not match her fusion degree. Of course, this was largely due to the immense strength of the great sage martial spirit. Su Qingfeng's spirit fusion degree was merely 8.1, yet his combat power level surpassed Nangong Liyue's by 100-fold. 8. Su Qingfeng reported a rough figure to Pei Qingyu. So high. Pei Qingyu's expression turned peculiar. "You've only awakened for 2 days, and you've reached 8? In 3 months, won't you be able to reach at least 90? It was worth noting that in Pei Qingyu's experience, only those with 3-star spirits or lower could achieve such rapid increases in fusion degree. She instinctively felt that Su Qingfeng's newly awakened spirit might be somewhat weak. How could he possibly apply to Xingkong Martial University with such prospects? The chances seemed bleak. In an instant, Pei Qingyu's gaze towards Su Qingfeng shifted to one of sympathy. Upon hearing this, however, Su Qingfeng felt amused. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity? If his spirit fusion degree could rise so swiftly, unlocking all 10 soul skills of the great sage martial spirit would make him extraordinarily powerful. Yet, based on his previous experience with diminishing returns, he knew such rapid progress was unlikely. The great sage martial spirit was incredibly potent. Achieving a higher fusion degree required a substantial amount of soul power, which increased exponentially. Even if he were to unleash his powers on the battlefield daily, he wouldn't achieve the rate of progress Pei Qingyu suggested. Su Qingfeng estimated that before the martial arts examination, reaching a fusion degree of 30 and mastering 4 soul skills of the great sage martial spirit would be quite satisfactory. Of course, failing to do so wouldn't matter. Even if he participated in the martial arts examination now, he could easily conquer the challenges in Lingzhou. Perhaps he might even vie for the top spot in the Blue Star martial arts examination, or even the overall champion of the Human Alliance martial arts examination. While Su Qingfeng didn't have a strong obsession with his ranking, securing the championship would directly reward him with weapons, equipment, and cash prizes worth billions of star coins, along with sponsorships and endorsement offers from various major merchant associations. Earning hundreds of billions of star coins within a year would be a breeze. This was precisely why many 8-star and 9-star soul masters, who had already secured spots in prestigious schools, still chose to participate in the martial arts examination, adding significant value to the event. Some shameless individuals even repeated the examination multiple times to earn rewards, treating it as a profession. Su Qingfeng harbored disdain for such behavior. These individuals disrupted the normal recruitment order of the martial arts examination for their own gain, causing many mid-tier candidates to miss their opportunities to apply to prestigious institutions. Yet, it was evident that history was written by the victors. No one would care about those unfortunate souls cast aside by the times. May teachers' good wishes come true. I too hope my spirit fusion degree can soon reach 90. Su Qingfeng responded to Pei Qingyu with a smile. Pei Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. She believed Su Qingfeng was not the type of student to be so oblivious. Surely he could discern her underlying implications? All right, let us move on to the next question. What is your current single-arm pulling strength? Pei Qingyu assessed Su Qingfeng's relatively slender physique, increasingly perplexed. While physique did not always correlate directly with combat power, this boy was exceedingly thin. Could his pulling strength surpass 1 ton? Well, my pulling strength is quite high, Su Qingfeng replied, then countered with a question of his own. Why does teacher only inquire about single-arm pulling strength and not combat power level? Pei Qingyu had initially intended to criticize Su Qingfeng for being too vague in his response, but upon hearing his question, she could only patiently explain. Combat power level is determined by 6 dimensions: life force, magical power, single-arm pulling strength, reaction speed, perception ability, and resistance to anomalies. Some individuals possess particularly unique martial spirits that grant them heightened perception or exceptional resistance to anomalies, significantly enhancing their combat power level and leading to a distorted representation of their true strength. Simply evaluating combat power level may suggest a person is formidable, yet their practical combat capability could be inferior to that of an ordinary individual. To accurately assess your combat power, I generally only inquire about single-arm pulling strength, and at most, I might consider your reaction speed. Ultimately, those participating in the martial arts examination are newly awakened soul masters, with their other dimensional attributes having minimal impact on combat prowess. Now, tell me, what is your precise single-arm pulling force? Is it 1 ton? Su Qingfeng found Pei Qingyu's words quite reasonable, so he candidly replied, 1,845 tons. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. You meant to say 1845 kilograms, didn't you? How could you be so careless to confuse such vastly different units? You are the top scholar in this year's liberal arts ranking. Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely gazing at her quietly. After a moment of laughter, Pei Qingyu's expression suddenly froze. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment, and shock. So, you mean to say, you didn't use the wrong unit? Chapter 057. Adding insult to injury, driving to the brink. Does the teacher think I'm an elementary school student? As if I could make a mistake with units, Su Qingfeng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless in response. If his single-arm pulling force were only over 1,000 kilograms, he might as well stay home and roast sweet potatoes instead of aiming for the starry sky Marshall University. Pei Qingyu fell silent, staring intently at Su Qingfeng. She could hardly believe this was true. A one-star soul master with a 1 fusion rate has an average single-arm pulling force of 200 kilograms. Only when the fusion rate reaches 100 can the single-arm pulling force attain 20 tons. According to official statistics, it takes an average of 8 years for a one-star soul master to progress from awakening to full fusion. The Starry Sky Marshall University requires candidates to have a combat power level of no less than 200 to apply. This means a single-arm pulling force must reach 40 tons to meet the standard. By this criterion, even a 7-star soul master would need at least 3 months of rigorous training to barely qualify. Su Qingfeng, having only awakened for a few days, claims a single-arm pulling force of 1845 tons? Then, how formidable will he be in 3 months? This guy, could he be joking with me? Pei Qingyu's internal skepticism far outweighed her astonishment. Fortunately, she could easily verify whether Su Qingfeng was boasting. The Soul Master training facility behind us is equipped with a heavy-duty tension machine capable of measuring up to 1,000 tons of pulling force. Are you brave enough to take on the challenge? This was a testament to Pei Qingyu's high emotional intelligence. She asked whether Su Qingfeng dared to challenge, rather than directly questioning his credibility. It sounded much more agreeable. Let's go. Su Qingfeng understood that Pei Qingyu wouldn't be satisfied until she witnessed it herself. Leading the way, Pei Qingyu quickly brought Su Qingfeng into a spacious room exceeding 1,000 square meters. In the center stood a heavy-duty tension machine forged from steel. Above it hung a conspicuous gauge, displaying a measuring range of 0 to 1,000 tons. In front of the hydraulic machine, dozens of steel cables connected to a superalloy ring, serving as the power exertion device for the tester. Pei Qingyu extended her hand, grasping the ring, and tested her own single-arm pulling force. Soon, the gauge indicated that her single-arm pulling force was 12 tons. As a 5-star soul master with a 30 fusion rate, this value was evidently below average. However, most of Pei Qingyu's soul skills leaned towards the mystical, and being a graduate in education, her physical strength being slightly lower did not significantly impact her. The instrument's margin of error was negligible and fully operational. Upon saying this, Pei Qingyu turned her gaze to Su Qingfeng. Why don't you give it a try? Su Qingfeng nodded, approached Pei Qingyu, and grasped the superalloy ring. Without any visible effort, the dozens of steel cables instantly tightened, emitting a piercing resonance. Clang! Pei Qingyu was left astounded by this scene. Soon, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The hydraulic machine, weighing several hundred tons, began to creak ominously within a remarkably short span. The massive contraption trembled as if it were coming to life. The gauge immediately skyrocketed to the maximum reading of 1,000 tons. Is this satisfactory, Teacher Pei? If I exert any more force, the machine might be rendered useless. Su Qingfeng glanced at Pei Qingyu, smiling as he inquired. He had no intention of deliberately damaging the school's property. Pei Qingyu stood frozen in place, speechless for some time, before suddenly coming back to her senses. You actually weren't lying to me. Pei Qingyu regarded Su Qingfeng with a complex expression, murmuring, "This is impossible. How could there be such an extraordinarily powerful unknown martial soul? This single-arm pulling force surpasses many fully fused 9-star soul masters." Su Qingfeng remained silent, allowing Pei Qingyu ample time to digest this revelation. It was only due to Pei Qingyu's considerable respect for him that he was willing to provide a slight demonstration of his abilities. Had it been their former homeroom teacher, Wu Tian, Su Qingfeng would have simply told him to leave. At that moment, Pei Qingyu asked again, "Su Qingfeng, is it that your single-arm pulling force is your only high value? Are your other dimensional attributes rather low? Or have you perhaps unleashed a powerful soul skill akin to divine strength?" Su Qingfeng shook his head, chuckling. "Teacher Pei, this is no soul skill. My foundational attributes are all quite high, to be honest. My single-arm pulling force is the lowest among my 6-dimensional attributes." Pei Qingyu was utterly speechless. What incredible luck had befallen her to discover such a genius student as Su Qingfeng? Reflecting on how she had just taken on the role of homeroom teacher and already nurtured an outstanding student capable of gaining admission to the Starry Sky Marshall University, Pei Qingyu nearly beamed with joy. Ironically, the previous homeroom teacher, Wu Tian, deemed Su Qingfeng a disgrace to his career and resolutely chose to transfer. Teacher Pei, do we need to conduct any further tests? No need. What else is there to measure? Even if you secretly employed a soul skill earlier, there is no necessity for further testing. Pei Qingyu responded with a hint of annoyance. Internally, she felt a bit resentful towards Su Qingfeng for not revealing the details of his strength sooner, leaving her feeling like a fool. Yet, it seemed Pei Qingyu had forgotten that Su Qingfeng had indeed disclosed his true values, and it was she who had doubted him, insisting on bringing him for a practical test. Shall we proceed to the martial arts examination guidance class? Su Qingfeng posed a new question. No, there is no point in attending such a trivial class. It would only be a waste of time. In any case, your admission to the Starry Sky Marshall University is a mere formality. Pei Qingyu resigned herself to this notion, disregarding any semblance of self-reflection. I'll simply assist you in filling out your application and handling your records. By the way, for the next few months, you should make an effort to visit the Heavenly Realm frequently and clear the first 70 levels of the Ascension Steps. Secret Realm. Pei Qingyu recalled another requirement for applying to the Starry Sky Marshall University and reminded Su Qingfeng. I know. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Su Qingfeng thought to himself that he had already cleared the first 52 levels of the Ascension Steps. Secret Realm. No. Pei Qingyu's words trailed off suddenly, and she quickly amended. If you're free tomorrow morning, please return to school. The neighboring First High School has organized 2 outstanding student representatives with awakened 9-star martial souls to come share their insights on study and training with us. I hope you can be present to bolster the teacher's confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. Are the leaders of Lingzhou First High School so ostentatious? They even dare to directly provoke us. Showing no regard for our second high school's reputation, Pei Qingyu chuckled. You have no idea. First High and Second High have been in a rivalry for over a century. The actions of First High's leadership are not without purpose. They aim to utterly undermine the confidence of Second High students. When the martial arts examination challenge occurs, any encounters with First High students will instill trepidation, indirectly affecting their performance. This is truly adding insult to injury and driving us to the brink. After all, they have produced 2 9-star soul masters this year, while our school has yet to produce even one. Speaking of which, First High's audacity now partially rests on your shoulders. If you had only been a bit more high profile, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Let us not even mention the former principal who has been suspended. It wouldn't be too much to show your face, would it? Su Qingfeng was eager to refute Pei Qingyu, asserting that Nangong Liyue was indeed a 9-star soul master. However, he couldn't casually divulge the little rich girl's privacy, so he resigned himself to appease Pei Qingyu for the time being. All right. I'll come back tomorrow morning to see how things unfold. Is there anything else, Teacher Pei? Pei Qingyu scrutinized Su Qingfeng and suddenly asked with great curiosity. Is the little rich girl you often mention our class monitor? Nangong Liyue? Pei Qingyu was aware of Nangong Liyue's affluent background, recognizing her as a true heiress. Yet, before witnessing Su Qingfeng's real strength, she could hardly believe he had any chance of courting Nangong Liyue. Now, however, she felt that among their contemporaries, only Nangong Liyue would capture Su Qingfeng's interest, right? Guess. Su Qingfeng provided an answer that made Pei Qingyu seethe with frustration. As Su Qingfeng mentioned Nangong Liyue, she had just returned home. Miss, Madam is waiting for you in the living room. I won't accompany you inside. Mr. Long cleared his throat and addressed Nangong Liyue, then assumed a serious expression, standing guard at the door. His true reason for not entering was simple. He wished to avoid any accidental injury to Qin Yusin when she unleashed her fury. Nangong Liyue was not particularly bothered by Mr. Long's sudden retreat. After all, the matters concerning her and her mother, Qin Yusin, were something they could only resolve amongst themselves, with others merely spectators. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Long. With that, Nangong Liyue pushed open the door. Upon entering, she found herself in a grand hall adorned with golden splendor. The floor, crafted from white jade, gleamed like meticulously sculpted works of art, the intricate patterns both opulent and graceful. A colossal crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, resembling a constellation of stars, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon everything below. The leather sofas, made from the skin of deadly beasts from the Tianyuan battlefield. Each held a value of millions of star coins. The walls were adorned with esteemed oil paintings and exquisite artworks, exuding luxury without sacrificing elegance. At the far end of the living room stood a small fountain, its clear water flowing melodiously, while koi fish danced joyfully within. At that moment, Nangong Liue's mother, Qin Yusin, sat gracefully on a sofa, clad in a robe, engrossed in a physical book. Even without peeking, Nangong Liue easily discerned the title of the book in her mother's hands. Childhood Educational Psychology. Mother, is it really true that you are reading such a book? This revelation sparked a flicker of surprise within her. Little Liue has returned. Qin Yusin seemed to have just noticed her daughter's arrival. Casually setting down the book and looking up at her remarkable and beautiful daughter with a smile. However, her smile quickly faltered. She distinctly remembered that Nangong Liue had left home in a little white dress. Yet now she stood before her in a set of comfortable, loose-fitting home attire. Soon, Qin Yusin was struck with alarm, realizing that her daughter reeked of cheap laundry detergent. This implied that not only had she changed clothes outside, but she had also bathed. What on earth had transpired that necessitated such actions? And where had she taken a bath? A cascade of questions flooded Qin Yusin's mind, leaving her hesitant to ponder further. Yet, as a mother, she felt compelled to inquire. I recall you did not wear this outfit when you left. Qin Yusin struggled to maintain her composure, feigning calmness as she asked. Yes, I encountered some followers of the Starry Sky at Silver Moon Square. And during the ensuing commotion, my clothes became soiled, so I changed. Nangong Liue anticipated her mother's question and responded without a hint of anxiety. Oh, is that so? Qin Yusin squinted slightly. Where did you take a bath? Did you change clothes at Su Qingfeng's house? The expression on Qin Yusin's face was far from pleasant as she posed these questions. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, as a mother with a strong desire for control and a conservative nature, she found it utterly intolerable for Nangong Liue to act so indiscreetly. Qin Yusin, it was already excessive for her daughter to leave home despite their disagreements, let alone encountering danger at Silver Moon Square, nearly losing her life. What hurt her the most was the realization that her daughter had even conspired with outsiders to deceive her. Wasn't it false when Mr. Long said you were forcibly taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau by Pan Wujiao for a statement? You deceived him and me. You actually returned home with Su Qingfeng. Moreover, you were fully aware that I was downstairs at Silver Moon Square yet chose not to come down to see me? Qin Yusin's heart ached, unable to fathom that her beloved daughter would act in such a manner. How frightened she had been for her daughter's safety, while this girl had intentionally avoided meeting her. I did go to the Law Enforcement Bureau for a statement. Upon hearing her mother's account, Nangong Liue felt somewhat rebellious. Strangely, she did not experience much guilt. Instead, it felt akin to intentionally lancing a festering wound, allowing the pus to drain, painful yet liberating. Qin Yusin fell into a brief silence after this revelation. She knew her daughter well. Faced with numerous accusations, Nangong Liue only defended one point, implying that she had indeed committed the other offenses, including not wanting to see her and bathing at Su Qingfeng's residence. You have indeed grown up. After uttering these words, Qin Yusin appeared to age a decade. Very well, from now on, you shall forge your own path. I shall no longer dictate your life, nor will I concern myself with your aspirations regarding inheritance. As she turned to leave, she caught sight of the glistening tears in Nangong Liue's eyes and couldn't help but sigh, adding, Little Liue, you must understand that many of my actions are out of necessity. This world is complex, far from the simplicity you perceive. Your father left us too soon. Do you think that simply by refraining from vying for the inheritance rights of the business, we can continue to hold our shares peacefully? That is impossible. We must grow stronger to secure our footing within this family. Otherwise, they will pounce upon us like ravenous wolves, devouring us whole. I admit I was too demanding of you in the past. That was because I knew I lacked the ability to uphold this household and could only place my hopes upon you. Yet I never anticipated you would resist so fiercely. Although your actions today were somewhat extreme, I must say that your classmate Su Qingfeng is indeed a promising asset. Regardless of the circumstances, you must cultivate a good relationship with him. Compared to others, we possess far too few high-end combat powers. If Su Qingfeng is willing to assist you, at the very least, you will have a measure of self-defense. All right, I've said enough. There is a bowl of calming soup still warm in the kitchen. You should drink it with that. Qin Yusin departed without hesitation. Nangong Liue gazed at the empty hall, feeling for the first time the weight of reality settling upon her shoulders. For her, the silver lining amid the misfortune was that despite her outrageous behavior today, her mother, Qin Yusin, had not prohibited her from continuing her association with Su Qingfeng. This indicated the immense pressure her mother faced. More importantly, Su Qingfeng's tremendous potential had garnered her mother's approval, which was indeed a rare source of joy. However, seeing the vulnerability and sorrow on her mother's face left Nangong Liue with a twinge of guilt. She lingered in the living room for quite a while, only to recall her mother's mention of the warm soup in the kitchen. Even though she believed she did not require a mere bowl of soup to calm her nerves, she nevertheless walked to the kitchen and drank the warm broth. Meanwhile, in her room, Qin Yusin, unable to find sleep as she tossed and turned, sensed this action and finally breathed a sigh of relief, allowing herself to drift into a peaceful slumber. When Nangong Liue returned to her room and intended to contact Su Qingfeng as previously agreed, she was dismayed to discover it was already past 2 in the morning. She restrained the impulse to call him, reasoning that at such a late hour, he was surely asleep, and she did not wish to disturb his rest. At 3 in the morning, Enruo Su awoke from a nightmarish abyss, letting out a desperate scream. She dreamt of being drained of flesh and blood by a sinister idol, transforming into a withered corpse. She also envisioned Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue meeting a tragic end before her very eyes, blood strewn across the ground. Ultimately, Enruo Su was horrified to find herself a part of an eerie, planet-sized mass of flesh. Before Enruo Su could ponder further, a cold, composed female voice resonated beside her. "All right, you're safe now. There's no need to scream." Turning to look, she saw a capable and attractive young woman in a white coat, her hair tied in a high ponytail, with her hands in her pockets, gazing. Moreover, that extraordinarily beautiful classmate of his, Nangong Liue, is surprisingly formidable as well. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. I understand now. I wonder what Dr. Yi wishes to inquire about." Enruo Su rubbed her forehead, her voice somewhat feeble as she posed the question. "Please recount your entire experience from yesterday. When did you leave? Whom did you encounter along the way? And how did you ultimately come across the devotees of the Starry Sky 10,000 races? Additionally, how were those devotees defeated? Share everything you know without omitting a single detail." Yilan's gaze flickered as she asked in a serious tone. Her primary concern was not the case itself or whether Enruo Su's mind had sustained significant trauma. From the beginning, Yilan's curiosity was singular. What manner of person is Su Qingfeng, who single-handedly defeated the high priest Long Yichen, whose power rivaled that of an 8-star soul master, and the bizarre 3-eyed statue, whose destructive capability was comparable to a 9-star soul master? Why does he possess such formidable combat strength? It is worth noting that, due to Pan Wujiao's decision not to seek assistance from the Salvation Army, this incident involving the blood sacrifice of the devotees of an outer god nearly resulted in catastrophic consequences. When the military commander sensed the aftermath of an outer god's power eruption akin to a 9-star soul skill, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Although the eventual casualties were not particularly severe, the Salvation Army must ascertain the identity of the individual who averted disaster. Yilan had privately inquired with the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau's Special Task Force, Pan Wujiao, but the response she received was unbelievable. Su Qingfeng, merely a high school student, a newly awakened soul master of only 3 days, managed to defeat 2 powerful enemies with his bare hands and indirectly save the lives of tens of thousands? This assertion sounded utterly implausible. Before Enruo Su awakened, Yilan had already investigated Su Qingfeng's detailed dossier. She could not fathom how Su Qingfeng had become so powerful. Had he not abandoned the 9-star divine martial soul? Could it be that the growth potential of that unknown martial soul surpassed that of the esteemed 9-star divine martial soul? Yilan was perplexed. Among all the victims, Enruo Su shared the closest relationship with Su Qingfeng. Therefore, Yilan sought her out, specifically employing healing soul techniques to assist Enruo Su in regaining consciousness rapidly before conducting her inquiries. This was also why Enruo Su, despite not having dispelled the effects of divine radiance or suppressed traumatic memories, was able to awaken so swiftly. Is this what Dr. Yi wishes to ask? Enruo Su doubted whether she had misheard. She had expected Yilan to express concern for her physical well-being or inquire about her feelings following the impact of the outer god's power. Instead, it was entirely different. She began to suspect whether Yilan was truly a doctor. Could she be a law enforcement officer masquerading as a military medic? Is there a problem? In the face of skepticism, Yilan remained composed and aloof. No problem. Anruosu suddenly felt a bit guilty. She worried that if Yilan were not a good person, what would happen if she pushed her too far and was suddenly silenced? At this moment, Anruosu, devoid of any soul power, was no match for Yilan. Of course, had Anruosu known that Yilan was an 8-star soul master, she would have likely surrendered without resistance. Chapter 059. Where did this first-class merit come from? Just as Anruosu had surmised, Yilan, in addition to being the chief military physician of the Salvation Army stationed in Lingzhou, held a special identity. The Human Alliance government has a secret agency dedicated to counteracting the infiltration of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Known as the Jing'an Division, Yilan was a member of the Jing'an Division. This was also the reason she, despite being merely a military doctor, consistently appeared at the forefront of case handling. Furthermore, her investigation into Su Qingfeng was not mere meddling, but rather part of her duties. Yilan had initially presumed that Anruosu, being closely related to Su Qingfeng, would possess insights into secrets unknown to outsiders. However, she miscalculated. Anruosu, like her, was utterly unaware of the reasons behind Su Qingfeng's dramatic changes. When Yilan heard Anruosu mention that during the life-threatening crisis in that cinema, her first reaction upon seeing Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue burst in was one of despair and fear. Her heart sank in disappointment. It seemed she would have to speak directly with that young man. Yilan left Anruosu's hospital room, idly toying with a replica of a reincarnation tower, her brow slightly furrowed. If Su Qingfeng had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul during the awakening ceremony, even if his current strength appeared exaggerated, Yilan could have begrudgingly accepted it. However, now she harbored concerns that Su Qingfeng might be a more deeply hidden devotee of an outer god. And the benevolent act at Silver Moon Square was merely a ruse orchestrated by Su Qingfeng to gain military merit, paving the way for his infiltration into the Human Alliance government in the future. Yilan was uncertain if her worries were unfounded, but she deemed it essential to eliminate this most perilous possibility. On the other side, Su Qingfeng had already bid farewell to Pei Qingyu and returned home to sleep. Throughout the night, he kept his phone's ringer on, preventing himself from inadvertently missing an important call. Regrettably, until dawn, his phone remained silent. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Qingfeng was abruptly awakened by the sound of a ringing phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he discovered it was Pan Wujiao, the captain of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Special Task Force. Captain Pan, why are you calling so early? Did you stay up all night? Su Qingfeng answered the call and casually inquired, "Oh, how did you guess?" Pan Wujiao chuckled, his tone devoid of fatigue. "Our elite personnel at the Law Enforcement Bureau are high-level soul masters. We can go 10 days and nights without sleep. We just take a break afterward. We managed to capture a few live devotees of the Starry Sky 10,000 races yesterday, so we have to interrogate them overnight to expedite the case's resolution." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng could not help but ask, "Any results from the interrogation?" Don't mention it. They are all minor players," Pan Wujiao sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. "After all the commotion yesterday, my brothers and I were quite excited, thinking we could unearth a big fish. Ultimately, this little gang consists of only 5 members, with the leader being the high priest you defeated yesterday, named Long Yichen. These 5 were originally street thugs in Lingzhou City. It was only after Long Yichen stumbled upon that outer god statue in the antique street and inadvertently mastered the blood sacrifice technique that they rapidly grew stronger. Unfortunately, being thugs, they were unaware that engaging in such blood sacrifices in a bustling area would attract immense attention. They thought they could complete the operation quietly and then escape to another city to enjoy life. Su Qingfeng could not resist asking, "Have you investigated the cellar from the antique street? It sounds like someone intentionally spread the outer god statue." "We have looked into it. The seller is a second-hand antique shop owner with a clean background. He acquired that outer god statue as a replica for resale. Of course, we will continue to follow up on the previous seller. But the key point is, Long Yichen's gang has no connections. For you and Nangong Liyue, the most significant impact is on the assessment of your merits. We completed the report overnight, and the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Merit Assessment Division has already evaluated your military merits based on actual contributions and issued military medals, certificates, and bonuses." Before Su Qingfeng could inquire further, Pan Wujiao proactively elaborated, "The Merit Assessment Division has awarded you a first-class merit, with a cash reward of 1 million star coins. Nangong Liyue has been awarded a second-class merit, with a cash reward of 800,000 star coins. I know the bonuses are a bit modest, but that is the maximum limit set by regulations. I hope you both will not be dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng felt indifferent. He had previously received a first-class merit for executing the destruction of the interstellar teleportation array during the Sea Demon incident in the 52nd layer of the Ascension Steps. Furthermore, he had chosen to intervene to save others, not for the sake of accumulating merit. This was merely an additional benefit. As for the 1 million star coins reward, it could only be considered a meager sum. Barely enough for Su Qingfeng to purchase some mana recovery potions. I won't be dissatisfied. As for Nangong Liyue, I believe she won't mind either. Su Qingfeng expressed his understanding of the wealthy young lady casually. Haha, that's good to hear. Do you have time later? I can come by to present your bonuses and certificates if you need. We could also notify the school and arrange a more formal award ceremony. Pan Wujiao was still intent on seizing the opportunity to enhance his reputation. However, it was clear that Su Qingfeng was not inclined to oblige him and no need. I'll contact Nangong Liyue first. I'll call you later. And we can meet somewhere outside the school, Su Qingfeng replied casually. All right then. Pan Wujiao sounded somewhat disappointed. The Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. After hanging up, Pan Wujiao instructed his female secretary beside him. Prepare the merit certificates and bonuses for Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. Also, promptly add the merit documentation to their electronic files. These two children are seniors in high school, and having this merit documentation could potentially benefit their college applications. Understood, Captain Pan. I'm on it. The female secretary rubbed her tired face and replied. After a moment, Pan Wujiao suddenly heard the female secretary exclaim in surprise, Captain, come take a look. Why does Su Qingfeng's electronic file indicate that he already possesses a first-class merit? I haven't recorded the merit documents yet. Is there such a thing? Could it be that you're too tired and made a mistake? Pan Wujiao speculated. Captain, are you speaking without a conscience? You were clearly observing. Did you not notice any errors in my operations? The female secretary said with a face full of grievance. I was wondering if perhaps the Salvation Army also reported achievements for Su Qingfeng. Leading to this duplication, the systems for reporting achievements between the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Salvation Army are distinct. However, if the same individual receives two first-class accolades for the same merit, it undeniably constitutes a management oversight. First-class accolades are not easily attained. How many valiant soldiers of the Salvation Army have sacrificed their lives only to receive a single first-class commendation in the end? Even if Su Qingfeng's contributions this time were significant, there should not have been a case of duplicate reporting. Moreover, this entire case has been handled by our Law Enforcement Bureau personnel. How could the Salvation Army possibly report achievements for Su Qingfeng? With such doubts in mind, Pan Wujiao opened Su Qingfeng's electronic file for meticulous examination. Soon, he discerned the crux of the issue. The source of Su Qingfeng's existing first-class accolade was actually the spirit of the Tower of Babel. Indeed, as the foremost among the three sacred artifacts of humanity, the spirit of the tower possesses remarkable intelligence and is essentially the cornerstone of human society. The spirit of the tower also holds the highest authority to bestow merits, due to its impartiality and the stringent requirements for accolades. Typically, only the most elite human warriors qualify for the high-difficulty combat missions assigned by the tower's spirit, subsequently earning the most prestigious military honors. That Su Qingfeng could attain such a military merit indicates not only his formidable strength, but also his impeccable character. Worthy of being a martyr's descendant, Pan Wujiao wished to review the detailed process of Su Qingfeng's achievements, but was soon alerted. Querier's permission is insufficient to access classified information. I still lack sufficient permissions? Pan Wujiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he was also curious about the perilous tasks Su Qingfeng must have undertaken to warrant such stringent protection from the tower's spirit. Such classified files, even within the entire human alliance, would likely have fewer than 5 individuals with access, further underscoring the merit's significance. I have verified. It is not your error. Pan Wujiao remarked with a smile to the female secretary. Su Qingfeng already possesses a first-class merit. We simply were not aware of it. You may proceed with entering the merit documentation. The female secretary was taken aback by this revelation. A mere 18-year-old boy, still a high school student, bearing 2 first-class accolades? What a preposterous notion. If such a talent were to join the Salvation Army, would not his promotion be akin to riding a rocket? He is truly a prodigious resource, a potential commander of stellar caliber. Surprising indeed. I share your astonishment, however, considering the boy's prowess. It is hardly surprising he has achieved such recognition. At this point, Pan Wujiao, with a hint of envy, jestingly lamented. How pitiful it is that after 30 diligent years in the Law Enforcement Bureau, I have only managed to secure a few second-class accolades. Truly, comparison between individuals can be infuriating. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng, having found a legitimate reason to contact Nangong Liyue, decided not to wait for her to reach out and directly dialed her number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Su Qingfeng, is that you? I didn't mean to avoid contacting you last night. As soon as the call connected, Nangong Liyue expressed her regret. Oh, it's nothing. I was fast asleep last night. Su Qingfeng replied with a chuckle. So, how is your relationship with your mother? Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's inquiry, Nangong Liyue fell into an extended silence. Chapter 060. You have no right to doubt him. How good is Nangong Liyue's relationship with her mother, Qin Yusen? This question must be viewed from two perspectives. The independence she has long sought has finally been attained. From this standpoint, her thoughts may become more liberated, potentially reducing her resentment towards her mother, and they might get along better in the future. However, the freedom Nangong Liyue has fought for was achieved through a nearly self-destructive means, forcibly disrupting the existing family dynamic. In the short term, Qin Yusen is bound to harbor grievances, and her feelings may fester in silence. Even if Nangong Liyue wishes to comfort her mother, she is at a loss for how to approach her. Faced with such a complex emotional conflict, the relatively naive and innocent Nangong Liyue is entirely clueless about how to handle the situation properly. She even struggles to respond to Su Qingfeng's question. Observing the situation, Su Qingfeng recognized that a significant issue existed between Nangong Liyue and her mother. Perhaps the girl had even clashed violently with her mother yesterday? With this thought, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Since we cannot clarify things over the phone, let us discuss it in person. Captain Pan from the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau just asked me to contact you, stating he wishes to personally present the Bravery Award and Merit Certificate. Ah? Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue felt a twinge of unease. I told him before that there's no need to commend me. Besides, I hardly did anything to deserve a share of your merit. However, Su Qingfeng dismissed her concerns. Do you think the evaluation and distribution of merits are solely under Captain Pan's jurisdiction? His report cannot be fabricated. It is the Merit Evaluation Office that grants the commendations. Furthermore, even if you refuse to accept the merit and award, I wouldn't receive a single extra coin. Just come over, and we can discuss it further. Well, all right then. Nangong Liyue replied softly. Su Qingfeng had arranged to meet Nangong Liyue and Pan Wujiao at a CAF outside Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Su Qingfeng ordered soda for himself and Pan Wujiao, and a cup of milk tea for Nangong Liyue. Yes, these were drinks not available at the CAF. He had requested the staff to fetch them from other establishments. Initially, the staff was quite displeased with Su Qingfeng's actions, feeling he was insulting the CAF's reputation. However, the tip of 1,000 star coins Su Qingfeng casually offered made them realize that this was not an insult, but rather a demonstration of unique taste and refinement. Before long, Nangong Liyue and Pan Wujiao entered the CAF in succession. Here are the military merit badges, certificates, and a bank card containing the award funds. The bank card is an anonymous account opened at a bank under the Nangong Commercial Association. Such anonymous accounts come with significant restrictions. To avoid complications, it is advisable for you to transfer the funds promptly. Pan Wujiao handed the 2 file folders to Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue, feeling a bit regretful that, despite being a first-class merit award ceremony, it should not be so subdued and low-key. However, both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue were indifferent. Upon receiving the folders, they merely expressed polite thanks, without rushing to open them and inspect the contents. Their reactions left Pan Wujiao with an indescribable discomfort. The supreme honor he pursued with his life and passion appeared, in the eyes of these young individuals, as a trivial embellishment. Pan Wujiao contemplated reminding Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue to show a modicum of respect for the honor. Yet, he reconsidered. Given their immense potential, as long as they grow smoothly in the future, opportunities for achievements would be countless. Therefore, why should they overly concern themselves with such minor accolades? It can only be said that there exists a disparity among individuals. With this thought, Pan Wujiao felt a pang of melancholy and began gulping down his soda. Meanwhile, as Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue exchanged glances, they instinctively sought a quiet place to converse privately. Thus, they excused themselves. Pan Wujiao had intended to finish his soda and leave, yet shortly after Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue departed, A poised figure suddenly appeared beside him. The woman who unexpectedly sat down next to Pan Wujiao was Yilan. Upon taking her seat, she merely furrowed her brow, staring at Pan Wujiao in silence. Lost in thought, Pan Wujiao nearly jumped in surprise at the sight of Yilan. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Chief Yi, what brings you here instead of tending to your duties at the military hospital?" "I have not provoked your Jing'an division." Pan Wujiao was aware of Yilan's hidden identity, knowing she was a spy for the Jing'an division, though her specific role remained unclear. This deduction stemmed from a previous collaboration where Pan Wujiao had inferred her covert identity from her unusual behavior. Yilan had never publicly disclosed her hidden identity. "I recall I never divulged this to you." Yilan squinted her eyes, gazing at Pan Wujiao with discontent, and spoke in a low voice. "Captain Pan's investigative skills are quite formidable, aren't they?" "Ha. Chief Yi, you jest. It is rather evident. Whenever incidents related to the invasion of the Starry Skies myriad races occur, the Salvation Army invariably sends you, their chief military physician, to handle them. Anyone who is not a fool would deduce that Chief Yi is affiliated with the Jing'an division, right?" In fact, Pan Wujiao had previously found dealing with Yilan to be too troublesome, which is why, during the handling of the Silver Moon Plaza case involving the blood sacrifice of foreign god worshippers, he chose to urgently seek assistance from Qin Yusin. Yet, he had not anticipated that even so, Yilan would seek him out once more. Pan Wujiao assumed Yilan was here to trouble him. Feeling irked, and thus spoke somewhat brusquely. Upon hearing this, Yilan fell into a brief silence, not responding. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke calmly. "I did not come here to see you, so you need not be so agitated." "Ah?" Pan Wujiao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, and after a brief pause, he awkwardly inquired, "It's truly not aimed at me, is it?" Yilan nodded in affirmation. "Oh, you should have mentioned it sooner." Pan Wujiao exhaled in relief, his lips curving into a smile. "Chief Yi, if there is anything you need my cooperation with, I assure you I will speak candidly and without reservation. Come, let us share a soda." He offered Yilan the half-finished soda from Su Qingfeng, as long as the other party was not there to trouble him. Everything was negotiable. Yilan rolled her eyes, internally cursing Pan Wujiao for being such a miser, unwilling to even treat her to a cup of coffee. However, Pan Wujiao feigned ignorance to her eye roll. Did he look like someone who would treat? What a joke, after all. Yilan was an 8-star soul master, the chief physician of the military hospital and a spy for the Jing'an division. Her salary was at least 10 times his own. Not to mention, Pan Wujiao also had a family to support, making him appear rather impoverished in Yilan's presence. Treating her was simply out of the question, an impossibility for a lifetime. "Let us get down to business. I am here to find Su Qingfeng." Yilan fixed her gaze on Pan Wujiao's eyes, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Is the examination department of your law enforcement bureau really this careless? Su Qingfeng has only recently awakened as a soul master and possesses an unknown martial spirit. Did you not find anything amiss when he, in your presence, single-handedly shattered a statue of an outer god comparable to a 9-star soul master? What sort of person can so swiftly elevate their prowess? Is Su Qingfeng a hero who acts for justice, or a follower of the outer gods attempting to infiltrate the Human Alliance government? And you simply awarded him military honors and certificates?" Pan Wujiao was rendered speechless by Yilan's remarks. He had not anticipated that Yilan would suspect Su Qingfeng of being a follower of the outer gods. This was quite excessive. It should be noted that Pan Wujiao had thoroughly reviewed Su Qingfeng's merit dossier. Furthermore, on the day of the incident, he had used a replica of the Reincarnation Tower to investigate both Su Qingfeng and Nangang Liyue. He was 100% certain that Su Qingfeng was above reproach. Yilan's suspicions were not only baseless, but also hinted at a deliberate provocation. With this thought, Pan Wujiao's expression shifted abruptly, turning confrontational. "How old are you this year? How many cases have you cracked? On what grounds do you question the professionalism of the examination department? What evidence do you have to prove that Su Qingfeng is a follower of the outer gods?" After delivering this tirade, Pan Wujiao added, "Forgive my frankness, but you have no right to suspect him." Yilan was taken aback by the barrage of questions from Pan Wujiao. She had not anticipated that the captain, who had been amicable moments earlier, would suddenly adopt such a confrontational demeanor, especially knowing she was a spy for the Jing'an division. The self-proclaimed competent Yilan felt her defenses beginning to crumble. "Pan Wujiao, please show some respect in your words. Do you truly believe I attained this position through connections? Yi Lan's face paled in anger, her chest heaving. Ah, that was your own assertion. I never claimed such. Pan Wujiu shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor. In truth, Yi Lan was being overly sensitive. Pan Wujiu had no particular concern about whether she was a product of nepotism. After all, Yi Lan's personal strength was considerable. Even if she lacked a background, her rise to her current position was not unusual in any department. An 8-star Soul Master was undeniably an elite. However, Yi Lan's defensive outburst had caused Pan Wujiu to reconsider. Could this woman genuinely be an inept product of favoritism? If that were the case, her peculiar line of thinking would be quite normal. A useless connection is merely a creature that causes chaos and seeks credit. With this realization, Pan Wujiu lost interest in continuing the verbal sparring with Yi Lan. He revealed his trump card. Su Qingfeng's merit dossier contains an A-grade commendation awarded by the spirit of the Tongtian Tower. You should be aware of the significance of such an honor. Or do you doubt even the judgment of a divine artifact spirit? You still believe Su Qingfeng is a deeply concealed follower of the outer gods? Yi Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Pan Wujiu. Su Qingfeng had received an A-grade military honor from the spirit of the Tongtian Tower? This revelation was astonishing. The Tongtian Tower's spirit, in essence, was a super-artificial intelligence that IT could not only access all records of the Human Alliance government, but also scan the physical data of every human in the Tongtian realm. There could be no follower of the outer gods capable of disguising their identity from the Tongtian Tower's spirit. If Pan Wujiu was not lying, it meant that Yi Lan had indeed misjudged the situation. Previously, when Yi Lan reviewed Su Qingfeng's dossier, she assumed he was merely a high school student, and thus could not have any military achievements, which is why she did not peruse his merit records. Now confronted with Pan Wujiu's assertion, she hastily pulled up Su Qingfeng's dossier once more, scrutinizing his merit details. Indeed, 2 A-grade military honors stood out prominently. One of the awarding bodies was the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Examination Department, which summarized Su Qingfeng's act of valor in slaying a follower of the Outer Gods and destroying the Outer God statue. As for the other honor, it was indeed awarded by the spirit of the Tongtian Tower. Concerning the details of his achievements, regrettably, it was classified as a top-secret document, and her access was insufficient to view it. As an agent of the Jing'an Division, Yi Lan's authority surpassed Pan Wujiu's by several ranks. Yet she still could not access the specifics of Su Qingfeng's accomplishments, and of course, even without seeing the detailed content, Yi Lan realized Pan Wujiu was correct. With the spirit of the Tongtian Tower vouching for Su Qingfeng, she indeed had no grounds to question his identity. Fortunately, I did not confront Su Qingfeng directly, but instead chose to inquire with Pan Wujiu. Otherwise, had I offended that impetuous young man, the situation would have been even more challenging to manage. Now, it is merely a matter of losing face before Pan Wujiu. With this in mind, Yi Lan regarded Pan Wujiu with a complex expression. Pan Wujiu's face radiated pride. So, Chief Yi, did I not speak truthfully? Yi Lan nodded, then parted her lips to speak. Captain Pan, the conversation we just had is classified information that I, as an agent of the Jing'an Division, discussed with you. You must not divulge a single word of today's discussion. Otherwise, I will hold you legally accountable for breach of confidentiality. Yi Lan understood that Pan Wujiu had always held a low opinion of her. To avoid scandal, she would rather offend him than allow him to gossip indiscriminately. Damn it, Pan Wujiu was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Yi Lan would take such measures. To prevent him from exposing her blunders, she had declared her faux pas a matter of secrecy. What was even more absurd was that Yi Lan indeed had this authority. Since she had officially declared herself an agent of the Jing'an Division to Pan Wujiu, in principle, as long as he had no intentions of betraying the Human Alliance government, he was obligated to maintain confidentiality regarding discussions with an agent of the Jing'an Division. By the way, Pan Wujiu, my mother is a 9-star Soul Master and also serves the Jing'an Division. Yi Lan spoke with an expressionless face, her intent clear, to leverage her influence to compel Pan Wujiu into silence. Pan Wujiu. Fine. You Yi Lan are impressive, and your entire family is remarkable. I concede. He suppressed his frustration but could only mutter, I will adhere to confidentiality and will not disclose the content of today's discussion. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan nodded in satisfaction and then departed with an air of confidence. Although she still wished to uncover the secret behind Su Qingfeng's formidable strength, that was merely a matter of curiosity. Therefore, Yilan would not hastily approach Su Qingfeng at this moment. She had a feeling that with Su Qingfeng's current power and the speed at which he accumulated military merit, he might soon become a member of the Salvation Army, potentially becoming her comrade in arms. Furthermore, the person closely connected to Su Qingfeng, An Ruosu, was currently her patient, making it easy to find an excuse to meet Su Qingfeng. On the other side, after leaving the CAF, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue headed straight to the campus of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. The campus was vast, featuring numerous outdoor areas for students to hone their physical abilities and test their soul techniques. Su Qingfeng sought a relatively secluded spot to have a heartfelt conversation with Nangong Liue. As they traversed through a dense grove, they settled in a pavilion, only to hear a somewhat familiar voice from the other side of the woods. Wei Gu, you don't need to be so hard on yourself. Everyone knows that Su Qingfeng awakened a trash martial spirit, and his future is bleak. Even if his martial skills are commendable now. So what? Once you enhance your martial spirit fusion rate to 10 and master the second soul technique of the 7-star martial spirit, Poison Toad Dragon, crushing that kid will be a piece of cake. By then, our class monitor, Nangong Liue, will surely develop feelings for you, and might even pursue you actively. Wei Gu, you are wasting your energy refining your body when you should be focusing on the essentials. Upon hearing their names mentioned, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue realized that the speaker was likely one of their classmates. The Wei Gu referred to was evidently their vice-class monitor, Yang Wei. Previously, Yang Wei had provoked Su Qingfeng and had been sent flying by a kick. An incident Nangong Liue had not noticed at the time but had quickly heard about from other female classmates thereafter. At that moment, Nangong Liue heard that Su Qingfeng was competing with Yang Wei out of jealousy for her, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight. However, despite Yang Wei's seemingly feeble demeanor in front of Su Qingfeng, he was, in fact, a well-known wealthy heir from Lingzhou, and he had awakened a 7-star martial soul. Surrounded by numerous followers, it was unclear who among his sycophants concocted this scheme to curry favor with Yang Wei, but their words were quite offensive. Before Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue could react, they heard Yang Wei's irate voice. Damn it, Chen Kai, why do you have so much to say about being my martial arts sparring partner? You eat and drink off me every day. And when asked to do some work, you start whining. I spend 8 hours a day in the secret realm of Tongtian, and now I just want to train my fists and feet. What's the problem? Come here, stand still. Upon hearing Chen Kai's name, Su Qingfeng realized who the sycophant was, though he had little impression of him. Chen Kai had awakened a 5-star martial soul. Nangong Liue glanced at Su Qingfeng and whispered a reminder. As the class monitor, she usually didn't take charge, but in certain matters, she was quite responsible. For instance, she was well aware of the martial soul awakening statuses of all the students in the class, even remembering those who had already withdrawn. Having a 5-star soul master serve as a sparring partner for a 7-star soul master? If Yang Wei truly struck hard, Chen Kai could easily be knocked out. When Su Qingfeng learned that Chen Kai was a 5-star soul master, he understood that Yang Wei was merely looking for an excuse to vent his frustrations, and no wonder Chen Kai had been persistently advising Yang Wei not to waste time training. He was clearly trying to avoid a beating. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng felt that based on Chen Kai's earlier remarks, he deserved a good thrashing. Thus, Su Qingfeng held back Nangong Liue, who was about to step in to prevent Yang Wei from attacking, and chose to remain an onlooker. A short while later, the sound of heavy body collisions and Chen Kai's anguished screams echoed from the small grove. It was evident that Yang Wei was not holding back. Just as Chen Kai appeared on the verge of losing consciousness from the beating, Su Qingfeng pulled Nangong Liue out of the pavilion to confront Yang Wei and Chen Kai. Oh, isn't this the vice monitor? What a delightful morning spent beating up sycophants, Su Qingfeng quipped sarcastically, prompting Nangong Liue to glance at him in surprise. She felt that Su Qingfeng must have viewed Yang Wei as a romantic rival, which was why he harbored such disdain for him. In truth, there was no need for that. How could he possibly have a rival? At this thought, Nangong Liue's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that her feelings were somewhat shameful. Yang Wei and Chen Kai, caught off guard by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue's sudden appearance, were momentarily stunned. Chen Kai recognized that his earlier words had been disrespectful. Had he known Nangong Liue was nearby, he would have preferred to take a beating rather than offend her. Now, not only had he failed to avoid the beating, but he had also embarrassed himself in front of Nangong Liue. He felt his life was in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was shocked by another revelation. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were secretly meeting in the grove so early in the morning. He had previously thought Su Qingfeng had no chance with Nangong Liue. Now, he realized the one without a chance was himself. In that instant, it felt as though icy snowflakes floated through Yang Wei's heart, filled with despair. He couldn't believe that his aloof goddess, Nangong Liue, would engage in such indiscreet behavior. She must have been deceived by Su Qingfeng. Yes, it had to be that way. Otherwise, how could the illustrious 8-star soul master, who was as beautiful as a national treasure, possibly be interested in Su Qingfeng, who possessed a wasted martial soul? Just as Yang Wei was about to warn Nangong Liue not to be fooled, she spoke first. Yang Wei, I heard everything about your intentional assault on a classmate under the pretext of martial training. Both Su Qingfeng and I are aware of it. If you don't want this matter to escalate, you should immediately take Chen Kai to the infirmary for treatment, apologize to him, and compensate for his medical and emotional damages. Otherwise, I will report this to the class teacher and let her deal with it. Nangong Liue assumed her authoritative stance as class monitor and directly issued her command to Yang Wei. Yang Wei felt utterly defeated. Observing Nangong Liue's solidarity with Su Qingfeng, he realized that these two were likely in cahoots. A clown. I truly am a clown. Yang Wei's heart burned with rage and frustration, with no outlet for his emotions. In a fit of anger, he kicked the fallen Chen Kai several meters away before shouting fiercely, I won't listen. Nangong Liue, what can you do to me? Even if Pei Qingyu comes personally, I still stand by my words. For a young man, once he realizes that there are no longer any opportunities with the goddess he admires, his temperament can become exceedingly volatile and impulsive. And that was precisely the case with Yang Wei. However, his sycophant Chen Kai was unfortunate enough to bear the brunt of Yang Wei's frustrations. Yang Wei's earlier kick had not been restrained, and Chen Kai had nearly been kicked to death. Now, he lacked even the strength to scream, You. Nangong Liue's brows knitted in concern, her face a mixture of confusion and dismay. She had not anticipated that Yang Wei would choose to escalate the situation recklessly, showing her no respect whatsoever. Lacking experience in handling such matters, Nangong Liue instinctively sought help from Su Qingfeng with her eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? He hasn't provoked me. It would be a bit awkward for me to just hit him. Su Qingfeng stroked his chin before offering advice to Nangong Liue. You're different. First and foremost, you are the class monitor, and he should listen to you. Secondly, he initiated the violence and disrespected a teacher, intentionally provoking you. As long as you can defeat him, you'll be justified no matter who questions you. So, just beat him up. After speaking, Su Qingfeng even displayed his phone, saying, You don't need to worry about being falsely accused after hitting him. I recorded everything from when he attacked and spoke disrespectfully. Nangong Liue, Chen Kai, and Yang Wei were all astonished by Su Qingfeng's remarkable maneuver. What was going on in Su Qingfeng's mind? Why would he think to record evidence beforehand? Was this something a normal person would do? This was the brilliance of Su Qingfeng's experience, given how quickly money could be made from short video platforms. Whenever he encountered a potentially violent situation, his first instinct was to consider whether he could capture an exciting video to upload online for profit. Over time, this had nearly become second nature for him. When he activated the recording function earlier, he hadn't anticipated Yang Wei's sudden outburst. Now, it provided ample evidence to support Nangong Liue's righteous actions. I really have to fight. Nangong Liue hesitated slightly. She was not afraid of losing to Yang Wei. Rather, the two soul abilities she had at her disposal were immensely powerful, and she feared inadvertently causing serious harm or even death. Aren't you angry that he's provoking you to your face? Su Qingfeng countered, I'm a bit angry. I think he's being very irresponsible. Nangong Liue nodded slightly, speaking honestly. Throughout her time at school, her classmates had always treated her with great respect, and she had never encountered someone as openly mocking as Yang Wei. It was precisely because she had never faced such a situation that she was unsure how to handle it. That's exactly right. Su Qingfeng turned off his phone's recording and said, You just need to deal with him. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, a spirited expression finally appeared on Nangong Liue's face. All right. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, listening to the seemingly perfectly synchronized and oblivious conversation between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue, was on the verge of exploding with rage. Do you two think I'm a fool? To be honest, Yang Wei harbored a degree of contempt for Nangong Liue. Even though her martial soul quality was superior to his by 1 star, he did not regard it as significant. Newly awakened soul masters possessed few soul abilities, and combat primarily relied on physical prowess. Could he really be afraid of Nangong Liyue in a physical confrontation? Moreover, Yang Wei believed he had trained harder than Nangong Liyue and had a higher martial soul integration, so he was hardly concerned about the minor issue of a one-star difference in martial soul quality. The only dilemma was that Yang Wei did not wish to fight Nangong Liyue. After all, she was the goddess he had admired for many years. How could he bring himself to strike her? But Nangong Liyue held no such reservations. With Su Qingfeng encouraging her and affirming that using force against Yang Wei was a righteous act that would have no consequences, Nangong Liyue took immediate action. First soul skill of the nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul, Foxfire. In an instant, Nangong Liyue's thoughts shifted, and the true form of her nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul flickered into existence. In the next moment, two unusual azure flames shot from her eyes at unimaginable speed, streaking towards Yang Wei. This is undoubtedly the tangible soul skill of the nine-star divine martial soul, even if Nangong Liyue has only unleashed less than 1,000th of the power of Demon Fox Flame. It is certainly beyond Yang Wei's capacity to withstand. In the next moment, Yang Wei let out a woeful cry and collapsed to the ground. The Demon Fox Flame is not an ordinary magical attack. It carries a formidable psychological torment effect. Once struck, even though Yang Wei is a 7-star soul master, he will be seared in unbearable agony, rendering him incapable of standing. A closer observation of Yang Wei would reveal that both his skin and hair are enveloped in a faint blue flame. Strangely, this blue flame, despite its apparent potency, does not scorch Yang Wei's clothing at all. Within mere seconds, Yang Wei has depleted a significant amount of vitality, curling into a ball, in a state not much better than the gravely injured Chen Kai. Su Qingfeng, is this sufficient? If it continues, I'm afraid he might perish. Nangong Liyue cast a serious glance towards Su Qingfeng. How could he die so easily? He is secretly consuming recovery potions. Su Qingfeng casually exposed Yang Wei's little act. It turns out Yang Wei possesses a storage ring and has prepared a substantial amount of potions for healing and vitality restoration. He had not anticipated that the power of Nangong Liyue's soul skill would be so immense that it felt as if he were on the brink of death. In such a situation, Yang Wei, in a state of desperation, resorted to whatever potions he had on hand. Those potent recovery potions are remarkably effective. Even if they cannot help Yang Wei escape the searing of Demon Fox Flame, they can at least preserve his life temporarily. Su Qingfeng recognized this and reassured Nangong Liyue not to worry. I'll go have a word with him. After saying this, Su Qingfeng approached Yang Wei, stepping on him to keep him in place and asked, Vice Class Leader, do you now recognize your errors? Yang Wei remained silent, glaring at Su Qingfeng with a venomous gaze. Even though he was suffering immensely at the hands of Nangong Liyue, he still attributed the blame to Su Qingfeng. He believed that had it not been for Su Qingfeng's encouragement, Nangong Liyue would never have taken such a rash action. It seems you are still unconvinced. Then let us simmer you a little longer. I am not in a hurry. Whenever you are willing to admit your fault, just call for me. Su Qingfeng chuckled, releasing his foot, allowing Yang Wei to continue writhing. Nangong Liyue felt a bit concerned that this might be too harsh. However, seeing Su Qingfeng's calm demeanor, she chose to trust him. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a somewhat abrupt, sharp male voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Haha. Splendid. Simply splendid. The principal sent me to number 2 high school for an exchange, and I initially thought it would be a waste of time. Who would have thought that I would witness such a fantastic performance here at Lingzhou No? 2 high school? This trip has truly been worthwhile. By Ningbing, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the name Bai Ningbing, Su Qingfeng could not help but frown slightly. He had heard of this name. The girl from Lingzhou No. 1 high school who awakened the 9-star divine martial soul is named Bai Ningbing. Thus, the sarcastic young man speaking must be Zhang Yang, another newly minted 9-star soul master from Lingzhou No. 1 high school. Su Qingfeng turned to look, and indeed, he saw 2 young individuals in Lingzhou No. 1 high school uniforms, observing them from several dozen meters away. They arrived quite early and are only engaging in free activities? Where are the others? Zhang Yang was tall, handsome, and exuded confidence, while Bai Ningbing, true to her name, wore an expressionless face, her demeanor cold and icy. Unlike the self-assured and casual Zhang Yang, Bai Ningbing's expression was rather grave. In response to Zhang Yang's greeting, she merely shook her head and replied indifferently, boring. It turned out that the exchange team from Lingzhou No. 1 high school, mentioned by Pei Qingyu, had arrived early at Lingzhou No. 2 high school. Under the directive of Principal Han Tang, the The student representatives led by Zhang Yang and by Ningbing were taking this opportunity to observe the educational situation at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. The primary task of these students was to ascertain whether the senior year at Lingzhou No. 2 High School harbored any hidden aces that could jeopardize Lingzhou No. 1 High School's ambitious plan to dominate the top 10 in this year's martial arts examination challenge. However, Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing did not expect that shortly after their arrival, they would witness such a captivating spectacle. The vice class leader Yang Wei was venting his frustrations by beating up his underling, while Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liuyue were in no rush to rescue him. Instead, they were tormenting Yang Wei, attempting to reform him through physical means. If nothing else, the academic atmosphere at Lingzhou No. 2 High School is indeed refreshingly pure. In essence, strength reigns supreme here. Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were undeniably taken aback by the scene before them. In contrast, the rigidly stratified harmonious coexistence at Lingzhou No. 1 High School seemed utterly inadequate. After encountering a setback, Zhang Yang did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he continued to smile and remarked, "Not boring at all. From what we observe, Lingzhou No. 2 High School is undoubtedly a school characterized by unity, friendship, and mutual tolerance. Scenes like this, where classmates engage in physical scuffles, are rarely seen at our school. Haha." Faced with the sudden appearance of 2 talented individuals from another school, Nangong Liuyue felt somewhat awkward. While Su Qingfeng remained unfazed. "It's fine. They aren't from our school, and no one will believe whatever they say outside. Others will merely think they are trying to slander us," Su Qingfeng reassured Nangong Liuyue. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuyue felt somewhat speechless. She had an inkling that Su Qingfeng's tone was increasingly resembling that of a villain. However, even if Su Qingfeng were a villain, she was complicit in his schemes. Regardless of what lay ahead, she would not shy away from it. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Qingfeng's words, Zhang Yang's smile faltered. He could not help but admit that Su Qingfeng's statement held a degree of validity. Why not learn from that fellow and record a video on his phone as evidence? At that moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly fixated her gaze on Su Qingfeng, her eyes filled with a perplexed expression as she murmured, "How can he be so powerful?" It turned out that Bai Ningbing had just attempted to sense Su Qingfeng's strength and was utterly astonished by what she discovered. Su Qingfeng's physique appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary youth lacking in physical exertion. Yet, the sheer strength of his body surpassed Bai Ningbing's wildest imagination. Confronted with Su Qingfeng's seemingly flawless and formidable form, 4 words flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind: indestructible diamond. The faint aura of his martial soul further instilled in her a profound sense of despair regarding the vast chasm that lay between them. Her confusion stemmed from her inability to ascertain the star rank of Su Qingfeng's awakened martial soul. Bai Ningbing believed that even the legendary 10-star spirit masters could not replicate the immense shock Su Qingfeng had instilled in her. What? Zhang Yang, not fully attentive, mistakenly thought Bai Ningbing was extolling the formidable soul skills of Nangong Liuyue, and began to boast about himself. "Bai Ningbing, you may not know, but my feathered serpent soul skill is undoubtedly stronger. Do not puff up others' merits at the expense of your own," he continued. "Even if Nangong Liuyue is a 9-star spirit master, it cannot alter the overall bleakness of our school situation." Bai Ningbing could hardly be bothered to acknowledge Zhang Yang. Instead, she approached Su Qingfeng directly and inquired, "This fellow student, I am Bai Ningbing from Lingzhou No. 1. May I know your name?" "It would be a pleasure to make your acquaintance." As a predominantly auxiliary 9-star spirit master, Bai Ningbing possessed a crystal-clear understanding of her own role. In truth, she was not particularly fond of combat. Should she ever be compelled to enter the battlefield, she would either vie for the position of commander or seek to ally with the strongest warrior. Once, Bai Ningbing believed Zhang Yang to be such a formidable ally, which was why she tolerated his ostentatious demeanor and chose to befriend him. However, upon encountering Su Qingfeng, she unhesitatingly decided to forsake Zhang Yang and instead initiate a conversation with Su Qingfeng. It is worth noting that while Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing appeared to be mere students of Lingzhou No. 1, in reality, both had already been granted admission to the prestigious Shinkong Wuda. Bai Ningbing's current choice was essentially about selecting her future companions and teammates at Shinkong Wuda. She may not have known Su Qingfeng's precise identity, but she was certain he would effortlessly gain entry into Shinkong Wuda. Therefore, establishing a good rapport now would be advantageous for future alliances. Ah? Zhang Yang was taken aback by Bai Ningbing's actions. He was oblivious to the extraordinary nature of Su Qingfeng's martial soul and strength. To him, The only explanation for Bai Ningbing's overtures towards Su Qingfeng was his handsome appearance. Bai Ningbing is truly a superficial admirer of looks. This cannot be. Zhang Yang's disbelief was palpable. Even though he harbored no particular feelings for Bai Ningbing, witnessing a companion abandon him in favor of a rival left him quite displeased. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue were equally astonished by Bai Ningbing's conduct, especially Nangong Liyue, whose initial reaction was to question the lack of her own allure. Standing right beside Su Qingfeng, how could another girl dare to bypass her and strike up a conversation with him? Did Bai Ningbing perhaps overestimate her own charm? However, Nangong Liyue soon recognized a discrepancy. She discerned that Bai Ningbing's gaze towards Su Qingfeng bore no trace of admiration or appreciation. In fact, Bai Ningbing's eyes revealed an utter absence of emotion, as if greeting Su Qingfeng was merely a necessary formality. There was no sentiment tied to her actions or to Su Qingfeng himself. This girl is rather peculiar. Since Nangong Liyue felt no threat from Bai Ningbing, she decided to observe the situation silently. Su Qingfeng, glancing at Nangong Liyue and noting her lack of displeasure, replied to Bai Ningbing, "I am Su Qingfeng, and this is Nangong Liyue." The two individuals on the ground need no introduction. They are our classmates. What brings you to me? Ah, so you are Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing recalled the earlier rumors, a look of realization gracing her countenance. At that moment, Yang Wei, still writhing in agony from the flames, was vocally lamenting his plight. Bai Ningbing suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Had she acted a tad too impulsively? From previous encounters, Su Qingfeng did not seem to be of the benevolent sort. If he could conspire with Nangong Liyue to torment a classmate now, would he not also bully allies in the future? With this thought, Bai Ningbing's initial eagerness to ingratiate herself with Su Qingfeng markedly waned. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of politeness, addressing Su Qingfeng. "If I am not mistaken, we shall soon be alumni of Shinkong Wuda. I am a prospective new student of the Command Academy, and I hope to stay in touch with you." Bai Ningbing spoke only to Su Qingfeng, neglecting to mention Nangong Liyue's name. Had it been another emotionally intelligent girl, she would surely have engaged in light banter, greeting Nangong Liyue and extolling the pair as a match made in heaven. Yet, Bai Ningbing did none of this. However, Nangong Liyue instinctively felt that Bai Ningbing's disregard for her was not born of jealousy. She began to entertain the possibility that Bai Ningbing simply sought to become a teammate of Su Qingfeng. After all, elite martial academies, particularly prestigious ones, specialize in nurturing combat spirit masters. The training of combat spirit masters encompasses various facets. Beyond individual capabilities, there is a necessity for training in battlefield command and team combat skills. Although Bai Ningbing opted for the Command Academy, it did not signify a lack of need for other training. In terms of personal ability, she could not rely on others. However, in cultivating team combat skills, the situation differed. High-tier martial academies often arrange students with diverse specializations into teams for prolonged practical training. For instance, there are spirit masters like Su Qingfeng, adept at close combat, and others like Nangong Liyue, skilled in control and mental attacks. Once they form a stable team, through years of practical exercises, they learn to compensate for each other's shortcomings, maximizing their strengths and eventually evolving into formidable forces on the battlefield. Bai Ningbing likely sensed Su Qingfeng's extraordinary potential and wished to secure a position as a teammate. After all, the Divine Beast's perceptive abilities were formidable enough to make such an insight plausible. Understanding this, Nangong Liyue began to comprehend Bai Ningbing's odd behavior. Her relationship with Su Qingfeng had advanced rapidly, and deep within, she had already intertwined her fate with his. In other words, she would inevitably join the combat team that Su Qingfeng would assemble. As for Bai Ningbing, regardless of her combat prowess, she remained a relatively rare 9-star spirit master. Even if her battle capabilities were not robust, she held unique value. In any case, Nangong Liyue had no objection to the addition of such a teammate. Of course, it was still too early to discuss such matters. Nangong Liyue did not wish to interfere with Su Qingfeng's judgment, so she remained silent, merely observing. Chapter 064. Even artifacts cannot discern his roots. After hearing Bai Ningbing's words, Su Qingfeng understood her intentions. He found himself intrigued by Bai Ningbing's talents and soul skills. As for forming a combat team with her, Su Qingfeng had no such inclination at present. It was not that he looked down upon Bai Ningbing's combat capabilities. Rather, he was accustomed to a solitary path. Previously, when Nangong Liyue invited him to train together, Su Qingfeng had promptly declined. If, upon entering Shinkong Wuda, it became necessary to form a combat team for executing missions, Su Qingfeng's current selection of teammates consisted solely of Nangong Liuyue.as for Bai Ningbing. Apologies, but they were not yet familiar with one another. It is worth noting that Bai Ningbing remained an exemplary representative of Lingzhou No. 1. Undoubtedly, she was also utilizing her formidable perceptive abilities to gather intelligence on Lingzhou No. 2. They were still rivals, and hastily pursuing friendship felt rather odd. Nevertheless, given Bai Ningbing's proactive demeanor, Su Qingfeng refrained from responding with harsh words. "Let's discuss this after I secure admission to Xingkong Wuda," he remarked casually, providing no definitive answer. "You still need to take the exam yourself?" Bai Ningbing was astonished by Su Qingfeng's words. She felt that his participation in the martial examination was somewhat unfair, akin to a 10-star spirit master crashing a kindergarten. "There's no other choice. My awakened martial soul is unknown, as you should know," Su Qingfeng replied with a smile. Bai Ningbing was left speechless. While others' unknown martial souls might signify subpar abilities, Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul was likely so powerful that even the artifact reincarnation tower could not discern its roots. Although Bai Ningbing's request had been politely declined by Su Qingfeng, she did not feel embarrassed or humiliated. Without further ado, she turned and returned to Zhang Yang's side. Zhang Yang observed her return, yet his heart was devoid of joy. "So, I was merely a backup." With this thought, Zhang Yang could not help but ask, "Bai Ningbing, why did you approach Su Qingfeng? Is it because he aligns with your aesthetic preferences?" Bai Ningbing cast Zhang Yang a peculiar glance, retorting, "Zhang Yang, do you like me?" "Ah?" Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Bai Ningbing's directness. Though he appeared carefree and superficial, he was, in truth, a diligent scholar. Especially after awakening his 9-star spirit soul, he had resolved to dedicate himself entirely to his studies until his martial soul's fusion reached 90, refusing to squander time on romantic pursuits. As for why not 100? It was due to the daunting challenge of achieving full fusion as a 9-star spirit master. Zhang Yang may very well spend his entire life unable to realize his ambitions. Yet as he ages, the inevitability of marriage looms. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang awkwardly clarified, "No, I merely care about you. I do not require your concern," Bai Ningbing retorted before striding away. For most young women, being publicly rejected by Zhang Yang could constitute a severe blow to their self-esteem. However, Bai Ningbing appeared impervious to such negative emotions, leaving simply to avoid prolonging the encounter. As Zhang Yang observed her sudden departure, he feared his bluntness had wounded her feelings, prompting him to hastily pursue her for an explanation. Soon, only Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liuyue, and 2 injured individuals remained in the small grove. Help me. I do not wish to die. It hurts. It hurts too much." At this moment, Yang Wei was on the brink of collapse. Tormented by the demon foxfire, despite possessing recovery potions to prolong his life, the dual torment of physical and mental agony rendered him utterly incapacitated. His feelings towards Su Qingfeng had shifted from resentment to sheer terror. He longed to escape this ceaseless suffering. "Deputy class leader, it seems you are prepared to reconsider your stance." Su Qingfeng approached Yang Wei, a smile playing on his lips. "I recognize my mistakes. I beg you. Save me. I will treat Chen Kai and apologize." Yang Wei resembled a pitiful stray dog, shivering in the cold rain, pleading with a passerby. It should be noted that Chen Kai had been Yang Wei's loyal subordinate. Had his temper not flared, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures against Chen Kai. Now, stripped of his bravado, Yang Wei was entirely amenable to Chen Kai's treatment. He even regretted his earlier obstinacy. What good had it done him to be so stubborn, when it only resulted in suffering? See, wouldn't it have been better to say this sooner? Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, thinking to himself that indeed, reason was a potent tool. Physics, too, adhered to its own logic. At that moment, Nangong Liu felt a sense of relief and inquired of Su Qingfeng, "May I lift the demon fire from him now?" "Not yet." Su Qingfeng shook his head, explaining to Nangong Liuyue, he has only agreed to treat Chen Kai, but he has yet to consent to compensate for emotional damages, nor the specifics of that compensation. "Let me speak with him a bit longer." Nangong Liuyue was taken aback by this statement, believing Su Qingfeng was genuinely intent on using her to inflict harm upon Yang Wei, a most cruel notion. Yang Wei, too, was taken aback by Su Qingfeng's words. "Damn it, in this wretched state, do I look like I have the energy to haggle over details? I agree. I will comply with whatever compensation he demands." Furthermore, I absolutely will not disclose what transpired today. I won't bring trouble upon you. Yang Wei had finally wised up, his few words effectively quelling Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue's concerns, preventing them from seeking further justification to torment him. Su Qingfeng gave a thumbs up to Nangong Liyue, saying, "See, I told you the deputy class leader is reasonable." Nangong Liyue could only see what it meant to extract a confession under duress. After today, Yang Wei would likely carry a lasting psychological scar from this encounter. Nonetheless, she had to admit that Su Qingfeng's approach was remarkably effective, granting her a sense of satisfaction in upholding justice. "All right, we can now lift the spell from him," Su Qingfeng finally declared. Yang Wei nearly fainted from excitement. Following Su Qingfeng's command, Nangong Liyue dispelled the demon foxfire, afflicting Yang Wei. She then returned to stand quietly behind Su Qingfeng, awaiting his next words. Once the demon fire dissipated, Yang Wei exhibited the formidable vitality of a 7-star soul master. He quickly consumed several bottles of high-grade recovery potions, healing his injuries substantially. This was precisely why Su Qingfeng had felt secure allowing Nangong Liyue to torment Yang Wei without restraint. As long as no lives were lost, it could merely be considered a friendly spar. Having instinctively treated his wounds, Yang Wei found himself lacking evidence to lodge a complaint. Shortly thereafter, Yang Wei stood up, casting a cold glance at Su Qingfeng before directly approaching Chen Kai and hoisting him away. Having been deeply wounded by Nangong Liyue, he could hardly bear to look at her again. It was as if each glance would inflict another stab of pain within it appeared that this world would soon witness the emergence of another great warrior. One who was unencumbered by women, a true master of the blade. Su Qingfeng watched Yang Wei depart, chuckling in jest. "Huh?" Nangong Liyue found Su Qingfeng's remarks somewhat peculiar, as if he were accusing her of hindering his progress and cultivation. "What I mean is, from this day forth, Yang Wei will see through the superficialities of life, no longer pursuing you. He will channel all his grief and pain into motivation for advancement. Perhaps humanity will gain a great warrior as a result." "Is that not a positive outcome?" Su Qingfeng explained to Nangong Liyue with a smile. "I have no interest in him," Nangong Liyue replied, her gaze slightly shy as she looked at Su Qingfeng. "I was asking you, do you think the same? Unencumbered by women, a true master of the blade? That is not the same." Su Qingfeng shook his head, stating earnestly, "I wield a staff. I revel in the pleasures of beauty." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Though Su Qingfeng's words were innocuous, she perceived an underlying implication. Unsure whether the issue lay with herself or Su Qingfeng, she inquired, "So, are you feeling better now? Can you tell me what transpired last night?" Su Qingfeng observed the flustered expression on Nangong Liyue's face and smiled, having initially encouraged her to confront Yang Wei as a means of helping her release her pin-up emotions. Now, it seemed she had fully recovered from her previous distress and could engage in serious conversation. Realizing this, Nangong Liyue felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude towards Su Qingfeng. At that moment, she longed to envelop him in a warm embrace. However, considering their surrounding environment, filled with classmates, alumni, and teachers engaged in morning exercises, she hesitated, fearing it would be inappropriate, and thus restrained herself. Yet, her gaze towards Su Qingfeng now radiated an unmistakable admiration and affection. "All right, I will share everything with you." Nangong Liyue clasped her hands behind her back, intertwining her fingers as she spoke bashfully. Su Qingfeng listened intently to her account, only to learn that Nangong Liyue had quarreled with her mother. This was no trivial matter. It was no wonder she had appeared so glum that morning. "Actually, I think I understand what my mother truly desires. I can sense that her seeing me becoming so independent and assertive brings her some comfort." Nangong Liyue regarded Su Qingfeng, tentatively asking, "I simply need to strive to grow stronger, and once I have matured, I can find ways to protect my mother and safeguard myself amidst the family inheritance struggles. Correct? Is that your perspective?" Su Qingfeng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Then you underestimate your mother's ambitions. She is not a woman easily satisfied. After all, her storming off was merely part of her plan." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue froze in place, rendered speechless for a long moment. Chapter 65. By Ningbing to withdraw from love? The nature of a person is difficult to change. Su Qingfeng did not believe that Qin Yusin would relinquish her control over Nangong Liyue so easily. Before analyzing the mother-daughter relationship, one must first consider a crucial question. Who among them possesses greater maturity of thought and cunning? Unquestionably, the answer is Qin Yusin. Nangong Liyue's attitude towards her mother is primarily one of dependence. Yet she also yearns to rebel against the discomfort of her mental control. Qin Yusin is acutely aware of Nangong Liyue's reliance on her. This recent fallout, rather than a genuine rupture in their mother-daughter bond, is better understood as a calculated performance by Qin Yusin, exploiting Nangong Liyue's dependency. After their quarrel, she simply returned to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Nangong Liyue, who had never contemplated severing ties with her mother, was left bewildered for several hours. Ultimately, her reflection led her to the conclusion that she must now shoulder family responsibilities and care for her mother. Clearly, such naive thoughts were precisely what Qin Yusin desired. In fact, it was likely part of her initial scheme. Henceforth, all Qin Yusin needed to do was continue playing the role of a disheartened mother, patiently awaiting her daughter's efforts to reap the most delectable rewards. All while keeping her content, Su Qingfeng had no doubts about Qin Yusin's maternal love for Nangong Liyue, yet her manipulative methods were undeniably reprehensible. He believed that the highest form of nurturing one's children lies not in possession or control, but in granting them independence and the freedom of thought. Upon receiving Su Qingfeng's hints, Nangong Liyue, possessing a profound understanding of her mother's character, began to realize that Su Qingfeng was indeed correct. The mother-daughter rift was likely a fade. The sorrow, confusion, and disorientation she had experienced the previous night were merely a scenario orchestrated by her mother, intended to compel her to relent and seek her affection. Otherwise, they could have easily communicated and resolved their conflicts. Recognizing this truth filled Nangong Liyue with a deep sense of discomfort. At this juncture, Su Qingfeng could not resist uttering a sardonic remark. Truthfully, your mother has surpassed many. At the very least, she is quite willing to spend money on you. Is she not? Nangong Liyue gazed blankly at Su Qingfeng and murmured softly, the money my mother possesses is derived from the shares left by my father. In theory, both she and I are spending my father's money. Moreover, her willingness to invest is solely predicated on the belief that I am worthy of such an investment. It is essential to understand that both Nangong Liyue and Qin Yusin lack any shares. Their status as shareholders of the Nangong Merchants Association stems from inheriting the shares belonging to Nangong Liyue's father, who went missing on the Tianyuan battlefield. It appears you have come to a realization. And that is indeed a positive development. Su Qingfeng recognized that Nangong Liyue was currently in a state of emotional detachment. She needed to discard her past reliance on her mother and reconstruct her worldview. From now on, they would remain mother and daughter. However, before that, Nangong Liyue must first be recognized as Nangong Liyue, not merely as the daughter of Qin Yusin. This distinction was crucial. Su Qingfeng. Nangong Liyue fixed her gaze on Su Qingfeng. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, what makes you so remarkable? You possess such a profound understanding of psychology. I simply enjoy reading extensively. Su Qingfeng chuckled, deftly sidestepping the topic. He would not disclose to Nangong Liyue that in his past life, he had even taken the time to become a certified psychological counselor to enhance his charm with women. Su Qingfeng endeavored to console Nangong Liyue. On the other side, Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing had returned to Principal Han Tang's side. The gathering took place in the conference room of Lingzhou No. 2 High School's guest house. In addition to Principal Han Tang, several other outstanding students had accompanied them. Among them, the least accomplished had awakened a 7-star martial soul, undoubtedly representing the new elite of Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Upon seeing Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing return, the seemingly stern Han Tang greeted them with a warm smile. Zhang Yang, Bai Ningbing, come over and take a moment to rest with a cup of hot tea. For ordinary students, Han Tang's gesture was undoubtedly a significant honor. As a 6-star soul master and the distinguished principal, poised to ascend to a leadership role within the education department, it was quite unusual for him to extend such courtesy to 2 youthful students. This was a testament to Han Tang's astute nature. Both Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were exceptionally rare 9-star soul masters and had been specially recruited by Shinkong Martial University. Even if they had yet to fully mature, they were not individuals to be trifled with. Moreover, in the upcoming martial arts examination challenge, Han Tang anticipated that these 2 gifted students would personally contribute to Lingzhou No. 1 High School's impressive results. Han Tang's ultimate goal was for the exceptional students of Lingzhou No. 1 High School to secure all top 10 positions in the Lingzhou Martial Arts Examination Challenge. At the very least, he aimed to claim all top 3 spots. Consequently, aside from the already guaranteed Nangong Liyue, There would be no other new recruits from Lingzhou No. 2 High School at Xingkong Martial University. In this scenario, Han Tang's educational achievements would shine brightly, and his reputation would soar, potentially leading to an extraordinary promotion to the head of the Lingzhou Education Department. While Han Tang envisioned a bright future, a single statement from Bai Ningbing brought him crashing back to reality. Principal, I must inform you that I intend to withdraw from the martial arts examination challenge. The various rewards received due to this agreement will be returned promptly. Bai Ningbing stated calmly, shocking everyone present. Withdrawing from the competition? What had transpired? Why would Bai Ningbing, a 9-star soul master, suddenly express the desire to withdraw? The first to voice a question was not Han Tang but rather Zhang Yang. He looked at Bai Ningbing in disbelief, wondering if she had fallen for Su Qingfeng at first sight. Had she decided to give up on the agreement she signed with the school to avoid obstructing his path to Xingkong Martial University? If that were the case, Bai Ningbing was being rather unreasonable. Originally, upon receiving the guaranteed admission to Xingkong Martial University, Bai Ningbing, Zhang Yang, and another student with an awakened 8-star martial soul could have opted out of the martial arts examination, focusing solely on their cultivation until the university's opening. It was Han Tang who had approached them, offering generous incentives to encourage them to participate in the martial arts examination challenge, thereby preventing Lingzhou No. 2 high school students from competing for admission to Xingkong Martial University. It is well known that Han Tang was willing to invest significantly, and since a few students wished to repay their alma mater, they agreed to cooperate. This visit by Han Tang, accompanied by several outstanding students, was part of a larger plan. He aimed not only to gather intelligence, but also to use the 2 newly minted 9-star soul masters to utterly dismantle the confidence of Lingzhou No. 2 high school's exceptional students. Bai Ningbing was an integral part of this intimidation strategy. However, Han Tang never anticipated that after Bai Ningbing took a short stroll, she would suddenly tell him she no longer wished to participate. What was going on? Han Tang looked at Bai Ningbing in confusion. Bai Ningbing ignored Zhang Yang's inquiry and spoke to Han Tang, saying, I lack confidence and do not wish to waste my time. Excuse me? Han Tang found it somewhat amusing that a 9-star soul master would express a lack of confidence in participating in a municipal martial arts examination challenge. Even though Bai Ningbing's 9-star martial soul was somewhat unique, with average combat capabilities, this still seemed implausible. Bai Ningbing fell silent, believing she had already provided sufficient explanation. Further elaboration would merely be a waste of breath. At this moment, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow and interjected. Principal, we just encountered Nangong Liyue. Her martial soul, the 9-tailed celestial fox, has been upgraded. She is now a 9-star soul master. What? The martial soul has been upgraded. Upon hearing this news, Han Tang's expression shifted to one of shock. He had initially thought that Lingzhou No. 2 High School lacked any newly minted 9-star soul masters whom they could easily manipulate. How could this situation arise? Han Tang had heard of the martial soul ascension ceremony, but the costs, often amounting to several billion, were not something an ordinary family could afford. As for Nangong Liyue. Wait a moment. Could it be that this surname belongs to the descendant of the Nangong Merchants Association president? If so, it all made sense. A look of realization spread across Han Tang's face. At this juncture, Han Tang was reluctant to abandon his attempts to persuade Bai Ningbing to continue with the agreement. It is possible that Nangong Liyue will not participate in the martial arts examination challenge. Even if she does, there is no guarantee that you will face her in combat. Therefore, you need not be so anxious. Exactly, Zhang Yang chimed in. I'll handle Nangong Liyue. The rest of the participants will be easy for you to manage. Upon hearing the statements of both individuals, Bai Ningbing's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Had she mentioned Nangong Liyue's name? Why did the principal and Zhang Yang assume she was intimidated by Nangong Liyue? In truth, the person Bai Ningbing truly feared was Su Qingfeng. Moreover, she was 100% certain that Su Qingfeng, who had not obtained admission to Xingkong Martial University, would undoubtedly participate in the martial arts examination challenge. As long as he took the stage, there was a significant chance she would find herself directly matched against him. Bai Ningbing was not keen on being psychologically scarred by Su Qingfeng. At this moment, Bai Ningbing intended to clarify Su Qingfeng's extraordinary capabilities. Yet, she reconsidered, questioning why she would risk offending Su Qingfeng by divulging his private matters. Furthermore, what benefit would it bring her to disclose Su Qingfeng's privacy? Unable to find a satisfactory answer, she ultimately shook her head and softly stated, I apologize, Principal, but I have made my decision. There is no need for further persuasion. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Han Tang's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. With over 2 months remaining until the martial arts examination, there might still be room for maneuvering. If he were to hastily confront Bai Ningbing now, it would be an unwise move. At that moment, Han Tang glanced at Zhang Yang and curiously asked, "Zhang Yang, you were out with Bai just now. Aside from encountering Nangong Liue, did you see anyone else or any other events? Please share." Han Tang was concerned that Bai Ningbing might have been misled by someone. Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief upon hearing this question. The principal was finally taking the initiative to inquire about the matter. He believed it was essential to inform Han Tang that Bai Ningbing seemed to be infatuated with the young man named Su Qingfeng. "Principal, I must first express that our optimistic evaluation of Lingzhou No. 2 High School's overall strength is fundamentally flawed. The manner in which the students interact showcases a perfect embodiment of the jungle law, where might makes right. I believe that students raised in such an environment are imbued with a fierce spirit and are not easily subdued." Zhang Yang concluded his reflections and proceeded to recount the incident where he witnessed Yang Wei assaulting Chen Kai, followed by Yang Wei being tormented repeatedly by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue utilizing their 9-star soul techniques. Upon hearing this account, Han Tang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. This was the reality of life at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Students resolved their disputes independently, entirely bypassing teachers and school authorities. Was reasoning solely a matter of physical prowess? Was this truly Lingzhou No. 2 High School, or was it, in fact, a den of chaos? Nevertheless, if the academic environment at Lingzhou No. 2 High School were genuinely this primal, then its exceptional students could not be underestimated. After all, each individual represented the apex of the food chain. Yet, due to this very reason, Han Tang could not endorse Zhang Yang's assessment. Otherwise, he would merely be boosting others' morale while undermining his own. With this thought in mind, Han Tang waved his hand decisively and stated solemnly, "Zhang Yang, do not hastily assign labels to the entire student body of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. It is possible that only a few psychologically disturbed students happen to be the ones you encountered. Perhaps the other students of the second high school are all like sheep." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement but refrained from retorting Han Tang. Instead, he continued, "I am rather curious about what exactly attracted Bai Ningbing to Su Qingfeng. She actually took the initiative to approach him for a chat and then announced her withdrawal from the martial arts selection competition. Even if I am reluctant to believe it, it seems she truly is withdrawing for the sake of Su Qingfeng. However, the facts are laid bare before us, and I must insist that Bai Ningbing provide her own explanation." Upon hearing this, Han Tang was momentarily stunned. Although Bai Ningbing was not the kind of breathtaking beauty that could captivate the masses, she was at least a refined girl of considerable charm. Surely, such a girl would not lack affection to such an extent, to forsake immense benefits and honor for a boy she had only met once? Was that Su Qingfeng truly so exceptional? Wait, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Han Tang's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Zhang Yang and inquired, "Zhang Yang, the Su Qingfeng you mentioned, wasn't he the outstanding student representative from Lingzhou No. 2 High School who caused quite a stir in the city by giving up his 9-star divine martial soul during the awakening ceremony, even leading to the suspension of the principal?" It was evident that Han Tang was aware of Su Qingfeng's heroic deeds and felt fortunate that there was no such maverick in their own school. Who else could it be? Zhang Yang sighed and said, "I must admit, Su Qingfeng is indeed quite handsome, even a tad more so than I am." Han Tang chose to ignore Zhang Yang's self-praise, gazing at Bai Ningbing with concern and asking, "Bai Ningbing, is the truth truly as you've stated? Did you really choose to withdraw from the competition solely because of Su Qingfeng?" Initially, Bai Ningbing intended to clarify Zhang Yang's misunderstanding, but when Han Tang posed the question, she felt there was no harm in affirming it. After all, this would save her some effort. "Yes," Bai Ningbing lifted her gaze confidently and responded, "I decided not to participate in the martial arts selection competition precisely because of Su Qingfeng." This? Han Tang's expression instantly soured. What a stroke of bad luck today. He had brought an elite team to Lingzhou No. 2 High School to set traps for the students, but before he could even execute his plans, he had already lost a key player. It seemed that the colleagues from Lingzhou No. 2 High School were indeed formidable. Their charm tactics were simply masterful. Han Tang took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and tried to keep his tone calm. "Bai Ningbing, I advise you not to act too impulsively. Firstly, the various resources the school has provided you are essential for your needs. Secondly, Betraying the school for the sake of a boy you have just met will tarnish your reputation. Please reconsider. There is no rush to respond. Han Tang, feeling reluctant, did not dare to chastise Bai Ningbing too harshly. After delivering this advice to ease the situation, he was prepared to change the subject. Since he had brought students to Lingzhou No. 2 High School, he still needed to fulfill his obligations. After all, Bai Ningbing had only mentioned her withdrawal from the martial arts challenge in a few months. Not from today's activities. With this thought, Han Tang regained his confidence. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the conference room. Clearly, the reception team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School was beginning their work. Shortly after, the door to the conference room was pushed open from the outside and a tall, slender man with a dark complexion strode in first. With a smile on his face, he walked directly up to Han Tang and greeted. I had no idea Principal Han and his team would arrive so early. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. Please forgive me. This tall, slender man was none other than the acting principal of Lingzhou No. 2 High School, the 5-star Soul Master Lu Yongdao. Behind Lu Yongdao were the academic director and several teachers from the senior year. Among them was Pei Qingyu, the acting head teacher of Class 1 in the senior year. The lineup of talents from Lingzhou No. 1 High School was indeed quite formidable. Pei Qingyu mentally counted the exceptional students from the other school, feeling increasingly pressured. As a teacher, she felt this way even without any direct competition with these students. One could only imagine how anxious the students must feel upon encountering such a powerful adversary group. Pei Qingyu was reluctant to admit that Lingzhou No. 1 High School might very well achieve a resounding victory this time. Even though she had discovered an extraordinary talent in Su Qingfeng, it likely wouldn't be enough to compensate for the morale damage. What a pity it was. If Nangong Liyue had awakened a 9-star divine martial soul, it would have been so much better. Pei Qingyu sighed inwardly. In that case, even if Lingzhou No. 2 High School's overall momentum might not match up, they at least would have the qualifications to stand toe-to-toe with Lingzhou No. 1 High School. The ordinary students of Lingzhou No. 2 High School could retain a glimmer of hope in overcoming such formidable opponents. If Su Qingfeng could hear Pei Qingyu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up in admiration. Teacher Pei, how did you know that Nangong Liyue's martial soul has already reached 9 stars? Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue lingered in the small grove for another half-hour, and only after 9 o'clock did they return together to Class 1 of the senior year. Su Qingfeng had promised Pei Qingyu that he would return to maintain order. As for Nangong Liyue, she had initially intended to continue her training in the heavenly realm. However, recalling Bai Ningbing's enthusiastic attitude towards Su Qingfeng earlier, she decided to change her mind. Nangong Liyue also opted to stay and assist Su Qingfeng in maintaining order for Pei Qingyu. The students in the class watched this scene with peculiar expressions. It was already quite miraculous that Nangong Liyue, who had been granted a direct admission qualification to the Starry Sky Martial University, would suddenly return to class. But what piqued their curiosity even more was how Nangong Liyue had appeared alongside Su Qingfeng. Could it be that the two of them were actually together? Now, that was a bit too far-fetched. Both Nangong Liyue and Su Qingfeng were unconcerned about idle gossip. They walked side by side into the classroom without hesitation and returned to their respective seats. As soon as Nangong Liyue sat down, several of her close friends surrounded her, chattering away about her relationship with Su Qingfeng. They eagerly asked when they had started dating how far things had progressed, if they had held hands, kissed, or even lived together. Although Nangong Liyue initially thought she was unaffected by such discussions, she soon found herself struggling to cope. These girls were increasingly bold in their questioning. While Nangong Liyue and Su Qingfeng had hardly engaged in any of the typical couples' interactions, the fact that she had taken a bath at Su Qingfeng's house was a piece of information that could cause quite a stir if it got out. For this reason, Nangong Liyue refrained from engaging in the conversation. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng had become somewhat of a figure of caution since he had beaten up Yang Wei last time, causing most classmates to hesitate in approaching him. As for his deskmate Luo Ping, it seemed he had long accepted reality and had not inquired about Su Qingfeng's relationship with Nangong Liyue at all. After calling out Brother Feng, he continued to scroll through his phone. Su Qingfeng casually glanced at Luo Ping's screen and was surprised to find that he was repeatedly watching the second video Su Qingfeng had recently posted. Su Qingfeng also took note of the video's title and viewership statistics. Video title: 6-minute speedrun of the God Ascension Long Staircase, Level 51, Purgatory Difficulty. Video data: likes, 1 billion, views, 10 billion, comments, 2 billion. To Su Qingfeng's astonishment, in just a day's time, The second video's view count was nearing that of the first video, which had gone viral for annihilating the lizard men. Based on the data, it seemed that this second video would also bring him over 100 million star coins in revenue. The speed at which he was earning as a content creator was astonishing. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of delight. Moreover, he noticed that the second video had even more comments than the first. Why was that? After observing Luo Ping for a while, Su Qingfeng understood. Perhaps the immense popularity of his video had incited jealousy among many, resulting in a surge of trolls in the comments section. Consequently, Su Qingfeng's fans began to engage in heated exchanges with him. Now, Luo Ping was busy with this very task. For instance, when a comment read, "This video is obviously fake, created using artificial intelligence effects," Luo Ping responded, "I see you're also fake, a digital being. Otherwise, why not show us a photo to prove yourself?" Similarly, when another comment stated, "This host just seeks attention. With such powerful soul skills, why not go to the abyssal battlefield to fight? What's the point of breaking records in the God Ascension long staircase?" Luo Ping would indignantly reply, "You're already boring just by existing. Why not just go die? With such an exciting video to watch, how can you not be satisfied, standing there and talking without any understanding?" Su Qingfeng had not expected that Luo Ping was such a devoted fan of his video account and had the leisure to engage with trolls daily. Moreover, this guy had impressive combat skills, holding his own in verbal duels and blocking those he couldn't outwit, maintaining an incredibly stable mindset. Truly a remarkable ally. Chapter 067. Why does Su Qingfeng deserve to be team leader? Old Luo. Just as Luo Ping was engaged in an online spat, he suddenly heard Su Qingfeng call out his nickname. "What is up, brother Feng?" Luo Ping quickly turned his head, curious to see what Su Qingfeng wanted. "What are you doing?" Su Qingfeng glanced at Luo Ping's phone, feigning ignorance. "Oh, brother Feng, you want to know about this?" Luo Ping revealed the screen of his mobile phone, smiling as he explained, "I cannot stand those who defame my idol, Bao Liao Gu. I am currently engaged in a battle with these petty detractors over sensitive keywords. What a ridiculous endeavor to contend with a list of sensitive terms. Is it a competition over who can use the most vulgar language?" Su Qingfeng chuckled and inquired further, "Have you figured out what the blogger known as Doug Jiabao Liao looks like? You've already made him your idol?" Su Qingfeng was aware that every time he released a video, he took great care to avoid revealing his identity too soon, shunning close-up shots of his face. The footage typically showcased him in distant wide-angle shots, making it nearly impossible to glean his true appearance. Luo Ping likely had no idea that the account belonged to him. "Feng Ge, that is where you are mistaken. We are all men here, not those starry-eyed girls," he retorted. "Does it really matter what my idol's face looks like? What truly matters is his fighting prowess and ferocity. A figure like Bao Liao Gu, whose soul skill can obliterate anything in an instant, is undoubtedly the most dashing idol in my eyes." Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the fervent loyalty of Luo Ping's fandom. He was practically a die-hard fan. It was uncertain whether he would feel disillusioned upon discovering the truth or be overwhelmed with excitement. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Observing Luo Ping reveling in his exchanges with netizens, Su Qingfeng contemplated a career path that would suit him well, video account management. Although Su Qingfeng's video account was quite profitable, earning over 100 million star coins from just 2 videos, such earnings were still relatively slow compared to the vast fortune he amassed from engaging in warfare. For instance, during his last expedition into the Abyssal Siren's secret realm, he acquired a bronze bell artifact and components for an interstellar teleportation array belonging to the Siren clan, resulting in paper profits nearing 70 billion star coins. Moreover, Su Qingfeng found the processes of filming, editing videos, managing an account, and maintaining a vast follower count to be exceedingly tedious. To illustrate, since opening his account, he had scarcely glanced at the private messages in the back end, which had accumulated into several million unread messages. It was not out of curiosity, but rather a lack of time and energy to sift through them. The optimal solution would be to find a trustworthy individual to manage the video account. Without a doubt, Luo Ping fit the bill perfectly. First and foremost, he exhibited a commendable level of enthusiasm for work and would not slack off. Secondly, during their trials together, it had become evident that Luo Ping was trustworthy and would not betray him. Lastly, Su Qingfeng believed that having a genuinely sincere friend was a rarity, and he wished to seize this opportunity. As a 5-star soul master with an average martial soul grade and mediocre strength, Luo Ping's chances of getting into a prestigious martial university were slim. For him, joining the military was not an ideal path either. In all likelihood, he would end up working after graduation. So why not start working for himself a few years earlier? At the very least, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources while following Su Qingfeng as for attending a higher martial school. If he wished to go, he could do so without it interfering with his job. With these thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng posed the question, Lao Luo, do you know how to edit videos? Would you be interested in managing a video account? Huh? Luo Ping was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Su Qingfeng's intent. Fengge, do you want to become a video blogger as well? Yes, don't you think being a video blogger is lucrative? Su Qingfeng pointed to Luo Ping's phone screen, chuckling as he added, your idol is about to reach 1.5 billion followers. Any video he posts starts with a view count in the hundreds of millions. Fengge, that's not the same, Luo Ping replied earnestly. Baoliao Gu's videos are explosive in content and of exceptionally high quality. Coupled with his extraordinarily powerful soul skills and impressive visual effects, if we were to shoot and edit videos, we certainly couldn't achieve such an effect. Su Qingfeng listened with amusement, nearly believing him if it weren't for the fact that he had edited his own videos. Let us not digress. I'm simply asking if you can make videos. You underestimate me, don't you? With the advancements in artificial intelligence technology, editing videos is quite simple. I've known how to do it for 10 years. That's splendid. So, what are your thoughts? Su Qingfeng inquired with curiosity. Of course, let us do it. Luo Ping replied with a grin. I believe with your intellect, Fengge, any entrepreneurial project you embark upon will surely succeed. So why not pursue it? However, I don't have much savings. I can only contribute 100,000 star coins as investment. Do you think that's sufficient? Investment? Just come work for me. You won't be shortchanged? Su Qingfeng assured. He understood that Luo Ping's family was of modest means, and asking him to part with 100,000 star coins would be a considerable burden. Furthermore, he did not wish to complicate matters with his good friend over equity issues. So it was better to simply employ him. After all, the salary would be at least 100 or 80 times the industry standard. In that case, I appreciate it. Fengge, Luo Ping replied earnestly. Not beaming with joy, he assumed Su Qingfeng's venture was merely a theoretical discussion and would likely not materialize until after the martial examination. Thus, he did not take it too seriously. Let us agree on this. Su Qingfeng patted Luo Ping on the shoulder, teasingly warning, no backing out. Does Fengge think so little of me? If I back out, I'm a little dog. Luo Ping nearly swore an oath. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, hurriedly entered the classroom, her eyes filled with a plea for help as they scanned the room, finally landing on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu the next moment. Pei Qingyu's anxious expression softened significantly, replaced by unmistakable delight. Wonderful, Su Qingfeng, Nangong, you both came to school today, she continued. Now, I hope you both can perform admirably and bring honor to our school. At this point, Pei Qingyu began to explain the situation. I'm sure many of you have heard. Today, the principal of Lingzhou No. 1 High School has brought several outstanding students to exchange learning experiences with our school. Vice Principal Liu has already agreed with Principal Han that we will send a few exemplary students from Class 3 of our senior year to form a task force representing Lingzhou No. 2 High School to compete against the team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School in a competitive secret realm challenge in the Tongtian realm. The plan is for Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu to serve as the leader and deputy leader of this task force. Su Qingfeng, Nangong, do you have any objections? Pei Qingyu spoke with an air of authority, but many students frowned. They acknowledged that Nangong Liu, having awakened an 8-star martial soul, was indeed stronger. However, could Su Qingfeng, who had evidently chosen a trash unknown martial soul, truly qualify as the leader? Many students expressed their disdain. Although Lingzhou No. 1 High School's intentions were questionable, their strength was undeniably formidable. Pei Qingyu's so-called task force was likely to end up as cannon fodder. Furthermore, her favoritism by appointing Su Qingfeng as the leader made many students reluctant to participate in the event. I certainly don't wish to embarrass myself on the field. Let anyone who wants to join this task force do so. Though unspoken, the majority of the students present shared similar sentiments. Su Qingfeng keenly sensed this atmosphere but was utterly unconcerned. He merely wished to ascertain whether Nangong Liu was willing to support Pei Qingyu. If she too was reluctant to step in, he would devise a plan to manage it himself. Su Qingfeng turned to Nangong Liu, finding her nodding resolutely in affirmation. It seemed she intended to personally participate in the competition. With Nangong Liu joining the fray, Su Qingfeng's task force was swiftly assembled. The two members could indeed form a team. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng declared, "Teacher Pei, I have no objections." "Neither do I," Nangong Liue concurred. Pei Qingyu observed the exchange between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue with clarity. Secretly amused, "Well, Su Qingfeng, you've certainly won over the wealthy young lady, Nangong Liue. No wonder you were so audacious before, daring to mock me for not having a boyfriend." Pei Qingyu maintained a neutral yet supportive stance regarding the budding relationship between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue. What exceptional students they were! Should they transition from school uniforms to wedding attire, it would undoubtedly be a beautiful tale. However, a sudden wave of anxiety struck Pei Qingyu. The students from Lingzhou No. 1 High School were genuinely impressive. Would Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue be able to rise to the occasion? If they faltered and suffered embarrassment, Pei Qingyu would feel immensely guilty. After all, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were attending the event purely to honor her. The best outcome, of course, would be for Su Qingfeng to exhibit his utmost capabilities, leading the team to triumph over all adversaries. Yet achieving this was no simple feat. Just as Pei Qingyu contemplated this, a discordant voice echoed from the front of the classroom. "Teacher Pei, I refuse to accept this. Su Qingfeng has awakened an unknown martial soul. At most, he is merely a one-star soul master. Why should he serve as the leader of the task force? If you remain this unjust, I absolutely will not participate in this event. I believe others share my sentiments." Pei Qingyu frowned and turned to locate the source of the voice. Discovering it to be a boy in the class who had awakened a 7-star martial soul. Being a newly minted 7-star soul master, he was indeed qualified to join the task force as a principal member. Previously, such a threat would have easily stirred anxiety and uncertainty within Pei Qingyu. Without this individual, the strength of the battle group would undoubtedly diminish significantly, wouldn't it? However, with Su Qingfeng present, the addition or absence of a newly promoted 7-star soul master is hardly a concern. Thus, in response to the brazen threats of this audacious student, Pei Qingyu merely smiled and remarked, "Dear student, you seem to be mistaken. The teacher has not mandated everyone to participate in this activity. Those who do not wish to join may simply enjoy the spectacle or leave the classroom, allowing the opportunity to be reserved for those who are inclined to partake." Chapter 068, The 6th Level Secret Realm. The Maze of the Gods. The student who had instigated the matter was evidently taken aback by the resolute demeanor of their homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. It appeared that in her eyes, the absolute core of this battle group was none other than Su Qingfeng. Even Nangong Liue seemed merely to be an afterthought. How exceedingly biased. I am, after all, a dignified 7-star soul master, a genius with aspirations to conquer the starry sky Martial University. What gives Pei Qingyu the audacity to underestimate me? The student felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet found himself devoid of justification to express it. He attempted to leverage his disinterest in the event as a means to intimidate Pei Qingyu. However, she had already stated that participation was voluntary. What face did he have left to speak? "I shall see for myself what glory this highly regarded Su Qingfeng can bring to our school," the student muttered under his breath, filled with indignation. Pei Qingyu remained unfazed. She understood that many factors were subject to chance. Allowing Su Qingfeng to lead the battle group in the Secret Realm Challenge did not guarantee a favorable outcome. Yet, she was equally aware that if Su Qingfeng, with an astonishing single-arm pulling force exceeding 1,800 tons, were to fail, the prospects for others would be even graver. Thus, Pei Qingyu steadfastly supported Su Qingfeng. Utterly devoid of any internal conflict, "Classmates, prepare yourselves. We shall collectively proceed to the Soul Master Training Grounds, and then utilize the teleportation array to enter the event venue located in the Celestial Realm." With Pei Qingyu's succinct address concluded, all students from Class 1 of the 3rd year promptly exited the classroom, heading towards the teleportation array at the Soul Master Training Grounds. Subsequently, other classes followed suit, gradually being transported to the Celestial Realm. As for the representatives from Lingzhou First High School, they had naturally been awaiting the event at the venue in advanced. It was a colossal outdoor stadium capable of accommodating 1 million spectators. Such privately organized exchange events required additional fees for both the venue and the secret realm space used for competitions. The initiator of this event, Principal Han Tang of Lingzhou First High School, generously settled all expenses. At this moment, Han Tang stood on the podium at the event site, looking down from his elevated position at the continuous influx of students from Lingzhou Second High School, unable to suppress a smile. the acting principal of Lingzhou Second High. Lu Yongdao is indeed a remarkable person. He seems entirely oblivious to my intentions to deliberately undermine the morale of his students. I requested that he organize all third-year students to observe, and he readily agreed. Moreover, judging by the turnout, it appears that nearly all third-year students from Lingzhou Second High have arrived. Oh, the naivety of these young souls, believing they could glean insights from the experiences of the nine-star soul masters. This is, of course, utterly impossible. They will only come to understand just how formidable the newly awakened nine-star soul masters from Lingzhou First High truly are. The innate fear and sense of helplessness they will feel in the presence of nine-star soul masters will accompany them for a lifetime. Just as Han Tang began to indulge in visions of his promotion to the education department and the comfortable life that awaited him as the director, a voice interrupted his reverie. Principal Han, are you certain you want to allow the students from both schools to enter the Maze of the Gods, such a high-difficulty secret realm for competition? I believe this matter warrants further discussion. After all, the Maze of the Gods is a genuine 6th-level secret realm, with a recommended entry requirement of a combat power level exceeding 200. A 6th-level secret realm signifies that the strongest monsters within can rival a fully integrated 6-star soul master. Furthermore, the Maze of the Gods is notorious for its complex pathways, overwhelming number of monsters, and astonishingly high difficulty. Lu Yongdao was genuinely concerned that the battle group dispatched by Lingzhou Second High would lack the capacity to navigate this secret realm successfully. In such a scenario, discussions of competition and comparative clearance efficiency would be moot. As long as the representative team from Lingzhou First High could successfully clear the secret realm, it would effectively showcase their dominance over Lingzhou Second High. This outcome was not what Lu Yongdao envisioned. He proposed opting for a project with a slightly lower difficulty level to ensure that the young representatives from Lingzhou Second High could clear the challenge successfully. After all, one could not allow the situation to become too embarrassing, could they? Yet, Lu Yongdao was unaware that creating such an embarrassing scenario for Lingzhou Second High was precisely Han Tang's plan. Therefore, how could he acquiesce to Lu Yongdao's request? Vice Principal Lu, your comments are rather insulting. The decision to select a 6th-level secret realm was mutually agreed upon. I have not granted any special privileges to my students. You express concern that your school's representatives may lack the ability to clear the Maze of the Gods? We share the same apprehensions, do we not? However, as school leaders, we must sometimes place more faith in the capabilities of these exceptional students. After all, a school cannot shield them from the storms of life indefinitely. At times, letting go is also a form of love. Han Tang not only rejected Lu Yongdao's request to change the competition's secret realm, but also took the opportunity to educate him. Leveraging his higher administrative position, this outcome was somewhat unbearable for Lu Yongdao. Yet, even as he felt constrained, he found himself unable to persuade Han Tang. Unless he were to flip the table and order all teachers from Lingzhou Second High to retreat with their students. The proposal seemed unfeasible. However, doing so would render all faculty and students of Lingzhou Second High the subject of ridicule. Once branded as cowards, the stigma would be inescapable. This was a price Lu Yongdao could not bear. In contrast, allowing the event to proceed would only burden the few students from Lingzhou Second High participating in the battle group. After much contemplation, Lu Yongdao ultimately decided to prioritize the larger picture. Since the situation could not be reversed, they would have to navigate it step by step at this moment. At the temporary assembly point for Class 1 of the 3rd year at Lingzhou Second High, Pei Qingyu, Su Qingfeng, and Nangong Luyue were discussing team configurations. The principal of Lingzhou First High is quite ruthless. He has actually spent a fortune to rent 2 Maze of the Gods, secret realms for use as activity venues. The rental fee for a 6th-level secret realm is certainly not trivial, Pei Qingyu remarked, gazing at the 2 massive entrances to the secret realms situated prominently at the center of the venue. This is a high-difficulty secret realm with a combat power requirement of 200. Nangong Luyue observed Su Qingfeng before gently stating, the classmates from our class were never particularly keen on participating. And now they have even more reason to announce their withdrawal. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng merely smiled. No worries. The minimum requirement for this kind of team challenge, secret realm, is just a 2-person team. We already have a team, so we can enter the secret realm. Nangong Luyue nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Su Qingfeng's terrifying strength during their previous encounter at Silver Moon Square, she did not perceive his confidence as excessive. Is there anyone else who wishes to participate in this event? This is the final opportunity for registration. Time waits for no one. Pei Qingyu inquired loudly, channeling her soul power. The students of Class 1 of the third year displayed a distinctly indifferent demeanor. Had there been even a sliver of a chance for victory, they would not have so readily relinquished their resolve. The crux of the matter was that there was none. Their opponents were a team of geniuses led by two 9-star soul masters. In stark contrast, Su Qingfeng, leading Lingzhou Second High, was an unknown martial soul, and the only 8-star soul master, Nangong Luyue, was a delicate beauty. How could they possibly compete? It would be more fitting to transform it into a beauty contest. As for the challenge target, the 6th-level secret realm, the Maze of the Gods, was a daunting prospect even for newly minted 8-star soul masters. With such a vast disparity in strength, could this even be considered a competition? It was akin to courting disaster. The students of Class 1 of the third year were unwilling to face public humiliation. It appeared that there were no takers. Pei Qingyu's expression turned somewhat grim. She forced a smile at Su Qingfeng and said, "Then, Su Qingfeng, I must trouble you to take Nangong Liu out of tea that moment." A robust male voice suddenly resonated. "Wait a moment, Teacher Pei. If you do not mind my modest abilities, I would like to participate in this event and represent Lingzhou Second High." Pei Qingyu turned towards the voice and quickly recognized the speaker as Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng's deskmate and a newly promoted 5-star soul master. Observing the unwavering determination in Luo Ping's eyes, Pei Qingyu felt a sense of admiration. He was indeed a good child. Yet, his strength was somewhat lacking. What can you achieve as merely a 5-star soul master? Just as Pei Qingyu contemplated dissuading Luo Ping, she was met with Su Qingfeng's cheerful interjection. "Teacher Pei, let Luo Ping participate. I'd like to give him some exposure." Ah? Pei Qingyu was taken aback by this response. She had not anticipated Su Qingfeng to be so relaxed. Despite the team not being filled to the required 5 members, Su Qingfeng appeared utterly unperturbed, even wishing to include an additional burden. This lad was remarkably confident. With the thought, Pei Qingyu acquiesced, "Very well. Since you insist, let us bring along Luo Ping. After all, we are in the Tongtian realm, where even if Luo Ping encounters danger in the secret realm, there is no real threat to his life. If this were a confrontation in the outside world, Pei Qingyu would not dare to send someone as clearly outmatched as Luo Ping to his doom. However, in the Tongtian realm, it is of little consequence. The spirit of the Tongtian realm will ensure the safety of every student's life. With that, the participating team from Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School has been finalized with the addition of Luo Ping. The formidable composition of this team, so absurdly powerful, nearly caused Principal Han Teng of No. 1 Middle School to burst into laughter. "Ha! I told you. Lingzhou No. 2 is not to be feared. Even if Nangong Liu has secretly elevated her martial soul's star level, the situation remains only slightly unfavorable. They cannot even muster a 5-member team capable of challenging a 6th-tier secret realm." Zhang Yang, what do you think? Zhang Yang, standing nearby, nodded and gave a thumbs up, saying, "The principal is astute. I had previously overestimated our opponents. It seems now that No. 2 Middle School is utterly incompetent, hardly worth mentioning." "Precisely." Han Teng nodded, then turned to the newly promoted 9-star soul master, Bai Ningbing. "Bai Ningbing? For today's challenge of the Maze of the Gods, Secret Realm, you are not required to directly face the opponents from Lingzhou No. 2. You should be able to participate, correct?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing could not help but slightly furrow her brows. Chapter 069. How is it him again? With the formidable perceptive talent of the listening divine beast, martial soul, Bai Ningbing is acutely aware of the terrifying power concealed within Su Qingfeng's seemingly ordinary physique. Describing him as a humanoid monster is not an exaggeration. If Bai Ningbing were to confront Su Qingfeng directly, she would certainly be reluctant. However, now that it is merely 2 teams challenging the same secret realm, with the outcome determined by comparing completion times, moreover, given that this is a labyrinthine secret realm filled with numerous puzzle-solving challenges, Bai Ningbing can perfectly showcase her perceptive strengths. Perhaps I could give it a try. Bai Ningbing also wishes to ascertain whether Su Qingfeng is truly as formidable as she imagines. With this thought in mind, Bai Ningbing addressed Han Teng. "If the principal permits me to be the captain, I will participate in this event. Of course, I have no objections to that." Han Teng chuckled. Turning to another 9-star soul master, Zhang Yang, "I wonder how Zhang Yang feels about this. Bai Ningbing's perceptive abilities are strong, and she possesses a broad perspective. I have no objections to her leading." Zhang Yang shrugged casually, fully aware of his own capabilities. If this were a purely combat-oriented secret realm, he would not easily relinquish command. However, this is a maze secret realm, and Zhang Yang despises the kind of special map that prevents him from unleashing his full combat potential. Very well, Han Tang chuckled again, adding, considering that number 2 middle school cannot even assemble a 5-member team, let us not be too harsh. By Ningbing, Zhang Yang, and Yan Ruyu will form a team and attempt to challenge this 6th-tier secret realm. Is that acceptable? While Han Tang's words appeared generous, in reality, he was dispatching the strongest elite from Lingzhou number 1.2 9-star Soul Masters, along with an 8-star Soul Master. Although the numbers match those of the representative team from Lingzhou No. 2, their sheer strength is overwhelmingly superior. Yet at that moment, Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows and said, Principal, I believe this is inappropriate. I have heard a bit about the difficulty of the Maze of the Gods' secret realm. The maps within are exceedingly intricate, with countless branching routes, and it is a timed completion secret realm that requires a substantial number of participants to experiment and find solutions. A 5-member team with little experience would already struggle to conquer this secret realm. A 3-member team is simply unfeasible. I do not wish for the principal to risk my team's annihilation for the sake of appearances. Han Tang did not expect Bai Ningbing to be so blunt. Openly undermining him, however, he also recognized that her words were not unfounded. For high school students who had only awakened their powers a few days prior, a 6th-tier secret realm is indeed too daunting. The ragtag team from Lingzhou number 2 has little hope of clearing it. Since Lingzhou number 1 can field a fully assembled 5-member team, they must not deliberately overestimate their strength. What if the absence of just 2 trial-and-error participants leads to failure in the secret realm challenge? Who would be held responsible then? Contemplating this, Han Tang could not help but awkwardly chuckle and said, Bai Ningbing makes a valid point. I was indeed an outsider attempting to guide an expert. How about this? Since Bai Ningbing is now the captain, please select 2 more students to join you as teammates. Bai Ningbing was not hesitant. After Han Tang's words, she immediately recruited 2 well-performing 7-star Soul Masters as her teammates. Meanwhile, Pei Qingyu stood before Su Qingfeng, adjusting his collar while whispering sweet nothings. Su Qingfeng, I truly thank you this time. You have saved me. As for conveying my gratitude to Nangong, I leave that to you. You must have a close relationship to bring her here to support me, right? Hehe. Pei Qingyu was uncertain whether Su Qingfeng could successfully win this match, but her mood was already quite serene, embodying a sense of acceptance, whether gain or loss. Teacher Pei, I initially thought you would be different from other girls, but I never expected you to be so gossipy. I am quite disappointed in you. Su Qingfeng looked at Pei Qingyu, who was making playful faces at him, and sighed inwardly. Who said teachers cannot be gossipy? Besides, who is it that constantly boasts about having a little wealthy lady before the teacher? Pei Qingyu laughed as she teased Su Qingfeng, but was abruptly interrupted by a fit of intense coughing from him. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Pei, mind your words. What occasion is this? Do not speak such odd things casually. It tarnishes my reputation. Su Qingfeng thought Pei Qingyu was far too careless. Although there was no one nearby, several 9-star Soul Masters were present, and walls have ears. Now you're worried. Pei Qingyu lightly played with her hair, smiling as she said, once we enter the Maze of the Gods secret realm, please be sure to find a way to clear it. If you manage to defeat the team from No. 1, I shall reward you handsomely. Su Qingfeng merely nodded in response, remaining silent. He did not hold any expectations for the generous rewards Pei Qingyu mentioned. With his current status and perspective, would treasures worth less than 10 billion or 8 billion truly be considered a generous reward? Thus, both teams gathered, and the next step involved Principal Han Tang and Principal Lu Yongdao delivering speeches. Both principals elaborated on the positive significance of this inter-school exchange activity from a lofty perspective, affirming the profound friendship between the 2 schools and expressing hopes for further collaboration in the future. For the audience present, the speeches were profound and thought-provoking, offering significant learning value, falling just short of being entirely mute. Finally, at precisely 11 o'clock, the trio of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue, and Luo Ping approached the entrance of the Maze of the Gods secret realm located on the right side of the venue. On the left side, the fully assembled 5-member team from Lingzhou number 1 awaited. The students from Lingzhou number 2, upon witnessing this scene, felt a wave of despair. Oh no, how can our school's representative team consist of only 3 members? This is a 5-member secret realm. Is it possible that the entire class 1 of the 3rd year cannot even gather a 5-member team? Isn't it obvious that we are destined to lose? Perhaps they are aware of their inevitable defeat, which is why they dared not sign up. The combat prowess of the number 1 representative team is so dazzling. 2 7-stars, 1 8-star, and 2 9-star martial souls. They are bound to crush us. What is there to see? The students from Lingzhou number 2 murmured among themselves, their faces filled with pessimism. Meanwhile, the spectators from Lingzhou number 1, upon comparing the surface strength of the 2 representative teams at the Secret Realm entrance, were all smiles, brimming with joy. They felt this was a sure win. Let the challenge commence. With a command from Han Tang, both teams finally stepped into the entrance simultaneously, entering the Secret Realm. Simultaneously, Han Tang and Lu Yongdao pressed the stopwatches in their hands. They were to record the completion times of both teams, but of course, not every team can smoothly clear such a challenging Secret Realm. It is possible that one of their stopwatches may never get the chance to stop. A few seconds later, Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue, and Luo Ping found themselves within the maze of the God's Secret Realm. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a strong, rancid odor that assaulted them, leaving no escape. They stood in a vast, sealed space, a cube-like area of approximately 10,000 square meters. Towering walls, reaching a height of 100 meters, surrounded them, adorned with mysterious runes pulsating with light. Each time the runes illuminated, strange ranged attacks would shoot forth from the depths of the walls. It could be a fireball or a magic arrow glowing with light, cold and perilous. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive and stark. Even without seeing any monstrous figures, Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue, and Luo Ping could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among the three, Luo Ping, being the weakest, was already beginning to regret his earlier impulsiveness. Fenggu? Am I dragging you both down by doing this? Luo Ping asked with a bitter smile. The last time he witnessed Su Qingfeng effortlessly kick Yang Wei away, he understood that Su Qingfeng's strength was indeed formidable. As for Nangong Liyue, being an 8-star soul master, her power was unparalleled. Luo Ping contemplated whether he should take the drastic step of withdrawing now, lest he become a burden to Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. After all, he had already upheld his loyalty by accompanying them in. Old Luo, please hold your tongue. I'm currently reviewing the information of the Secret Realm. Su Qingfeng, uninterested in comforting Luo Ping, firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Regardless of what this lad intended to do, Su Qingfeng could not allow him to act recklessly. At this moment, Su Qingfeng was indeed focused on the information regarding the current Secret Realm. Secret Realm name, Maze of the Gods, difficulty level, Purgatory, recommended level, 200, monster count, infinite proliferation, background information. In the year 290X of the Star Sea era, a reconnaissance team from the Salvation Army inadvertently trespassed into the biological weapon research facility of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. During their exploration, they discovered that this biological research facility was teeming with various bizarre monsters. It turned out that the Three-Eyed Divine Clan's method of species modification was not technological but rather malevolent divine sorcery. This revelation astonished the reconnaissance team, who prepared to flee and expose the secret. However, the minions of the evil deity worshipped by the research facility had already detected the presence of this human team. Ultimately, the minions unleashed their domain, the Maze of the Gods. Now, do your utmost to escape this labyrinth. Failure to escape the maze within 2 hours, or total annihilation of the team, will be considered a challenge failure. Current record for fastest completion of the Secret Realm, 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Record holder, Luo Pinghai. After reading the information of the Secret Realm, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Why is the record holder once again Luo Pinghai? Is the commander-in-chief so idle? Nangong Liyue, somewhat puzzled by Su Qingfeng's remarks, gently explained. Someone has compiled statistics showing that the commander's highest record is maintaining the completion records of 388 high-difficulty secret realms simultaneously. This includes treating the completion record of the first 99 levels of the Divine Ascension secret realm as a single entity. It is said that this is because the commander came from a humble background in his youth. To accumulate more training resources, he continuously researched the completion techniques of various secret realms, breaking records to earn substantial rewards and amass initial capital, eventually becoming the commander we know today. Chapter 070. The Secret Realm Demolition Office begins its work. What Nangong Liyue shared was not mere gossip, but rather well-documented anecdotes in many military reports. Luo Pinghai himself would not mind discussions about his past. As the saying goes, a hero does not inquire about origins. Indeed, Luo Pinghai's family background was average in his youth, and since he earned his rewards in a legitimate manner, showcasing his strength, he had no reason to fear scrutiny. Su Qingfeng recognized this anecdote as well. He held no grievances against Luo Pinghai. He merely made a passing comment. Furthermore, Su Qingfeng thought to himself, "Old war god, I shall accept your record for this instance." At this moment, Su Qingfeng turned to Luo Ping with a teasing grin. "Old Luo? What's the matter? Just moments ago, you didn't want to follow, yet here you are, volunteering to enter. Now that you've finally made it in, you're thinking of retreating, aren't you?" Luo Ping's face flushed crimson from Su Qingfeng's jibe, and he mustered the courage to explain. "Brother Feng, I just don't want to hold you back." "What do you mean by holding back? This is a maze dungeon, with so many branching paths. We need someone like you, a sturdy cannon fodder, to navigate the minefields," Su Qingfeng jested. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping was momentarily taken aback. So, this was Brother Feng's reason for insisting he stay behind. It seemed that even if the difficulty of this secret realm far exceeded his capabilities, he still held some value. As this realization dawned upon him, Luo Ping felt an unexpected surge of excitement. "Wonderful. At the very least, I am not entirely useless. All right, Brother Feng. If there's anything that requires me to take the lead, just leave it to me. Although I'm unsure how long I can survive in this secret realm, I will do my utmost to clear as many viable paths as possible for you." Luo Ping's words were filled with fervor yet tinged with a sense of melancholy. Nangong Liue couldn't help but glance at him, surprised that Su Qingfeng's deskmate exhibited such loyalty. However, given her understanding of Su Qingfeng, she was well aware that Luo Ping would likely be of no use today. As the saying goes, he would probably find it difficult to perish even if he wished to. "Haha, excellent. We shall see shortly." Su Qingfeng clapped Luo Ping on the shoulder, bursting into laughter. Luo Ping bore no ill will towards Su Qingfeng's cold remarks. After deciding to stay, he grew curious about another matter. "Brother Feng, why does Teacher Pei trust you so much? She would rather offend so many top students in the class than appoint you as the group leader. Could it be that you are stronger than everyone else?" Luo Ping inquired, trailing behind Su Qingfeng with keen interest. "You will soon discover the answer to that question," Su Qingfeng replied enigmatically, striding directly toward the wall ahead. "Huh?" Luo Ping felt utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to Su Qingfeng's intentions. Nangong Liue, observing this scene, wore a peculiar expression. Did Su Qingfeng intend to smash the wall? Is that even feasible? Nangong Liue's guess was not far off. Su Qingfeng's strategy for breaking through the maze of the gods was simply encapsulated in 4 words: brute force over finesse. He was disinclined to follow the standard procedure of seeking clues, solving puzzles, defeating specific monsters for keys, and then repeating levels until confronting the strongest monster boss to complete the challenge. This was their first time entering the maze secret realm. If they adhered to the conventional approach, even if they ultimately succeeded, it would take at least half an hour. And that was considering Su Qingfeng's overwhelming strength, which would allow them to bypass much monster-slaying time. Su Qingfeng did not wish to be so sluggish. They had to realize that if they were even slightly slower in their progress, they risked being overtaken by the team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Wouldn't that be a disservice to Pei Qingyu's expectations? Su Qingfeng was also eager to uncover what elaborate gifts Teacher Pei had prepared. With such thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng finally arrived at the seemingly massive and impenetrable wall towering 100 meters high. He then raised his unremarkable fist. Luo Ping still did not understand why Su Qingfeng was adamant about striking the wall with his hand, as if he believed his hand would not feel pain. In the next instant, Su Qingfeng unleashed a powerful fist, summoning wind and thunder. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated. Luo Ping watched as the scene around Su Qingfeng erupted into violent turbulence. In the next moment, the enormous wall struck by Su Qingfeng shook violently, radiating brilliant runic light, while countless arrows and magical attacks danced like a frenzied swarm, ultimately transforming into a sky full of fireflies. Brother Feng? Luo Ping was taken aback by Su Qingfeng's terrifying destructive power. He instinctively covered his ears, calling out Su Qingfeng's name. At that moment, Luo Ping even questioned whether the figure before him was truly human or a divine being. What new soul master could wield such terrifying power? Not just Luo Ping, but even Nangong Liue, who had witnessed Su Qingfeng in action, was astonished by the might of his punch. That wall must weigh several tons, right? Yet, with just one punch, Su Qingfeng nearly brought it crashing down. Although the wall did not fall outright, its internal magical mechanisms had been utterly destroyed, posing no further threat. Could they now proceed onward? Nangong Liyue initially thought Su Qingfeng would be satisfied and cease his efforts, only to see him suddenly produce a somewhat familiar elongated lead box. Was that the meteorite staff? Nangong Liyue was momentarily taken aback. Was Su Qingfeng about to wield a weapon? Nangong, keep your distance and watch over Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng instructed before opening the lead box and retrieving the meteorite staff, which weighed over 300 tons. Although his earlier punch had not toppled the wall, Su Qingfeng had sensed the wall's breaking point. He knew that once he employed a weapon, the wall would surely succumb. Now, the demolition crew of the secret realm was about to commence their work. Su Qingfeng gripped the meteorite staff with both hands, gathering a bit of energy before delivering a powerful thrust. As expected, that absurdly large wall shattered with a resounding crash, creating an enormous gap several meters high. On the other side of the gaping hole, countless bizarre monsters appeared momentarily stunned. They clearly hadn't anticipated that this round of secret realm challengers would arrive so swiftly, before the monsters could react. Su Qingfeng swept the meteorite staff, cleaving through a multitude of them with ease. Hurry and follow me, Su Qingfeng urged the still-dazed Nangong Liyue and Luo Ping, then continued his rapid assault on the monsters. So this was the correct way to conquer a 6th-tier secret realm? Luo Ping came back to his senses, his expression revealing a dawning comprehension. Nangong Liyue had no desire to speak. Su Qingfeng's combat prowess was so overwhelming that it had completely misled Luo Ping. If one were to call this a tactic for completing the challenge, it was a technique unique to Su Qingfeng, one that others could not replicate. From that point on, Nangong Liyue and Luo Ping trailed Su Qingfeng as if they were on a shopping spree. Watching him continually break through walls, hunt monsters, and dispatch them in an instant, their expressions growing increasingly numb. Although Luo Ping remained unaware of Su Qingfeng's true strength, his understanding began to take shape when he witnessed the monstrous leader, enthralled by the evil god. Resembling a mountain of flesh and exhibiting combat prowess comparable to a 6-star soul master at full fusion, being shattered by a single strike from Su Qingfeng, in his heart, he couldn't help but admire. Brother Feng is still the top student of the entire grade. This is simply astonishing. As Su Qingfeng approached the completion of the Divine Labyrinth, Bai Ningbing was actively fulfilling her duties as team captain on the side of Lingzhou No. With her formidable perceptive abilities, she effortlessly located vital information upon entering each chamber of the maze, orchestrating her teammates to efficiently vanquish the necessary task monsters, acquiring the clues or items required to progress to the next room. Their speed of advancement was astonishingly rapid. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel relieved for relinquishing command. Otherwise, if Bai Ningbing chose to slack off, they would never achieve such an impressive clearance efficiency. At the current pace, they would likely conquer this 6th-tier secret realm in merely 1 hour. This was their inaugural venture into the Divine Labyrinth. The efficiency was truly remarkable. Bai Ningbing, I admit I spoke too loudly to you earlier. Zhang Yang felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. He regarded Bai Ningbing as a fundamentally good classmate. If only she weren't so infatuated with Su Qingfeng. In response to Zhang Yang's improving attitude, Bai Ningbing maintained her aloof demeanor. She was acutely aware that the clearance speed of Lingzhou No. 1 had not yet reached its limits. Firstly, she had not exerted her full strength, nor had she summoned her martial soul's true form. Secondly, this was her first collaboration with several team members, leading to numerous oversights due to their unfamiliarity with one another's abilities. Under these circumstances, Bai Ningbing did not believe that Lingzhou No. 1 had the capacity to surpass Su Qingfeng. Yet, she was also curious about the methods Su Qingfeng employed to achieve victory in the competition. Or was it the case that, despite Su Qingfeng's immense strength, he could not fully showcase his abilities in the face of such a labyrinthine secret realm? Merely watching as the fruits of victory were seized by others? If that were true, Bai Ningbing would feel quite disappointed in Su Qingfeng. A strong individual she admired must not falter in such a trivial scenario. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Ningbing focused even more intently on directing her team's advancement. Outside the entrances of the 2 labyrinthine secret realms, Principal Han Tang of No. 1 and Acting Principal Lu Yongdao of No. 2 stood several meters apart, facing each other. Principal Lu, what do you believe are your chances of winning? Han Tang inquired with a jovial tone, his demeanor exceedingly polite. He was well aware of the principle of speak kindly, act decisively. Even though he was intentionally undermining the morale of Lingzhou No. 2's graduating class, he would never utter a harsh word to anyone from that school. This was the essence of maintaining connections for future encounters. Chances of winning. Upon hearing Han Tang's question, Lu Yongdao felt a wave of bitterness surge within him. He couldn't fathom how Lingzhou No. 2's team could even hope to clear such a formidable opponent in this high-difficulty 6th-tier secret realm. Principal Han, you truly have a knack for humor. Lu Yongdao sighed, lamenting. If those kids could endure 2 hours within the secret realm until its time limit expires and emerge alive, that would be remarkable. I wouldn't dare hope for them to win. Chapter 071. The Invincible Staff. Unstoppable. Ha, Principal Lu. There's no need for such self-deprecation. After all, your team does boast a 9-star Soul Master, don't they? Han Tang remarked, observing Lu Yongdao's despondent demeanor with a sense of satisfaction, while feigning consolation. A 9-star Soul Master? Is that true? Who is it? Lu Yongdao exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. Deske. Principal Lu, how ungracious of you. Even at this juncture, you still wish to keep it from me. Fortunately, I have my own sources of information and won't be easily deceived. Han Tang rolled up his sleeves. A hint of amusement in his expression. I am already aware that Nangong Liue's martial soul has ascended to 9 stars. What? Nangong Liue is a 9-star Soul Master. Lu Yongdao was utterly dumbfounded. He had not heard this news at all. Instinctively, he turned to Nangong Liue's homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, and inquired loudly, Teacher Pei, I heard that your student Nangong Liue has had her martial soul upgraded. Is this true? Pei Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Nangong Liue had originally awakened an 8-star martial soul. If it had indeed ascended, then she would now be a 9-star Soul Master. Pei Qingyu had no idea that her class had gained a 9-star Soul Master. Given that Pei Qingyu was unaware, it was even less likely that anyone else knew. However, due to Lu Yongdao's loud inquiry, everyone present became aware of this secret. What? Nangong Liue's martial soul has ascended? An 8-star martial soul can really ascend. Although it sounded implausible, there are few things that money cannot achieve in this world. The reason we have not heard of it is merely due to a lack of funds. I have heard of the martial soul ascension ceremony, which apparently requires several fully fused 9-star Soul Masters to assist in hosting the event. It's not just a matter of money. It also necessitates substantial connections. Is Nangong Liue's background truly that formidable? Wait, I just remembered, Lingzhou is the ancestral land of the Nangong Merchant Association. Nangong Liue might very well be the young lady of the Nangong Merchant Association. This is entirely plausible. Generally, how could an ordinary family raise such an exceptional girl? What an extraordinary wealthy heiress. Marrying her could save one 30 years of hard work. Be bold. It could save you generations of struggle. The Nangong Merchant Association recently acquired a resource star, and their financial power is beyond your imagination. In an instant, discussions surrounding Nangong Liue's identity and the total assets of the Nangong Merchant Association became the focal point of everyone present. Amidst this, a crucial character seemed to be forgotten by all. No one was willing to mention Su Qingfeng, who had been inseparable from Nangong Liue, as if he were an unwelcome presence. Yet, such sentiments were merely one-sided. At this moment, within the Divine Labyrinth secret realm, Nangong Liue not only remained closely behind Su Qingfeng, but her gaze had never strayed from him. In her eyes, Su Qingfeng in combat exuded an aesthetic beauty imbued with raw power. With each strike and maneuver captivating her entirely, the staff was invincible, unstoppable. She was utterly entranced, unable to extricate herself. As Su Qingfeng effortlessly dispatched the final monster leader, enthralled by the evil god, and uncovered the safe passage to exit the maze beneath its corpse, the entire secret realm fell into a state of stasis due to their clearance, leaving Nangong Liue with a sense of lingering desire. She even felt that time had flown by too swiftly. If possible, she would gladly accompany Su Qingfeng in that labyrinth for an entire day more. But that was clearly impossible. Dear Challenger Team, congratulations on clearing the Hell-level difficulty 6th-tier secret realm, the Divine Labyrinth. This clearance took 3 minutes and 08 seconds. You have broken the record for the highest difficulty of this secret realm. Your rating is SSS level. You have received a cash reward of 3 million star coins. The current distribution mode for secret realm items is equal distribution. Therefore, each of you has received a cash reward of 1 million star coins. The captain may choose to announce this news or remain anonymous. If you choose to remain anonymous, the news of the record-breaking clearance will only be communicated to the previous record holder. When the clearance details appeared, Luo Ping was still in a daze. Although he had felt like he was dreaming since witnessing Su Qingfeng's punch, now that the secret realm settlement details had emerged, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is utterly outrageous." He had merely accompanied Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue for a few minutes. Yet he was rewarded with an SSS clearance rating, along with a share of the 1 million star coins for breaking the record. He wouldn't even dare to dream such bold dreams. If this weren't real, I might as well eat dirt. With this thought, Luo Ping slapped himself hard. Smack! The sound was sharp, and his face burned with pain. Luo Ping's eyes widened. This was indeed reality? I have truly been elevated by Brother Feng. Su Qingfeng glanced back at the self-slapping Luo Ping and cheerfully asked, "Old Luo still cannot accept reality, huh?" "Brother Feng, I'm so embarrassed. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Luo Ping felt awkward under Su Qingfeng's teasing. He recalled how he had once foolishly proposed to help Su Qingfeng train, and he felt a wave of embarrassment and humor wash over him. Brother Feng must have nearly laughed himself to tears back then. "Don't say such nonsense. We're brothers," Su Qingfeng reassured Luo Ping calmly. "Do you remember what I mentioned before? We'll chat privately later." "All right, Brother Feng. I'm ready whenever you are." Luo Ping understood that Su Qingfeng was referring to their collaboration on managing a video account. Initially, Luo Ping hadn't thought much of it, but now, having witnessed Su Qingfeng's formidable strength, he felt a surge of excitement. With Brother Feng's abilities, coupled with their cleverness, if they planned diligently, they might just have a chance at creating a video account with over 100 million fans. As for surpassing the idol, exclusive revelations? Luo Ping did not dare to dream that big. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, turning to glance at Nangong Liue, whose delicate face was flushed as if she had just engaged in some vigorous exercise. He casually remarked, "The secret realm has been cleared. Let us depart." Oh, all right." Nangong Liue, still somewhat dazed, quickly masked her confusion and resumed her usual aloof demeanor, evoking an air of cold detachment. Su Qingfeng pondered to himself whether he had been too considerate of his teammates. After all, this was an authentic combat environment, and Nangong Liue had managed to zone out throughout the entire ordeal. This was unacceptable. A proper education was in order. If an unforeseen incident were to occur suddenly, and she failed to react in time, wouldn't it jeopardize her very life? With such thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng took the lead in exiting the secret realm. Nangong Liue and Luo Ping hurriedly followed, and the trio swiftly transported back to the previous entrance. At that moment, most onlookers were still engrossed in discussions about Nangong Liue's martial soul rank and familial background. Surprisingly, very few had noticed that Su Qingfeng and his companions had emerged from the secret realm. However, this certainly did not include Lu Yongdao, who had been attentively monitoring the entrance. Upon seeing Su Qingfeng and his two companions suddenly appear, his first thought was not one of joy, but rather one of dread. Lu Yongdao could not fathom how Su Qingfeng and his team could have cleared the 6th-tier secret realm so swiftly. The only plausible explanation was that they had suffered a catastrophic defeat at the earlier challenges and had been expelled from the realm. At this realization, Lu Yongdao shivered in fear and promptly halted his stopwatch. Glancing at the timer displaying less than 4 minutes, he recalled that the current record for clearing the Divine Maze secret realm was 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Lu Yongdao was left utterly speechless. Well, it's better they came out now. The sooner it ends, the sooner they are liberated. Lu Yongdao wore a wretched smile, muttering nonsensically, unsure if he was comforting others or merely himself. In stark contrast, Han Tang's reaction was entirely different. Upon spotting Su Qingfeng and his companions, he was taken aback. Although the odds of Su Qingfeng's team clearing the Divine Maze were slim, the possibility, however minuscule, could not be dismissed. After all, Nangong Liue was a 9-star spirit master, renowned for her enchanting 9-tailed fox martial soul. What if she had suddenly unleashed her power, captivating all the monsters within the secret realm and escorting Su Qingfeng and Luo Ping to safety? Luo Ping, not daring to take any chances, widened his eyes and perked up his ears, covertly observing Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue, and the nuances of their conversation. It was then that he overheard Su Qingfeng quietly admonishing Nangong Liue, "Classmate Nangong Liue, I won't criticize you this time, but should there be a next occasion when we battle together, I hope you can be more focused and not drift away in thought. It's perilous." This is for your own safety. Su Qingfeng's tone was serious, and Nan Gongliyue, feeling guilty, dared not retort, meekly responding, "All right, I understand. I won't let it happen again." Hearing this exchange, Han Tang couldn't help but exhale in relief. What a false alarm. Any team that emerged from a secret realm and immediately began blaming one another would undoubtedly have failed to clear it. Moreover, within Su Qingfeng's trio, Nan Gongliyue was the strongest. The fact that she acknowledged Su Qingfeng's criticism of her distraction only further confirmed that this trio lacked the capability to conquer the secret realm. It was settled. The outcome was assured. Han Tang felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders as he approached Lu Yongdao, patting him on the shoulder with a congenial smile, saying, "Old Lu, your students have had a tough time. Regardless of their results, they are commendable youths who bring glory to your school. Shouldn't you go over and offer them some words of comfort?" Han Tang's remarks, though seemingly sincere, carried an air of superiority, treating Lu Yongdao as a subordinate. Lu Yongdao, feeling utterly disheartened, failed to notice Han Tang's condescending demeanor. Moreover, he felt it necessary to console Su Qingfeng, Nan Gongliyue, and Luo Ping, so he forced a smile and made his way toward them. After Su Qingfeng had finished criticizing Nan Gongliyue, Luo Ping approached him to discuss the return of the 1 million star coin clearing reward. To Su Qingfeng, this trivial sum was hardly worth his concern. He preferred to consider it as an advance on Luo Ping's salary. As they were engaged in this discussion, acting principal Lu Yongdao approached with a cheerful demeanor. Su Qingfeng initially assumed Lu Yongdao was there to congratulate them, but to his surprise, Lu Yongdao began with, "Thank you for your hard work, students. Please take some time to rest. Do not dwell too much on success or failure. They say failure is the mother of success. And you are all so young. The future is undoubtedly bright for you. Especially for you, Nan Gongliyue. I hear your martial soul has ascended. Congratulations." Su Qingfeng, Nan Gongliyue, and Luo Ping were left in a state of confusion. Upon exiting, they had not exhibited any signs of distress or lamentation, so why had Principal Lu assumed they had failed to clear the realm? Was that not rather amusing? It should be noted that Su Qingfeng had not chosen to anonymously report the record-breaking news before leaving the secret realm, and he was currently awaiting the announcement from the Tower Spirit of the Celestial Tower. However, Lu Yongdao's words of consolation stemmed from good intentions, and it would be inappropriate for Su Qingfeng to respond harshly. "Indeed, Principal Lu is correct. You two have worked hard," Su Qingfeng replied with a polite remark. Yet, Nan Gongliyue felt somewhat uncomfortable. Her martial soul's ascension was a personal matter, now publicly acknowledged. Even though the outcome was more beneficial than detrimental, she still felt uneasy. It didn't take long for her to deduce the source of this leaked information. It was none other than Bai Ningbing from Lingzhou No. 1 High School, who had awakened the listening martial soul. How naive I was to think she was a pure-hearted person worthy of trust. Nan Gongliyue pouted slightly, feeling a surge of frustration. She merely offered a brief thank you in response to Lu Yongdao's congratulations. Observing her demeanor, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of surprise. Was what he said truly so harsh? Had that upset her? Su Qingfeng stroked his chin, contemplating the need for a deeper discussion with Nan Gongliyue. He did not wish for her to be an oblivious girl. Otherwise, he would prefer her to remain safely in the rear, avoiding the battlefield altogether. At least then, she would not endanger herself or others. You all take a moment to rest. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company." Lu Yongdao, feeling his task of consolation was complete, prepared to withdraw. His movements had drawn attention, and soon, everyone present had become aware that Su Qingfeng's group had successfully exited the Divine Maze secret realm. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with countless individuals fervently discussing and speculating about the truth of the situation. What the hell? It's only been a few minutes, and our No. 2 high school's team is already out. They must have cleared it, right? Nonsense. Do you really believe such things? They must have been wiped out. Exactly. The current record holder for this secret realm is the 10-star Spirit Master, Commander Luo Ping. It took him over 10 minutes to clear it. Why would Su Qingfeng's ragtag team succeed? Let me clarify. Nan Gongliyue is no ragtag. She is a 9-star Spirit Master, and she's beautiful, kind-hearted, with long legs. Fine. Aside from Nan Gongliyue, what makes the rest of the ragtag team capable of clearing the 6th-tier secret realm in under 4 minutes? That's absurd. Well said. I too believe they were eliminated. The overwhelming majority of the audience did not believe that Su Qingfeng's trio had cleared the secret realm. As competitors, the personnel from Lingzhou No. 1 High School were understandably reluctant to entertain such a possibility. However, among the hundreds of seniors from Lingzhou No. 2 High School, very few acknowledged Su Qingfeng and Nan Gongliu's prowess. This led to a rapid consensus among the crowd, with nearly everyone convinced that Su Qingfeng's team had been ousted by the dangerous traps or formidable monsters within the maze. Their confidence was palpable, even causing Pei Qingyu, who had unwavering faith in Su Qingfeng, to harbor doubts about whether he had truly failed. After all, the speed at which Su Qingfeng and his companions emerged was astonishing. Had only a few minutes passed, those old men with prostate issues had yet to even relieve themselves. Regardless of the outcome, Pei Qingyu, as the class teacher of Senior Class 1, had to approach them immediately. Su Qingfeng, Nangong, and who is this? How are you all feeling? Pei Qingyu suppressed her anxiety and unease as she approached, smiling warmly. Hello, teacher. I'm fine. Nan Gongliue was the first to respond. Su Qingfeng quickly sensed that Nan Gongliue's mood had indeed begun to decline. Had he been too harsh? Was her ability to withstand pressure so weak? Or perhaps, Nan Gongliue simply disliked having her privacy exposed. In the future, he might need to discuss such matters with her in a more private setting. As Su Qingfeng contemplated a more effective communication approach, he did not respond to Pei Qingyu right away. Seeing his silence, Pei Qingyu's heart sank. Could it be that Su Qingfeng had genuinely faced failure? With his strength, shouldn't he have easily cleared the 6th-tier secret realm? Was his physical prowess reliant on his soul skills, and once they entered cooldown, did he become lethargic? Could it be that he had been eliminated in under 4 minutes? Such a result was difficult to accept. But Pei Qingyu quickly adjusted her mindset. It was of no consequence. Su Qingfeng and Nan Gongliue possess boundless potential. Even if they stumble this time, it will not tarnish their illustrious futures. At that moment, Su Qingfeng suddenly inquired, Teacher Pei, have you prepared the generous gift you promised me? Huh? Pei Qingyu seemed momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? As a teacher, you cannot go back on your word. Previously, you stated that once I led the team to victory over Lingzhou No. 1 High School, you would bestow upon me a grand reward. I did not coerce you into making such a promise, but now, to renege on your commitment seems rather unreasonable. Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. What are you saying? You defeated Lingzhou No. 1 High School? Pei Qingyu's voice suddenly escalated by several octaves, clearly audible to all present. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent, with many afraid to even breathe. What did Su Qingfeng just claim? He actually led his small team to triumph over Lingzhou No. 1 High School. This cannot be serious. Though Lingzhou No. 1's team has not yet fully cleared the secret realm, they are still alive and well within it. Unlike Su Qingfeng and his companions, who were eliminated long ago, did he think that the first team to exit the secret realm is the victor? As the crowd regained their composure, they found the situation utterly ludicrous. Su Qingfeng, truly, is still unwilling to acknowledge defeat. Indeed, it would be better for him to continue living in his fantasy, in his dreams. Everything is possible. If it were not for him, Nan Gongliue would not have suffered such immense embarrassment. This also reflects poorly on Pei Qingyu, who, favoring personal connections, insisted on promoting Su Qingfeng to captain. Now, look where that has led, utter disaster. Shoo! Let us speak softly. Pei Qingyu is still attentively listening to Su Qingfeng's important speech. Oh, this teacher, good-hearted as she may be, is utterly foolish. She has fallen completely under Su Qingfeng's spell. This is simply too amusing. At the location of Class 1 of the 3rd year at Lingzhou No. 2 High School, dozens of male and female students were engaged in heated discussions. Among them, many not only criticized Su Qingfeng but also directed their ire toward Pei Qingyu. Numerous individuals believed that Lingzhou No. 2 High School's disgrace was largely Pei Qingyu's fault. Just then, an important announcement from the Celestial Tower's spirit resonated in everyone's minds. We now announce the results of the record refresh for the 6th-level secret realm, Labyrinth of the Gods, Purgatory level, Dungeon. The new record holders are Su Qingfeng, Nan Gongliue, and Luo Ping, a trio. The clearance time has improved from 10 minutes and 8 seconds to 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Congratulations to them. Since the Labyrinth of the Gods secret realm is not among the most challenging types, its record refresh will not be broadcast worldwide. The regional announcement signifies that the Celestial Tower spirit will relay this news to all individuals near the entrance of the Labyrinth of the Gods. Clearly, this includes everyone from both Lingzhou No. 1 and Lingzhou No. 2 high schools participating in the event. What? Han Tang, who had been sitting calmly, reacted to the announcement as though the sky had fallen. He abruptly stood up, staring incredulously at Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue, and Luo Ping, as if seeking a rationale for their record-breaking clearance. Yet, Han Tang found none. How could the Celestial Tower's spirit be mistaken? He was utterly bewildered. The most terrifying thing in the world is not being crushed by an opponent, but rather having no understanding of how they achieved victory. Han Tang found himself in this very state. The other participants from Lingzhou No. 1 High School were equally dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? Clearing a 6th-level secret realm in 3 minutes. They just shattered the record set by the commander of the Salvation Army. Luo Ping Hai, by a staggering 7 minutes? Are they telling a myth here? Surely, this cannot be a fabricated announcement. Not only were the opponents from Lingzhou No. 1 confused, but even Lu Yongdao, the principal of Lingzhou No. 2 High School, found this situation utterly bizarre. He had just reassured several contestants, telling them that failure is the mother of success. Now, suddenly, a broadcast emerges, claiming that those students have broken the long-standing clearance record held by Luo Pinghai for decades. This is simply surreal. Lu Yongdao felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, unable to resist sinking into his chair while massaging his chest, striving to digest this astonishing news. Meanwhile, the students from Class 1 of the 3rd year, who harbored disdain for Su Qingfeng, were left speechless. They could not fathom that the truth was indeed such. Su Qingfeng truly had the audacity. Why not just say he broke the record? Instead, he remained silent, intentionally leading them on. How malicious. Chapter 73. It seems this sister-in-law is the rightful queen. Teacher Pei, you just heard the broadcast. I did not deceive you. Su Qingfeng glanced at Pei Qingyu. Speaking casually, I leave the rest to you. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Su Qingfeng had promised to support Pei Qingyu, and now that the task was complete, it was time for him to withdraw. Concealing his accomplishments. Are you leaving just like that? The teacher still has questions for you. Pei Qingyu expressed reluctance, eager to inquire about the details of Su Qingfeng's team's clearance, clearing a 6th-level secret realm in 3 minutes. This achievement is astonishingly remarkable. Pei Qingyu was genuinely curious about how Su Qingfeng accomplished this. Could it be that Su Qingfeng discovered a hidden passage within the labyrinth of the gods, allowing direct access to the final monster's lair for swift clearance? If so, it would imply that Su Qingfeng and his companions possessed a strategy worth at least 10 million star coins. However, Pei Qingyu also felt this was improbable. The labyrinth of the gods, secret realm, had existed for over a century, challenged by countless powerful soul master teams. If such a secret passage existed, it would not have taken Su Qingfeng and his companions until today to uncover it. Let's discuss this next time we meet, Teacher Pei, and do not forget the promised gift. Su Qingfeng denied Pei Qingyu the chance to further question him. Taking his leave with Nangong Liue and Luo Ping, the venue used by Lingzhou No. 1 and Lingzhou No. 2 high schools for the event was essentially a space temporarily rented from the Celestial Realm. As soon as Su Qingfeng and his companions exited the event, they found themselves in the bustling central plaza of the Celestial Realm. At that moment, Su Qingfeng could not help but ask Nangong Liue, "Were you upset just now because I criticized you in front of everyone, making you feel embarrassed?" Huh? Nangong Liue paused for a moment before quickly shaking her head and explaining, "No, I wasn't upset about that. I took your words to heart and will not be careless when entering the secret realm again." Fearing that Su Qingfeng might misunderstand, Nangong Liue grasped the hem of his garment, earnestly clarifying. "Then what was it about?" Su Qingfeng inquired, observing the slight panic on Nangong Liue's face, reminiscent of a worried puppy fearing abandonment, which tugged at his heartstrings. "The secret of my martial soul's ascension has been leaked by Lingzhou No. 1 High School. I had not intended to reveal it." Nangong Liue explained timidly, avoiding mentioning Bai Ningbing's name. "I see." Su Qingfeng frowned. That Bai Ningbing, who awakened the martial soul, certainly had a loose tongue. What an annoying individual. Thankfully, he had previously ignored her. Nangong Liue nodded. When she first spoke, she had been concerned that Su Qingfeng would think she was overreacting. Now, upon seeing Su Qingfeng's reaction, she finally felt relieved. At the very least, Su Qingfeng would not be upset with her for feeling her privacy had been invaded. In contrast, her mother, Qin Yusen, would never possess such awareness. Qin Yusen always believed that Nangong Liue's life belonged entirely to her, and all secrets should be shared. Mentioning privacy in front of Qin Yusen was a grave offense for Nangong Liue. This had led to some awkwardness in her character, which explained her earlier strong reaction. I apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. I thought. Su Qingfeng began to explain but was silenced by Nangong Liue's gentle hand covering his mouth. She gazed into his eyes and softly said, "No need for explanations. I will not hold it against you." Hearing this, Su Qingfeng felt relieved and somewhat touched. The character of this little heiress is simply impeccable. Without thinking, Su Qingfeng took Nangong Liue's delicate hand in turn. She could not help but lean closer to him. At this moment, Luo Ping, who had been silently observing from the side, could no longer contain himself. "Brother Feng, I know my presence is minimal, but you two are treating me as if I'm not even here, aren't you? No, I suspect you don't regard me as a person at all." As an unwelcome third wheel, Luo Ping felt utterly disrespected. While Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue exchanged tender glances and heartfelt confessions, they completely disregarded his presence. How outrageous! It must be said that Luo Ping's outburst was remarkably effective. Nangong Liue blushed and took a step back. Maintaining her position beside Su Qingfeng while looking down at the floor, too shy to meet his gaze, Su Qingfeng, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. "Old Luo, why are you still here? Didn't I just give you a clearance bonus of 1 million star coins? Go indulge yourself, revel in pleasures, do whatever you wish. If you need more money, just ask me. Just don't be a third wheel here." Su Qingfeng added the last thought silently in his mind. "That won't do?" "Brother Feng," Luo Ping replied earnestly, "I just achieved an SSS level clearance rating and a new clearance record. If I take the bonus again, it would be too heartless. Such behavior should not exist among good friends." "Who said that?" Su Qingfeng promptly countered Luo Ping with an example. "Look at the relationship I have with the class monitor. She has never mentioned giving me the bonus, yet here you are making such claims. Am I not right, class monitor?" Su Qingfeng cast a knowing glance at Nangong Liue. Naturally, Nangong Liue would not deny Su Qingfeng's request, and she nodded lightly in agreement. Uttering a soft Luo Ping was left speechless. What exactly was the nature of Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue's relationship? To describe it as a romantic entanglement would not be an exaggeration, especially considering that Su Qingfeng was rumored to have borrowed money from Nangong Liue. Thus, their financial exchanges were a trivial matter. However, that was not the case for him. "All right, Lao Luo, you can leave for now. I will discuss the important matters with you later," Su Qingfeng stated, cutting off any chance for Luo Ping to retort. Once Luo Ping departed, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue found that the emotional atmosphere had shifted, making their desire to embrace one another feel somewhat awkward, caught in the limbo between friendship and romance. Additionally, the bustling central square was filled with people coming and going. To spare Nangong Liue any embarrassment, Su Qingfeng suppressed his small impulse. Nevertheless, their hands remained intertwined, never parting. Su Qingfeng could distinctly feel Nangong Liue's delicate hand, as soft and warm as if it were boneless. Given that this was likely the coarsest skin on the petite heiress's body, Su Qingfeng could only imagine how smooth her other skin must be. "Su Qingfeng," Nangong Liue suddenly spoke. Su Qingfeng thought the term petite heiress sounded a bit distant. After all, they were holding hands tightly. Wasn't it time for a change in address? "Actually, I think Luo Ping was right. I should return that bonus to you. After all, you single-handedly cleared the entire divine labyrinth. All the rewards should rightfully belong to you," Nangong Liue stated earnestly. She did not wish to bicker over such trivial pocket change. Rather, she was concerned that if she silently accepted the money, Su Qingfeng might misinterpret her as someone who takes advantage of small gains. "Since the bonus is mine, I should also have the authority to distribute it. You and Lao Luo, as team members, shouldn't question the captain's decisions," Su Qingfeng explained with a smile. "If you refuse, Lao Luo will certainly not accept it. He needs that money." "Oh, I see." Nangong Liue finally realized that Su Qingfeng not only wanted to assist Luo Ping but was also mindful of his pride. Such kindness from Su Qingfeng was truly endearing, making him irresistibly charming. The two strolled around the square for a while, unknowingly arriving at the front of the Nangong Commerce flagship store. Su Qingfeng was still contemplating whether to enter when Huang Teng, the store manager, emerged with a broad smile, eagerly inviting, "Big brother, you have finally graced us with your presence. I've been waiting for you for ages. Come on in." After speaking, Huang Ting glanced at Nangong Liue, instantly recognizing the exceptionally beautiful girl, the one who had previously masked her face while on a date with Su Qingfeng. Without missing a beat, Huang Ting shifted his gaze back to Su Qingfeng. Grinning as he said, This lovely lady must be your wife, right? She is truly a vision of celestial beauty. Su Qingfeng looked at Nangong Liue, awaiting her reaction. At that moment, Nangong Liue was blushing, stealing glances at Su Qingfeng, seemingly willing to leave the defense of their relationship to him. Ultimately, neither of them spoke up to refute Huang Teng's assertion, tacitly acknowledging their brother-sister relationship. Huang Teng felt no sense of awkwardness. In his eyes, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were simply a match made in heaven, perfectly paired. Who would believe they were not a couple? Huang Teng led Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue to the VIP room. Instinctively pouring Su Qingfeng a glass of soda before turning to Nangong Liue, I wonder what my dear sister-in-law would like to drink. Nangong Liue was already making a concerted effort to restrain herself. But upon hearing the term sister-in-law, her face flushed with warmth. In the end, she lightly bit her lip and softly replied, "Anything like what he is having will suffice." Huang Teng, upon hearing this, chuckled and gave a thumbs up. "You both are truly a harmonious couple. Your affection runs deeper than the sea." At this, Nangong Liue completely lost her composure, her cheeks ablaze as if set aflame. Strangely enough, Su Qingfeng suddenly found Huang Teng much more agreeable today. That investment of 10 million star coins truly paid off. Just then, Huang Teng leaned closer to Su Qingfeng, lowering his voice to ask, "Big brother, the matters you entrusted me with last time have all been handled. Shall we discuss them privately?" Although Huang Teng addressed him affectionately, he was very tactful, refraining from discussing business matters in front of Nangong Liue and instead seeking permission. Before Su Qingfeng spoke, Huang Teng would never truly regard Nangong Liue as the lady of the house. Who could say how many wives such an outstanding and handsome elder brother had? If Huang Teng lacked even this level of discernment, he wouldn't be worthy of being Su Qingfeng's subordinate. However, this time, Huang Teng was perhaps overthinking. Su Qingfeng was quite candid with Nangong Liue. "Feel free to speak. There is no need for private discussions," Su Qingfeng stated. Upon hearing this, Huang Teng felt enlightened. Looking at Nangong Liue, he couldn't help but feel a greater sense of respect. It seemed that this sister-in-law was indeed the main partner. Despite the slight awkwardness of being addressed as sister-in-law, Nangong Liue felt a warmth in her heart seeing Su Qingfeng show no intention of denying it. Moreover, Huang Teng was perceptive enough to know how to fan the flames without ruffling Nangong Liue's feathers. Soon, her mood lightened considerably. As she sipped her soda through a straw, she quietly observed Su Qingfeng and Huang Teng conversing. Nangong Liue was unaware of the specific relationship between Su Qingfeng and Huang Teng, nor did she know that Huang Teng, as the deputy manager of Nangong Commerce, was closer to Su Qingfeng than even a biological father might be. Yet, Nangong Liue would not pry. If Su Qingfeng wished to share, she would listen attentively. At present, she chose to be a silent observer. In their previous meeting, Su Qingfeng had entrusted Huang Teng with two tasks. One was to help sell the core components of the interstellar teleportation array obtained from the Siren's Chaos Dungeon, and the other was to request Huang Teng to retrieve various high-level heavy weapons from the Nangong Commerce headquarters for Su Qingfeng to consider purchasing. Both tasks had been successfully completed. Firstly, that batch of teleportation array components was sold to a director in the logistics department of the Salvation Army. All funds have been received, totaling 2.2 billion star coins. That director mentioned that there will be more components available for purchase next time, and he can increase the buying price by 5 as a friendly gesture. Huang Teng shared this information while subtly observing Nangong Liue's reaction. This was not out of a desire to admire beauty. He instinctively wished to gauge Nangong Liue's character. If she were a materialistic girl, hearing about Su Qingfeng's substantial cash gain would likely elicit a different response. However, Nangong Liue did not even bat an eyelash. Appearing completely unfazed, Huang Teng, witnessing this, couldn't help but admire Su Qingfeng's discerning EY. It was evident that he had found a wealthy heiress who had never known financial hardship. Only those who had truly experienced the world could remain indifferent to such vast sums of money. Treating billions of cash as mere pieces of paper, Su Qingfeng shook his head, chuckling. Where would I find a second interstellar teleportation array to dismantle for him? That I cannot say. After all, the supply is your responsibility, my brother. I am merely helping to maintain relationships and sell goods, Huang Teng replied with a grin, then produced a golden bank card, handing it to Su Qingfeng. This is an anonymous gold card. All 2.2 billion star coins are deposited within. Please verify it, big brother. According to Su Qingfeng's character, he would typically accept the card without hesitation. However, this was different. since Huang Tang had merely acted on his behalf. It was crucial to clarify everything on the spot. Thus, Su Qingfeng did not refuse Huang Tang's request for verification. He opened his mobile banking app, logged into the account, and confirmed the accuracy of the funds before Huang Tang's tasks were officially considered complete. Next came the issue of weapon upgrades. Huang Tang was eager to introduce the various high-level weapons he had procured, but Su Qingfeng stopped him. It turned out that Su Qingfeng already possessed the meteor staff gifted by Nangong Liu. The staff was well-balanced and felt great in his hands. He had no immediate need for a weapon upgrade. Huang Tang took this in stride, simply mentioning that Su Qingfeng could come to him again when he decided to change weapons. And then he escorted the two out of the store. Meanwhile, at the event site outside Lingzhou No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools, Han Tang and Lu Yongdao finally awaited the Lingzhou No. 1 representative team's successful clearance of the Divine Labyrinth dungeon. Ha ha ha, we have finally succeeded. A 6-tier dungeon. Over 1,000 high-level monsters. Even the demigod-level minions of the evil god could not impede my triumphant march. Zhang Yang, emerging from the dungeon, exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Boasting as if the success of navigating the Divine Labyrinth was solely his achievement. At that moment, Zhang Yang was riding high on his excitement, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere outside. Ordinarily, upon successfully clearing such a challenging dungeon, the representative team from Lingzhou No. 1 would be met with thunderous applause and cheers. Yet, as Zhang Yang's jubilant cheers subsided, he heard not a single sound of applause in response. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The onlookers, whether from Lingzhou No. 1 High School or Lingzhou No. 2 High School, gazed at Zhang Yang with a chilling indifference, their eyes even betraying a hint of pity. Indeed, Zhang Yang observed with keen scrutiny. The overwhelming majority regarded him with looks of sympathy or compassion, while a minority wore expressions of schadenfreude. Even his most esteemed principal, Han Tang, appeared to be in a state of indecision, as if grappling with constipation. How absurd! Hadn't our team successfully cleared the challenge? Why did they all look upon him as if he were a jester? Zhang Yang felt a surge of indignation. He certainly did not consider himself a fool. As for the others in the team, Bai Ningbing, a 9-star spirit master, was certainly no fool, and the remaining 3, despite their relatively weaker strengths, were still elite. What was going on with them? Zhang Yang was perplexed and couldn't help but inquire of Bai Ningbing. He knew that with her perceptive abilities, she would swiftly discern the answer, and indeed, Bai Ningbing did not disappoint. After merely half a second of observation, she revealed the truth. The team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School had cleared the challenge ahead of us. We are the failures. Strangely enough, when Bai Ningbing uttered this revelation, she did not express any discontent over losing to Su Qingfeng's team. On the contrary, she seemed quite astonished and curious. Su Qingfeng actually defeated her. How did he manage that? This was the maze of secrets, her home turf, Bai Ningbing pondered. Her confusion mirrored that of everyone present. In fact, at that very moment, Han Tang was hoping Bai Ningbing would utilize her formidable perception and reasoning skills to enlighten him. Given that Luo Ping was merely a filler, the only 2 capable fighters in Lingzhou No. 2's team were Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. How could their progress possibly surpass the speed of Bai Ningbing's 5-member squad by dozens of times? This was utterly inconceivable. What did you say? We lost? This is impossible. Zhang Yang, once brimming with confidence, felt his composure shatter upon hearing Bai Ningbing's explanation. With Su Qingfeng and Lingzhou No. 2's team, why was it not feasible? Bai Ningbing retorted expressionlessly. This revelation nearly left Zhang Yang speechless. Previously, Bai Ningbing had never hinted at Su Qingfeng's extraordinary nature. Zhang Yang had always assumed that her unique attitude towards Su Qingfeng was merely due to his looks. Now, however, Bai Ningbing was telling him that Su Qingfeng was the hidden big boss. In that moment, Zhang Yang felt as if he had fallen into a trap, stripped of all defenses. What on earth was going on? Bai Ningbing, please elucidate the circumstances. I demand to understand, even if it costs me my life. Zhang Yang inquired, his face stern and devoid of mirth. The situation was evident, was it not? Su Qingfeng's true strength far surpassed yours. This is the reason for our defeat, and also why I approached him earlier. Bai Ningbing didn't even glance at Zhang Yang, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. My talents and abilities thrive only in the presence of the most powerful allies. That is when they can truly shine. Clearly, Su Qingfeng is my ideal teammate. With Bai Ningbing's words laid bare, Zhang Yang felt a nauseating discomfort, as if he had ingested something foul. Just then, Principal Han Tang approached, offering words of consolation. Zhang Yang, Bai Ningbing, and the three of you must have surmised what transpired. The team from Lingzhou No. 2 cleared the maze at an astonishing speed. I am uncertain of the methods they employed, but a loss is a loss. You all managed to clear the six-tiered maze within an hour, which is commendable. We shall take pride in our honorable defeat and strive for greater efforts upon our return. The glory of Lingzhou No. 1 High School rests upon your shoulders. With this, Han Tang patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, encouraging him before turning to leave. Principal, Zhang Yang couldn't restrain himself from calling out to Han Tang, pressing for details. What was the time taken by Lingzhou No. 2 to clear the challenge? Oh, you must have missed the announcement while you were still in the maze. Han Tang chuckled awkwardly, explaining. The time taken by Lingzhou No. 2's team was 3 minutes and 8 seconds, so the record previously held by the Commander-in-Chief has been utterly shattered. Well, you need not dwell too much on this result. Our school's teachers specializing in the maze are currently investigating the authenticity of this achievement. Han Tang sought to placate his talented students, almost implying that Su Qingfeng's team had cheated. Although he was well aware that cheating within the maze of the celestial realm was nearly impossible, he felt compelled to say so. The purpose of Han Tang organizing this event was to undermine the confidence of Lingzhou No. 2's students. He could not afford to suffer a loss without gain. Upon hearing Han Tang's announcement of the clearance time, Bai Ningbing's expression abruptly shifted, and she instantly grasped the secret behind Su Qingfeng's team's rapid success. They breached the walls. Bai Ningbing gazed at Han Tang, her tone somewhat agitated. Principal, the only way Su Qingfeng and his team could clear the maze so swiftly is if they can directly break through the walls of the maze, taking the simplest route to complete the challenge. Only in this manner could they achieve a clearance time of around 3 minutes. Furthermore, during their journey, they must not have paused even for a moment while defeating monsters. This is the true secret to swiftly conquering the Maze of Secrets. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Han Tang and Zhang Yang, was left dumbfounded. Breaking through the walls of the maze? It could be done this way? Bai Ningbing's assertion was so shocking that the initial reaction of all who heard it was one of disbelief. It must be noted that before Han Tang chose the Maze of Secrets as the competition venue, he had undoubtedly consulted with other teachers from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. The map of the Maze of Secrets resembles a colossal Rubik's Cube composed of hundreds of interconnected rooms. Each room's walls are interconnected, forming an inseparable whole. The structural integrity of those walls is extraordinarily high. Even a fully merged 9-star Spirit Master would find it nearly impossible to breach them. What could Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue possibly possess that would allow them to effortlessly break through the walls? This was inconceivable, regardless of how others thought, for Bai Ningbing, who had awakened the divine listening spirit beast martial soul and excelled in reasoning, the notion of clearing the maze in just over 3 minutes was the only feasible solution. As for whether it could be accomplished, that was another matter. She believed Su Qingfeng was capable of it. Discounting all other possibilities, the remaining outcome, no matter how absurd, would be the truth. Based on this truth, Bai Ningbing could easily deduce the horrifying level of power Su Qingfeng currently wielded. This realization thrilled her to no end. Bai Ningbing was eager to seek out Su Qingfeng at that very moment, to humble herself and strive to join his team. By doing so, even if she encountered the most perilous battles at the Starry Sky Martial University in the future, her safety should be better assured. Chapter 075. Attention from the Commander-in-Chief. Bai Ningbing's speculation quickly spread among those still present on site. Teachers and students who had not yet departed eagerly joined the discussion. Many felt that Bai Ningbing was indulging in fanciful thoughts. The Maze of Secrets was a realm created by the artifact spirit of the Celestial Tower, mimicking the progeny of the evil god. Its internal walls possess extreme strength, far beyond the capability of a few high school students to breach. If Su Qingfeng's team possessed such power, why would they need to enter the maze for training? They could directly confront the strong beings of the stellar races on the outer battlefield. Some even derided Bai Ningbing's talent and intelligence, inwardly mocking her as the weakest 9-star Spirit Master, clearly lacking in mental acuity. Conversely, Pei Qingyu, who was also pondering how Su Qingfeng cleared the maze, experienced a sudden epiphany upon hearing Bai Ningbing's conjecture. So that was how the young man swiftly navigated the maze. Pei Qingyu, having witnessed Su Qingfeng's terrifying strength, recognized that he indeed had the capability to brute force his way through. Previously, Pei Qingyu had not considered this possibility, primarily due to being ensnared in a fixed mindset. distracted by the potential existence of secret passages. It is well known that numerous mazes within the celestial realm do contain secret passages. Utilizing these passages to bypass challenging obstacles and swiftly clear the maze is a rather trendy tactic. Many young spirit masters gather online daily to explore various strategies for rapid maze clearance. Referring to themselves as players, for them, the purpose of the various mazes within the celestial realm is not to hone spirit techniques and combat skills, but merely to play. Of course, the existence of players is not a grave sin. After all, aside from the front lines of the outer battlefield and the abyss battlefield, the overall environment for the Human Alliance remains quite peaceful. Is it wrong for young people to entertain themselves and expend excess energy? Moreover, the current commander-in-chief of the Salvation Army, Luo Pinghai, was once a player himself, among the most astute of his generation. Otherwise, he would not have amassed billions in cultivation funds by breaking maze clearance records. At this moment, on the battlefield of Tianyuan, within the command headquarters of the Salvation Army, Luo Pinghai stood gazing out the window. Outside lay a bizarre and colorful night sky, countless brilliant stars densely populating the heavens. At first glance, the celestial dome appeared to be adorned with layers of neon lights, constantly flickering. The brilliance of these stars was blinding. Luo Pinghai sighed, pondering to himself that it would be ideal to extinguish the majority of that celestial light. If that were to happen, perhaps the plight of the human race would improve significantly. Yet, this was merely a beautiful wish of Luo Pinghai. To genuinely aid humanity in becoming stronger, mere wishes are insufficient. At that moment, Luo Pinghai felt a subtle vibration from his private phone and was surprised to receive a message. Dear Challenger, your previous record of 32 years for the fastest completion of the 6-step secret realm, the Maze of the Gods, has been shattered. The new record holders are the trio of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue, and Luo Ping, with a completion time of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. We invite you to challenge the secret realm once more and reclaim your glory. Cinder, Spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Each time he encountered such notifications, Luo Pinghai couldn't help but chuckle. His own attempts to conquer the secret realms and profit from record-breaking exploits were events of over 30 years past. Since he had repeatedly failed to ascend the 100 levels of the Divine Ascension secret realm and ultimately chose to abandon the challenge to join the military, he had not set foot in any secret realm within the Tower of Heaven again. Firstly, he deemed such realms incapable of enhancing his strength, merely a waste of time. Secondly, given his formidable prowess, re-entering a secret realm for training would be somewhat unfair to the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. In comparison, he found it far more worthwhile to challenge formidable foes from other races on the battlefield. Not only could he glean profound insights into the fusion of human souls and martial souls through life and death crises, but he could also reap bountiful spoils from defeated enemies. It was worth noting that any adversary worthy of receiving his personal attention would not be weak, nor would they be impoverished. Thus, Luo Pinghai found such messages rather amusing. The spirit of the Tower of Heaven resembled an eternally youthful companion who would occasionally beckon him to relive the splendid days of his youth. However, one must inevitably grow up. Just as Luo Pinghai was about to delete the message, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Didn't the ultimate completion time for the Maze of the Gods hover around 10 minutes back in the day? Who are these youngsters that they managed to compress the completion time to merely 3 minutes? Or could it be that the members of this trio are not young at all? It would be rather inappropriate for older individuals to indulge in such low-level secret realms. With Luo Pinghai's current strength, achieving a completion time of 3 minutes, or even 3 seconds, in the Maze of the Gods would pose no challenge whatsoever. This was precisely why he refrained from challenging secret realms. It would be depriving the younger generation of opportunities. With this thought in mind, Luo Pinghai called out to his secretary, Li Yin. Present, came the resounding reply from the outer room. Come in, Luo Pinghai replied succinctly. Understood. Soon, the handsome and tall Li Yin entered the room. Investigate the ages of these individuals. If they are all over 30, advise them to temper their ambitions and refrain from fixating on the record-breaking rewards of such low-tier secret realms, Luo Pinghai instructed. Understood. Li Yin glanced at the names and swiftly opened his laptop. Initiating a rapid search. Had Luo Pinghai provided only a single name, Li Yin might have been troubled by the issue of homonyms, rendering it impossible to pinpoint the necessary information for the commander. However, with 3 names and clear records of their secret realm completion, Li Yin's task became considerably more manageable. Before long, Li Yin reported back. Commander, I have found the information. All three individuals are high school students aged 17 and 18. Among them, the female, Nangong Liyue, is the granddaughter of Nangong Chenian, the president of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, and possesses an 8-star martial soul. As for the other two, one awakened a 5-star martial soul and the other an unknown martial soul. Rather unremarkable. Li Yin reported the findings candidly. That's odd. Luo Pinghai shook his head, regarding Li Yin with a serious expression. Are you certain there are no errors? Li Yin affirmed solemnly. There is no mistake, Commander. The record-breaking achievement of these three occurred only an hour ago. This explains why you received the message from the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Hearing this, Luo Pinghai furrowed his brow. This trio's strength seems inconsistent. They couldn't possibly have completed the challenge at such speed. Could it be that the young girl from the Nangong family spared no expense to acquire powerful technological weaponry solely to break the record? But that doesn't seem reasonable. Employing technology in a confined secret realm is tantamount to suicide. While Luo Pinghai pondered this, Li Yin interjected, Commander, I continued reviewing their files and noticed something noteworthy. The young man named Su Qingfeng, along with the parents of the girl Nangong Liyue, went missing during the chaos of the gods incident 11 years ago. Upon hearing this, Luo Pinghai's expression darkened significantly. The chaos of the gods event that transpired on the Tianyuan battlefield was a considerable blemish on Luo Pinghai's history. At the time of the incident, he was stationed at the front lines. Initially, Luo Pinghai believed it to be merely a typical internal strife among the myriad races of the starry sky. However, the situation escalated far beyond his expectations. The gods engaged in a chaotic battle on the Tianyuan battlefield, causing the earth to fracture and the stars to tumble. The power dynamics among the various races on the battlefield underwent a massive upheaval as a result. When the dust finally settled, the human race had suffered immeasurable losses in terms of both lives and resources, with their sphere of influence shrinking to a mere tenth of its former size. Had Luo Pinghai not remained on the Tianyuan battlefield for nearly all these years, the survival conditions for humanity in this realm would have been even more dire. What a coincidence! Both children are descendants of military martyrs. Luo Pinghai struggled to calm the tempest within him and asked lightly. Su Qingfeng's parents were comrades in arms, while Nangong Shangyuan, although not a soldier, was originally designated as Nangong Chenian's successor. Li Yin explained, in that case, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue are no ordinary children. They may have encountered some extraordinary fortunes. Ha ha! Luo Pinghai speculated with a smile. Li Yin nodded in agreement. Commander, you are correct. At the very least, Su Qingfeng's experiences are quite peculiar. He forsook the 9-star divine martial soul, giant spirit god, during the awakening ceremony a few days ago, opting instead for an unknown martial soul called Monkey King. Oh, interesting. Continue. Luo Pinghai raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Regarding unknown martial souls, he did not share the common disdain held by the layperson. The unknown martial souls of the Reincarnation Tower were not all worthless. This was a secret known only to the true elite among the human race. Generally, the Reincarnation Tower classified two types of martial souls as unknown. First, those that had been refined into martial souls but possessed too weak a soul force to condense into powerful soul skills. Second, otherworldly martial souls, which were truly unknown, as even the Reincarnation Tower was unaware of their potential. However, it was generally accepted that a significant proportion of unknown martial souls were of inferior quality. Even if one were fortunate enough to select an otherworldly martial soul, it did not necessarily guarantee a favorable outcome, as those two could vary in strength. Choosing a 9-star divine martial soul would be a considerably safer bet. Nonetheless, Luo Pinghai would not dismiss Su Qingfeng as a person due to his audacious choice. After all, what if Su Qingfeng had hit the jackpot? And indeed, it was proven that Luo Pinghai's conjecture was accurate. Li Yin continued to elaborate on the anomalies in Su Qingfeng's records. This young man named Su Qingfeng possesses 2 first-class military honors. What? Luo Pinghai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly contain himself. By all accounts, a mere high school student who had only recently awakened could not possibly have had the opportunity to earn such precious first-class military honors on the battlefield. If someone had fabricated achievements to deceive the military, the consequences would be severe. Luo Pinghai, having heard this firsthand, would never turn a blind eye. Commander, please remain calm. The situation may not be as dire as you imagine. Li Yin continued to operate the computer while providing updates. Firstly, Su Qingfeng's record indeed includes 2 first-class military honors. One of them was awarded by the Spirit of the Tower of Heaven, and the details of the achievement are classified. I lack the clearance to investigate further. As for the second honor, the Enforcement Bureau of Lingzhou, Blue Star Summer Kingdom, has detailed reports and case records proving the legitimacy of Su Qingfeng's achievement. Moreover, even agents from the Jing'an Bureau have corroborated this. Thus, based on the information above, we can deduce a fact. Su Qingfeng's awakened unknown martial soul possesses extraordinary quality, perhaps not inferior to your own. Commander, he is, in essence, a true genius. The Tao Tai is Luo Pinghai's first martial soul, rated 10 stars, with astounding power. This is also the only martial soul whose name and existence he has publicly acknowledged. As for what else Luo Pinghai might be concealing, only those foolish enough to challenge him among the myriad races of the starry sky would know. Regrettably, the fates of those challengers often ended in tragedy, and even if they learned of Luo Pinghai's secrets, they could not share their knowledge with others, so that's how it is. This fellow named Su Qingfeng has indeed struck gold. No wonder he would forsake the 9-star divine martial soul, Luo Pinghai realized with enlightenment. Accepting the fact that Su Qingfeng bore 2 first-class military honors, he no longer viewed the matter of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue, and Luo Ping's swift completion of the Maze of the Gods as incongruous. As a 10-star divine soul master himself, he comprehended the terrifying pace of Su Qingfeng's growth. Just a few days had passed. Commander, I have a suggestion. Li Yin suddenly spoke up. Speak. Luo Pinghai turned his attention to the young secretary. Su Qingfeng's file is classified at too low a level, yet his potential is alarmingly high. Should his secrets be exposed, the myriad races of the starry sky would undoubtedly spare no effort in dispatching numerous powerful individuals to eliminate him. I propose to elevate the confidentiality level of Su Qingfeng's records, as well as those of the related personnel, to prevent any internal spies from discerning clues and deliberately framing him, Li Yin stated. Indeed, your suggestion is both timely and reasonable. Let us proceed with this plan. However, if the confidentiality level is set too high, it may cause inconvenience. Therefore, we shall establish that anyone wishing to access Su Qingfeng's records must submit a request to you for this level. Luo Pinghai asserted with conviction. Upon hearing this, Li Yin maintained a stoic expression while internally scoffing. This what one calls a confidentiality level that is not too high. The commander certainly has a knack for humor. With Luo Pinghai's order, it essentially served as a semi-official announcement that Su Qingfeng is under the key protection of the commander's office. Furthermore, even if someone were to comply with the regulations and request Su Qingfeng's records, Li Yin could still modify or redact certain contents as needed to prevent the leakage of Su Qingfeng's true secrets. I understand. Commander, is there anything else? Li Yin inquired. Nothing more. You may leave, but leave the computer. Luo Pinghai remembered that Li Yin had mentioned that the details of Su Qingfeng's military achievements were classified, and even he could not access them, as the foremost figure of the Salvation Army. Luo Pinghai could not afford to face the embarrassment of insufficient authority. Thus, he prepared to investigate another first-class military achievement of Su Qingfeng himself. Understood, Commander. Li Yin placed the computer down and exited. Ensuring to close the door behind him, Luo Pinghai, without any hesitation, picked up the laptop, accessed Su Qingfeng's achievement records, verified his identity, and began his inquiry. Soon, a look of astonishment spread across Luo Pinghai's face. This young man possesses such formidable strength. With the protection and support of the tower's spirit, he single-handedly returned to the alien battlefield 007, which had been seized by the Sea Demon clan 2 centuries ago. Vanquishing thousands of sea demons and destroying the sole interstellar teleportation array of that planet. After perusing the entire account of achievements, Luo Pinghai was thoroughly impressed. The tower's spirit truly is rather stingy. The merits Su Qingfeng accumulated on the 007 alien battlefield are worth at least 3 first-class military accolades, yet he was awarded merely 1. What a pity this cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, the sea god would set his sights on that young man. And even if I wish to grant him some benefits, it would be difficult to express. Luo Pinghai sighed, then inexplicably felt a surge of elation. Humanity has birthed yet another unparalleled genius, and he is such a fine young man. With both parents being martyrs, rooted in righteous cause, Luo Pinghai felt immense satisfaction. For a talent like Su Qingfeng, he did not solely yearn for him to join the military and serve humanity. Genius requires time to mature. Although Su Qingfeng's current strength seems impressive, he is still quite far from confronting the divine beings of the myriad races in the cosmos. His most pressing task now is to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Luo Pinghai needed to contemplate how to genuinely assist Su Qingfeng in this process without drawing undue attention to him. This matter is indeed somewhat troublesome. Never mind, I shall leave it to Li Yin to ponder. Luo Pinghai shook his head, closed Su Qingfeng's records, and called Li Yin back in to share his thoughts and seek a solution. Li Yin appeared to have anticipated Luo Pinghai's needs, arriving fully prepared. Commander? Su Qingfeng's parents left behind a chest containing some treasures. Previously, considering his young age, it would have been detrimental to give him overly valuable items. Now that he is of age, it is time to return these items for him to manage. Does this rationale suffice? Li Yin concluded, unable to suppress a hint of pride on his face. Luo Pinghai was momentarily taken aback. You are correct. Such a chest should indeed exist. After all, that young man's parents were both 7-star soul masters. Elite forces in the military. Li Yin, you are tasked with preparing this chest. Once everything is ready, let me review it, and then you shall return to Blue Star to personally meet that young man. Inform him that the disappearance of his parents is significantly related to my misjudgment. If he harbors any grievances towards me, let him come directly to the Tianyuan battlefield to confront me. Li Yin sighed upon hearing this. Understood, Commander. On the other side, after Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue exited the flagship store of the Nangong Commerce, Su Qingfeng initially intended to take Nangong Liyue on a shopping spree. However, he suddenly noticed Nangong Liyue halt in her tracks, gazing at him intently, and softly said, Su Qingfeng, I must go cultivate. Next time, when we enter the secret realm, I shall not be a hindrance. As she uttered these words, Nangong Liyue felt a deep sense of reluctance. In truth, she yearned to remain by Su Qingfeng's side. Yet, after the previous adventure in the secret realm, she had come to a profound realization of the vast disparity in strength between herself and Su Qingfeng. If she continued to indulge in leisure rather than striving to become stronger, it would only be a matter of time before she was completely cast aside from Su Qingfeng's side. This was something Nangong Liyue could not bear. It is important to note that while Nangong Liyue possessed a gentle disposition, she was far from lacking in ambition. On the contrary, her competitive spirit was exceedingly strong. Su Qingfeng, noticing the determination in Nangong Liyue's eyes, understood her sincerity and did not press her further. All right, I too hope you become stronger. Su Qingfeng offered his well wishes casually. Thank you. Nangong Liyue smiled, then bravely stepped forward, resting her head gently against Su Qingfeng's chest and softly declared, I know I have not made the wrong choice, and I hope you believe I am correct. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively wrapped his arms around her, pulling Nangong Liyue tightly into his embrace. In this moment, fragrant breezes surrounded them, and the softness of the maiden in his arms spoke of her courageous confession. Even possessing the world, it pales in comparison to this. Chapter 076. Teacher Wu plays the long game with masterful subtlety. Blue Star, Xia Country. Lingzhou No. 1 High School, Martial Arts Equipment Room. Ding-ling-a-ling. The class bell rang, and several panting young students emerged, laden with an array of weapons and equipment. Hello, Teacher Wu. We have returned the borrowed equipment. All right, just place the items back in the cabinet and sign here. Wu Tian replied languidly, with his arms crossed. Thank you, teacher. The students clattered the weapons down, hastily signed the borrowing registration cards, and left with laughter. Teacher Wu is truly nice. He is much easier to talk to than previous martial arts instructors. Indeed, I heard Teacher Wu is new. We are quite fortunate from now on. Let us always borrow equipment from Teacher Wu. Naturally, listening to the students' naive chatter, a bittersweet smile crept onto Wu Tian's face. He simply wished to take it easy, yet unexpectedly garnered a favorable reputation in the role of equipment manager at Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Wu Tian currently serves as an apprentice martial arts teacher. Having been assigned to manage the equipment due to his lack of expertise in teaching martial arts. Tio understand how this came to be. We must go back a few days. Wu Tian was the homeroom teacher of the key class at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Due to the uproar caused by Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul, the principal of Lingzhou No. 2, Duan Muji, was even ordered to suspend his duties for reflection by Deputy Director Lu Hui of the Education Department. Fearing the repercussions would affect him and lead to the loss of his teaching position, Wu Tian sought familial connections overnight to transfer to Lingzhou No. 1 High School. the vice principal in charge of the second-year education at Lingzhou No. 1. Vice Principal Wu is Wu Tian's cousin. According to Vice Principal Wu, an elderly homeroom teacher nearing 70 was set to retire this year, and upon Wu Tian's arrival at number 1, he could take over that class. Although it was merely the second-year homeroom, the school's status was elevated. Upon reflection, it was not too unfavorable. Coupled with Wu Tian's belief that he could no longer remain at Lingzhou number 2, he decisively agreed. However, after Wu Tian delivered a 500,000 star coin activity fee to his cousin and transferred his job to number 1, the retiring homeroom teacher suddenly declared he was still in good health and wished to apply for a second extension of retirement, continuing to work until he was 80. This left Wu Tian utterly bewildered. After much inquiry, Wu Tian discovered that the elderly teacher had initially intended to retire to make way for his son, who was also a teacher at number 1. Upon learning that he might be usurped by Wu Tian, the old man, in a fit of rage, decided to go down with the ship and apply for a second extension. Teaching for another decade, he was resolute in not yielding to Wu Tian. This maneuver by the old homeroom teacher was extraordinary. Even with Wu Tian's strong connections, he was utterly helpless against the situation. In the end, Vice Principal Wu could only temporarily assign Wu Tian to the equipment management room. Fortunately, his teaching position remained intact, so even if he did nothing, he could still receive a stable base salary. However, as for career prospects, those were out of the question. The teaching positions at Lingzhou number 1 are highly sought after, with one position for one candidate. Even if Wu Tian were to offer another 500,000 star coins to his cousin, it would still take at least a year and a half for an opportunity to arise. Not to mention, he simply lacked the means to pay such a sum again. Under these circumstances, Wu Tian resigned himself to his fate and adopted a laid-back attitude. Moreover, he genuinely felt that, no matter how dire his situation seemed, it was still better than remaining at Lingzhou No. 2. Had he not transferred to number 1, he might have ended up in a position similar to Principal Duanmu, being forced into retirement. Nevertheless, if given the choice, Wu Tian would still hope that Su Qingfeng had adhered to the choice of the 9-star divine martial soul. Had that been the case, he would not only have avoided a dismal fate, but would have soared to prominence, directly becoming the head of the senior class at Lingzhou number 2, with a boundless future ahead. However, at this juncture, it is too late for words. Is it possible that Wu Tian intends to confront Su Qingfeng privately and unleash his frustrations upon him? He is currently occupied with work 6 days a week and lacks the luxury of free time. With a sigh, Wu Tian approached and casually nudged several scattered weapons back into the equipment cabinet with his foot. That moment, he suddenly sensed a presence at the doorway. Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find the stern-faced principal of Lingzhou number 1 High School, Han Tang, standing before him. "Principal Han, what brings you here?" Wu Tian exclaimed, astonished and caught off guard. Although he had gained admission to Lingzhou No. 1 through his uncle's connections, all procedures had been legitimate and above board, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, Vice Principal Wu had never offended Han Tang, so Wu Tian did not anticipate that Han Tang had come seeking trouble. Yet, Wu Tian's assumption was misguided. Han Tang indeed sought to confront him. "Mr. Wu, is it? How are you finding your experience at number 1? You were the head teacher of a key class at number 2, and now you find yourself reduced to a mere equipment manager. Surely that must feel quite disheartening? Would you like me to assist you in transferring back to number 2, allowing you to continue your role as an esteemed head teacher?" Han Tang offered, providing no opportunity for Wu Tian to respond. His words dripping with sarcasm that left Wu Tian utterly bewildered. This reaction was understandable, given that Han Tang had invested considerable resources and effort into organizing an exchange program for Lingzhou No. 2, which had not only failed to positively influence the mindset of the senior students there, but had also resulted in Wu Tian's talented disciples turning the tables on him in Han Tang's eyes. Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue, and even the unassuming Luo Ping were exceptionally gifted individuals. These 3 students had effortlessly navigated the challenges of the 6th-tier secret realm, obliterating Han Tang's underhanded schemes. Han Tang had lost face and found no outlet for his frustration. When he recalled the presence of Wu Tian at Lingzhou number 1, he couldn't help but question the true motive behind Wu Tian's transfer. Wu Tian, who could have continued his role as a head teacher at Lingzhou No. 2, thriving in a position of prestige, now willingly accepted the lowest salary and anonymity as an equipment manager at number 1. Was this reasonable? Han Tang deemed it utterly unreasonable. In his view, Wu Tian's actions must surely conceal ulterior motives. Han Tang, looking down upon Wu Tian, continued his biting mockery. Mr. Wu, you have truly mastered the art of self-sacrifice, haven't you? Your heart has always remained with Lingzhou No. 2, has it not? Your pretense of allegiance to No. 1 is merely a ploy to uncover our secrets and lay the groundwork for your remarkable students. Wu Tian was left bewildered. What on earth was going on? Reduced to such a lowly state. How could he be mistaken for a spy from No. 2? No, Principal Duanmu, in a moment of panic, Wu Tian mistakenly addressed Han Tang incorrectly, leaving both men momentarily stunned. Ah, so I was right to suspect I might have wronged you. Mr. Wu, this confirms it. You are indeed wholeheartedly loyal to your former institution? Han Tang exclaimed, nearly laughing in disbelief at having fallen for such a simplistic ruse. Perhaps Wu Tian's prior disclosure of secrets had led to the failure of his meticulously planned event today. Perhaps Vice Principal Wu is also involved. Such a traitor cannot be allowed to remain. Absolutely not. Han Tang's gaze hardened. At this moment, Wu Tian felt utterly despondent. Faced with the furious Han Tang, he had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor and sincerely explain the challenges he faced at Lingzhou No. 2, which had necessitated his transfer. Though Han Tang was seething, he maintained a semblance of decorum. He listened carefully to Wu Tian's explanations. It was precisely because of this that Han Tang's rebuttals carried even greater weight. You claim that the absence of a 9-star spirit master among your students has placed immense pressure on you. Han Tang sneered. Yet, as far as I know, Nangong Liue is indeed a 9-star spirit master. Is she not also one of your students? How do you explain that? Ah? Wu Tian was utterly flabbergasted upon hearing this. But Han Tang had even more bewildering words in store. You assert that Su Qingfeng has become worthless after relinquishing his 9-star martial soul. Yet he led Nangong Liue and Luo Ping to swiftly conquer the 6th-tier secret realm in just 3 minutes. You say that the education department has imposed overwhelming pressure upon you, making you reluctant to continue teaching at No. 2. As I understand it, Vice Director Lu Hui was ordered to step down for reflection, and he has since withdrawn to a secondary role. The current deputy director overseeing No. 2 has changed, and the new deputy has not even taken up the position yet. Wu Tian, no matter how eloquent he might be, could not conceal the fact that he was merely a spy dispatched from No. 2. I advise you to resign gracefully rather than force me to expel you, which would create quite a scandal. After hearing Han Tang's barrage of accusations, Wu Tian was left completely speechless. He even began to doubt whether Han Tang was deliberately fabricating a series of falsehoods to toy with him. However, upon witnessing Han Tang's serious and earnest expression, Wu Tian realized that the principal was indeed serious. Thus, everything Han Tang said was true. Nangong Liue's martial soul had advanced in rank. Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul was suddenly akin to a 10-star martial soul. Vice Director Lu Hui had indeed retreated to a secondary role and no longer oversaw Lingzhou No. 2. Why then had he resigned previously? In that moment, Wu Tian felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. In the Tongtian realm, at the No. 1 commercial plaza, Nangong Liue lingered in Su Qingfeng's embrace for 2 to 3 minutes before reluctantly parting. As she walked away, Su Qingfeng felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Just then, his phone vibrated gently. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see a call from Enruosu. Without a second thought, he instinctively answered the call. Sister En, are you all right now? Previously, Enruosu had been affected by the divine light of the foreign god statue during the blood sacrifice incident and had been taken for treatment by the chief military doctor of the Lingzhou Salvation Army, Yilan. During this time, Su Qingfeng had sent her several messages but had received no replies. Thus, he felt a surge of excitement upon receiving her call. To him, Enruosu, though not a blood relative, was akin to family. He genuinely cared about her well-being. The fact that Enruosu could freely use her phone indicated that she was in good condition, perhaps even on the verge of being discharged. Xiaofeng, I'm fine. The doctor said I could be discharged today, but they mentioned that a family member must come to pick me up in order for me to leave. My parents are busy today. Would you be able to come to the military hospital and take me home? Chapter 077. Identity exposed. My good brother has gone mad. Enruosu lied to Su Qingfeng. Following the control of the blood sacrifice incident at Silver Moon Plaza, the Enforcement Bureau had not disclosed much information. Enruosu's parents were completely unaware of her involvement and did not know that she was to be discharged today, hence they did not come to pick her up. There were 2 reasons behind her decision. First, and Ruosu harbored many questions she wished to clarify with Su Qingfeng in person. Secondly, she wanted to return the 50,000 star coins Su Qingfeng had previously lent her. After making her request over the phone, Ruosu felt a pang of guilt. She feared Su Qingfeng might coldly respond, "I am not your family," however, and Ruosu's worries were unfounded. Su Qingfeng, who had cared for her for many years, was not the type to be so heartless. "Sister-in, just let me know a specific time, and I'll come to pick you up," Su Qingfeng replied casually. Ruosu's spirits lifted, and she sweetly responded, "It's currently 1:30. How about we meet at 4 this afternoon?" "No problem, see you then." After hanging up, Su Qingfeng did not rush to leave the Tongtian realm. This was because the military hospital wherein Ruosu was located had a teleportation array leading to the Tongtian realm, allowing him to arrive in just a few minutes. Leaving at 3:30 would still give him ample time. With 2 hours to spare, Su Qingfeng could easily complete a layer of the Goddess Ascension secret realm. Just as he was about to set off, Luo Ping suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "Brother Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Can we talk?" Luo Ping's expression was serious, as though burdened with many thoughts. "You were secretly watching me this whole time," Su Qingfeng teased deliberately. "Well, I wouldn't call it spying. I was merely observing openly. It's you and the monitor who were so engrossed in each other that you didn't notice me." Luo Ping replied, a hint of jealousy in his voice. In the eyes of the boys in Class 1, the monitor, Nangong Liue, was akin to a fairy, an ethereal being, unmatched by any boy. The fact that she had quickly been captured by Su Qingfeng stirred feelings of envy even in Luo Ping, who was a good friend of his. "You make a valid point," Su Qingfeng nodded. "So, what do you wish to discuss, Brother Feng?" "It seems you have many secrets from me," Luo Ping said, his curiosity evident. Previously, when he was taken on a wild ride in the Goddess May's secret realm, aside from being astonished by Su Qingfeng's formidable strength, he also felt like a fool, having been completely deceived. "That seems a bit unfair to me. At the very least, I've mentioned more than once that I am quite powerful. It's you who failed to believe me," Su Qingfeng chuckled, patting Luo Ping on the shoulder. "If you don't believe me, it's rather difficult for me to share anything else with you." That's indeed the case," Luo Ping admitted, his face turning quite awkward. He had previously been misled by the assertions of others, habitually believing that all unknown martial souls were worthless. Thus, he dismissed Su Qingfeng's words as mere bravado. Now it seems the issue lay within himself. "Brother Feng, I was wrong earlier," Luo Ping said, his face filled with shame. "No need for apologies. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Do you remember when I mentioned wanting your assistance in managing a video account?" Su Qingfeng scrutinized Luo Ping, his expression turning serious. "I do recall. Brother Feng, are you suggesting to use that 1 million star coins as the initial funding for the video account?" Until now, Luo Ping remained unaware that Su Qingfeng possessed a super video account with over 1 billion fans. Nor did he realize that the latter was his greatest idol, Exclusive Revelations. In Luo Ping's world, utilizing the 1 million record-breaking prize obtained from clearing the Goddess Labyrinth for entrepreneurial endeavors was quite significant. By the time that money ran out, they might have cultivated a high-quality account with millions of followers. At that point, they could continuously earn from traffic fees and advertisements, creating a virtuous cycle to enhance the account's performance. Of course not. That 1 million star coins is merely your pocket money, or you could consider it a settling-in fee. Regarding the video account, I have a secret to share with you. Take a look. After saying this, Su Qingfeng opened the personal account backend of a short video software on his phone and handed it to Luo Ping. "What is this?" The moment Luo Ping glimpsed the screen, he was utterly stunned. In his perception, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. All that remained in his view were a few small words. "Account username. Exclusive Revelations? Brother Feng is actually my idol. The Revelation Brother? This cannot be true." Instinctively, Luo Ping attempted to verify the authenticity of the account on Su Qingfeng's phone. He gently tapped the screen and found the software functioning normally, thus ruling out a mere screenshot. Then he glanced at the follower count, 18 billion. Everything checked out. Subsequently, Luo Ping searched for his own account, Golden Barbarian Bull, in the follower list, successfully confirming its presence. At this moment, Luo Ping looked at Su Qingfeng with an expression that was quite peculiar, his face displaying a strange smile akin to someone who had just won a staggering jackpot, unable to suppress his excitement. "Brother, let us talk properly. Don't suddenly lose your composure." Su Qingfeng felt a bit unnerved under Luo Ping's gaze. However, Luo Ping seemed completely oblivious to his words, immersed in his own thoughts. murmuring, "I should have realized it sooner. Brother Feng has never changed. How could he ever fall from grace? Others may not understand him. But why couldn't I? Luo Ping, you truly are foolish. Brother Feng is the Revelation Brother, and the Revelation Brother is Brother Feng. Ha! How wonderful, my two idols have merged into one." At that moment, Luo Ping resembled a devout believer. Treating Su Qingfeng's phone as if it were a sacred relic, his actions becoming respectful and light, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of unease witnessing this scene, pondering whether he had inadvertently pushed his good brother toward madness. Meanwhile, Luo Ping cradled the meticulously cleaned phone in both hands, slightly bowing as he presented it to Su Qingfeng, smiling as he said, "Brother Feng, from now on, I shall be your #1 aide. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply without question." Su Qingfeng sensed something was amiss, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Upon receiving the phone, he casually remarked, "Now that you know I am not short on funds, you needn't worry about repaying that small sum of prize money." "Understood, Brother Feng. I absolutely want to repay it. If I ever mention repayment again, I shall not be human," Luo Ping vowed through gritted teeth. Su Qingfeng mused, "This good brother has indeed become a bit eccentric." Although it had taken some effort, Su Qingfeng finally managed to reveal his identity to Luo Ping. Though Luo Ping was unaware of this, he felt honored by Su Qingfeng's trust. He then began to share his insights regarding the operation of the video account. "Brother Feng, the achievements of your account thus far are quite remarkable. Both videos have surpassed 10 billion views, naturally attracting 1.8 billion followers, making you a dark horse in the realm of self-media. However, there is one issue. I believe your video content suffers from significant homogenization. Each time, it's simply a matter of swiftly vanquishing the enemies of the starry realms. While it's fine to watch once or twice, it becomes tiresome after that. Furthermore, your video editing skills require improvement. You never use filters, rarely employ close-ups, lack signature moves or lines, and your soundtrack is also lacking. The third point is, you entirely neglect the comment section, allowing those trolls to jump around repeatedly. While this may generate some controversy and heat, it adversely affects the mood of your loyal fans. It must be said, Luo Ping truly lived up to his reputation as a master of video commentary, for the issues he raised were indeed substantial dilemmas faced by Su Qingfeng. Initially, Su Qingfeng sought Luo Ping's help in managing the video account merely out of familial affection, wanting to give his good brother a lucrative opportunity and prevent others from taking advantage of it. Now, it seemed Luo Ping might genuinely be a genius in video content creation. Had he struck gold? "When did you become so knowledgeable?" Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. Luo Ping chuckled, his eyes narrowing slightly, and replied, "I may not be the brightest, but I understand the principle that a dull bird must fly early. Since you mentioned wanting to hire me for management, I had to hastily supplement my knowledge, analyzing my idol, Revelation Brother's video account as a case study. Who would have thought that you are the Revelation Brother? This is just too perfect. What a serendipitous match." Su Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. "Excellent, you have successfully passed my internship assessment. From today onward, you shall manage this video account. As for remuneration, considering your youth, I want to overextend myself. Let us set a monthly base salary of 500,000 star coins." Su Qingfeng patted Luo Ping on the shoulder. Grinning. 500,000? Luo Ping was taken aback by this figure. Brother Feng is being remarkably generous. This is 100 times the starting salary for many graduates of prestigious martial arts schools. Don't think it's too little. Your salary will increase in the future. Su Qingfeng interrupted Luo Ping's attempt to protest. Indeed, given Luo Ping's abilities, he might typically command a salary of around 3,000 per month. But who could deny the value of Su Qingfeng's trust? Just this trust alone could warrant an annual salary in the millions. "Understood, foster father," Luo Ping exclaimed, deeply moved, nearly bowing in gratitude. Su Qingfeng sighed. Money truly was a troublesome thing. Such a modest salary had rendered Luo Ping so subservient. How could they continue as friends? "Earlier, you mentioned quite a bit regarding the filming concept for my third video. Do you have any suggestions?" Now that he had offered such a high salary, Su Qingfeng couldn't resist the urge to squeeze Luo Ping for more ideas. "For this, regarding video content, I suggest that Brother Feng maintain the previous style, focusing on battle videos. However, the angles and styles of filming could be more varied. Perhaps utilizing drones, holographic cameras, and other special equipment to capture richer material, which I can then edit in post-production. I assure you, every subsequent video will possess the quality of a blockbuster." Luo Ping spoke with fervor. showing no signs of hesitation. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Su Qingfeng sensed that Luo Ping had some talent in this area and decided to conserve his mental energy by allowing Luo Ping to take the reins. Chapter 078. An unexpected visitor at the Tianyuan battlefield. Just as Su Qingfeng was preparing to purchase various special filming equipment in accordance with Luo Ping's ideas for the third video, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly. He pulled out his phone to discover an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Initially inclined to reject the call, he paused upon noticing the unusually long number sequence. Beginning with 3 zeros, drawing from the specialized communications course he had taken at school, Su Qingfeng recalled the significance of such a unique number range. It indicated that the caller's number was registered at the Tianyuan battlefield. This meant that the person calling Su Qingfeng was likely still on the battlefield. Who could they be, and what did they want with him? With these thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng decided to answer the call. Who is this? Su Qingfeng inquired calmly, refraining from revealing any of his own information. Hello, is this Su Qingfeng? I am Li Yin from the office of the Salvation Army's General Headquarters. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He recalled having received an invitation to enlist from the Salvation Army's General Headquarters previously, which he had declined due to timing issues, thinking that would be the end of it. Yet, it seemed they were now seeking to engage him in person. This thought made Su Qingfeng feel a twinge of discomfort, causing his tone to unintentionally grow a bit colder. I am quite busy at the moment. Is it possible to discuss this over the phone? On the other end, Li Yin, clearly taken aback by such a bold young man, found it quite audacious that Su Qingfeng, after revealing his identity, would still refuse to meet. However, having reviewed Su Qingfeng's file, Li Yin understood that this young man indeed had the credentials to be so presumptuous. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin calmly explained, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I am here to deliver something to you. Once, before your parents went missing on the battlefield of Tianyuan, they amassed a considerable amount of military merit, which you are unable to inherit. This merit has now been converted into resources, and I am prepared to deliver them to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng realized he had misunderstood. The Li Yin who called him was not the same person who had previously sent him an invitation via video account. Thus, the other party was not there to persuade him to enlist in the military prematurely. Understanding this, Su Qingfeng casually remarked, Then please come to Central Square number 1 of the Tongtian realm. I'll be there shortly. Li Yin replied decisively. After hanging up, Su Qingfeng smiled at the excited Luo Ping and said, We can discuss the video planning later. I need to meet someone important. I'll find you afterward. Luo Ping understood that the person Su Qingfeng was about to meet was undoubtedly significant, and he discreetly excused himself. Before long, Li Yin, whose stature was tall and imposing like a javelin, appeared before Su Qingfeng. Li Yin had a handsome face, somewhat delicate, yet his gaze was sharp, indicating he was not an ordinary individual. In fact, Li Yin was one of the most exceptional geniuses of the human alliance. Serving as a personal secretary to the commander-in-chief at a young age, he was a 9-star spirit master, possessing the rare martial spirit known as the World Tree, with mysterious abilities. As for the degree of martial spirit fusion, he had reached 90 a year ago. In terms of actual combat power, Li Yin was at least equal, if not superior, to an ordinary 9-star spirit master with full fusion. Were it not for Su Qingfeng's superior physical strength, he might not have dared to sit across from Li Yin. However, if Su Qingfeng's abilities were lacking, he might have been entirely unaware of Li Yin's impressive prowess. A 9-star spirit master approaching full fusion? You claim to be merely an ordinary staff member of the commander-in-chief's office? Su Qingfeng inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon sensing Li Yin's true strength. Surprised? Li Yin replied with a slight smile. That is the office of the foremost figure of the Salvation Army. Any staff member there is not to be trifled with. Isn't that quite reasonable? Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement, choosing not to dwell on the topic further and returning to the matter at hand. When my parents went missing, the military's welfare department indeed proposed converting their military merits into resources or cash for me. I recall rejecting it at that time because I believed my parents might still be alive. Why has the military suddenly decided to convert their merits without consulting me? Li Yan's face revealed a flicker of sympathy and guilt as he responded. I apologize for the earlier phone call. I lied out of concern for confidentiality. Your parents' military merit remains intact. As you mentioned, their status in military records is still missing. The military will not casually expend their merits without your consent. Li Yin spoke candidly. reflecting the Salvation Army's straightforward approach, devoid of any pretense. Then where did the items you intend to deliver come from? Su Qingfeng questioned, furrowing his brows. He understood the principle of not receiving rewards without merit. Military benefits were not easily obtained. One could happily accept gifts, only to receive orders to serve on the battlefield the next moment. IT is a private sponsorship from the Commander-in-Chief to aid your rapid growth. Li Yin explained, detailing the sequence of events. This morning, you broke the Commander-in-Chief's long-standing record for clearing the 6th-tier secret realm. Upon receiving the news, he became interested in you young talents and requested a background check. Subsequently, he discovered some intriguing secrets about your martial spirit. Li Yin deliberately slowed his speech, keenly observing Su Qingfeng's reaction. If Su Qingfeng harbored ulterior motives or was a hidden pawn of the myriad races of the starry sky, he would undoubtedly show signs of panic. However, it was evident that Su Qingfeng was merely surprised, not anxious. Su Qingfeng was astonished to learn that breaking a mere record would attract the attention of the Commander-in-Chief. Could this be the reason why his records had remained unchallenged for decades? Did others dare not to draw his attention casually? Su Qingfeng believed such individuals surely existed, and in considerable numbers. In contrast, his actions seemed somewhat naive. On a larger scale, it was a matter of lacking political acumen and failing to give the Commander-in-Chief due respect. Of course, Su Qingfeng hoped he was merely overthinking. He certainly did not wish for the war god Luo Pinghai to be a petty character. So, the Commander-in-Chief wishes to sponsor me under the guise of my parents' legacy? Su Qingfeng sought confirmation from Li Yin. Indeed, Li Yin nodded. May I inquire if accepting the Commander-in-Chief's sponsorship entails any obligatory conditions? Su Qingfeng, sensing Li Yin's reasonableness, could not help but voice his concerns. Absolutely not. What are you thinking? Li Yin chuckled. To be frank, I have also received the Commander-in-Chief's sponsorship before. Remaining by his side to work has been my lifelong aspiration, and I feel fortunate to have successfully competed for this position. No strings attached? Is it truly a windfall? Su Qingfeng squinted his eyes, still maintaining a degree of vigilance. This is certainly not a mere stroke of luck. You have rendered great service to humanity. Moreover, your immense potential represents the future of our kind. Besides, the resources provided to you are a mere drop in the bucket for the Commander-in-Chief and the Salvation Army. Do not overthink it. Li Yin patiently explained, concealing any discomfort he felt to IT. It is essential to note that Li Yin merely presented himself as an ordinary staff member before Su Qingfeng. In any other circumstance, he would be regarded as the Commander-in-Chief Luo Pinghai's envoy, with authority rivaling that of any garrison commander on resource planets. Were it not for Su Qingfeng's remarkable strength and potential, Li Yin would have had little interest in engaging in such discussions. I must admit, you have convinced me. Su Qingfeng nodded and declared, Let me see what you have. Upon hearing this, Li Yin sighed in relief, lightly clapping his storage ring, which materialized over a dozen metal boxes of varying sizes. Indeed, there were not just one but several boxes. He proceeded to point out each box, introducing them. 10 sets of individual combat armor, 10 high-energy ray rifles, 1 box of fishing grenades, 1 box of miniature fusion mines, unmanned submersibles, and 6 individual reconnaissance satellites. This represents the standard armament configuration of the Salvation Army's elite special forces, the Incursion Assault Team. It is also a small gift prepared by the Commander-in-Chief for you. After listening to Li Yin's introduction, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in astonishment. This gift was undeniably hardcore and practical. The Incursion Assault Team was the true elite of the Salvation Army, tasked with exploring unfamiliar planets and establishing teleportation arrays, with each member being at least a 7-star Spirit Master. Their combat environment was incredibly harsh, and their equipment was naturally of the highest caliber. For the Salvation Army, these weapons and equipment were merely consumables, with internal procurement prices not particularly exorbitant. However, the key point was that Su Qingfeng, an ordinary individual without military registration, could legally possess these weapons and equipment in advance, which was of utmost significance. This meant that the Commander-in-Chief's gift to Su Qingfeng extended beyond these items. It also included the privilege of legally using military standard weapons. Of course, this privilege would undoubtedly be limited. Anyone with a clear head would know that these weapons were only meant for use against formidable foes from the myriad races of the starry sky. Should he dare to use any of these offensive weapons on Blue Star, he would find himself summoned before the military tribunal within hours. Su Qingfeng suppressed his excitement and asked, As I do not possess military registration, would there be any issues in utilizing these weapons and equipment? Obtaining military registration is merely a matter of a single statement. Whether or not you desire it is inconsequential. After all, the Commander-in-Chief has stated that everyone must resort to any means necessary to eliminate the enemy and survive on the battlefield. These items simply provide you with a glimmer of hope when you are forced to fight for your life. Su Qingfeng discerned the underlying implication in Li Yan's words. If he agreed to enlist, he could freely use these weapons and equipment. Should he choose not to serve, these items would only serve as his last resort in dire circumstances. Although the usage restrictions were considerable, Su Qingfeng felt he could fully accept them. Chapter 079. Su Qingfeng's Return Gift, a spell worth its weight in gold. I have accepted the items. Does the Commander-in-Chief have any further instructions? Su Qingfeng felt that, given his potential, accepting such a level of sponsorship would not burden him psychologically. Each of these technological weapons seemed grand and impressive, yet they were merely mass-produced consumables. The Human Alliance currently controlled nearly 300 resource planets, and the various minerals required for weapon manufacturing were still abundant. The true limitation on the power of technological weapons was, in fact, the level of technology itself. This was also the reason why the Human Alliance had a love-hate relationship with the Three-Eyed Clan. Although the Three-Eyed Clan had always regarded humanity as their primary enemy and engaged in nefarious activities, their advanced extraterrestrial technology, developed over centuries, was one of the most coveted treasures for humanity. However, just as humanity guarded the secrets of martial spirit awakening, the Three-Eyed Clan was equally aware of humanity's intentions. In recent decades, the Three-Eyed deities have consistently shunned the use of technological weaponry to confront humanity directly. Instead, they have relied on the minions of the Outer Gods, their followers, and various subjugated civilizations. Consequently, the human race has maintained a strategic defensive posture against the myriad disturbances instigated by the Three-Eyed deities. The Supreme Commander has stated that he bears leadership responsibility for the disappearance of your parents many years ago. If you wish to comprehend the intricate details of that event, you must personally seek him out on the Tianyuan battlefield. Before Su Qingfeng, Li Yan dared not reiterate Luo Pinghai's exact words of "If you are dissatisfied, go and confront him." What if this young man, brimming with youthful exuberance, perceived it as a provocation and truly sought to challenge the Supreme Commander on the Tianyuan battlefield? "I shall go, but not at this moment," Su Qingfeng replied. Although his physical prowess was currently formidable, and his explosive power astonishing upon invoking the heavenly law and earthly phenomena, his compatibility with his martial soul remained low, and his mastery of soul skills was limited. Thus, it was still premature for him to venture to the Tianyuan battlefield. "Of course, the decision rests with you," Li Yan shrugged and said with a smile. "By the way, once these weapons are exhausted, you can request more from me, provided that you submit a formal weaponry application report detailing how the previous stock was consumed. Naturally, if you do not apply for new equipment, no report is necessary." "Understood, thank you." Su Qingfeng responded casually. In his view, the equipment provided by Li Yan was largely emergency supplies. With his combat strength, he could easily penetrate enemy lines in most situations. "That is all I have to say. Do you have any messages you wish for me to convey to the Supreme Commander?" Li Yan inquired politely. Based on previous experiences, he anticipated that Su Qingfeng's response would consist of brief greetings or well wishes, not genuinely wishing to communicate with Luo Pinghai. However, Li Yan was mistaken. Su Qingfeng indeed had something important to relay to Luo Pinghai. "Wait a moment." Su Qingfeng produced a media storage device, colloquially known as a USB drive, and wirelessly transferred a previously recorded audio segment from his phone into it before handing it to Li Yan. "This contains a spell, a gift I am returning to the Supreme Commander." "Oh, what spell is this?" Li Yan asked with keen interest as he accepted the storage device. Ordinarily, this would be a secret between Su Qingfeng and the Supreme Commander. Yet, Su Qingfeng's actions could potentially jeopardize Luo Pinghai's safety, compelling Li Yan to seek clarification. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the activation spell for the interstellar teleportation array still in use by the Siren race." Su Qingfeng did not state this with absolute certainty, for he had possessed this spell for some time. Should the Siren race realize it, they might replace the activation incantation. Should the clues provided by Su Qingfeng turn out to be a waste of Luo Pinghai's time? Speaking ambiguously allowed for some leeway. "What?" Li Yan's pupils involuntarily contracted upon hearing this. As the personal secretary to the Supreme Commander, He was well acquainted with the movements of the Salvation Army. Not long ago, the higher-ups of the Salvation Army had received secret intelligence through special channels indicating that the sole interstellar teleportation array on the 007 foreign battlefield, which had been occupied by the Sirens 2 centuries prior, had sustained severe damage. To reclaim this life planet, rich in water resources, the Salvation Army was preparing for a large